This guy opens his eyes, and the very first thing he sees are his own tiny, chubby baby hands. Looking up a bit more, he spots members of the Runcandel Clan, and they all look surprisingly young. He even spots Julie, his childhood nanny. "Cheer up, young Master Jin," she says with a big smile. Jin looks around and sees a bunch of swords stabbed into the dirt all over the place. Standing out from the rest is Barasada, the first Patriarch's legendary blade. This is exactly like his baby selection ritual from before. Without even thinking, Jin starts crawling toward that Barasada sword right now. Jin pieces it together pretty fast. It looks like he actually time-traveled, waking up as a 1-year-old version of himself back in the Runcandel family. In his past life, he picked the founder's sword right here. Everyone hoped he would grow into a powerful leader, but instead, Jin ended up being a total failure with zero power. He never showed even a spark of talent with a sword, and eventually got kicked out of the Runcandel family. Only when he faced death did he learn the truth someone had placed a curse on him. That spell swallowed his talent and turned him into the family failure. Thinking about that, Jin crawls even faster. Before long, he grabs the Barasada sword, much to the delight of every family member watching the ritual. This feels exactly like his previous life, but this time around, Jin is determined to control his own destiny after grabbing that Barasada sword. He is sent to the Storm Castle to start his new life. 6 years fly by, and Jin is now 7. Family rules say he stays here until 10, meaning he has 3 years left. Honestly, life here is a total drag. Plus, Jin still has to deal with his brothers and their childish pranks, which feels exactly like his miserable past life. Like today, he was just trying to find a good book when a maid suddenly screamed. She walked in to clean his room and found a dead bird looking absolutely mangled and covered in blood. Jin stares at the bird, totally unfazed. He knows the only people in this castle twisted enough to do something like that are his own brothers. Just as expected, the obnoxious laughter of Daytona and Haytona, the 9-year-old twins ranked 11th and 12th in the Runcandel house, echoes through the hall. They were actually annoyed. The maid found it first instead of their brother. "So, you like our little gift? Are you about to burst into tears or what?" Jin keeps staring at the bird, remembering his past life. Word was, shortly after he got kicked out, these two became infamous killers who treated human lives like total trash. Seeing them this cruel to an innocent bird at just 9 years old just to mess with him, it is no wonder they grow up to be cold-blooded murderers. "Hey, do not actually cry, you look pathetic," Haytona mocks him. But Jin just hits them with that stone-cold silence. "Yo, you hearing us? Or do you think you are too good for us since destiny chose you as the Patriarch?" Jin stays quiet, and the twins finally lose their patience. They stop talking and start swinging, but when Haytona lunges forward to land a punch, his 2-year younger brother catches his fist and locks it tight. "You guys are way too loud. Shut your mouths." Haytona is stunned by the ice-cold, effortless look on his little brother's face. But the real surprise comes next when Jin delivers a savage counterpunch right to the kid's face. One punch was not enough after holding back for 2 entire lifetimes, so his rage finally hits the boiling point. Jin treats the twins like human punching bags until they are flat on the ground, leaving them with a cold warning. "It would be better if you two never showed your faces around me again. Young master, what on earth happened here?" A knight named Khan rushes in, and Jin immediately hides the leftover power in his hands. Khan sees the twins unconscious, clothes torn, and faces swollen from the beating. Meanwhile, Jin looks perfectly clean, like he was never even part of the brawl. Those two just suddenly started fighting each other and collapsed. "Did you not hear me?" They just started brawling and knocked each other out. At this point, the actual truth does not even matter anymore. Seeing the cold face of this 7-year-old, Khan realizes the youngest Runcandel is just as ruthless as the rest. He nods, picks up the twins, and heads for a doctor. But Jin stops him. "No need for that, Khan. My brothers need to go somewhere else instead. Just follow me." Khan hesitates but does not dare to disobey his young master. He carries the twins outside the storm castle into a massive downpour. Jin has Khan dump them under a tree and bury that little bird right in front of them. Khan looks worried. "Young Master Jin, are you really leaving them here? The storm is getting worse, you know." Jin's face does not change. He declares his brothers need this punishment to understand the weight of their actions. Khan knows he cannot change the boy's mind and follows him inside. But he definitely felt a powerful energy from Jin earlier, and it definitely was not aura. Could it be mana? Khan thinks to himself that if it is, then this is way more serious than just a little sibling rivalry. "I have to report this to the Patriarch." Khan immediately orders a horse. Despite the heavy rain, he is heading straight for the main Runcandel estate. This was all part of Jin's plan. He knows Khan is not just a bodyguard, but a spy. To Khan, That energy looked like magic, so there is no way he stays quiet. But in reality, that was spiritual power, the ultimate proof of the contract between Jin and Solderet. That power proves his contract is still valid in this life. Plus, Soderet's curse immunity helped him break free from the illusion sword curse. Basically, the useless Runcandel failure is gone for good. This time around, he is making sure his life goes down a completely different path. Before long, Khan meets with the Runcandel Patriarch and reports everything, including his suspicions about Jin's mysterious new power. The Patriarch stays silent for a few seconds while he thinks, then orders Khan to gather the knights because he wants to see his youngest son personally. Before long, 7 older siblings and 200 elite knights assemble to join the mission. Then let us go to the Storm Castle, the Runcandel Patriarch declares with a powerful voice. The gravity of the situation is clear to everyone. His older children are all feeling different things. Hey, you know anything about what is going on? Hey, Defos, I asked Luna, but I bet she is clueless too. This sucks. I was busy hunting wizards when I got called back for this. Mary Runcandel, the 7th child, asks. The Tona twins leave the Storm Castle next year, so maybe father is going for them, or maybe for our youngest brother. Defos, the 4th child, replies calmly. The youngest? Man, he picked the founder's sword at his 1-year-old ritual. How could you even forget that? Wait, so Pops is really back just for that? Man, who knows what is going on in that guy's head anyway? It is totally unpredictable. The gossip keeps flying until Luna Runcandel, the oldest, shuts everyone up with one look. Mary zips it, but she cannot stop staring at her dad's back, wondering what the heck is actually going down. She doesn't get why he would go all the way to the storm arena for Jin. Is the kid really that special? Honestly, the big boss showing up didn't even faze Jin one bit. So, while Julie is all hyped up and frantic fixing his clothes, Jin stays chill as ice. He knows Khan is a tight-lipped dude who won't snitch about the magic stuff. He'll just report the bare facts, and that is the million-dollar question. That is why the head of the family had to come see for himself. He needs to know what kind of freakish power his youngest is packing besides just swords and aura. He's checking if that power, or Jin himself, is actually going to be a useful asset for the clan's future. Just as Julie finishes dressing him up, the big boss makes his grand entrance. The army of knights he brought along is seriously intimidating, no joke. But the first thing the head does isn't seeing his baby boy. He orders his men to drag the Tona twins right to him. Daytona and Haytona, I heard you two were scraping with Jin. Fess up, what did you do? These two are usually total jerks, but standing in front of their old man, they are sweating bullets like crazy. Even now, they are trying to lie through their teeth, claiming they are innocent and that Jin was the one who swung first. They keep pushing the idea that his power is weird, like it is magic instead of aura. They both know magic is a huge no-no in the Runcandel family, so they are trying to dig a grave for him. Yeah, Dad, if Jin is messing with magic, we gotta grill him fast before he hides the evidence. Mary and Diffus are just standing there, rolling their eyes and sighing at the whole pathetic scene. Everyone knows those twins are snaky and mean as hell. They start fighting over who gets to tattle on Jin more, but suddenly their dad shuts them down. Quiet, you better listen to me very carefully. If you keep acting like trash, you won't survive long in the Runcandel clan. The twins look totally shocked that their dad isn't taking their side for once. It is a complete curveball for them, but he is done listening to their whining. His main goal today is seeing his youngest son. Right after that, the clan leader orders his subordinates to bring Jin out to the main hall. Walking into the hall, Jin sees the Tona twins gritting their teeth as they stomp away. No shocker there. From his past life, Jin knows Seiron Runcandel is the man, the legendary Genesis Knight, a demigod. Before he got all those fancy titles, he was just a regular human guy, believe it or not. But after getting that title, Seiron slowly lost his human touch. He turned into a guy who only cares about honor and the family's legacy. He is basically a cold, hard machine now. To him, people with zero sword talent like Jin in his past life were just straight-up trash, not worth a cent. The twins are probably floored seeing how ice-cold their dad is acting right now. But that is nothing compared to the crap Jin dealt with in his first life. Except this time, things are different. In this life, nobody looks down on him, not even the great Seiron Runcandel. Tons of eyes are on Jin in that hall. He looks like a 7-year-old kid, but inside he is a 30-year-old man. So this whole intense situation does not scare him even a little bit. Jin pops the door open, walks in cool as a cucumber, and kneels before his dad. I greet the Patriarch. This time, Seiron is the one caught off guard hearing his kid call him Patriarch instead of Dad. Since all my siblings, the guards, and over 100 clan members are here, I figured you came for official business. It is a pretty big crowd for just a casual family visit, right? I thought calling you Patriarch was more appropriate, Jin explains. Hearing those mature words come, Sairon was low-key impressed, even if he kept a stone face. But today, I am here for a different reason, so call me father. I am going to ask you the same thing I asked all your brothers. So, where do you think you messed up? Jin balled his fists. Right there, in front of 200 people in the hall, he boldly declared he only did it for revenge. Mary watched this spicy drama unfold and couldn't help but smirk. Her baby brother was actually kind of a total savage. Father, a Runcandel always settles the score. We return every kindness and pay back every single grudge in full. Jin spoke up, and his answer made Sairon go dead silent for 5 seconds. After that, he ordered everyone to clear the room, leaving only his youngest son behind. The knights traded confused looks, wondering if the youngest master had somehow passed the family trial already. Nobody was brave enough to try and guess what was going through Sairon's head. Still, they all felt that Jin standing his ground against his father was actually pretty legendary. Once the hall was finally empty, Sairon finally spoke up. I sent everyone out because I have something very private I need to ask you. The Tona twins told me you are packing some strange kind of power. You know our Runcandel clan strictly forbids anyone from using magic. If you touch magic, you can never reach the peak of swordsmanship. Sairon didn't hold back at all, threatening that if Jin actually dared to mess with spells, there would be serious consequences. But Jin knew he was going to be just fine. In fact, once his father saw this power, there was no way he could just ignore it. Right there in front of Sairon, Jin unleashed the dark power that Solderet had granted him through their secret contract. Honestly, father, I have no clue what this is. I am not even sure if it is magic or some kind of aura. If you do not mind, could you help me figure out what this power actually is? Sairon stared at the energy swirling in his son's palm, and his eyes practically popped out of his head. He realized right then that this was the legendary power belonging to the founder of the Runcandel clan. Watching that dark power surge from his youngest son, and remembering how he chose Baricella's legendary sword at just 1 year old, Sairon Runcandel couldn't help but wonder about destiny. Was this kid actually destined to become the next great master of the entire clan? Seeing Sairon totally spaced out, Jin gave him a quiet little nudge. Father, my power belongs to Solderet, the god of shadows. Sairon finally blinked and answered him. Even though he knew his power came from Solderet, this was the first time hearing the full history from his father. Years ago, Solderet signed a sacred contract with the Runcandel founder, Lord Timar, and has been backing the family ever since that day. But since Timar passed away shortly after that, Solderet stopped showing up around the Runcandel clan altogether. Being from a later generation, Sairon didn't know the exact reason why, but he felt like Solderet was trying to link up with the Runcandels again, this time through Jin. Father, I am curious about one thing, Jin asked him quite shyly. So, is that god actually stronger than you are? Sairon hesitated for a second, then admitted he didn't really know because he had never squared off against a god before. When he heard that, a crooked smirk spread across Jin's face. Never fought a god, huh? Honestly, that was probably the most arrogant thing he had ever heard in his entire life. But then, out of nowhere, Sairon reached out and ruffled Jin's hair in a super confusing way. My son, that is a great question. Thanks to your innocent curiosity, I have just found a fantastic topic to discuss. I think coming to visit you today was definitely the right call. Then, Sairon flipped the script and asked Jin exactly how he planned to use all that dark energy from Solderet. Obviously, a guy who had already lived a whole lifetime like Jin knew how to play this smart. So, he told his father he wanted to use that power for the good of the clan. He figured his father would be totally satisfied with that answer. But suddenly, the man just burst out laughing. Haha, what a hilarious lie. You literally beat up your brothers and threw them into a storm. So, you claim you will use this power for the family? Tell me the truth. Clearly, Cairn was not going to let this slide easily. He was looking for real answers, not some scripted loyalty. Jin clenched his fists, looking a bit tense. Then, with total conviction, he said he wanted this power for himself. His face was innocent but stern, and his voice was sharp as a blade. Cairn studied his son with hawk-like eyes before finally answering. Fine, I actually like that answer. From this day forward, I am going to be watching you very closely. Do not disappoint me. With that, Cairn walked away. Only when Jin was sure he was alone in the Great Hall did he finally dare to breathe again. Facing his father was incredibly stressful, but he figured he had passed the first test safely. He secured permission to use shadow energy however he liked, while also making his father place huge expectations on his shoulders. This result was way better than Jin expected. In his past life, Cairn did not even look at him after realizing he had zero talent for swords. As night fell, the rain outside poured even harder. Before the knights headed out, Mary stayed behind to give Jin a gift. She told him it was a special present just for him, something to remember her by. Mary left him with a cryptic warning and a wicked smile before departing with her force. Once back at the training ground, Jin and Julie finally opened the box she had given him. Inside was a glowing red phoenix heart. Jin could not believe it. Giving something this powerful to a 7-year-old was the kind of crazy move only Mary could pull off. It was absolutely insane. Mary Zancaden, his 7th oldest sister, was a legendary knight. Most people knew her by her fierce reputation and the name Gwynfury. But she had another nickname that few people ever dared to say out loud, the Psycho of the South. Her reason for giving Jin the Phoenix Heart seemed obvious. She was telling him to get strong fast so he could be a worthy opponent. Eating this as a kid did not just grant fire resistance. It was like a magical elixir that would continuously boost his power as he grew up into a man. Come to think of it, this thing was extremely useful. A 6-star mage would need it to safely summon a phoenix. Jin was still planning to secretly practice magic, hoping that in this life, he would successfully summon one himself. Wait, just a moment ago she seemed totally shocked, but after calming down, it was clear that Lady Mary had given her younger brother an incredible gift. Jin tried to start his dinner, but the hungry stares from the Tona twins made it impossible to swallow. Hey brothers, if you have something on your minds, you better say it fast. The Tona twins looked a bit embarrassed, but they were willing to swallow their pride for a taste of that legendary phoenix heart. They started begging smoothly, acting like that poor bird from earlier never even existed in the first place. Well, it is nothing, but this meal looks like way too much for you to finish alone, right? I saw Julie bringing out a huge bowl. Do you guys actually want to eat this? It was easy for Jin to see what they wanted. As if they were just waiting for him to say it, the twins nodded eagerly. Fine, you can have some, but you have to do exactly what I say. So that night, Jin made those two dig a tunnel not far from the arena. They dug and complained the whole time, wondering why they were even doing this manual labor. Why are we doing this? Seriously, there is nothing here, so what is the point? And what if someone catches us out here digging like crazy in the middle of the night? What are you talking about? If we get caught, the little brother gets punished, not us. You are right. We just need to do what he says so we can get that phoenix heart soup. But has not the kid been getting a little scary lately? Even though they kept whining, neither of them stopped digging. They really wanted that taste of the phoenix heart. They had no idea that they were digging right outside a secret chamber. Inside, the body of a mysterious man was being preserved with incredible care. Something big was hidden here. It was midnight by the time the twins finally dragged themselves back. They were totally exhausted, barely able to stand, and all they wanted was that soup. Jin had already finished his dinner, but he saved some for his brothers. The problem was, he only saved them exactly 1 spoonful each. The Tona twins stared at each other, their tempers flaring as they realized they had been played. Hey kid, just 1 spoon? Is not that a bit stingy? I said I would give you some, but I never said how much. I kept my promise, didn't I? So enjoy your meal, Jin said with a straight face. The two were fuming, but they still had to say thanks for those 2 tiny bites of soup. Jin had reached his goal, getting them to do all that hard work for almost nothing. The rain was still heavy. Jin threw on a coat and headed toward the tunnel his brothers just finished digging. Apparently, that phoenix heart soup was a hell of a motivator. He expected them to do a lazy job, but they actually did great. The entrance to the cave was right there. With walls this thin, even a 1-star magic spell could blast through it. Jin looked around to make sure no one was following him. He used to feel so helpless, having so much mana inside him but having no way to actually use it. Finally, he had a chance to let some of that power loose. Jin's surging mana instantly shattered the cave entrance. Right in front of him was a massive door, the secret entrance to the Runcandel family's hidden vault. In his previous life, he never got the chance to enter this place. Standing before the door, Jin felt a bit nervous. He recalled his past memories, took a deep breath, and spoke. The child of Runcandel has come to command Murakan. With a heavy thud, the massive gate groaned and slowly swung open right in front of him. The Runcandel secret vault was where the family kept the forbidden techniques of every clan they had defeated over thousands of years. The interior was massive, usually reserved only for the family's elite vanguard and the adult children. In his past life, Jin never had that kind of privilege, but one of his brothers had told him plenty about this room. That knowledge became the key, allowing him to break into the vault even though he was still underage. Once inside, the first thing Jin saw was a mysterious man floating in a giant glass cylinder. As he moved closer, he noticed tiny black scales covering the man's face, shimmering in the dim light. This made Jin wonder if the guy was even human. Why was something like this being kept in the Runcandel family's most secret vault? It did not make any sense. Then, Jin remembered the password he used to get in. The child of Runcandel has come to command Murakan. A wild thought flashed through his mind. Could this actually be him? The dragon Murakan was defeated by the first Runcandel Patriarch and fell into a deep sleep. Jin had always heard the stories, but he never actually thought they were true. After watching the man for a while, he decided now was not the time to worry about him. He turned back to his main goal, finding the secret techniques. He didn't notice the man's fingers twitching behind him. Murakan moved slightly. Finally, Jin entered the room filled with the secret manuals of every clan. He started with the martial arts of legendary families since they were also famous for their swordsmanship. After reading for a bit, Jin realized this was much harder than three-star magic theory. He wanted to take the book with him to study, but he would definitely get caught doing that. So, Jin pulled out a blank notebook he had prepared ahead of time. He decided to copy a section of the manuals every time he visited. Over the next few days, he kept sneaking back and forth. Then one day, while he was busy copying the secret scrolls, he heard footsteps echoing from right behind him. Jin jumped to his feet, his heart racing with pure anxiety. Jin thought he was totally busted, but as he peeked out the door to scan the hallway, a pair of glowing eyes and a massive silhouette appeared out of nowhere, scaring the absolute life out of the kid. "Hey you, who are you supposed to be?" Jin was so rattled he forgot every name he knew, even Murakan, the dragon who just woke up. He had never heard of Murakan actually waking up before, so he had zero clue how to react. Even though he was terrified, Jin forced himself to stay cool. After all, Murakan was supposed to be the legendary guardian dragon of the Runcandel Clan. Jin figured he might get a pass if he just played the part of a respectful kid, a Runcandel child showing some proper manners to the family's ancient protector. Jin spoke up, his voice shaking like crazy. Suddenly, he heard the sound of teeth grinding together. "You dare call me a guardian?" Murakan growled. "You really just called me your little family's low-level house guard? How dare you treat me like some basic sentry? You Runcandel brat. How do you even have the nerve to talk about me like that? I cannot even vent my anger on a tiny kid like you, but you are seriously driving me insane." Murakan's voice blasted through Jin's eardrums. Apparently, calling the Black Dragon a glorified doorman really ticked him off. After screaming his head off for a while, Murakan finally got tired, squatted down, and started huffing and puffing. "This is annoying. It has been forever since I smelled anything good, and the only thing I find waking up is some random human kid?" Murakan suddenly got right in Jin's face, making the kid afraid to even breathe. "You. Why do you smell like shadow energy? I might have been asleep for 1,000 years, but I would never forget this scent. This specific dark energy was only supposed to belong to someone who made a contract like Tima did. This Tima that Murakan mentioned was actually the legendary ancestor who founded Jin's entire clan." Murakan's words hit him like a lightning bolt. Could the real reason the dragon woke up be because of the shadow energy Jin was putting off? Obviously, Murakan did not think a little kid like Jin could actually strike a deal with Solderet. So, he started using his nose like a bloodhound, sniffing every single corner of the room, desperate to find where that heavy shadow energy was coming from. Jin was getting nervous. He was not sure if he should reveal it yet, especially since he had no idea how Murakan felt about Soderet's dark powers. But after a second, Jin decided to go for it. Lord Murakan, is this what you are looking for? Just so you know, this power comes directly from the shadow god Solderet himself." Murakan stared at the orb of power forming in Jin's hand and started shaking. "Hey, Solderet, are you playing a prank on me? No way are you actually being serious right now? That 1,000-year pact. And it is with this little kid?" Both Jin and Murakan just stood there in total silence. It felt like forever before the dragon finally spoke again. "Hey, kid." "Yes, Lord Murakan," Jin replied, acting as polite as possible. "You see, I actually made a promise to Solderet, and it looks like you and I need to team up." Murakan said he would explain the details to Jin later. He just woke up from a 1,000-year nap and his brain was totally fried. Plus, he did not think Jin would understand the complicated stuff since he was still just a little brat. But still, he felt like he should properly introduce himself to the person who signed a contract with Solderet. So, Murakan slowly stood up, and his body began to shift and transform into his true form. "I am Murakan, the representative of Solderet, his friend, and the last descendant of the first shadow beings. Based on our 1,000-year agreement, I will be your companion from this moment forward." As Murakan's true form appeared, Jin started shaking with pure excitement. Just a minute ago, he was terrified that Murakan and Solderet might have been bitter enemies. If they were enemies, the dragon probably would have wiped Jin off the map for having that power. But they were actually buddies. Looks like his gamble paid off big time. Tell me your name, contractor of Solderet. Jin Runcandel. Jin finally let out a satisfied smile. He did it. I am the 13th son and the youngest of the Runcandel family. It is an honor to walk with you. Murakan is a straight-up legend. The Stormy Wind Sanctuary was actually named after him because he ruled over this whole place a long time ago. But 1,000 years ago, Murakan was defeated in a duel against the founder, Tama Runcandel. History says that after the arena was destroyed, Murakan fell into a deep, magical hibernation. But after meeting Murakan, Jin felt like the history books were missing something. It seems like those who sign contracts with the gods, like Tema or himself, get a dragon partner. Even though there are still plenty of secrets to uncover, becoming the partner of the black dragon Murakan is definitely a massive win for him. The next day, Jin went back to the secret room and brought a box of food. Since they were going to be roommates for a while, Jin started asking all the questions he was curious about. First up, that ancient battle with his ancestor Tema, but it had been way too long. Murakan had slept so much his brain was basically mush. After a few tries, Jin could only be certain of one thing when it came to this legendary creature. This guy absolutely loves the strawberry cookies Jin brought him. Murakan also started wondering why Jin sneaks in every day just to copy secret books. I guess you actually understand some of this stuff, he asked. Maybe 30%. The rest is a total mystery, Jin sighed. Do not lose hope yet. For a kid your age, 30% is actually insane. Other kids couldn't even dream of doing that because they are all just too lazy, Murakan told him. But that did not make Jin feel any better. Murakan was just comparing him to normal kids, but Jin was from the family that literally ruled the entire continent. He had 12 older brothers and sisters, plus his parents and the elders. If he wanted to surpass them, he had to push himself way harder than this. Murakan, how much did the founder actually understand about these books when he was my age? Jin asked. He wanted to know how he stacked up against the strongest human in history. Murakan's answer caught him totally off guard. Tema? I do not think that guy understood a single line in those books when he was your age. But book smarts are not everything. Murakan remembered that Tema rarely read anything, but he was still a genius fighter. He told Jin straight up that he had potential like Tema, but he was not as naturally gifted as his ancestor yet. Jin was hoping for a compliment, but hearing that made him feel pretty down. So, I will never be as great as the man who started our clan? Murakan looked at him for a long time, then reached out and ruffled Jin's hair. No, you are a contractor for Solderet just like Tema, and you are smart enough to actually read these books. You are still just a little kid, so don't rush it. Just keep training your tail off. You will get as strong as Tema, and you might even blow past him one day. Murakan was not just trying to be nice, he was telling the stone-cold truth. Because Solderet, the shadow god who gave Jin his power, is literally known as the Infinite. His power has no end, and that means Jin, as his contractor, also has no limits to his potential. Of course, in Murakan's eyes, Jin was still just a kid. It was only natural for him to feel a bit discouraged on the long road to the top. So, he decided to teach Jin a new move to cheer him up. He showed him how to release the shadow energy stored inside his body. Murakan said that every creature who controls shadows has to get used to this feeling. But it is super dangerous if you don't do it right, so Jin had to take it slow and be serious. He was a good student and asked, So, Lord Murakan, what is the first thing I need to do? You? First, you have to learn how to. Jin was confused. He thought Soldet's shadow power had nothing to do with magic, but Murakan said the very first step was unlocking his mana. Look, you did this a million times in your past life, remember? Releasing shadow energy is basically just unlocking your mana and moving it around. Easy stuff for a pro. You gotta master these two moves perfectly. From here on out, expect to be grinding this out for at least 2 or 3 years. Jin scowled. 3 years? For a guy itching to get strong fast, that sounded like an eternity. Meanwhile, Murakan kept blabbing, saying since he didn't even know the basics yet, there was no way he could teach him the high-level stuff. Long story short, the next step is unlocking your mana. But right as he said that, a magic sphere popped into Jin's hand. He just stood there looking bored, like he was doing something as simple as breathing. Like this, right? Now can you finally stop holding back and teach me the real deal? Murakan was totally floored. He leaned in, staring at the magic ball and bugging Jin about how he pulled it off. Obviously, Jin couldn't just say he was a reincarnated legend who mastered this in a past life, so he just played it cool. So in Murakan's eyes, this kid was a straight-up prodigy. He decided right then to show off and give Jin a live demo of what releasing shadow energy actually looked like. Jin was stoked since he finally tricked Murakan into teaching him how to master shadow energy. Even though the guy had been taking a nap for over 1,000 years, his power had not dropped one single bit. Shadow energy comes straight from Solderet. Every shadow in existence is born from him. Basically, Solderet is the ultimate master of all the darkness in the world right now, and he is the source of everything. Jin is the only person who signed a contract with him, which basically makes him the new boss of every shadow on the planet. As he talked, Murakan unleashed a massive wave of shadow energy. It was overwhelming, but it got Jin totally hyped. Time flew by while Jin was grinding to master Soderet's power, and his older siblings definitely weren't just sitting around doing nothing either. Take his oldest sister, Luna, for example. She was out there busy clearing a massive zone of monsters. Her knights reported that they only had 5 areas left before the job was done. Luna figured 4 months would be plenty, so she told her squad to take a breather. Then she remembered something and asked her crew what a 9-year-old kid would even like. Half a year later, those annoying Tona twins were finally old enough to leave the castle. They finally got away from Jin, and honestly, with them gone, the place felt a lot less cluttered. Soon, Julie and the maids threw Jin a 9th birthday party. But right as they were about to cut the cake, a servant rushed in to announce that Lady Luna had arrived. Luna showing up for his birthday was a total shock. Everyone knew the oldest Runcandel child was a legendary knight who was way too busy for family parties. Her nickname was the White Whale, probably because of her platinum hair. She was easily the strongest of the Runcandel siblings, but she had zero interest in becoming the next clan leader. She checked out of that messy succession war a long time ago. To Jin, she was like a lonely white whale. Because of that, she never really bothered to look at her younger siblings. Her relationship with her 12 siblings was more like strangers than family. In his past life, Jin was no exception to that cold, distant rule she lived by. Yet here she was, crashing his birthday at the Storm Castle without any warning. At first, Jin thought something big had happened to the clan, or maybe she caught him sneaking into the secret vault. But when they finally stood face to face, the first thing she said was, "You have really grown up, little guy." "If I knew you were coming, I would have dressed better," Jin said. "That is cute," she replied, ruffling his hair. "Do I really need an invitation to visit my own little brother?" Luna was acting totally out of character, which left Jin completely stunned. But his shocked face made her think he was feeling sick or something was actually wrong with him. "Why do you look so pale? Are you sick?" "No, not at all," Jin said. "I guess I am just a bit nervous right now. It is the first time we have been this close, so I feel kind of restless." This time, it was Luna who looked totally taken aback. Runcandel tradition usually meant siblings watching their backs or stepping on each other to get ahead. It was not weird that Jin thought she was there to test him. A wave of sadness washed over Luna. She clenched her fists and stayed quiet for a bit. "Yeah, I guess I was not being thoughtful enough. You might be young, but I forgot you are still a Runcandel child." Then, Luna suddenly knelt down to eye level and told him she had something to say in private. Jin got the hint and immediately cleared the room, telling the guards and even Julie to wait outside. Jin had no idea why she was acting so weird, but it did not seem like anything bad. Once they were finally alone, the vibe changed and Luna started looking way more serious. She explained that when Sciron Runcandel visited his youngest son last time, Jin caught the attention of every other sibling in the family. That is never a good thing. Which means in a year when you leave this place, you are going to have a giant target on your back. "Little guy," Luna said, her voice sounding totally sincere and worried. "I really hope you do not lose your happiness by getting dragged into this family war. I truly want you to stay safe from these twisted Runcandel traditions we live by." Jin did not know how to respond to that. Did she seriously give up the leader spot just for peace? And if she really wanted him safe, why did she never warn him even once in his past life? Was it because back then he was not worth her time? Or did the others just not see him as a real threat worth worrying about? Regardless of the reason, Jin could feel how sincere Luna was being right now. He reached out with his other hand and gently patted her hand that was gripping his own so tightly. "Sister, I really appreciate the warning, but I have no intention of staying out of this fight. Jin, I am being serious here, and not just because you might face me. I know, but I have already survived one assassination attempt. That is why I cannot just walk away from this mess." Honestly, the assassination he meant was actually that illusion blade curse. And he had already broken that curse in his past life anyway. When Luna heard this, her eyes went wide with shock before her face twisted into a look of pure rage. Jin could practically feel the bloodlust radiating off his sister. "Who was it? Who had the guts to try and take your life right here in the Storm Castle? Tell me. Tell me who wants you dead. You see, the storm castle was built to protect the Runcandel kids, keeping them safe from getting taken out too early in these brutal power struggles for leadership. Hearing her little brother got attacked inside was enough to make Luna lose it. Honestly, I still have not figured out who did it yet, Jin admitted calmly. But I am fine, sis, Jin said, trying to calm her down. Besides, it is not like every sibling hates me. I mean, you are right here for me, aren't you? Thanks for looking out for me. I really appreciate it. Seeing a 9-year-old kid talk with the maturity of a grown man just made Luna's heart ache even more. She didn't know what to say, so she just pulled Jin into a hug and ruffled his hair. It was the first time he realized how warm she actually was, so he hugged her back. All right, today is a happy day, so let us keep things chill. As Luna let go of Jin, she pulled a small box from her shirt. She said the main reason she showed up was to give Jin a gift. Inside that box was a necklace with a blue stone, but this was no ordinary piece of jewelry. Luna warned him that if he ever faced a problem he could not handle alone, he just had to smash the blue gem. She would come running to his side immediately. So, keep it on you at all times. Luna helped Jin put it on and gave him one last look. Happy 9th birthday, little brother. Try to stay out of trouble. After that, Julie brought out some cake. The two of them sat there eating and vibing like any normal siblings would. Eventually, Luna had to head out. That night, Jin snuck back to the secret vault. The moment Murakan saw him, he started talking trash. Why are you so late, and what is that shiny thing around your neck? Oh, just a birthday present, Jin replied casually. Whoever gave you that must really like you to hand over something so wild. Murakan pointed at the gem with a shaky, excited finger. Seeing him act weird made Jin suspicious. That was when he found out this blue gem was actually a relic from the Demon King Orgel. Over 1,000 years ago, people literally died to get their hands on this. This relic is insane. It blocks magic attacks under 5 stars, buffs your own mana, and even lets you summon stuff. It is basically a cheat code for any young mage out there. Murakan knew all this because he is an old soul who lived through the Orgel era. Some high-level person must have given this to you, right? Murakan asked. Yeah, my big sis just stopped by. Wait, you could sense her energy from all the way down here? Jin handed Murakan some birthday cake, looking totally shocked at the dragon's power. Duh, and she probably sensed me too. That comment straight up panicked Jin. He was terrified Luna would snitch to the family, but Murakan told him he was worrying over nothing. Someone who gives you a Demon King relic is not going to run and tell on you. They would not just leave you to get wrecked by the family. Jin realized that made sense. Murakan even said that out of all his siblings, Luna was the one he could actually trust, and he was right. Back at Stormy Castle, Luna had definitely felt a weird energy she had never sensed before. She figured her little brother was low-key plotting something big, but she decided it was better to just play dumb and look the other way for now. Right then, Luna made a huge choice. No matter what Jin did or what he became, she was going to have his back in this family war. She was officially on Team Jin. Another year flew by. The time at Stormy Castle that Jin thought would be boring actually gave him a lot. Khan's respect, the Phoenix Heart from Mary, a bond with Luna, and even meeting the legendary shadow dragon, Murakan. These were things he never even dreamed of in his past life. But now, it was time to pack up and head back to the main castle. During his drills with Khan, Jin was always locked in. Khan finally saw why the boss favored this kid. Even though Khan was the one grading the training, Jin's eyes made it feel like he was the one judging how well the old man was doing his job. That is why when the lesson ended, Khan did something he never did for the other heirs. Young Master Jin, teaching you has been the greatest honor of my life. You are leaving Stormy Castle soon, but I promise to keep pushing you until the very last second. As he said this, Khan bowed down with some serious respect for the kid. Sounds good. Keep me on my toes until then. More time passed, and finally, tomorrow was the day Jin would leave this place for good. While Julie was packing his bags, Jin was just chilling, playing with a candle flame. He held his fingers in the fire but did not feel a thing. He figured he had absorbed half the Phoenix Heart's power already. While cleaning, Julie mentioned she was making strawberry cake for Jin's snack. That hit him. He remembered Murakan was still stuck down in the secret vault waiting for his treats. Even though it was late, Jin made up an excuse to go for a walk and ran straight to the secret room. He had already told Murakan he was leaving the castle soon. The dragon seemed pretty hyped for the move. So, how exactly are you planning to follow me? Jin asked. Murakan started flexing like a total show-off. Do not make this a big deal. I am a legendary black dragon. Even if I am not at full strength, this is easy work for me. I promise I will follow you without anyone noticing a thing. Wait, you got weaker? Why did you wait until now to tell me something that important, man? Since they were bros now, Jin was not afraid to talk back instead of acting all formal. Kid, how could I be fine after sleeping for 1,000 years? Luckily, Murakan said his strength would return, and Jin would eventually get even stronger than him since Murakan was his guardian. So hurry up and become a legendary magic swordsman like Tamar, Murakan added. Come to think of it, Murakan mentioned the Runcandels used to be magic swordsmen, not just pure warriors like they are nowadays. Jin had heard rumors about this from Solderet before. His family started as magic swordsmen, and the first patriarch, Tamar Runcandel, was the strongest one to ever live. Now, almost nobody knows that is the truth. Murakan also said the family gave up magic for pure sword skills because of some heavy curse or oath made 1,000 years ago. Man, even if they call me the family guardian, I bet they would be super annoyed if I actually showed my face right now. Murakan started complaining. If this were 1,000 years ago, we would both be worshipped as the greatest beings on earth. Murakan kept yapping, while Jin was the only one actually worried about the escape plan. The dragon even planned to use magic to leave an illusion behind. Anyone looking in would just see him sleeping in that giant glass jar like nothing had changed. What happens if someone spots the fake? Jin asked. He just wanted to be sure, but he definitely hurt the ego of this sensitive dragon. Hey, I am the Great Black Dragon, okay? Simple illusions are a piece of cake, so stop stressing. But since his power was low, he was not sure how long the spell would actually hold up. He promised to keep it going as long as possible. That way, if people noticed he was gone later, they would not think it had anything to do with Jin leaving. Hearing that finally made Jin feel a bit better. With the business done, he pulled out a box of strawberry cookies and some strawberry wine he made himself. Murakan's eyes lit up instantly. What is this, you sweet kid? Raising you was definitely the best choice I ever made. This is amazing. Early the next morning, Julie helped Jin into his coat and let him out. Over the last few years, she had watched him train harder than anyone else. But the main castle is a whole different beast. It is harsh and busy, so she was low-key worried. Julie, don't worry. I will kill it at the main castle, Jin promised. Right, and I will give you my all, too. As they finished talking, the escort arrived. Sir Jerome and the Nanny were there to take Jin safely to the Garden of Swords. So on October 30th, 1790, Jin finally bailed on the Storm Castle to head for the Candon family's main turf. He was officially stepping into a bloody family civil war. But right after the carriage started rolling, a massive blizzard hit the area. Julie warned that the roads would be buried in snow soon, so they had to hole up in a village. If the snow got too deep, even teleportation would be a total no-go. Right then, the carriage started rattling like crazy. Jerome and House started screaming about an ambush and told them to stay inside the ride. Julie told the young lord to chill because everything was going to be fine. Jerome and House are 7-star knights, plus she had his back too. Julie scoped it out and saw about 20 enemies. Looked like a mix of mages and warriors, maybe some archers too. Luckily, it did not seem like any of them were stronger than a 7-star fighter. But when Jin peeked out the window and saw both knights totally occupied with the fight, his face went pale. He whispered Julie, "We gotta get out of here now." Julie did not get why he was bugging, but Jin had already spotted something fishy. Candon family guards are never supposed to leave their post no matter what. Their top priority is always protecting the bloodline. So, regardless of how many enemies there were, one of those guys should have stayed right by Jin's side to protect him. But since they both ran off to fight, it meant one of them was a traitor, or maybe they were both imposters. Hell, they might not even be on our side at all. This carriage is probably a trap with a hidden weapon, so we need to get out now, Julie. Seeing how serious Jin looked, Julie did not waste a second. Usually she was just a sweet nanny, but in this mess, she had to step up and protect the heir with her life. 2 wolf-claw weapons snapped out of her sleeves, and Julie's whole vibe shifted. She looked totally different, way more savage than her usual sweet self. I will protect you as a member of the Candon family. Forgive me if I get a bit rough, young lord. Then Julie shredded the carriage roof and snatched Jin up as they leaped outside. They bolted through the massive blizzard like a couple of ghosts. After they ran for a bit, Jin told her he wanted to turn back and check the ambush spot. If those fake guards were actually trying to kill him, they should have made their move the second they stepped out of the carriage. But right now, everything was staying weirdly quiet, and it didn't sit right with him at all. Julie nodded and took him back to the scene. There, a one-eyed dude was busy barking orders. He yelled for them to find Jin Candon and to split up to cover the left side. Getting closer, Jin and Julie spotted demon and spade symbols on their cloaks. Those marks belonged to the Mateo magic family and that group of sellswords called the Black King Mercenaries. Yo, look! We found Julie McLaren and Jin Runcandel over here. The one-eyed guy suddenly dropped down from the sky and blocked their path like a total boss. This was Mukira, the captain of the Black King squad. He was actually hired by the Runcandel family to come rescue the little lord. As for Jerome and House, their cover was blown big time. If those two were actually elite 7-star Zancander guards, there is absolutely no way they would be having this much trouble fighting off these attackers. "Who the hell are you people? What are you actually after?" Julie screamed at them. That Jerome guy just started cackling like a maniac, like I would ever waste my breath answering some Candon family dogs, he mocked. Even though Mukira and his squad could handle the situation, Jin was the boss now. Since the young master was on the scene, his word was the only one that mattered. Jin did not show an ounce of mercy. He ordered Julie to take one guy out to clear some space, then chop the other guy's hands off and drag him over. She lunged at Jerome like a messenger from hell and took him down with just 2 simple moves. The other guy, House, watched this nanny fight better than a seasoned warrior, and his face went totally white from pure terror. Before he could even react, Julie sliced his hands clean off without blinking. With no hands to balance himself, House stumbled around for a second before collapsing face first into the freezing snow. Julie grabbed him by the hair and dragged him over to Jin. "Your boss really underestimated who he was messing with," she growled. "To even get a job as a servant for the Candon family, you have to be at least a 7-star fighter," Jin mocked. "So if you losers ever plan on assassinating one of our heirs again, you should at least try to save the Chatter Kid. This is just the beginning. The end of the Candon family is coming for you," House screamed with pure hatred. "Ha, honestly? I am looking forward to it," Jin replied. "I do not give a damn about the Candon Empire. I am only interested in the Jin Candon Empire." As he said that, his eyes turned cold and incredibly menacing. Even Mukira was a bit rattled, but House clearly did not fear death and kept running his mouth. "You bastard, you will be bowing down to the Zipfel family soon enough." Jin knew that cursed name Zipfel all too well. They were the legendary mage clan that ruled over the other half of the world. If the Candon family was famous for their god-tier swordsmanship, then the Zipfel family was known for reaching the absolute peak of ancient magic power. 1,000 years ago, after Tema Candon passed away, the Zipfels forced a humiliating oath on the family. They demanded the Candon clan strip magic away from their bloodline entirely. And just like that, magic was sealed off from the Candons. To them, the Zipfel family became their sworn enemies for 1,000 years, and the feeling was definitely mutual. No wonder Jin was confused about who would dare pull this. It was just some Zipfel fanatics. In that case, trying to interrogate the guy was probably a total waste of time. Jean ordered Julie to dump House somewhere in the snow and let him rot. Since they were mortal enemies, the Zipfel clan was always plotting some kind of terror attack against the Zancanders. This time, though, it probably was not a direct hit from the Zipfels, but rather their crazy followers acting on their own. Still, Jin felt something was off. No matter how well these rats hid, they should not have been able to fool a 7-star knight like Julie. He suspected someone on the inside was pulling the strings. Julie finished her job and got back fast, and that is when Jin finally turned his attention toward Mukira. The only reason he made it out of that mess was because Mukira and his squad managed to distract those 2 imposters long enough for him to get away. So Jin promised that once they were back at the castle, he would report their brave actions so they could all get a massive reward. "Alright, now Ruta, get that teleportation gate up and running immediately." "Yes, Lord, I will give it everything I have got." Mukira answered, stammering just a little bit. He honestly could not believe a 10-year-old kid was calling all the shots. Jin was way too confident and mature for someone his age. Plus, after everything that just went down, the kid was acting like it was just another Tuesday. Mukira could not stop thinking about what Jin said earlier about building his own Jin Candon empire. He could not help but shiver, realizing those were not just empty words. The kid was dead serious about it. But since it was family business, Mukira could only let out a long sigh. Then he warned his men to watch their step until the teleportation gate was finished. He told them to be extra careful and not to pull any stupid stunts. "Come on, Captain, why are you being so strict all of a sudden? Since when do we care about this stuff?" The Black King members were confused, but he just snapped back. "Shut up and do what I said." Mukira sighed, thinking his crew was totally clueless. They did not seem to realize just how terrifying that 10-year-old kid really was. By now, Julie had fixed herself up. Since the carriage was trashed, the group had to hike to the nearest village. A few people were worried about Jerome and House, but Jin told them not to give those losers another thought. Whether they are found alive or dead, this will serve as a brutal warning to the rest of their pathetic squad. The snow is really coming down. Mukira says it is another 2 hours to the village, but Jin is not even sweating it. He is too focused on Julie's depressed face and knows he has to cheer her up. "Quit obsessing over the mission, Julie. It is not on you. Even a 9-star legend like Khan could not spot the trap in the arena, so give yourself a break. You are a 7-star warrior, so of course you missed it. Julie gets it, but she will not stop beating herself up and saying sorry. Man, she is exactly like she was in the past life. In the end, Julie's whole destiny is tied to the kid she is raising. That is just how it goes. Back in the day, She was Jin's nanny. Since he was a total loser, people treated her like garbage. But she never complained or hated him. When he got kicked out of the castle, she was tossed out right behind him. All she did was cry, telling him how sorry she was for not taking better care of him. It was heart-wrenching. Jin can still see her sobbing in the freezing snow. He hates being harsh to the one person who is always good to him. But this is not the past life. Things are different now, and Julie has to toughen up her spirit. Being nice was not working at all. Jin had no choice but to start shouting just to snap her back to reality. Stop the self-pity right now. That is an order, Julie. As long as you are my nanny, you are the only guardian I need. If you let these little things get to you, how can I trust you to watch my back in the future? I am not going to repeat myself. Do not ever make me say this again. Are we clear? Jin's hardcore attitude finally snapped Julie out of it. She pulled herself together and kept moving forward right by his side. Julie knows Jin is only being tough because he actually cares. She wants to protect him more than anything, which is exactly why she is being so hard on herself. She just wants to be better for him. After that verbal reality check, Julie's spirit was back in the game. Jin felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. They hiked for hours until they finally hit a village, where Mukiera hooked them up with a room. He could not stop overthinking things. If his gut is right, this whole mess probably has the fingerprints of that shape-shifting wizard, Booba Gaston, all over it. Shifting is a dragon thing, but even those big lizards cannot pull off a perfect disguise. Booba is the only one in existence who can pull off a flawless transformation. That creep uses his powers to play dress-up and wreck the world. Jin is praying he is wrong about this. If Booba is actually involved, things are about to get way more complicated than we can handle. In his past life, the BEMIN squad busted Booba when Jin was 20. If he could somehow flip that guy and make him an ally right now, it would be a total game changer. But there is no way he is inviting a guy who used to point a sword at him. Before that old man causes more drama, Jin needs to check things out thoroughly and see what is up. Thinking was getting too hard, and his brain just shut off. Julie was just taking off her coat to start her guard shift, but Jin was already out cold and snoring. Look, he is in a 10-year-old body, and yesterday was absolute chaos. He was exhausted. The next morning, Jin woke up to the sound of some annoying cat meowing right outside his window. He opened his eyes and saw a black cat rubbing against the glass. That little sneak. Murakan did say he was going to stay hidden and follow him everywhere. You said you would hide and follow me. So, your big plan was to turn into a house cat? Jin could barely stop laughing, while Murakan was outside looking absolutely fuming. After he finished laughing, he let the cat in. Do not be mad. I was just shocked you picked this look. I honestly thought you would disguise yourself as one of my servants, like a driver or something. Hey, if I did that, every single knight in your family would be staring at me. Murakan snapped back through gritted teeth. Then, he transformed back into his old self. But he was being clumsy and tripped over a loose floorboard, sending him flying straight into the window with a loud thud. Hearing the crash, Julie went into full guard mode and burst into the room. Murakan was too slow to hide or turn back into a cat. He was totally busted. Who the heck are you? And why are you stalking my young master? Julie went full demon mode, pinning Murakan to the floor and demanding some serious answers. Talk fast before I end you. Jin tried to jump in, but before he could even invent a fake name for Murakan, the guy sat up the second he heard the name Julie. Julie? Is this actually Julie? Oh, my sweet little strawberry pie. I have finally been blessed with your presence. Look, this legendary shadow dragon actually has a super girly obsession with eating strawberry pies. For the last 2 years, Jin has been bringing him non-stop snacks and constantly bragging that his amazing nanny, Julie, was the one who made them. Murakan had been dying to meet her in person forever. Jin just held his head in his hands and groaned. Everything was officially going off the rails. Jin pointed at the messy-haired Murakan who was sitting there with a cocky grin. First off, this is the guardian deity of our family, the shadow dragon, Murakan. Then he pointed at the confused Julie, and this is but before Jin could finish, the dragon cut him off. I know exactly who she is. She is my precious little strawberry pie, right? Julie immediately bowed down, apologizing over and over. She told the deity she was just a lowly servant and felt terrible for being so disrespectful to him. Please forgive me. But he just laughed and told her not to sweat it, calling her his little pie again. Julie was totally lost and asked why on earth he was calling her a strawberry pie. Because you are amazing, beautiful, and you bake the most perfect strawberry pies ever. Julie finally put 2 and 2 together. So, is this guy the reason you have been demanding strawberry pies every single day? She looked away and started giggling. Jin gently asked her to sit down so he could finally explain everything. They all sat down properly, except for Murakan, who was just lounging around. Julie was in total shock, realizing there was so much she did not know about her young master. Jin told her he was sorry for keeping her in the dark, but she was not even mad. She always knew he was special, but this was a whole other level. Julie looked at the two of them, completely blown away. First there was the magic, then the contract with Solderet, and now an actual dragon. Murakan just laughed and made a tiny dragon dance on his fingertip. She was beaming with joy and held her hands up with excitement. As his servant, she was just genuinely shocked and incredibly happy for his success. Look, you are part of our inner circle now. Nobody can find out that Murakan has actually woken up or that I have this kind of connection with him. Do you understand? Julie nodded immediately. Yes, young master, I understand. He sat up and gave her a cocky grin. Do not worry about a thing, Strawberry Pie. I am always going to be by his side. She thanked him for his kindness. Then she remembered that loud thud from earlier. By the way, does your head still hurt from when you smashed your face into the window earlier? Jin shoved Murakan's face back. Watch it, old man, he grunted. Quit the lecture and just listen. Then he started breaking it down. Actually, the wood was still damp. Murakan finally owned up. Fine, I tripped, he laughed, head back, zero shame. Julie looked at Jin, pale with worry. Young master, is this guy legit? Jin shrugged, looking unsure. I guess so, maybe? They hit the mythal transfer gate. Murakan was back in cat form on Jin's shoulder, while Julie talked to Mukara. Nice work, Black King Squad, she said. Mukara spotted Murakan. A cat? Was that furball here before? Julie ignored the shade. The Runcandel clan will definitely make it worth your while for the help. He stood tall in front of Julie. This mission was a solid experience for the crew, he replied. Then he glanced down at Jin and the cat, who were both staring right back. I am stoked to see what the future holds for the Runcandel heir. Suddenly, he flipped the script. Julie, I have got a question for you. She jumped a bit. Mukara reached out a hand, looking dead serious. Why would someone as elite as you ditch the McLaurin clan just to play nanny for some Runcandel kid? Julie turned her back, ice cold, nothing left to talk about. Realizing he overstepped, he scratched his head. My bad. I went too far. She just nodded. Whatever. Julie turned to the soldiers. All right, let us move. They headed inside where the gatekeeper gave a bored welcome. Welcome to Mythal Gate. IDs, please. I need to see your papers. She pulled back her scarf to show the Runcandel sword crest. The gatekeeper's eyes went wide. Oh, from the Hugh Feder Alliance. My mistake. You guys are Runcandels. Proceed. Julie tucked the crest back away. The gatekeeper bowed and pointed the way. Absolute honor. Follow me, please. We have got premium seating all set up for you. Murakan chilled on Jin's shoulder as they walked. The guide kept talking. We will be ready in a flash if you can just hang out here for 2 hours. Safe travels. They sat down, and the cat immediately hopped onto the cushion. Young master, Julie whispered. Jin looked up. Murakan was already fast asleep right on Julie's lap. She frowned, looking stressed. Honestly, as your servant, I am worried. If Murakan gets caught, we are toast. Jin nodded. You are talking about my secret magic, right? Julie's voice sounded legit panicked. Exactly. No one in the clan can find out. Jin gave her a reassuring grin. Relax. I got this. I will keep it buried. Suddenly, they both spun around. Jin narrowed his eyes. That green uniform and the golden dragon crest caught his eye. It was a zipful. Then, white-haired Veridin stepped into view. He marched in with a squad of massive bodyguards. Jin knew exactly who it was. Zipful. Veridin plopped down in the chair right across from them. Pure silence. Jin used his book to hide his face. Who is this guy? Looks familiar. Veridin leaned on his hand, looking annoyed. Man, I really do not feel like going today. His next words made Julie's blood boil, but Jin stayed chill. Ugh, why are there annoying rats here? But before anyone could move, Murakan bolted toward him. The cat sat under his chair, looking all innocent. Veridin actually smiled. Whoa, your cat is actually pretty cute. He waved at Murakan. Come here, kitty. Want a treat? Suddenly, Murakan went wild and scratched Veridin's hand. The guards freaked out. Young master, that beast! But Veridin just waved them off as they reached for their swords. Chill out, guys. It is just an animal. I probably scared it. Plus, drawing blades in front of Runcandels is just asking for trouble. Veridin looked over, surprised that Jin had not reacted at all. I was just curious, so I wanted to mess with you a bit. Did not expect zero reaction, though. I guess the Runcandel youngest is actually pretty chill. Murakan went back to Jin's lap. Veridin stood up and held out a hand. I am Veridin Zipfel. My bad for being a jerk earlier. Jin just stared. In Jin's head, this guy was a legend. A genius mage everyone worshipped. The top pick to lead the Zipfel clan and a total idol for every young wizard. He had the skills. But here he was, just a kid smiling and holding out his hand. I used to think this guy was light years ahead of me in terms of magic skills. Jin did not take the hand, but Veridin's grin did not flicker. Jin thought to himself, so this is what he was like back then. Meeting him now? Kind of fun. Jin closed his book and pet the cat instead of shaking. I was wondering what kind of guy you were. Good to know you are not a total moron. Veridin blinked. Jin's smile was sharp and dangerous. If your goons had actually pulled those swords, you would be heading to Hewfetter without guards, and you might have lost a few fingers, too. Veridin laughed, waving his hand awkwardly. Man, even your jokes are pretty violent. Jin's blue eyes turned ice cold. He dropped his voice. You really think I am joking right now? Veridin flinched but tried to play it cool. Okay. Let me give you some advice. He spoke calmly. If you meet another Zipfel or get into this mess again, do not be so quick to start chopping off fingers. It will just end in a world of hurt for both our families. Jin smirked. Real funny, Veridin. Jin's calm tone caught him off guard. Do you really think my dad, Sirron Runcandel, and your dad, Patriarch Zipfel, are going to care about a couple of kids fighting? Veridin's eyes went wide, and he burst out laughing. You are right. They would probably just throw some gold at the problem. I like you. I will pay you back later. Jin did not skip a beat. Do not wait. Pay me now. Veridin bowed with a grin. Sure thing. What do you need? But Jin's answer made him freeze up completely. I would love it if you could just shut up until the gate opens. Stop bothering me so I can sleep. Veridin started freaking out silently, making faces and jumping around. He sat on the floor, staring at Jin with sparkling eyes. If it were not for the clan rivalry, he would definitely ask to be bros. His bodyguard whispered, Master, please, your reputation. But Veridin was just getting hyped. Wait, if he is a Runcandel, does that mean we are destined to be legendary rivals? That is so cool. The guard just face-palmed and groaned. Master, I am begging you. He was totally helpless against Veridin's weirdly intense, starry-eyed gaze. This guy was a total freak. His fingers were almost gone and he was still acting like a dork. Are all Zipfels this insane? Then the intercom cut through the weirdness. Glowing runes started lighting up across the ceiling. A massive burst of magic formed into a diamond shape as a cold voice made the final announcement. The transfer gate is now opening. Expect some dizziness or a headache as a side effect. As the blue light swallowed them up, Veridin suddenly bolted upright and yelled, Jin Runcandel! Even as he vanished, Veridin looked thrilled. Great meeting you. See you next time. Jin just looked away. I am good. Let us never do this again. The massive castle and the Runcandel family flag finally came into view. Below them, the horse carriage kept rolling along without a break. Julie stood at attention as Jin stepped off the carriage. A voice immediately called out, Welcome back. Pedro bowed deeply. I am your second servant, Pedro. Behind him, rows of armored knights stood perfectly still. Sharp blades of all shapes and sizes are stabbed into the castle courtyard. Pedro is acting all formal, saying it must have been a total grind to get here. A massive, shiny mansion is basking in the sunlight. Welcome to the main estate of the legendary Runcandel family. Those golden swords really grab your attention as he introduces the place the Garden of Swords. Pedro explains that the Garden of Swords is where those who built the Runcandel Empire get the honor of planting their own blades for all to see. Every single sword is carved with insane detail. Basically, this place is the ultimate symbol of dreams and honor for every member of the family. They walk through the garden into the mansion. Jin is low-key impressed. It was his dream to plant a sword here before kicking the bucket. He remembers his old self, weak, pathetic, and kneeling without any potential. He was a straight-up loser back then. I was never a leader or a genius. How could I be so stupid to think that just trying hard would change everything? Jin looks up, eyes filled with hope. This time, things are different. In this priceless place, I am going to live a life that actually matters. The family crests on the windows are glowing in the bright sun. Jin and Gilly finally arrive. He stays cool while looking at the people on the stairs. The boss of the family, Rosa Runcandel, greets them. Long time no see, kiddo. He replies, Yeah, hey mom. She is totally shocked. Her golden cat eyes are wide open as she stares at Murakan with a very suspicious look. The old man asks Jin if he picked up a stray animal. Jin scratches the black cat under the chin, making it purr, and says, I took him in, father. Sairon notices the weird phrasing. Instead of saying you found it, you said you took it in? He actually praises him for being so polite. That is the right way for a Runcandel to talk. Suddenly, Murakan jumps off Jin's shoulder, scaring him. His mom leans down to pet the cat and asks, So, what is this little guy's name? Jin uses the fake name he made up for Murakan's cat form. His name is Butterfly Runcandel, mother. Rosa looks a bit taken aback by that choice. Unlike the mom, the other siblings start losing their minds. Tifona starts screaming, saying, What the heck, Dad, even if he is just a little kid. This is not okay. How dare he give the Runcandel name to a basic animal? He even starts blaming Gilly, asking her what kind of stuff she is teaching the youngest. Gilly just apologizes. Siren finally tells everyone to shut it. He looks down at Jin and asks, Kid, why did you give the family name to a cat? Jin puts his hand on his chest and stands firm. Because now I am responsible for him. He might just be an animal, but he is the first life I ever claimed. So his name needs to have real value. Siron is stunned by the answer. That is surprising. But kid, do you actually understand how heavy the Runcandel name is? The boy hugs the cat tight. His attitude is rock solid. I understand perfectly. If anyone disrespects Butterfly, they are going to have to settle the score with me. The dad pats his head and says it looks like the kid has a real talent for making enemies. Siron looks at the pissed-off faces of his other children and tells Jin to check out their glares. Jin just holds on to Murakan and stays calm. Seems like it, but I also have a talent for taking out my enemies, father. The old man gives a satisfied grin, showing his teeth. He drops a hint to the rest of them. You guys better start worrying if you want to handle this cheeky brat. Time flies by. 4 years later, it is the summer of 1794. In the middle of the massive estate, someone shouts out, Young master. Jin is a tall teenager now. Jin Runcandel, 14 years old, a 2-star knight and a low-level cadet. Garen comes over to announce that training is done for today. Good work out there. Jin asks him, Are we really only training in the morning? Garen laughs and asks if he forgot that Lady Luna has training plans for him later. This is Garen Antimir, a family guardian and instructor. Jin listens and puts his wooden sword back on the rack. Yeah, right. I am gonna go grab a bite. Garen asks him if he is really eating with the other cadets again. Rosa is going to be pretty disappointed about that. He sighs and says, It is fine. I just do not want to deal with a staring contest with my siblings while I am trying to eat. Garen follows his lead. Understood. I will tell her. Meanwhile, other students are lined up at the cafeteria grabbing food. Someone speaks up and startles Jin. Young master, I brought some food for you. He says thanks to Barilov, who hands him the tray with a huge smile. No problem, boss. This is Barilov Smith, a low-level guardian cadet in training. Jin watches him stuffing his face next to him. Barilov Smith is 13. Jin remembers how in his past life, this guy got kicked out and lost his cadet status. He asks if it tastes that good. Barilov jumps, looking all awkward with his cheeks full of food, still chewing like a maniac. Barilov is a total fanboy. He says he is always grateful to the Runcandels. Without them, he would never get to eat this delicious meat. And I am also grateful to the young master for sharing his meat with me. Jin cuts him off. Enough, stop. He asks if he just memorized that speech. Barilov just scratches his head and laughs nervously. Jin suddenly gets serious and tells him he needs to learn some self-control and composure. The truth is, yapping like that makes other people look down on you. He stutters out, Really? Jin looks at him with a very stern, tough expression. Exactly. Straighten your back and be confident. You are a Runcandel Guardian Cadet, after all. Barilov looks down and whispers that his grades are trash and he is not even a 1-star. Jin sighs and tells him that becoming a cadet here is not easy. As the tray gets empty, Jin keeps giving him advice. Forget about your low scores. You are still way better than most 13-year-olds. Jin looks at the kid moping and thinks he is way too innocent. His own family is probably targeting him. Jin remembers his past life. How did such a pure kid end up forced into the life of a killer? After becoming a loyal dog for the Empire, he started walking down a path of cold-blooded murder. Jin feels bad for the kid's tragic fate. He was shocked to hear he became a royal guard, and even more heartbroken when he heard he took his own life. I cannot just leave him like this. Jin puts a piece of meat on his tray, making him gasp. The young master tells him to calm down. I am not hungry, so you can have it. Barilov's eyes start sparkling. Jin smiles at the kid, happily devouring his food. I will make sure you do not get kicked out this time. Jin is determined. Living and dying in misery once was more than enough. The two teens just keep eating and laughing together. Jin goes back to change his clothes, counting his lessons on his fingers as he walks. He folds his fingers until only two are left. He is pretty satisfied. Things are going well. If I keep this up, I will hit 3-star swordsmanship within 2 years. But first, Luna slams her blade into the cold floor. She tells her little bro that today's grind is the same as yesterday. Facing off with their swords down, she gives the order. Defend. Dark energy starts swirling like crazy. Jin closes his eyes, trying to play it cool, but his heart is racing. He has to navigate this total chaos he has never even heard of before. Luna gets intense, telling him to see through his soul. Jin shuts his eyes tight. She explains that for a real swordsman, having that spiritual vision is more important than anything else. Luna stands tall with her eyes shut, repeating the warning. Don't open them. Jin obeys, but his brain is spinning. Mind's eye is 7-star night stuff. Why teach this to a 2-star rookie like me? Jin keeps thinking, usually you need to spread your aura to get that vision. But since I can't use aura while training, I'm flying blind here. He imagines himself as some massive, armored warrior, sword in hand, trying to dump every ounce of energy into his blade. Still, Jin decides to trust her. He grips the hilt hard. No, I believe in my sister. She has a plan, so I just need to lock in on the training. I know I will get this training eventually. Time flies, and suddenly they are done. Luna actually gives him props. Good job today, Jin. You're killing it. You're free to go. Jin rubs his neck and laughs. Thanks, Luna. She watches him walk off, feeling low-key impressed by his progress. I knew he was good, but this kid is on another level. His focus is insane for a 2-star knight. With that kind of potential, I am sure he will master it in no time. Luna's expression softens, totally rooting for him. Keep growing, little bro. Back at the training grounds, the other students are all lined up and ready. They all shout a greeting to the young master. Bellup is hiding in the crowd, looking stressed. Everyone is on edge, and I can tell they are feeling the pressure. Garen laughs, leaning on his side. This fight is huge for your final grades. High scores are the fastest way to become a guardian knight, so everyone's probably sweating. He turns to Jin with a grin. Today's a big deal for you too, boss. Jin is just watching everyone with his arms crossed when he's suddenly surprised. Garen explains the deal. Siron said if you beat 10 higher-ranked kids today, you'll join the elite training group next year. Jin plays it cool. My mom said that? Bet. Suddenly, he spots someone shaking like a leaf. It is Bellup again, looking like he is about to pass out. Jin starts getting worried for his friend. He rubs his head, feeling frustrated. I will try to make sure he doesn't get kicked out, but the dude seriously needs to find some confidence. Bellup looks like a ghost. Garen yells for attention. You will fight 3 times, switching partners every round. The top 10 winners get to go one-on-one with young Master Jin. Everyone shouts, yes, instructor. Then it's total war. Blades are clashing everywhere, and guys are getting wrecked. Jin watches and realizes these trainees aren't just for show. They've actually got some skill. The losers line up, and Garen tells them to beat it. The ones who didn't make the cut just shout their acknowledgement and head out. Garen tells Jin to get ready. Jin grabs his sword and is ready to go. Before he even finishes, he's already disarmed the first winner. 10 people? Let's do this. Jin calculates his odds. I have already cleared 8, so I just need to crush 2 more to win. He stays sharp. The next one is the real challenge. Garen calls out the next fighter, and a girl with pink hair steps forward. Mesa Milcano, a Runcandel Guardian Knight trainee, steps up without a hint of fear. Take care of me, young master. Jin knows exactly who she is. Mesa is a noble who's bound to be a guardian knight once she finishes her internship. She is fired up. Today, I'm taking you down. He's been waiting for this. Fighting Mesa is the biggest hurdle in this whole test. Jin just smiles and nods. I am looking forward to it. Mesa lunges at him. She attacks like a hurricane, aiming right for him, but Jin handles it. He stares coldly at their clashing blades. Mesa has definitely leveled up lately. She is stronger but not unbeatable. Jin swings his sword, thinking ahead. The real problem is I still have 8 more people after her. I need a plan. He shuts down all her moves without even trying that hard. His sword movements are like silk, just weaving through the air and making it look easy. But Mesa is struggling big time. She's starting to panic because his attacks are so simple, yet she can't touch him. Is he seriously just toying with me? Her hands are shaking. Mesa's eyes go wide. No way. Jin looks like a total psycho, grinning while he keeps the pressure on with his blade. She thinks he's just mocking her. Does he really think I can't win today? Her spirit ignites again as she puts everything into her sword. Let's go. Mesa spins her blade, aiming for the center of Jin's sword. and screams with everything she has. Take this. Everyone watches as Jin just keeps smiling. Her pink hair flies in the wind as she moves. I am not going back to the bottom. This time, I'm going to actually beat the young master. Mesa gives it everything she's got and lunges. Their wooden swords collide. Jin just swipes his blade and snaps hers right in half. The broken piece flies into the air. As the dust settles, Mesa is stunned. Jin's sword is right at her throat. He lowers his weapon and gives her a compliment. Good match, Mesa. Jin looks at his own cracked sword. Well, this thing is trash now. Mesa is shocked as she looks at the damage he did. She cannot believe it. He hit the exact same spot on my sword with every single one of those strikes. Our power and stamina are basically the same, but he beat me with pure precision. Is that even possible? Then she remembers he's a Runcandel. Mesa finally calls out to him. She shouts a promise with all her heart. I will train even harder and beat you next time. She won't let it end like this. The sky is changing colors. Everything is on track. Another student gets wrecked by Jin. It is hard to take on 10 trainees in a row, even for someone like me. He finishes them off coldly. After seeing what I did to Mesa, they all think they will lose if they try to face me head on. Victory is mine. That makes 10. Thank God everything went according to plan. Jin wipes his forehead as Garen cheers for him. Great work, young master. He's grinning ear to ear. Now you can train with a real Runcandel. Congrats, kid. Jin just gives him a polite smile back. Thanks, Garen. Keep an eye on things until then. He mentioned lunch is almost ready, so we are wrapping up morning drills. Jin went quiet for a sec before asking, how much time is left? Garen shrugged and said about 10 minutes. Why do you ask? The other trainees were totally wrecked and bandaged up, except for Baelop. Jin scanned the group and muttered, I still have one more opponent to face. Jin reached for another wooden sword, making everyone trade confused looks. They were staring hard, and the target himself was just standing there with his jaw on the floor, unable to believe it. Baelop pointed at his chest and stammered, Wait, me, young master? Jin just gave a cold command to step up and fight. The kid was shaking too hard to move until Jin growled his name again. Jin stood there, backlit by the sun, leveling his sword at him. You are never going to survive in a dark hellhole like this, kid. He put everything he had into a command that sounded like a threat. Step up. Get over here and fight me. I am going to beat you. Baelop shuffled forward, his wooden sword trembling. Was he chosen because he was weak? Was he just a tool for discipline? Baelop! The kid jumped and chirped, Yes, young master. Jin's voice was ice cold with a nasty mocking edge to it. I am pretty wiped after taking on 10 guys, but you look perfectly fine, do you not? Jin stood tall, oozing confidence. I am still way stronger than you, though, and that is exactly why I want to fight you. Baelop just blinked, totally lost. What do you mean by that, sir? Before he could finish the sentence, Jin lunged forward, his eyes flashing like a wild animal as he swung his blade. His soldier instincts kicked in just in time to block the hit. But the impact was massive, sending Baelop sliding backward across the dirt. He gasped out in shock, Young master, why are you doing this? Before he could finish, Jin unleashed a literal rain of strikes. Somehow, miraculously, Baelop managed to parry every single one of them. Jin laughed, mocking him. Nice defense. Baelop stayed focused and grunted a thanks before swinging his sword hard enough to gouge the floor, sending dirt flying. He braced for another hit, his whole body turning to stone. Jin stopped for a second, backing off before dropping a hand to the ground. Then, he stayed low and blurred forward like a gust of wind, charging straight at Baelop. This time, the kid could not react fast enough and hit the deck hard. He scrambled up, gritting his teeth while frustrated tears started welling up in his eyes. Baelop finally snapped and looked up. Young master, why are you doing this to me? Jin answered slowly and firmly. You really think I brought you out here just for some sparring? I wanted to fight you specifically. He stood tall, pointing his blade down with a dead serious tone. That means I am allowed to kill you. Jin gripped his sword and barked, Get up, I am only going easy on you this one time. The crowd started buzzing as Baelop's wooden sword suddenly began to glow. Mesa's eyes went wide and she screamed, Look at that! Is that an aura? The light got blinding. She turned to Garen, the sword instructor, sounding panicked. Master, we have to stop this right now. If they keep going, the young master is going to get seriously hurt. Jin shot a lethal glare at the soldiers watching from the sidelines. This is an order. Whatever you see here today, you take it to your graves. Garen sighed and nodded. Understood, sir. Baelop looked devastated for a second. Is this really what you want, master? Jin did not blink. Absolutely. His voice was like ice. If you know how to use an aura, then stop backing down. Beolop gritted his teeth in anger. You made a huge mistake, Master. If you really want to fight, then fine. He let out a roar and charged Jin. You should have picked me from the very start. Jin raised an eyebrow, caught off guard as he blocked the strike, but his sword could not handle the pressure and snapped in half. He hissed and jumped back to avoid the follow-up. Jin stared, impressed. I had no idea he was packing this kind of heat. He always knew how to avoid getting hurt even when he lost, but the aura caught me totally by surprise. While Jin was dazed, Beolop lunged at him, unleashing all that pent-up rage in a flurry of slashes. Even with a broken blade, Jin was not stopping. In a flash of light, he threw a heavy punch right into Beolop's sword arm. Beolop grunted as his arm went numb and his sword clattered to the floor. Before he could react, Jin had him in a headlock and slammed him down. The kid struggled to break free until Jin finally let go. Beolop crawled away, gasping. He looked totally crushed. Why did you stop? You said we were fighting to the end. If you were serious, you should have finished the job right there. Beolop's voice was full of hurt. Do you really enjoy messing with people like this? Jin gave him a serious look. You really think I am that kind of guy? Then why? Beolop demanded. Jin looked at him, his voice heavy. Pushing you like this hurts me too, way more than you realize. Beolop clenched his fists. What do you even know about me to torture me like this? Jin slowly leaned down to pick up the sword. You are right, I do not know who you are. He looked down, his voice dropping low. But I do know one thing. His eyes turned stone cold as he spoke. Having a heart is a luxury you can only afford when you are strong. You are definitely weaker than me, but you are also way kinder. Jin put a hand on Beolop's shoulder. Look, I actually like that about you, but if you stay this soft, you are never going to make it out of this hellhole alive. Get stronger so you can actually protect that heart of yours. The crowd was getting all choked up. You need that kindness for yourself and everyone else. Beolop started sobbing, and Jin just quietly comforted him. I am sorry I had to be so rough on you. Right then, the kitchen staff walked in with the groceries. This pink-haired guy just froze and yelped, "Oh my God!" He looked totally awkward. Is the session still going? We can just come back later. Jin looked over and waved them off. No, it is fine. Just bring the stuff in. Beolop whispered, Young master, please come get your food for the day. Jin stood up with total authority. All right, let us go grab our rations then. In the middle of a gloomy forest, Cairn listened to the report. So that is what my youngest son had to say? The man bowed deeply. Yes, great leader. Cairn let out a booming laugh. I see. The boy made his choice. Cairn smirked, thinking about Jin comforting that kid. Is he really trying to protect the weak while ruling through raw power? After thinking it over for a month, he finally gave the word. If that is the case, let him play it out. I want to see what he is actually capable of. Han, go back and tell the boy everything. Han bowed instantly. Yes, my lord. Cairn's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. It is time for his first mission. By January 1795, 15-year-old Jin was officially recognized as a 3-star knight. During their first break, some students headed home while the rest stayed behind to train and see how much they had actually improved. Once you hit the intermediate level, wooden swords are trash. Most students were hiring blacksmiths for custom blades, and Jin was busy scouting the family armory for a perfect match. Then, out of nowhere, someone yelled his name. Jin! Luna laughed and groaned about how hard it was to find him a decent blade. Since she insisted on picking one out for him, she was the one calling all the shots now. Just a month ago, she was practically begging him, Jin, please, please, let me be the one to choose your new sword. He finally gave in. Fine, whatever. Suddenly, Luna showed up carrying this massive blade, and Jin just stared in shock. She started rambling about how it was called the Face Slayer, and how she used it all the time when she was his age. It was big, sharp, and exactly what she wanted. Luna gazed at it with pure nostalgia, certain this was the original form of her old sword, Grantio. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Well, what do you think? Do you like it? Jin just stood there, stuttering like an idiot. His voice was stiff. Look, thanks for helping me choose, but I really don't think this blade fits my style. She sighed and nodded, saying she was just kidding. Jin's face went dark. He knew she wasn't joking. Luna waved the blade around, insisting it was heavy but totally manageable. Realizing her sales pitch was failing hard, she went quiet for a second. She gave in. Fine, have it your way. I'll find another. Leading him to a new room, she complained about how much work she put into this. Inside was a massive vault of blades. Luna was dead set on finding the one perfect sword that only he could master. She grabbed a blade and held it up. This is the one. Jin was speechless. Since you liked Barasada before, I figured this was your perfect match. She drew the sword, the metal gleaming. This is Bradamante, a legendary blade linked to the weapon the great chief once wielded. Jin gently touched the edge while Luna smiled. You finally like this one, don't you? He cheered, calling it the most special blade out of thousands. Holding Bradamante, he realized he'd have done anything for this sword. He thought, both these swords are perfect for shadow energy. If I picked it myself, the others would have thrown a fit and stopped me. Jean looked worried. All my siblings wanted Bradamante. I honestly don't know how to thank you for picking this for me. Luna nodded. Sounds like a mess, right? She looked him dead in the eye. Jean, you still haven't lowered your guard around me, have you? Luna pouted, acting disappointed. He panicked, saying he was being totally real. She shoved a finger in his face, setting a fake condition. Oh, really? But I'm seriously let down. You better fix my broken heart, kid. He stammered. What? Luna pushed him. Close your eyes, training starts now. He agreed. Under the clear blue sky, her voice drifted like clouds. Do you even know what I'm talking about right now? Jin answered firmly. Yes, Sister Luna. She nodded, pleased. Good, but I've still got one more lesson for you today. Luna tapped his shoulder, startling him. Your family might fight you, but they're the ones who love you most. Remember that. Keep it in your heart. She shook him, shouting at him to stop being sad. He jumped, stuttering that he got it and was sorry. She spoke softly. I've been lonely in this family since before you were born. I'm done with that. I won't let you suffer like I did. Jin rubbed his sore arm, whispering that he understood. Luna just walked away with her head high, acting like nothing happened. She gave a firm order. Time to train. Jean, feel it with your heart. Later, he showed his new blade to Murakan. Well, thoughts? He didn't even look up from his comic. Put it back, kid. You haven't mastered shadow energy, so you can't use that thing. Jin froze. What? Murakan drawled. To use Bradamante, you need at least 3-star shadow power. You're just a 2-star shrimp right now, aren't you? His voice got serious. You can't fake an awakened blade. Jin scowled, sheathing the sword. I'll hit 3 stars in no time. I'll master it soon, he vowed. Murakan slammed his book shut, fuming. You're being way too arrogant. Listen up, you little brat. Murakan's face went dark as he shoved Jin's head. He hissed through gritted teeth. Barasada and Bradamante aren't toys you can just swing around. You need 3-star shadow power at the very least. That is the absolute bare minimum, kid. He pressed harder, growling. Stick to regular swords until you hit 5-star shadow power. You hear me? Jin snapped back. But, he pushed him away, looking stubborn. You know I'm not the impatient type, so I just need 5-star power by this year, right? Murakan's veins nearly popped. He grabbed Jin's head again. Even if you win the shadow contest. He breathed heavily, mocking him. That's so ridiculous. Even a stray dog would laugh in your face. If you actually get it, then stop talking total nonsense. Jin reached for the comic book and snatched it away. Say that again, he challenged. What did you just say to me? Murakan turned pale and screamed. Damn it, put that down. I said put it down right now. Suddenly, a woman appeared, stopping them cold. Young master? Jin turned. Julie? What's up? She looked awkward, saying Instructor Garen was looking for him. He should have come himself, but he's busy with maps and strategy. Murakan snatched his comic back, hugging it like treasure. My precious, Jin frowned. Strategy? Julie continued. Instructor Garen has assigned your first mission. You have to leave the second your vacation ends. He rubbed his head and nodded. I see. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said, About time. I'm a 3-star swordsman now, but leaving so soon feels weird. She followed him, sounding worried. It must be a tough mission. Usually only intermediate ranks and above get these kinds of jobs. He didn't care. They probably just noticed how much I've improved. He waved goodbye over his shoulder. I'll go check it out. Julie, stay here with Murakan. She bowed as he walked into the briefing room. Garen, I heard I've been assigned a mission, he replied. Greetings, young master. 10 other junior students are joining you. Garen skipped the small talk and spread a map across the table. We're splitting into 2 teams. This is a search mission near the southern border of the Din Empire. Someone asked if that was near the land of the monsters. It looked close to a monster den. Jin's heart sank as he scanned the map. Low-level students shouldn't be here. This is way too hard for a first mission, and the timeline is tight. An assistant stepped forward. Yo, young master, here is the intel and a detailed map of the crew. The rest of them are already talking trash behind your back. The squad is just a bunch of mid-tier trainees. Even Bellop made the cut despite his trash results. Jin felt a wave of suspicion. Did someone actually rig this mission? His dad's face popped into his head. A setup? If the old man heard about my scrap with Bellop, this whole thing is definitely a test. His eyes turned ice cold. Fine, Dad. I am going to show you exactly what I am made of. 3 days later at the southern border, the mission was to find the heir of the Kin Duang clan, Sempervin. We are going to set up camp right in the middle of the southern border once we arrive. Once we are ready, every squad starts searching. Send messengers back to camp to share intel. From now on, call me Commander, not Young Master. If you are hurt, stay in the camp and get some rest. The squad report was finally finished. Let us hope the lead guy is still breathing, Garen reported in. Commander, Eddington spotted some freaks from the Thui Vai tribe. Jin paused. The Thui Vai tribe? He did not really care. They are just peaceful herbivores. Besides, it is not like we are heading into White Wolf territory nearby. Jin barked out orders. All right, Bellop, the snow is going to slow you down, so head to the camp 2 hours early. Get back to Area 13. He nodded. Got it, Commander, Jin continued. The rest of you, sweep Area 13. Yes, Commander. Even though he sounded confident, Jin had a bad feeling in his gut. This whole thing feels wrong. My dad gave me this mission personally, but everything is going way too smoothly. He tried to chill out. Maybe I am just overthinking this whole test thing. Suddenly, someone from the Thui Vi tribe spoke up. Hey, there is another guy in the woods looking pretty rough. They offered him some fish. If you are sad, just eat this. Jin politely declined. Thanks, but I will pay you back later. He studied the map. Past Area 13 is Monster Land. A bunch of low-level soldiers will get wrecked out there. Jin told himself he did not need to push too hard just to get results. He would spend 3 days scouting. Suddenly, loud footsteps approached. Young Master! Bellop ran up, gasping for air. Young Master Jin! He turned around. What is the deal? His scream froze the whole team in place. Squad 2 was ambushed. Jin reacted instantly. Everyone, gear up and move out now. Bellop, what is the situation? He reported frantically. Squad 2 scattered to lose the enemy. One survivor managed to make it back to the guard camp. Jin pressed him. Was it a monster ambush? Bellop shook his head. No, it was humans. Only 3 of them. Attacking a Zankin Den unit with just 3 guys? Jin's eyes narrowed. No way. They must have backup. Jin gave the orders. Eddington, David, get back to camp and secure the perimeter. Any contact with the enemy is strictly forbidden. Report back immediately. His voice dropped as they moved through the snow. There are way too many enemies here. Jin ran, his mind racing. What exactly is their endgame anyway? Why hit Squad 2 instead of Squad 1? I am right here. He went quiet. I do not know who these punks are, but they messed with the Zankin Den family. They are gonna pay. Sierra noticed something. Young Master, there is blood. Bellop looked terrified. No way, is Mesa dead? Is everyone from Squad 2 gone? Jin cut him off. Chill out, the blood is still fresh. Jin knelt down and rubbed a drop of blood between his fingers. No signs of a struggle or any torn flesh. He concluded there was a fight and Squad 2 bailed. Looking at the tracks, only one person ambushed them. Sierra suddenly shouted, Young Master, we found a discarded bandage. It looks like it belongs to Hillfetter. Jin was pleased. Nice catch. Where did you find it? Sierra answered quickly. Over to the west. He put the pieces together. They were treating a casualty after the chase when another ambush hit, forcing them west. Jin stood up, no more hesitating. Sierra, go regroup with Eddington and the others. Let us move, Bellop. He nodded. Yes, young master. The 2 of them took off. They followed the trail until Bellop whispered, It is Squad 2, young master. Jin stayed alert. I see them, but his eyes never left the group in front of him. Mesa is not there. And even worse, the number of enemies just went up by 1. Jin lowered his voice. Bellop, close your eyes for a sec. In 2 seconds, take out the guy on the left. He drew his sword, ready to strike. He grabbed Bradamante and remembered the lesson on dark energy from Murakan. Instantly, Jin channeled power into the blade. The sharpness and the absolute destructive force of the dark energy surged through the steel. He charged the target with brutal, clean movements. The sword's power echoed in his mind as it began to dissolve everything it touched. Scott stared in shock as the enemy dropped dead. Bellop lunged at Hades, who just stood there frozen. What the hell? A sudden chill of danger made Hades look up. Bellop slammed into him, forcing Hades to block the strike. But Jin was already behind him, swinging for a lethal blow. Hades hit the ground, screaming. Jin turned to his team. Is everyone okay? Kiko cried out, "Young master!" He clutched his bleeding arm and struggled to stand. "We are all right, but they took Mesa." His voice was heavy with shame and regret. "We failed you, young master." Jin waved it off. "It is fine. Just focus on getting patched up first." Hades was thrashing on the ground like a maniac. Jin stepped closer and poured in 40 in him with pure disgust. "Mercy? You are asking me for mercy? You look like one of those Zippo cultist idiots." Bradamante glowed in his hand. Two choices. Jin's face was stone cold. One, you die quickly after you tell me your faction, your goal, and your base. Or two, you keep your mouth shut and die screaming just like your little friends. His voice was firm. "I keep my promises. My name is Jin Runcandel. I swear on my family's honor." Hades gritted his teeth, but pure terror finally broke his tough act. "Fine, just do not hurt my family. I belong to a revolutionary group called Kinsello." Jin was curious. "Kinsello?" Jin remembered them. That terrorist group from around the time I died. Memories flooded back. The world went to hell when they killed King Jin and slaughtered civilians. They called themselves revolutionaries, but what Kinsello really wanted was to turn their king into the ruler of the world. Jin started the interrogation. "You plan to start a riot by murdering Runcandel soldiers?" Hades panicked. "I am just a low-level grunt. I do not know the big picture or where the main base is. My cell operates near the monster territory entrance. We have about 20 warriors and some 4-star mages in there." Jin growled. "Last question. Why take Mesa?" Hades trembled as he answered. "It was for propaganda, to spread the word of our revolution. We had orders to capture a female soldier alive." Scott gnashed his teeth. "You dirty scumbags." Hades was shaking. "That is all I know." Jin swung his sword. "I told you I would keep my word." One strike ended Hades' life. He turned to Bellup. "How long has Mesa been gone?" "About an hour," he replied. Jin gave orders. "They are still near the monster entrance. Call for backup from the base once everyone is patched up." Kiko was freaking out. "Wait, you are going alone, young master?" He sounded desperate. "The guys who ambushed us are 4-star masters, 20 guys total. Scott is right, going solo is suicide. He is trying to play the hero, saying it is fine for soldiers like us to die in the line of duty, but I am not having it." "Stop right there," Jin snaps. "You are being serious, Scott, but a soldier has been snatched. A son of the Runcandel clan does not just sit back and do nothing." Jin is firm. "I am stronger than any of you kids. Fall in line. I will crush anyone who tries to talk back. And one more thing. Belladupe, Team 2 is trashed, so you are the heavy hitter now. Keep your head on a swivel, you feel me?" Belladupe nods, saying he will remember every word from the young master. Jin bolts into the night. He pictures Mesa tied up, praying she is hanging in there. "Please," he thinks, "just let me get there before it is too late." The night is freezing. Jin scopes the scene 20 level 4 guards. He is already gassed, and his stats are a mixed bag. Level 3 swordsmanship, but level 4 magic and wind spells. He is moving through the fog with a heavy heart, knowing he cannot just tank the whole squad at once in his condition. Priority number 1, getting Mesa out alive. Right after that, he levels up his magic skills, staying low and avoiding a brawl. He has got one goal, find Mesa and get the heck out of there. Jin fires off a tracking spell, thin threads of light spiderweb from his hands, scanning the terrain. "If I layer some wind magic here," he thinks, his hands weaving complex mana circles. He sends a pulse of green light out toward the meadow, commanding the energy to find his target. Jin follows the magic lead. They have not made it far yet, but halfway there he gets jumped. An ambush exactly what he did not need right now. Beams of light slice the air, narrowly missing him. A voice shouts, asking if he is a Runcandel. Suddenly, a pack of thugs bursts out of the bushes, ready for blood. His hands glow again as blue waves of energy blast forward. The thugs are losing their minds. Magic? Since when does a Runcandel punk use magic like that? Jin draws Bradamante and lets it rip. One clean slash sends Muse flying. The leader, gripping a fire staff, roars from the back for Muse to get moving. He sparks it up, and a massive wave of fire lunges at Jin. In a heartbeat, the flames are wrapped tight around Jin's arm. Muse starts laughing like a maniac, thinking he has finally got the kid pinned down. One arm is being swallowed by the fire, but Jin does not even flinch. He uses his free hand to deliver a brutal, bone-crushing strike to his opponent. The fire on his arm is not just under control, it is his weapon. Jin stands tall, one hand gripping his sword and the other literally holding a ball of raging fire. The leader looks at him and nearly has a heart attack. But the guy is desperate. Fine, if fire will not work, he will try something else. He swaps the flames for ice and screams that he is going to shred Jin to pieces. A shard of ice digs into Jin's chest, but his eyes stay cold as death. He charges right through the frost like he cannot even feel the pain. The leader is shaking, stammering that it is impossible. He mumbles about his magic in the quiet night, then lets out a frustrated yell. Jin keeps walking, whispering curses at those Kinsella bastards under his breath. Checking the scene, Jin realizes these guys are not even trying to hide. They really must think he is a joke. Big mistake. They are underestimating him way too much. Jin looks closer. They definitely met someone else here and used a wagon to move. Kinsella is a legit organization with a real hierarchy, so they will probably split the loot based on who is the biggest boss. He snags a map and starts plotting. Since the lowlifes will not dare touch the high-rank rewards, this is his one shot to get Mesa out of there in one piece. Time to move. Jin checks the map. He is deep in mutant territory, so their base has to be right around the corner. If that is the case, it is time for a distraction. He summons his fire magic, planning to cause enough chaos to find a gap and rescue Mesa. Fireballs start flying like bullets, and soon the whole forest is going up in flames. Jin keeps weaving blue magic circles, calculating his next move. This should definitely get their attention. The plan is simple. Make them run outside to put out the fire. People nearby start screaming about the blaze, wondering where the heck all this fire came from so suddenly. Get some water! Put it out! Jin watches from the shadows, totally unimpressed. You idiots do not even know how to fight a fire? A giant panics and yells for the mages to use their water and ice spells. Jin eyes the guy, wondering if he is the boss. The fire is getting huge, and everyone is losing it. Boss, they scream. The fire just will not go out. The leader roars that fire does not just start itself in this weather, it is arson. He tells them to find the rat. Suddenly, he gets a bad feeling that someone is standing right behind him. The chaos is peak. Move it! Get the mages! In the middle of all the smoke, Jin holds a key and smirks to himself. Perfect. He has finally found the way inside their little hideout. The door creaks open. He steps inside, shivering slightly. It is freezing in here. Suddenly, he spots a cellar hatch and wonders why there is a basement. In the shadows, he sees a woman hiding. Jin shouts Mesa's name. She turns around, her voice shaking as she says, "Young master?" She is terrified, asking why he is here because it is way too dangerous for him. He tells her to chill. "My turn to worry about you," he says. "Can you move?" She is tied up tight and tries to answer, saying she does not think she can run. Jin does not waste time and slices the ropes. "All right, I will help you up." Suddenly, the whole place starts shaking. What the hell was that? Mesa panics, calling out for her young master in a total daze. She looks him dead in the eye, getting weirdly serious. "Can you promise me one thing?" Jin just frowns and tells her to save her breath. "Not now, Mesa." She will not stop, though. She tells him that if things get really ugly, he has to leave her behind. "You are way too important for anything bad to happen to you," she says. Jin acts like he did not even hear her, grabbing her and moving out. They step out of the basement and find themselves totally surrounded by mutant warriors from a warrior tribe. It is a total trap. They both go quiet, scoping out the mess. From the distance, a massive shadow appears. A beast with messy white fur is slowly walking toward them. It is the Silver Wolf tribe. Before Mesa can even finish her sentence, she is knocked out cold. "Young master, I will buy you some time. Please, hurry," she whispers. Kojito roars, calling his men useless. "If you cannot even put out a fire, you have got no reason to live." He glares at Jin and asks if he is the one who started this mess. The kid does not blink. "That is right," he says. "I am Jin Runcandel, son of Seiron Runcandel." His eyes are sharp as a blade as he commands the monster to speak up and give him a name. Kojito just laughs. "A Runcandel? You are one of those Runcandel brats, huh?" Flashback to a few days ago. At the Runcandel estate, Jin is grinding away, training hard with his sword, Bradamante. Dark energy pulses from the blade, and then, all of a sudden, Murakan kicks him right in the hip, hard. He yells, asking if the kid wants to die. "I told you, you are not good enough yet. If you release that sword, the shadow energy will just swallow you whole." Murakan grabs him by the collar and threatens him. "If you do not want to overdose on dark energy and die, stop trying to wake up that sword. You got it?" Jin just sighs and says, "Okay, back to the now." Kojito is hyped. "A Runcandel. Today is the day I score the ultimate prize." He lets out a roar, showing off those nasty, drooling fangs. "My name is Kojito Chuka of the White Wolf tribe. We are famous for being bloodthirsty warmongers. Even the weakest adult among us is at least a 6-star level warrior. Everyone knows the White Wolves absolutely despise the Cannon family. The reason is simple. The first Cannon Patriarch invited their deity, White Wolf Heavy, over and then straight up murdered him. Jin frowned, doing the math. No way he could outrun this beast while carrying Mesa. Kojito stepped forward like a hurricane, radiating killing intent. I will sacrifice you to Javi today. He gripped his sword tight as the beast roared. Make a choice. Fight me in an honorable duel, or get torn to pieces while running away like a pathetic little coward. Jin's eyes were ice cold, showing zero fear. Fine, let's go. Kojito lunged forward, sounding hyped. Good. At least you are one of those cannon kids who actually has a spine. His massive axe swung with a thunderous roar. Let's see what you got. The blade slammed down with enough force to shatter the earth. Both of them charged at each other instantly. Without a shred of hesitation, Jin gripped his blade. But he realized immediately that Kojito's power was totally off the charts. The beast lunged forward, moving as fast as a lightning bolt. Jin braced himself to block the strike, his chest feeling heavy. This guy is definitely from the White Wolf tribe. I have to give it everything just to stop his basic attacks. Before he could even catch his breath, Kojito was back on him. Jin told himself he still had a chance. He had a few secret aces, his necklace, magic, and dark energy. The blue gem on his necklace started to glow, but he hesitated. Using it now felt like a waste. If I cannot survive this, I do not deserve to be strong anyway. He threw up a shield, playing defense while thinking. Magic was not the answer here. Level 4 spells are basically useless against anyone from the White Wolf tribe. Plus, if anyone from the family was tracking the Kinsella, the guards would sniff out the magic. If that happened, my secret about using forbidden family techniques would be totally exposed. Jin strained against the massive axe with his sword, whispering under his breath about dark energy. Kojito kept swinging like a madman, every strike cutting through the air like a blade. He countered, power exploding everywhere. Unleashed the blade. Bracing one hand on the ground for balance, Jin gasped for air, drenched in sweat. The beast smirked. Nice sword, you little cannon brat. It is nothing compared to your family legendary black sword. The two figures clashed again, sparks flying everywhere in the dark. The axe swung. A second later, Kojito took a hit. Jin told himself to remember the feeling of releasing the sword that night. Kojito screamed, "It is over for you, kid. With your pathetic white sword, I will offer you to Heavy." Jin looked up, his gaze freezing cold. I have to tap into that power right this second. Jin charged straight in, catching Kojito totally off guard. The beast gasped as the dark energy sword swung down through the middle of the night. Pale blue threads like moonlight filled the air. A white light sliced through the darkness and the beast body without any mercy. Jin gripped his sword, now dripping with dark energy. I never understood why my family was so famous for these blades. Until now. Kojito felt his body being sliced in two and stammered out. What even are you? Jin's eyes stayed cold. That was a good fight. The darkness felt heavy. Jin limped forward, every step a struggle. He let out a few exhausted groans as he collapsed. Suddenly, his eyes turned cloudy and dark as the world faded out. Jin roared as dark voices whispered, shredding his mind. You are useless, pathetic, a total embarrassment to the family. Even though you have the same mother, you are nothing but a massive disgrace. You cannot do anything right. You are just a mistake that should have never been born in this clan. Murakan appeared right in front of him and growled. What did I tell you, kid? I told you that using that sword without enough dark energy would cost you big time. Did you plan on dying from energy exhaustion? Get up right now. Jin struggled to stand as the voice echoed. You already know what to do, so stop acting like a victim. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to meditate. Release the dark energy, he muttered. He coughed up blood, realizing the energy around him was actually washing his own power away. I cannot release it properly if it keeps getting suppressed like this. I have to stop it from being wiped out. I need to try one more time. Jin took a deep breath, forcing his heart to slow down. Stay calm. Again and again. Suddenly, his breathing smoothed out. He sighed, feeling the pressure lift. Is the pain finally gone? Now I am actually worried. My body feels normal, but I can feel the dark energy surging inside me. It should not mess with my movement, so I need to go get Mesa back right now. Jin heard a noise and called out. Who is there? A nervous guy stepped out, shaking. Do not kill me, Jin. Please, just do not kill me. Jin was surprised. Are you Kinsella? So there are survivors. Semper jumped and shook his head. No, I am Semper Vin from the Vin family in the Din Kingdom. He realized who it was and spoke softly. I am Jin Runcandel. I was sent here specifically to come and find you. Semper looked relieved, crying out in joy. A Zancander? Oh man, a real Zancander came for me. Jin felt a bit guilty. He only remembered him because of the mission. Semper was beyond grateful, basically screaming, "I will never forget this debt." Jin carried the sleeping Mesa on his back. "Do not mention it. We got paid. Let us move." On the way, curiosity got the better of him. "How did the Kinsella group even catch you anyway? We thought we were looking for someone who was just lost." Looking embarrassed, he admitted he followed his girlfriend there. Jin was surprised. "Your girlfriend? Did you guys run away together?" He rubbed his cheek, looking totally awkward. "Actually, she died 2 years ago. But her face, her voice, even the 2 moles on her neck were exactly the same. I know it sounds insane, but it was her. I could never mistake her for anyone else." Jin went quiet, thinking, everything was identical. Sounds like a booba, a shapeshifter. They probably kidnapped Semper for the money, but what is the connection between Booba and the Kinsella group? This is the second time I have crossed paths with him. I have a bad feeling about this. I need to meet him face to face. His repair shop should be in the capital of Corona. I should look for an opening while I am still in mid-level training. Later, Semper bowed low, his voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you so much. My family will send help soon. You even took out a guardian knight just for a nobody like me." Jin just glanced at Mesa, thinking it was only for her. Semper would not stop talking. "Master Jin, I will remember this meeting for the rest of my life." Jin did not care. "Whatever, the sun was coming up. If you ever need anything, just ask." Jin answered coldly, "I will do that." Yuli beamed with pride. "Congrats on finishing your first mission, young master. Your nanny is so happy for you." He just gave a quick thanks to her. "She was sweet. You must be exhausted. I have your bath ready." Jin nodded. She was always one step ahead. He walked over to pet the cat. "Hey there, Nabi." Suddenly, the cat bit his hand. Jin instinctively tossed it away. "You cannot throw animals," Murakan shouted. "Why the hell did you bite me, you crazy cat?" Fur flying, a massive lump on his head, and one very cranky cat. "Are you insane? Your brain must be fried." He lunges at me, claws out, screaming that I was never allowed to release my soul energy. "I have warned you 1,000 times that this could kill you. I am doing this for your own good." Jin tries to fight back, yelling to just wait and listen to him. The cat form vanishes, revealing a furious Murakan. He grabs Jin and shakes him like a rag doll. What is there to hear? Is anything more important than the life of Solderath's only contractor? Julie jumps in, telling Lord Murakan that the young master just got back. He snaps at her to back off, claiming this is a serious matter. She quickly agrees and steps aside. Turning back to Jin, Murakan roars like thunder. "A cadet was kidnapped right under my nose. Was I supposed to just watch? I was worried she was in danger, but what about the world? Do you think this power is just for show? It is worth 100 times more than your little rescue mission." Jin fixes his shirt and snaps back that wasting it would be worse. He is totally shocked. Wasted? Julie looks on helplessly while Murakan fumes. Jin stays cool, asking if it is really that big of a deal. He is driving the dragon crazy. Jin frowns, wondering how he even knew about the sword awakening. Murakan scoffs, saying Jin's soul energy jumped from 3 stars to nearly 4. He is not blind after all. Jin tests his internal flow and feels a massive surge of power. He is stunned. "I really do feel energized." It turns out I actually leveled up a rank. Murakan snaps that he should thank Solderet for being alive. He points to the blue flames in Jin's hand and explains that out of 10 people who tried to handle soul energy overload well, now it is 11. Forget that. Out of everyone, 9 died. Jin is curious. I am one of the survivors, but who was the other? Was it the first family head? Murakan points at himself and casually says, "No, it was me." "The first head is dead." Jin is shocked. "What?" Then he shrugs. "I guess we are not that different then. Do not worry. I never want to feel that pain again. I am going to shower." Murakan screams in rage, telling Julie to starve him until he learns. Julie just calmly prepares his meal, so Murakan is left all alone, muttering to himself about how annoying that kid is. In a fancy room, a cold voice rings out. "Jin actually defeated a white wolf warrior? That is impossible." Someone replies that it was probably just some thugs dressed up as wolves to scare people. Miu is skeptical. How could a rookie 3-star knight manage to kill an actual member of the White Wolf tribe? Anne Runcandel, the 9th star of the family, gives a mysterious smile. "There is one way. Maybe the guy Jin fought was just incredibly weak." Miu Runcandel, the 8th star, argues that it still makes no sense. Even worse, Mother actually believes his story. She glances over with a sharp look. "Right, Haytona? Daytona?" The 2 boys force a laugh and agree. But when Anne turns away, Haytona whispers, "Do you really think Jin killed that guy?" Daytona whispers back that Jin is a monster, but that is too much even for him. Then he yells. The problem is not the wolf, it is that he is joining the intermediate class soon. They both imagine his terrifying gaze. If Jin joins our class, we are totally dead. Jin's voice echoes in their heads, asking if he should hit them with a sword or his fists. They turn pale as ghosts. Mew sneers, asking what they are whispering about. Does Jin moving up scare them? The Tona brothers shout no at the same time. She turns with a wicked grin, telling them to be honest with their big sisters. Her eyes turn cold. I hate liars more than anything. It makes me want to cut your tongues right out. They tremble, admitting they are scared of Jin. Anne slowly asks if they want some help. They are confused. How? The brothers get excited as she explains. We will let you borrow our slaves to use however you want. The Runcandel Intermediate class is a brutal survival game for cadets between 3 and 5 stars. It is full of fresh faces and veterans who have been stuck there for over 10 years. Miu and Anne have gathered a group of these failures and treat them like slaves. She coldly tells them to use these people to ruin Jin. We hate him too. The sisters smirk at each other. But if you do not handle this properly, you better be ready for the consequences, my dear little brothers. Meanwhile, Jin finishes his shower, feeling refreshed. He thinks about how his first mission was a success. Joining the intermediate class is a lock now, and I have hit 4-star status. To use this energy effectively, I need to reach 6-star swordsmanship within the next 5 years. I have to stay on top of my game. A 6-star swordsman is a master. From 8 stars up, you are legendary. Out of 2 billion people on the continent, fewer than 100 have reached 9 or 10 stars. Only one person has ever surpassed that as a demigod, the Genesis Knight. Jin clenches his fist with determination. In this life, I will reach that level and go even further. He sits down to plan his next move. The first bridge to cross is my own growth, and the Tona twins are already in that intermediate class. I expected this, but being in that class means every sibling will be watching me. It is not just the twins. He picks up a snack, hearing Julie's voice. It is just too much. The beginner class was full of kids at the same level, so it was pretty friendly, but in the intermediate class, there is no room for being soft. In a place where power and skill are the only things that matter, I only have one job to do. His eyes flash with a cold light. A knock sounds at the door. Rosa is busy but tells him to come in. Jin enters, asking if his mother called for him. She answers calmly. Rosa says she heard he completed the mission safely with excellent results. Jin smiles and thanks her. He remembers it was all in the report from Beko. Rosa turns serious. You turned down my offer to move rooms? She leans forward, her intense aura filling the entire room as if she were looming over him. That room is reserved for the future head of the family. Joshua used it when he was still a child. It is empty now, so you should use it. Jin coldly replies that while he appreciates the offer, he will not take it. Rosa frowns. Why? He explains that it might be a nice room, but at the end of the day, it is just a room. For him, it feels a bit much. She asks if he really does not want it. Rosa stays silent, her fingers tapping the desk as she thinks. Finally, she nods and tells him he can go. Jin bows and leaves the room. Left alone, Rosa rests her chin on her hand and sighs. I cannot tell if my youngest son has zero greed or if he is just way too ambitious. That was the Elder's room, meant for the one who will lead the Runcandels. He should know that the moment he walks in, everything changes. Sure, this room gives him massive clout, but it also paints a target on his back for every jealous kid. He probably realized I am testing him already. Now, let us see how he survives the intermediate class. Jin gathered his crew and dropped the news. Starting tomorrow, I am moving up to the intermediate class. Things are about to get messy with all the factions there. Since you are with me, you will have to endure some serious heat. He looked around, voice low but deadly serious. Do not be scared, though. I am not letting them touch you. This nightmare ends once I have fully conquered that intermediate class. Then Jin gave the order. From now on, move in squads, at least 3 people together, even when you are not training. Never walk alone, got it? Everyone shouted back in agreement. Next morning at school, Zed Zankanden, the elder and 8-star knight, also Siren's little brother, stepped out and yelled at the top of his lungs. Listen up, his voice boomed. 10 fresh meat recruits joined today, and 27 interns just quit. Rookies better learn the cadet lifestyle from their seniors fast. My job is to teach you swordsmanship and grade your skills. Unless it involves actual murder, you handle your own drama and accidents. Zed suddenly barked at the veteran soldiers. What is the one thing I always teach you? They chanted together like a heavy drum beat hitting the new kids. Zancandon has no room for the weak. Zancandon has no room for the weak. Zancandon has no room for the weak. Jin sighed. Too loud. This whole speech is just trash talk meant to break our spirit. Scanning the crowd, he spotted two familiar faces, the Tona brothers. But Jin's eyes locked on the guy standing next to them. Looks like a seasoned cadet. No way those two recruited him alone. I bet they got some shady help from my sisters, Miyu and Anne. I know they want us to quit, but I am going to move so fast they will not see me coming. I will prove they were dead wrong about me. Jin stepped forward, standing tall in front of everyone. The Tona brothers panicked. What the hell? Why is this psycho coming toward us? One of them tried to stay cool. Do not be a coward. We have me, you, and Anne backing us now. Suddenly, Jin pulled his sword. The cold steel flashed. Without a single word, he slashed right at Cajun. The Tona brothers froze in shock. Even Zed was stunned by what just happened. Jin had completely severed the man's right arm. Cajun staggered and collapsed, screaming in pure agony. Jin sheathed his sword, acting like he just finished a boring chore. A warning was needed. He coldly told them to call a doctor, but inside, he was thinking this is on you. Daytona rushed in, yelling like a madman. Jin, are you insane? Why would you just swing your sword like that? Jin ignored him and looked at the guy on the ground. Cadet, name? He groaned. I am Cajun Romello, Jin asked calmly. Do you even know why I just sliced you? Daytona screamed, drawing his sword and pointing it at Jin. Hey, why are you ignoring us? Draw your sword right now. He turned his head, eyes sharp as razors. Big brother, can you not see I am talking to Cajun? I will fight you later. But for now, Haytona lost it and roared. You brat! How dare you act like that after maiming my soldier? He realized too late what he just admitted. Jin smirked, a mocking grin on his face. My soldier, huh? So it turns out this guy is on your team? Brother, I only slashed him because he was looking at me with bloodlust. Around them, the other cadets whispered, Is this a power struggle? Zed, who watched the whole thing, smiled. Instead of breaking his brother's spirit, they just got schooled. From what the Tona brothers said, Kajin is officially part of their faction. So Jin's move was not just random violence. It became part of a long Zancandon tradition, a power struggle. He just did something incredibly bold. Jin looked up, his voice echoing. Listen up, I am Jin Zancandon. You can point your swords at me or try to ambush me like before, but if you show even a hint of hostility, I will not hesitate to cut you down. Then, Zed's voice boomed. Jin Zancandon, 13th son of the family. He bowed. Yes, elder. He stepped out, eyes red. You think you can act like this in my presence? Jin answered simply. Yes, Zed asked why. Jin dropped a line that silenced the whole yard. Because I was not fighting my brothers, I was fighting you, elder. Zed's eyes narrowed instantly. In a flash, his aura exploded. Power gathered in his hands. Interesting. Then the sword in Zed's hand began to glow. He pointed it straight at Jin. Explain yourself. Depending on your answer, I might just take your head right here and now. Jin stood his ground, his voice cold as steel. You chose a very specific way to intimidate the cadets, even with me in the class. I figured it out when you attacked. Power surged, and Zed swung a lightning-fast strike. The blade's energy whistled past his face so fast it sent his hair flying in every direction. A thin line of blood appeared on his cheek. Zed spoke low, curious but testing him. So, you are upset that I bullied the cadets, and that is why you caused this mess? Jin answered proudly. Mostly, yeah. He wondered, if that is the case, why didn't you swing at me? Why hurt a cadet instead? Jin answered instantly, because I cannot beat you yet. If I knew I could win, I would not have targeted Cajun or my brothers. I would have come for you. Zed summoned his sword again. Seems like you do not value your life much. Or maybe you are just leaning too hard on being the chief's son. Jin replied, that is not it. His words made everyone go silent. I do not think a Zancandon should back down just because an opponent is stronger. Death is a moment, but honor is forever, right? Zed paused, then suddenly burst out laughing. How stupid. You are so arrogant that it is actually moronic. The laughter died. He looked serious. Fine. You deserve to be a Zancandon. Zed turned to the cadets, his voice booming. Do not forget what happened today. What you witnessed is the true spirit of our family. This brat just showed us exactly what a master of the sword looks like. He roared the command. Cadets, fight. Never lose your edge. Zed lowered his voice to finish. We are done for today. Dismissed. Training starts tomorrow morning. Everyone shouted in unison, On the other side, the Tona brothers bowed, feeling bitter as hell. Damn it. Jin walked over with a friendly warning. As your brother, here is some advice. You are scared of the seniors now, but forever? Stop looking at what is right here. Think bigger. It is better for you. When he got home, Julie rushed out to meet him. Young master, you are back early. Jin called Julie. She replied, Yes, master? He said, I started a war with the twins. I took down one of their cadets. After digging deeper, it looks like he is actually on my sister's side. One of the twins slipped up and admitted it. Now that he is officially part of their crew, those girls are going to lose their minds. He smirked like a total jerk. First off, there is no way he has a male knight on his side. Those guys only pick people weaker than them to keep around. Julie caught a vibe and frowned. But look, both ladies are high rankers. There is this unwritten rule that high rankers only scrap with people on their own level. Jin just gave a chill smile. It is fine. Honestly, I am kind of glad she is finally calling me out. It is a big secret, but since they are high rankers, they have zero reason to actually jump me. The only thing they can really do is mess with my team roster and crank up the mission difficulty. They will use their rank perks to make sure I either get wrecked or end up dead. But hey, high difficulty missions usually mean solo runs, and on a solo mission, who is going to babysit me? Exactly, nobody. That means I can finally stop holding back and use my full power. Julie finally got it, her eyes lighting up. If that is the case, this is actually a huge opportunity. Jin grinned. Exactly. I will just act grateful and use them to pad my stats. Jin leaned down and scooped up Murakan. Plus, I am pretty sure bringing a cat along won't be an issue, right? The cat just blinked like, wait, what? Oh man. He stayed chill, but told Murakan he was not coming on the mission. I have got another job for you. Murakan tilted his head, sounding totally annoyed. Another job? Like what? Jin just gave a mysterious look. I will tell you later. For now, we need to stay under the radar. Julie nodded. Yes, young master. Then, Zed's deep voice boomed with that scary pressure. Listen up. After the three of you finish your afternoon drills, you are heading to the secret grounds for special training. Only bloodline members allowed. This is a perk for you pure bloods. But do not think this training will be easy. Got it? The cadets shouted back. Yes, sir. He continued. Our family sword style is all about raw power. It is destructive and has zero hesitation. Fight, win, and leave. Those are the Runcandel traits baked into our blade work. There is no set definition for our style, even if there are some secret signature moves that only high rankers learn. Jin glanced over and saw his sisters looked livid. Zed doubled down, saying our sword style has no fixed form, no set footwork or rules. That is the big difference between us and everyone else. Suddenly, he asked if anyone knew why our style had no set form. Jin did not hesitate and threw his hand up immediately. Because of the insane physical stats and talent every Runcandel is born with, Zed nodded. Exactly. Being a Runcandel means having noble blood. You've got bodies and sword skills that go way beyond imagination, even with a bit of a curveball. He gave a wicked smirk. Everything you guys have learned so far has been easy and simple. Now, I am giving everyone a steel ball. Jin took his, looking suspicious. What is this? There is something inside. A piece of steel? Zed explained it is called a clear stone because it makes a ringing sound when hit. He brought his sword close to the ball. Now, listen closely to the 3 types of sounds this stone makes. With that, Zed tapped the ball with his blade. A piercing, shrill sound rang out, hitting their ears like a needle. Everyone winced. Zed asked coldly, That sound is pretty hard to stomach, right? This time, Zed gripped his sword tight and swung hard. This is the next sound. But this one was not annoying at all. It was clear and long, like the metal was singing. Everyone was stunned. He spoke slowly. As you just heard, the clear stone makes different noises depending on how much force you put into the strike. If your swing is weak, it sounds muffled and dull. But if you hit it with just the right amount of power, the sound is incredible. Jin got it instantly. I see. This is training to make sure every strike hits that perfect note. It is all about power, control, mental strength, and focus. Considering how strong we are, this is a perfect exercise. But even so, this is just hitting a stone over and over again, right? It seems too safe to be some elite training. He wondered, what is that third sound? I definitely heard something rattling inside, like steel shards. Suddenly, Zed brought a massive, violent strike down on the ball. Jin's eyes went wide. No way! He lunged forward, screaming at the 2 Tona brothers to get down right now. The blade came down, splitting the steel sphere wide open. Instantly, a massive explosion rocked the place. Jin used his strength to shove both brothers away. A fierce fireball erupted, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of smoke and dust. The Tona brothers were dazed, holding their heads. What just happened? Zed praised Jin, saying he had some seriously good instincts. He explained that if you hit the stone too hard, it just blows up. Zed flashed a wicked grin. All right, you know the drill now. Let's get to work. Noticing Jin was totally fine, he mentioned he was the first one since Luna to walk away without a scratch. He stroked his chin, thinking, I have taught most of your siblings. Simple drills like this are usually just a formality, to be honest. I did not really expect anyone to dodge that blast. Suddenly, Jin cut him off. Excuse me! He raised his hand like a good student and asked, how exactly did Sister Luna dodge it? Zed did not really want to answer honestly. You are going to be disappointed when you hear this. All your older siblings pulled it off. But Gin did not really care. Seeing how calm Jin was, Zed told the truth. Honestly, Luna did not dodge it like you. She got caught in the blast just like the other kids. Back then, the light blinded her instantly. Zed remembered how shocked he was. She was not even hurt because she was just that freaking strong. Hearing that, the three of them just stood there with blank faces. Zed gave the orders. From now on, you three are training with these stones every single afternoon. You do not stop until you can hear that perfect sound every time, no matter what. Got it? The three of them answered one by one. Yes, sir. Nice. The scene shifts to a room filled with warm sunlight. Taimon brought afternoon tea into Luna's room. Lady Luna, she said. Luna looked over and replied softly, thanks, Nanny. As she set down the tea, she asked about her siblings trying to kill her. Taimon sat down and told her everything. Even though Lady Mew and the others already suspect me, they know all about the young master. So, there is a really high chance they are onto us. Luna analyzed the situation. They are being reckless, but for what? Are they seriously crazy enough to try an assassination right in the middle of the great arena? They are already banned from the Runcandel succession fight anyway. Luna's face looked a bit sad. Besides, if Father finds out, he will flip this house upside down and their lives will be in danger. Taimon asked her gently, do you think there is any chance young Master Jin lied? What if this whole thing is just a big misunderstanding? Luna thought seriously about her brother. He is 10 years old now, so I think both options are possible. But look, we have been looking into this for 5 years. I do not think he is lying. She remembered how scary and cold her brother looked when he was little. I do not know, but I almost died. Back then, that kid was always so on guard around me. The more Luna thought about it, the more she felt something was off. She gripped her teacup tight. He did not just feel that way for no reason. I think it was his gut instinct. Hearing that, she asked for Luna's opinion. So, should I start investigating Lady Mew and the others first? Luna set her teacup down. There are just so many what-ifs and bad vibes, Nanny. This dead end is really creeping me out and giving me some major bad omens lately. You worry way too much, though. I am the one who should be stressed about your siblings finding a way to hurt you again. She just gave a cool, calm smile to reassure her. Look, Nanny, I am way past 13 now. You really do not have to babysit my feelings anymore. Speaking of the drama, Luna suddenly wondered if Jean was actually crushing it out there. Nanny knew exactly what she meant. You mean Lord Zed's training? She leaned on her hand and answered, it is about time that kid showed off the results of all that intense eye training. Luna pictured the brutal training and smiled softly. He will probably get banged up by those stones a bit, but he is going to pull it off. Watching him level up is honestly the best part of my day. Next morning, 4 hours of afternoon training kicks off. Jean is a sweaty mess, gasping for air, thinking about how out of all the sessions he has ever done, this training is the toughest. This literally feels like trash. Zed watched the data and coldly ordered a 5-minute break. Jean gripped his sword and started meditating, his mind racing. I thought this was about controlling my power and will, but I was wrong. From the jump, it was all about trying to keep my own natural abilities on a tight leash so they do not go wild. He remembered Zed slicing through those stones like butter. He locked in. To smash those things without relying on pure instinct like my uncle, I still need way more basic strength. Jean's hands were shaking from overtraining, barely able to hold his grip. I gotta push harder to make my raw power even more intense than it already is. Thoughts kept swirling through his mind, so he tried to find his center with a long, deep breath. I need to train until I can hear the stone's rhythm and smash it easily. After his mind wandered, he reeled it back in. Don't rush it. Just stay cool for a second. This is just the stuff my siblings had to master before they grew up in my past life. I can definitely handle this. Zed's glowing red eyes scanned the three of them like an X-ray. He was low-key impressed. All three are doing solid and leveling up. Daytona was gritting his teeth, refusing to back down even though his legs were like jelly. Where is the crack? Then Zed checked Jin, who was deep in meditation. This kid is built different though. He smirked, rubbing his chin, thinking Jin might actually beat Luna's legendary record from back in the day. Night fell, and a voice sliced through the silence. Man, you guys are actually hilarious to watch. Looking at the brothers, Daytona was face down on the floor. Zed tossed something at them. If you plan on passing out tomorrow, do not even bother showing up. Jin nodded. Got it. He watched the twins limp away, judging them silently. They lasted longer than I expected. After all, a black van is still a black van. He looked at Jin's confident walk and thought about the youngest kid in the group. Jack felt a sting of regret and shouted, "Why does he have to be the baby of the family? If he had been born 10 years earlier, he would have absolutely dominated the entire Black Van clan by now. That stupid older brother of mine. What am I supposed to do? This is so annoying." Jack moped around for a month until May 1975 at the mid-level cadet training camp. Someone yelled, "Attention!" A loud voice read the update. The first mission of the year for the mid-level class is officially out. Cadets, step forward right now. Mission number 1 is a guard job. You are protecting the new hires at the Minch Smithy Company. Houston and Ba Din, you are up. Everyone stood perfectly straight, waiting for the next announcement. Mission 3 is monster taming. The target is an orc. The announcer paused, looking at the long list. The mission is in the unprotected Corona territory. The ones chosen are... He stared at the paper for a long time, looking like he could not even believe what he was reading. Then he called the names, leaving Beloff and Mesa stunned. Mesa, Beloff, Scott, Taimung, Kiko, Eddington, Sierra, Vince, David, and 10 more. He rolled up the paper, 25 orcs total. Her face went dark as she processed the news. He warned them that orcs travel in packs, so they better be ready to give it everything they have got on this one. He ended it there. That is it. Betcho will give you the specifics later. Peace out. Daytona asked the guy next to him. Rookies taming orcs? The guy sneered. What can they do? Half of them are dead meat for sure. Mayo laughed mockingly, telling them to go ahead and buy their coffins and incense. Even with his arms tied, Jin bragged. Plenty of time to write your wills. The orange-haired guy mockingly begged. Maybe you should go cry to young Master Jin. Save us, please. We are so scared of these monsters. Taimong snapped. What did you just say? Mesa grabbed his hand to stop him. Forget it. We cannot fight them yet, and the mission has not even started. Getting hurt now is just a headache. He tried to argue, but Mesa finally yelled, Shut up and stay put. Did you forget? This is the Black Van Clan. That small but tough figure stood in the crowd and spoke firmly. We are going to do exactly what we were told and come back alive after it is finished. Mesa was furious, but her eyes burned with a bright, fierce intensity. That is the only way we are ever going to take them down. Daytona gritted his teeth and raised his sword high. A second later, he brought his hand down hard. Cracks started webbed across the top of the sphere. Daytona's jaw dropped as his eyes went wide. Ah! Before he could even think, a massive explosion went off and smoke filled the air. You could still hear the pure rage in his voice. Damn it! He screamed his brother's name. Daytona! When there was no answer, he called out again, sounding totally desperate. Jin. It was a plea for help. By pure reflex, Jin turned his head to look back. Seeing a flash of light charging at him, Jin dodged and gripped his weapon tight. Daytona finally snapped out of it and asked anxiously, Jin, you okay? I did not mean to do that. Even though he was hurting, Jin answered politely, I am fine. Can you move this thing somewhere else? Daytona moved quickly. Sure. I am really sorry. He watched the brothers walk away and thought to himself, It has been a month since I started training with the stones. Those two already blew theirs up, way faster than I thought they would. Jin looked at his palm and wondered, what was that feeling I just had? For a second, his nerves were pulled tight like a guitar string, and his eyes were wide, like something shifted. Jin realized with a shock that it followed the arrow's path. He toyed with the stone in front of him and kept thinking, if that iron stone flies back this way, I can totally dodge it now. He bit his lip, brows furrowed in deep concentration, his eyes glued to his training gear. Could this feeling actually be what I think it is? It has got to be related to Luna's training session. Jin gripped his sword tight again, staring at the stone. Before I lose this feeling, I need to try it one more time. Right then, a powerful shout rang out. Listen up. Zed was looking at them with a serious, harsh expression. You have all been assigned a mission. Whatever he told them made the brothers grit their teeth in pure terror. That event? It is really happening? They both collapsed, one face down and one looking at the sky, screaming about why it's the Empire. I am already feeling sick. I absolutely hate formal event clothes. They are way too tight. Zed watched his nephews suffer and said calmly, I feel for you kids. Then he twisted the knife, reminding them how lucky they were that their other siblings did not have to dance at the Empire's banquet hall. But suddenly, Z snaps like a narc. His eyes go cold. This event is a job, kid. Keep whining and I will show you what real authority looks like. Try me. The two brothers instinctively snap to attention and shout in unison, Sorry, uncle. Meanwhile, Jin stays chill, keeping a total stone face. Jin is thinking, using a mission just to spite the brothers for their weak sword skills? Crazy that these guys were even sent to the Imperial event. Z keeps barking. This is the big leagues. Even the Runcandels cannot say no. Heavy hitters are showing up to flex. Watch them. Learn something for once. Daytona and Haytona shout yes sir as loud as they can, trying to hide how bored they actually are. He turns to the quiet one. Jin. Here, uncle. Z checks his notes. Mission for the new blood. He pauses, then drops the hammer. You are to take out a high-value target. The mark is a toy for Toleris, the Ice Castle boss, one of her many boys. Z locks eyes with Jin. You know the Ice Castle, right? Jin does not even blink. Yes, uncle. Huge tower in the middle of the sea, west of the continent, hard to miss. Toleris is the 51st owner. They call her the Spider of the Abyss. She is famous for wrecking anyone who even looks at her lovers the wrong way. Z hands over a file. The Ice Castle plays by its own rules. Not even the Runcandels or Zipfuls can touch them. You get the stakes, right? Target is Ankara Chanderer. He is hiding out in Mammoth, the lawless zone. Jin stays cool, but the brothers' jaws hit the floor. Wait, Mammoth? They start whispering, totally freaked out by the name. Mammoth is Guardian Knight territory. This is way too heavy for Jin, right? Jin just looks at Z. Uncle, I have one question. Jin rubs his chin. The Chanderers put out the hit? They really want to murder their own family member? Z nods. Exactly. They tried bringing him in nicely, but he would not budge. Guess they would rather see him dead than leaking family dirt. So, can you handle it? Jin answer is instant. Consider it done. Z is stunned. Wait, just like that? Z keeps his doubts internal. Does this kid even know what Mammoth is? He just said yes without a second thought. He lets out a long, heavy sigh. Fine then. Decisiveness is a good look on you. We roll out in 2 days. Be ready. The brothers are still tripping. Uncle, is he really going to Mammoth? Z snaps back. He said yes, didn't he? Afternoon drills are off. Stick to personal training so you do not blow the mission. They all nod. Got it, uncle. Haytona gets all soft for a second. Hey, Jin, little brother. Jin turns. Yeah? Haytona hesitates. If things go south, tell them you are a Runcandel. Nobody wants that smoke. Jin stares at them. What is this? You guys actually care about me now? No way. We just want to be the ones to beat you. Do not die before then. Jin turns away. Sure, guys. Change your mind later? Jin drives his sword through a rock and lifts it like it is nothing. The brothers just hug each other, totally speechless. Jin flashes a wide grin. So, you guys like girls or boys? Z cuts the chatter. Hey, Tona. Daytona. Front and center. Z watches Jin walk away. He warns the boys. Like he said, get ready. Do not poke the bear until you are strong enough, unless you want an early grave. 2 days later, the squad sees him off. Mammoth awaits, young master. He says, yeah. Jin looks different. Someone asks about his hair. It is a disguise. Cannot have people spotting a Runcandel in a place like that. They nod. Jin gives the orders. Mesa, my path is different. I am taking a separate portal to keep things quiet. I have got immigration red tape to handle. You are on suppression duty, right? She nods, looking miserable. Why the long faces, guys? Mesa sighs, just saying goodbye. Jin laughs. Goodbye? You are acting like we are never going to see each other again. Look, some might not make it, but worrying is a waste of time. Focus on the job. I will be back, I promise. Relax. Jin pats Bellot on the shoulder. He gives a shaky smile. Be safe, sir. Jin smiles. Catch you later. Jin turns to Julie. Cute, right? Keep them safe. Murakan jumps in. I am the teacher, chill. Jin cuts him off. Don't get caught. Murakan loses it. Hey, you are the one who needs to watch your back, kid. Do not get yourself arrested. And do not get cocky just because you have a wig on. Jin just shrugs. I am out. Julie watches him go. It is going to be way too quiet without Murakan. Jin grins. Enjoy the peace. I will bring gifts. She still looks worried about the ice castle. I know you are talented, but Mammoth is a literal death trap. Jin hops on his horse. I will be back, and just like that, he is gone. A few days later, Jin hits Mammoth. It is a total dump for bottom-tier thugs. Some loudmouth kicks open a door. Yo, losers, daddy is home. Someone sneers. Who is this? Thung, back from running away again? Real brave of you. Thung barks back. Yeah, I am back. This place is a cesspool for lawless idiots. Rumor says the local vibes are just as rotten as the people. The door creaks. Thung and his goons turn around. Jin is standing there, cool as ice. With trash like this everywhere, even the weeds refuse to grow. The thugs eye him up. New meat? Jin walks in and tosses a coin, cold water, and whatever food is ready fast. His high and mighty attitude pisses them off. Thung grabs Jin's shoulder. You got a big mouth for a rookie. Who the hell are you? A former 9th rank knight turned traitor? He acts nice for a second before his inner thug starts leaking out. Yo, new meat. Shouldn't you learn the house rules before popping off? Shut up and get on your knees. Now, lick my boots. Before the punk even finished, Jin snatched his collar. 2 seconds later, fresh blood was dripping onto the table. He slammed the table and stood up, his voice dripping with ice. How much longer are you going to make me wait? The rest of the thugs just froze there, completely stunned by the kid's nerves. Suddenly, the whole room erupted in laughter. Well, I am toasted. I knew this day would come. Jin's shoulders slumped in defeat. My master was right, he thought. This place is just a playground for total psychos. To get respect from these criminals, I have to show them what I can do. His fingers gripped the small blade as he marched toward the crowd. Master helped me so much in this life and the last. One day, I will pay him back. He took a seat at the bar. The bartender slid a plate of cake and a glass of water over to him. The guy seemed way more civil than those other punks. Don't worry, I didn't poison it, the man said. Jin stared back, stone-faced. Poison is banned in this city. Even I know that much. The owner kept prying. You're pretty sharp for a kid, he said. You got family in town? Jin just stayed quiet. It was obvious his cold shoulder was starting to get on the old man's nerves. So the guy changed the subject. What are you after? Drugs? I've got some new stuff that's selling out fast. Or maybe you're looking for someone. Jin didn't even look up. The latter, he muttered. Then his voice softened a bit. Is there anyone named Zippo around here? The owner crossed his arms and thought for a second. Nope, definitely not. Jin didn't push it. Fine. Then can you suggest a place to stay the night? Somewhere without bedbugs, preferably. The owner nodded and gave him directions to a spot that actually fit the bill. There's a place called the Moon Reflection Inn on the west side of town. The King of Mammoth stays there, so don't go starting any fights like you just did. It's the most high-end spot in West Mammoth. Walking under the moonlight, Jin thought about his target, and Karo was the trashy son of some count, a total spoiled brat who grew up sheltered from the real world. He's never worked a day in his life. The guy is obsessed with cheap thrills and pleasure. He has nothing but a family name and a pretty face. A coward who bows to the strong and kicks the weak. He's in this dangerous city to get the attention of some mysterious castle lord. Rumor says that Lord is losing his mind over his various lovers, and Karo is staying at this inn. The bartender mentions some new drug in Mammoth, so he's probably in his room getting high. Since he's one of the castle lord's favorites, he's definitely got bodyguards. I need to scope out the situation in his room before I make a move. Jin finally made it. The second he stepped into the inn, he heard someone screaming their head off. I didn't even have to look for him. My target, Ankaro, was right there, throwing a total tantrum at his own guards. Why are you saying no now? You got it for me yesterday just fine, Ankaro shrieked. Watching the brat melt down, Jin couldn't help but smirk. Today is definitely my lucky day. I didn't think I'd run into him this fast. One of the guards stepped forward with a warning. Sir, we cannot let you keep acting like this. So Ankaro switched to begging like a pathetic loser. Damn it, come on. I'm literally begging you. I won't last another hour without that stuff. Please. The guard didn't budge at all. No means no, master. You need to remember that our job is to keep you safe, not to indulge your every single whim. Ankaro went absolutely ballistic, screaming at the top of his lungs. Shut up! If you losers won't get it for me, I'll find another way. You're dead to me. I'm going to remember every single one of your pathetic faces. Once my love comes back, you're all dead meat. Wait, did you just sigh at me? How dare you? The two guards shared a look, signaling each other silently, and Karo kept ranting like a total madman. You low-life scum, do you have any idea who I am? In the Chandler Guild, I'm practically— He didn't even finish his sentence before a staff slammed into his gut. His eyes rolled back as he gasped for air. A second later, He collapsed into the guard's arms. Man, how much longer do we have to babysit this piece of trash? The guard sighed. I wish he'd just overdose and get it over with. Why the hell are we keeping this lowlife alive anyway? The other guard gave him a sharp look. Shut up. We do what we're told. Letting your feelings get in the way of the job is unacceptable. Jin watched everything from the shadows, slowly forming a plan. Those bodyguards looked like they were at least level 6 swordsmen. Killing Ankaro would be as easy as breathing. The real problem is what happens right after he's dead. I need to lure him out and somehow escape his security detail. But poison is a major taboo here in Mammoth. If I use toxins for the assassination, this entire city will hunt me down until I am dead. How can I take him out secretly? After a few minutes of thinking, a plan started to form. He slammed his hand down on the table with a smirk. All right, let's do this. Jin's hair and clothes slowly began to shift colors as a devious grin spread across his face. I've made my decision. Meanwhile, outside in the shadows, a voice whispered a question. How many guards does that guy have? Ceres and her closest henchmen were giving a quick report. 6 guards, my lady. She gave a small, weary smile while folding the piece of paper in her hand. Sorry about this. It's annoying that everyone has to work so hard just because some jerk doesn't know his place. Her guard chuckled. Well, today's the day we end it, right? You coming here in person makes things way easier for all of us. Ceres stretched her arm and replied casually. It's true. I could take out a guy like him whenever I want. You said he's staying at the moon reflection, right? Come on, let's move. Good news should always arrive early, shouldn't it? He bowed respectfully. Yes, my lady. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bolt of blue electricity lit up the sky. It was a clear sign of trouble. Everyone shielded their eyes from the blinding, dangerous glare. Hayton frowned and shouted over the noise. My lady, that blast came from the direction of the moon reflection inn. Ceres looked exactly where her guard was pointing and gasped. What the hell? It looks like we picked a really bad day for this. Back at the inn, Jin was marching up the stairs with total confidence. I'm going to terrorize this whole place with magic from my own room. I'm only at 4 stars, but if I pump enough soul power into it, I can hit as hard as a 6-star. That spell will make everyone think the caster is a high-level 6-star mage. Who is going to suspect a 15-year-old kid is that powerful? Nobody, not even Veridin, and he just reached 6 stars himself. Because of how soul power works, there won't be a single trace left to point back to me. Nobody will even guess I was the one who cast it. As he finalized the plan in his head, he carefully changed his hair and clothes to make it look like an outside raid. Summon Lightning seems like the perfect spell to get the job done. Jin began the ritual. As smoke filled the room, he chanted the words to release his soul power. In an instant, it felt like he dropped into another dimension. Everything went pitch black. I'm really doing this, he whispered to himself. I've cooked up a pretty terrifying plan. Right now, his entire body was crackling with bright bolts of electricity, sending flashes of light into every corner of the space. Jin's eyes glowed as a smug grin hit his face. He knew he'd done it. Summon lightning. The blinding glare from his power sent everyone into a total panic, forcing them to shield their eyes. Ceres, the captain of the Hidden Palace, 7 swords, and daughter of the master, was the only one who stayed calm. She didn't even flinch. Looks like I really did pick the wrong day, she laughed. Lightning shook the entire inn. Her guard was quick to figure it out. It looks like someone at the moon reflection really pissed off a high-level mage. Ceres nodded her head. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. But this could also be a direct attack on the Hidden Palace. We've got 6 of our own people in that inn. Not to mention my mother's lover, Ankaro, is in there too. Ceres bolted. Forget Ankara, I don't care what happens to that guy. Our people come first. Move. The guards barked back. Yes, milady, and took off. But the inn was out of reach. Lightning was everywhere, blinding them. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion rocked the place. People started pouring out of the building, screaming in panic. Who did this? What trash did this? One guy yelled, Hey, didn't you say you killed some Zippo mages? What if this is payback? Is this a revenge hit? Hyton snapped. I'm going in right now. He charged forward, cursing under his breath. Ceres screamed for him to stop. Wait, something's wrong. Stop, Hyton. She sensed something was off. A second later, a massive tornado of lightning and wind exploded, throwing everyone back like ragdolls. Dust settled on a total war zone. Ceres whispered, That shockwave that had to be the finale. Her guard nodded solemnly. I agree, milady. That was the big one. She scanned the wreckage. Nothing. Just smoke and rubble. Please, let them be okay, she prayed. Nearby, a survivor was barely clinging to a rock, gasping for his life. It was Jean. He was completely drained. That last blast of lightning must have sucked every bit of his spiritual energy dry. I almost reached the 7-star level. Lucky to be alive after a hit like that. If that guy's still breathing, this is a huge chance for me. Suddenly, a golden light hit him. Siri spotted Jin. She stared him down. Wow, a kid my age and Mammoth? Jin just sat there, dazed. You okay? She asked. Looks like you got caught in the crossfire too, huh? Get out of here, fast, she warned. 2 guards rushed up. Milady, we found our guys. They're banged up, but they're still alive. Everyone's accounted for. Siri smiled. Good, get everyone outside. If they're still guarding Ankara, tell them to finish him off. The guard saluted. Understood, milady. Consider it done. Those attacks were too similar, she muttered. Same person did this. If you find any rogue mage, tie them up immediately. No questions. The guards obeyed her without a word. Jin looked at her cool demeanor. Wait, is she the daughter of the Hidden Palace Master? She has to be. This girl is high-ranking. Sounds like Ankara's fate is sealed. No need to check on that loser anymore. But if this girl remembers my face, I'm in big trouble. I've got to disguise myself as much as possible and escape. Before they could leave, another guard panted. Bad news, milady. Ankara's dead. He didn't make it through the ambush. We failed our mission. Ceres didn't even blink. Really? She said with a shrug. Well, that's actually great news. Best thing I've heard all day. I came here to fire you guys from that annoying job anyway. Guarding that moron must have been a total nightmare. The guard was speechless. Milady. She walked off, humming. She raised her sword, her voice echoing with absolute power. The Hidden Palace is taking over this inn. I am Ceres Endoma, daughter of Teleris and captain of the 7 Swords. Oppose me and you're an enemy of the palace. Some guys yelled back. Don't make me laugh. We don't care who your dad is. This is Mammoth territory, kid. You've got no authority here. Besides, this attack probably happened because of the Hidden Palace. You brought this disaster to our door. You're way overstepping your bounds, little girl. Get out. Ceres went cold. No explanation. No words. She just swung her blade in a perfect, lethal circle, cutting through the air like butter. She stepped toward the 2 men. I said clearly anyone who objects is an enemy of the Hidden Palace. You think playing king in this den of scammers makes you some kind of big deal? If this hit was on the palace, we'll pay up. But what if that mage was after one of you losers and we just got caught in it? Then what will you do? The protesters shut up instantly. They had no comeback for that. Well, I mean, they stammered. Her eyes glowed with a dangerous light. That's what I thought. We're taking the inn. The men sighed. Fine. Do whatever. We're all in the same boat now. We just want to find that mage and kill him. Ceres relaxed her stance, the threat finally fading from her eyes. Agreed. Find the mage among the survivors. It's definitely not one of mine. The palace doesn't have any mages stationed here. No surprises there. Maybe one of you scammers pissed off a master sorcerer while you were out causing trouble. Stop resisting this pointless fight right now. She walked back to where Jin was sitting. And you? Why are you just sitting there? I said get out. Jin stuttered, playing the part. Sorry, I'm just scared. And my leg is busted. My bad. She pulled out a small first aid kit. You're kind of a wimp for a guy, she teased. But you're a pretty cute swordsman, I guess. You're lucky, she said, applying the meds. You survived the blast and got treated by the great Ceres herself. Be grateful for it, Jin asked. How can I ever repay you? She laughed. You can't. A guy like you could never repay me. Just consider it a good memory and bow toward the Hidden Palace once in a while. That's enough. She finished up and waved as she walked away. Bye now. Jin smiled and waved back, keeping his act up until she was gone. Once she vanished, Jin's face went stone cold. Mission accomplished, he whispered. Elsewhere, a new battle began. A sword cut through the air, leaving a glowing white trail behind. A monster shrieked in agony as a lethal blade sliced through it. The creature let out one last gurgling breath before falling silent forever. It slammed into the dirt. A cheer went up. 18. I hope you're the one who finished this freak. One guy stomped on the monster's head, grinning. Scott laughed. Let's head back and rub this in the faces of those jerks who made fun of us. Time to take our honor back. Mesa wasn't smiling. Don't get cocky, guys. There are still 7 monsters left out there. One of the guys waved her off. I know, Mesa, I know. Orcs usually move in packs, she noted. Finding them alone like this is way too easy. Maybe the gods are actually on our side for once. Mesa smiled to herself. Master Jin must have some divine protection, and all that good luck is finally rubbing off on all of us here. She barked an order to the team. Keep searching. Stay alert until the very end. Don't get careless now. Suddenly, something rustled loudly in a nearby bush. Murakan had been lurking, listening to every word they said. He strolled away, muttering to himself. So they think there are 7 left? If they catch them, I can finally go home. A few days ago, before Jin's team got their mission, Murakan had gathered the orcs together and addressed the pack. Murakan stood there, hands behind his back, acting tough. Listen up, you orc losers. From now on, you move alone. Do not bunch up. If you punks do not listen or start crowding up, I will personally end every last one of you. Got it? Finally, he told us to get moving if we understood. Those idiots headed back to the forest while Murakan stomped his short legs, complaining about that kid always giving him annoying chores. He was fuming. Does being a 1,000-year-old shadow dragon even mean anything anymore? So what? His roar sent birds scrambling into the sky. He really thinks he is the center of the universe. Perched on a branch, Murakan watched Jin's troops and muttered that he would make that brat buy him some fresh flowers later. He slumped down, feeling useless. In this weak body, there was only so much a great dragon could actually accomplish. To finish the job without anyone dying, he had to focus. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shook the ground like a massive earthquake. Murakan snapped out of his slump instantly, his golden eyes glowing with a sharp, dangerous intensity. He spun around, totally caught off guard. What is this energy? That eerie sound was getting louder, and Murakan realized something huge was charging straight toward their position. Still hiding in the trees, he cursed under his breath. Where did these guys come from? I did not think they would just waltz back here. Luckily for us, they only seem to be around 3-star level. If it is Jin we are talking about, that kid can handle it. Murakan released a thick cloud of shadow, letting it drift down toward the sleeping army. It slowly swallowed the faint moonlight above them. Bit by bit, the darkness rose until the entire sky was pitch black. Belaf was the first one to notice something was off. He looked up and muttered that the sky got dark fast. Maybe a storm? Someone else was trespassing too, a massive tomb guardian clutching a cursed nail. Its eyes glowed. Murakan suddenly appeared in his dragon form, letting out a furious roar. How dare you punks show your faces here? His wings beat against the air, kicking up a violent windstorm. Like a true powerhouse, Murakan spoke as if delivering a final judgment. You dare mobilize your forces without my permission? This thing is not alive. It is an ancient relic. Staring at the massive, dangerous threat in front of him, he called it out, the giant tomb guardian. Murakan felt a surge of doubt. I was sure my dragonkin wiped these things out over 2,000 years ago. Plus, why are these guardians even here? He quickly fired off a magic sphere and spat out that whatever the reason, this reunion sucked. I am ending this in one breath. Then, his magical blast slammed into the giant. The giant stood its ground, trying to block with a wooden shield, but the raw magic power smashed right into it, causing deep cracks to spiderweb across the surface. The impact triggered a massive explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. In the middle of that rainy, chaotic mess, Murakan slowly descended back to the ground. His dragon claws slowly retracted into his human hands. He cracked his stiff joints and groaned that his whole body ached because he had not used his real power in forever. Looking at the fallen giant, Murakan casually noted that these things do not just show up by accident. Every single time, the Zipfel family is behind it. Seriously, what is wrong with this world lately? He started thinking. It is probably better to keep this a secret from the kid. If things go south, I can still step in and protect him. If that brat keeps growing this fast, in 15 years he will be unstoppable. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a shape-shifting wizard named Booba Gaston was pacing nervously before finally deciding to enter the room. He immediately started his report. Lord Bisco, there is trouble. My masterpiece, the Tomb Guardian, is gone. Bisco Ibriano, the leader of Kinsella, replied that he already heard about those kids being attacked in the middle of the night. The old man jumped at the chance to perform. Exactly. What kind of monster would do something as horrible as destroying my masterpiece? Bisco walked over and leaned in. Booba, the one who beat the giant, was a dragon. A shadow dragon, actually. I checked the scene myself. That news shocked him. A dragon? Are you saying they are watching us? Bisco replied that he was not sure, but it felt like a warning. Keep an eye on things for now. I will send some useful people your way. Tension was written all over his face. His gaze turned sharp as a blade. We need to set up a meeting with the Zipfel family as soon as possible. Seeing the family members return in one piece made the Lord very happy. He smiled wide, glad everyone finished the mission safely and made it back to Mammoth. Those other guys who assigned this mission are going to be so embarrassed, they are definitely going to lose their minds when they see this. Jin stepped forward to thank Z for the praise on everyone's behalf. He crossed his arms and looked at his subordinates. All right, whole unit, dismissed. They all shouted back in unison, yes, sir. After finally getting some rest, Mesa, Bellof, and Scott cheered. Young master, we are so glad you are okay. He smiled back at his friends and told them they all did great. Meanwhile, over in a corner, Cajun, Rima, and Mel were huddled together, looking totally annoyed. Cajun asked if they heard the news. Some random mage supposedly attacked the exact inn where the target was staying that night. Rima scoffed, feeling bitter. Man, young Master Jin is just way too lucky. Meow kept glaring at Jin's group with pure hate. This world is so unfair, she grumbled. Not only is he a Runcandel, but his luck is insane. Some people can work their lives away and never get past being a mid-tier cadet. He turned to Cajun and kept running his mouth. I do not even know how strong those other guys are, but Jin himself is only at 4 stars, and his new crew are all just 3-star losers, right? Hey, Cajun, are we really just gonna let them walk all over us like this? He glanced at Mel and growled, what else can we do? Even if people look down on him for being the youngest, he is still a pureblood Runcandel. He hated it, but he knew how the world worked. Mel, until the lady gives us orders, we wait. Right then, Jin started walking toward them, clearly making it obvious that he was heading their way. They whispered to each other, wondering if he overheard. No way, they were too far apart. Jin kept his head down to hide his eyes, thinking about how annoying it was. But I heard every word, my dear friends. Jin asked their leader how his right arm was doing. Cajun acted humble, even though his eyes looked like he wanted to rip Jin's throat out right there. It is fine. The medic said putting it back together was easy, and your cut was surprisingly clean. Jin casually replied that it sounded like they were having a pretty interesting conversation over here. Yeah, the only thing low-life losers like us can do when facing the great young master Jin is talk trash behind your back. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Jin's face was a complete blank. He let out a cold, sharp breath that reeked of pure contempt. Oh, really? Whether I forgive you or not doesn't even matter, right? I am not an official knight yet. Honestly, this has nothing to do with you guys. Cajun stepped up to finish Jin's thought. Technically, couldn't you just say one word and have people like us beaten? Jin asked why he would ever bother doing that. Cajun grit his teeth and gave a fake smile, saying it was because he was acting pretty arrogant right now. Jin just nodded. Yeah, you are kind of an eyesore. When he suddenly stood up, a dark energy started radiating from him. Mel got nervous and asked what he was doing. Cajun just kept his focus on Jin. Is that so? Well, in my eyes, seeing the young master get all this praise for a mission he only finished because of pure luck is not exactly making me happy. Look, I am still trying to keep things chill here, thinking maybe this whole thing is just one big misunderstanding. Honestly, I am not even mad that you mocked me or treated me like some low-life peasant. Jin's hand slowly brushed his sword hilt. This guy Cajun? He is a 5-star knight. His skills are way ahead of any other trainee in this place. Honestly, the guy might even be a level above me right now. The second that blade cleared the scabbard, the steel caught the light. He dropped a heavy question, his voice dripping with pressure. Why the hell are you just talking trash behind people's backs? I told you before, you can throw down whenever you feel like it. He shot back with a cocky grin, asking if I was for real. I told him straight up, draw your sword. Don't hold back. Let's see what you actually got. Let the games begin. He gave me this terrifying, murderous glare. It sounded like he was basically saying we should go all out with our aura. He shoved his blade forward, his voice sounding even colder than the steel. You are really going to regret this, kid. And just like that, the dance of death started. Cajun opened up with a massive overhead strike, and I just barely slid my sword into place to catch it. Damn, this guy hits like a freight train. He is totally losing it, raging around like some kind of silverback gorilla that just got its banana stolen. Seriously, he was baring his teeth, face twisted in pure rage. I stayed light on my feet, dodging every swing while thinking about the real monsters I will face later. But then, my foot slipped. Cajun caught it, smirking like a jerk. Have you finally seen the truth? Little lordling, you are still way too weak to face me. He brought his sword crashing down again, and I had to put my back into the block. Suddenly, a silver flash came out of nowhere from down low, aiming straight for my chest. Cajun didn't just use his sword, he threw a punch with his armored fist, trying to catch me off guard. An orange streak of light sliced through the air like a comet. I could not help it, my eyes went wide with pure shock. I had to move my body like a lightning bolt to dodge those insane slashes. It felt exactly like the day I got schooled by Haytona. But now, I am actually starting to see exactly where his blade is going before it even gets there. This is getting interesting. There are a million ways to swing a sword through space, but a basic 5-star knight can only pull off so many tricks, especially when they are this predictable and sloppy. This guy was so blinded by rage he could not see straight. I figured I could end this in 3 moves, tops. I decided to be a nice guy and warn him. Look, I see every move you are making before you do it. You literally cannot win this fight. Cajun was too far gone to listen, screaming at me to shut up with the useless talk. But then he saw it. He saw me effortlessly dodging every single one of his strikes. First came the swing from the left, then he tried to take my head off, but as soon as he lunged, I just ducked right under his blade. I saw his final move coming a mile away. It was an aura blast that a 4-star knight should have 0 chance of blocking. But me? I tanked it completely, and the shockwave sent him reeling back from his own power. I waited for the perfect opening and then swung my blade, knocking his sword right out of his hands. Cajun was shaking like a leaf, eyes wide. How is this even possible? I pointed my blade right at his throat and made it official. Now I finally know exactly how long it will take me to hit level 5. Cajun looked down, his pride totally trashed. He barked out, accusing me of lying to him. He did not think I was already at level 5. I just pulled my sword back and told him the truth. No, I am not. I do not play those kinds of games. You just do not know me well enough yet. I never get into a fight unless I already know for a fact that I am going to win. Once the dust settled, the Tona brothers came sprinting over, looking like they were about to have a heart attack. Both of them just froze in place, staring with their jaws on the floor. They looked at Cajun sitting there in total despair and could not believe it. No way. Our little brother actually beat him? I walked past the Tona brothers and threw some shade, telling them the guy wasn't even that impressive. They were so stunned they just stood there and nodded along with me. Inside a private room, someone was grilling Cajun. You are telling us the youngest kid wiped the floor with you? You really think we are that stupid? Honestly, I am completely ashamed of myself. They asked if he took a bribe or went easy on the kids since they are family. Cajun stood tall and swore he did not hold anything back. Miu snapped back, asking what the hell was going on. Are you seriously telling me a 15-year-old kid reached level 5 in that short amount of time? He started recapping the whole fight. It was not just me, everyone there saw it. That aura he was putting out was definitely beyond level 5. One of the ladies just sighed, looking totally bored. Fine, relying on a loser like you was my mistake. Now get out. Once Kazan left, the room went dead silent. Someone finally spoke up, asking if the youngest kid was actually trying to threaten them now. Miu replied that he was not just threatening them, he was coming for the whole family. We need to make sure our own people are mixed in for his next mission. She looked forward to the future with a cold smile. When he goes out there, he is coming back in a body bag. Back in his room, Julie brought in some food. Everyone is losing their minds over what you did, little lord. I just stared out the window and asked, oh really? Only 3 people in the entire history of this family have hit level 5 by 15. My dad, my sister Luna, and now me, of course. So that's 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 5-star shadow energy. I didn't even think I'd hit level 5 with the sword yet. I was just practicing. It seems like when my shadow energy gets a boost, it actually drags my magic and aura up with it. They are all connected somehow. Last time when I overloaded my shadow energy, it felt like it forced my aura and mana to start flowing way faster too. Since I am the only one with all 3 powers, there is no guidebook for this, but I am certain they are linked together. Just then, something caught my eye and made me turn my head to look. While I was deep in thought, I noticed some blue roses sitting there. Did you put these flowers here, Julie, or did they just appear? Yeah, I added them while you were out. Should I throw them away? I told her no, they are fine. There is no magic or curses on them. I knew as soon as the news broke about me being a level 5 knight at 15, my brothers would start getting real twitchy. My eyes went cold thinking about Joshua, the guy everyone expects to take over the family. Ever since Luna stepped down as the first flag bearer, the second one has been the frontrunner for the throne. He is the one everyone is betting on right now. With his mom Rosa backing him up, his position in the family is pretty much rock solid. While I was being all serious, Murakan was just chilling on the table eating cookies and listening in. I looked straight ahead and said that even though hiding my skills is smart, showing off a little might actually work in my favor. Now that everyone knows I am level 5, word is going to spread way beyond this family. This is going to be front-page news all over the world, for sure. Murakan licked its paws and looked over with a smirk. Oh man, look at our little guy bragging. If you are the center of attention, I bet your brothers will finally start behaving themselves. More importantly, my dad is going to come to the sword garden himself. Julie and Murakan looked at me like I had grown a second head. My sister Luna was the only one who ever caught his interest, but she does not care about the throne. So, my dad decided she just was not fit to lead the clan. After that, Joshua's spot as the next head of the family was totally locked in. DeFuss, Xantia, and Mary were just backup heirs. The whole line of succession was looking rock solid, but then I showed up and flipped the script. Dad does not care about age and gives everyone a shot. So, he is going to hand me a mission just like I am one of the big kids. I bet Dad's orders have two parts. 1, a challenge to see if I can close the age gap with my brothers. 2, protection. He definitely does not want me getting killed by them before I even start the test. That is because I am a special case. Suddenly, Julie gets all serious and warns me. If your story hits the news, every family and group on the planet will be blowing up your spot with visit requests. Jin nods along immediately. You are right, he says. To deal with all those people at once, there is nothing better than throwing one massive party to handle the whole crowd. Sunlight streams in as he squints and lays down the law. When Dad gets here, the party is on. Then Jin points at Murakana. You have got to keep a real close eye on Murakana. We are dead meat if he secretly turns human and crashes the party. You feel me? Hearing that, Murakana's eyes go wide as she lets out a shocked, "Oh." Murakana gets all worked up and snaps. Hey, you think I am some kind of kid? But Julie does not let her finish. She just bows and says, I will follow your orders, young master. Murakana just grumbles under her breath, totally annoyed. A few days later, a report comes in with a smile. It looks like the butlers are drowning in official mail lately. Young master, when I checked with Pedro, even the Bevan royal family sent an official letter. Jin looks up from his book and says, The Empire Royals? That is wild. They must be dying to see me. Julie watches him and adds that the family head just sent over his travel plans. He is coming in 1 month, and other clans are being scheduled for the same time. But the other brothers and sisters are staying suspiciously quiet. Jin just calmly flips through his book. Jin snaps the book shut and closes his eyes. If they try to mess with me while I am in the spotlight, it just screams that they are scared or hate my guts. Reputation is everything. He is not even done talking when Pedro suddenly slams the door open and yells, Young master! He is sweating bullets and stuttering. You have been assigned a mission. Meanwhile, in another room, someone is screaming their head off at the people calling themselves flag bearers. A gust of wind kicks up as she screams, Is this how you work? Rosa is losing it, slamming the table and yelling about them sending the youngest kid into Zipful territory. She keeps cursing them out, calling them names. Then the door creaks open. Rosa sees who it is, and her voice softens. Oh, you are here. Jin just replies, Yes, mother. Vantia Runcandel, the third flag bearer, looks totally depressed and will not even look her little brother in the eye. 2 other brothers are staring him down. On the left is the 5th flag bearer, and next to him is Vigo, the 6th. Then she asks seriously, Did you hear your next mission is at Tantix Cologne? Jin shoves his hands in his pockets, totally chill. Yeah, I heard. Suddenly Rosa steps forward and says quietly, That mission is cancelled. There is no way you are going to Cologne. Anne and Mew start to protest, but she spins around and glares at them. Shut your mouths! You punks are only thinking of ways to kill your little brother. Mew gets defensive and snaps back. Mom, is it really that weird that we are trying to take him out? Anne jumps in too, glaring hard. Honestly, I do not get why you are protecting him. Their cold attitude makes her gasp. What? But since she is their mother, Rosa does not hesitate to threaten them. If you keep talking all this crazy nonsense, then she cuts her off immediately. Is not this family all about competition? You know we have been competing since we were kids. Mayu jumps right in to back her up. Exactly, Mom. I was sent on suicide missions even when I was just a mid-level. Rosa stays quiet for a second, thinking. Then she sits down and says calmly, Fine, you are right. Competition is necessary. But did any of you become a 5-star knight by the age of 15? Both of them freeze, staring at their mother in total shock. Rosa keeps it simple. The youngest is just built different. Jin stands there, listening quietly. She looks at the 2 sisters and tells them, If you had achieved half as much as he did at that age, I would be protecting you too. Xantia just looks bored and covers her mouth to yawn. Rosa rips into her jealous daughters. Put simply, you do not deserve my protection. Seeing you act like this, even as flag bearers, makes me feel zero regret about saying that. Then she raises her voice at Xantia, Jan, and Vigo. Since you 3 are flag bearers too, you are also responsible for the mess these 2 have caused. Rosa starts handing out punishments. Xantia, go discipline yourself. Jan and Vigo, you each return 1 high-grade family sword. He cannot believe it and stutters, Mom, what do you mean return a sword? She snaps, losing her patience. If I did this my way, I would seize every high-grade sword you own. Be grateful, it is just this. Then Rosa looks at Jin and wonders, all right, what now? My youngest son. Now that I have dragged your innocent siblings into this, will you act like I am just punishing them, or will you let this favoritism go to your head? She coldly picks up a paper, waiting to see what he chooses. Show me how you handle this situation. Suddenly Jin calls out, Mother. Rosa squints at him, looking a bit expectant. Go ahead, speak. He speaks up cheerfully. I actually really like the mission my sister gave me. Hearing that, she urgently asks if he knows what he is getting into. Jin does not look worried at all. Yeah, it is Zipful territory that the Runcandels tried to seize in the past and failed. His brother cannot help but grin with excitement, while Mew just stares in shock. Then Jin flashes a smirk. I know it is a dangerous place, but I have zero intention of backing down from this fight. He stands tall and says firmly, I know it is risky, but it is fair. Actually, it feels more like my sisters really respect my skills. He raises his voice slightly. Is not that exactly why they picked me for this mission in the first place? Hearing this, Rosa praises him. Very brave. Or are you starting to doubt your own mother? He keeps that same steady look and replies, No, but if the mission assignments were to suddenly change, that would just make the people working for our family think that our status and power are starting to slip. She glares at him, her eyes full of a terrifying, cold anger. Your sisters are just trying to screw you over. They are not allowed to fight you directly, so they are using their authority to cause chaos. Jin nods along. That is exactly what I am aiming for, Mother. And before Rosa can even say a word, he just keeps going. If I fought my sisters right now, I would definitely lose. But I can fight back by crushing this mission. He smiles, making her stand up. One slip up at the Colon ruins and you are dead. Are you really that confident? He does not skip a beat. Yes, and I have one small request. If I come back successful, give me the swords my brothers had to return. Everyone there just gasps. Ignoring Rosa's pissed-off face, Jin just kept his cool and started listing his demands like it was no big deal. I figure it is the bare minimum reward I deserve since Mom promised. Jin was practically pulling his hair out, asking why his little brother wanted to keep a sword they had already given back. If you are that desperate for a blade, just take one of mine and quit this mission already. He was getting heated, saying I needed to stay alive until Dad got home, but I just shot back that he was sounding weird. His eyes went stone cold. If this is such a big deal, why did you not stop Anne and Moo when they dumped this mission on me in the first place? Joseph's voice suddenly cut through the bickering. Enough. If you actually pull this off and come back in one piece, I will let you have the brother's sword. Everyone out, Jin barked, looking at his mother. But she stayed totally chill, thinking about how she had crushed the honor of the other kids just because she was terrified Jin would turn out like Luna. Guess I was worried for nothing. When Siren finally gets back, he is going to be seriously proud of how much Jin has stepped up. He slowly reached for the door. Anne was standing right there, arms crossed, talking trash. What is going through your head? Dreaming that your lucky streak is actually going to last? Jin froze at the door. I do not know. You guys might not get it, but I am actually cursed with the worst luck. That was the final straw for her. She was totally done with his lazy attitude. This is not a solo gig, so do not think you are going to Hadu all by yourself. He just gave her a cold stare and said, Thanks for the concern, sis. He shot the group one last terrifying look and said, See you later. Cut to a different spot, where a guy stepped forward with a grin to introduce himself. Allow us to introduce ourselves, young Master Jin. I am Mel Hart, and I will be riding shotgun on this mission. The person next to him chimed in quickly, and I am Rima Hart. Mel kept talking, saying it was a huge honor to work with the young master and that he was sorry for how he had acted before. Rima stepped up and promised they would not let him down no matter what. After hearing all their introductions, Jin started to walk away, telling them it was whatever. Let us just call it water under the bridge and focus on finishing this mission together. All three of them cheered at once. Thank you, young master. Jin shot the three of them a terrifying look, his mind racing with nothing but dark thoughts. Honor? Yeah, my foot. These three are just Anne and Mew's little lapdogs. They are definitely going to try to stab me in the back the second things get dangerous. Mel stepped forward to give us the rundown on the mission. He started laying it all out, saying our objective was to steal some specific totems. We were heading to the Colon ruins, and our main target was to secure 4 of those sacred items. The Colon ruins used to be home to thousands of tribal people back in the day. Now, that entire territory is locked down by the Zipo family, who answered to the kingdom of Vai Long. The Zipo clan stumbled onto the ruins about 150 years ago. Once they realized what they had found, they slaughtered and enslaved almost everyone who lived there. Jin stared at the records. Even though the Zippo family acts all high and mighty now, it is all a lie. They treat the locals like garbage, keeping them as slaves while the rest of the world looks the other way. Nobody cares about the rights or the lives of the people in Colon because they just are not worth anything. As he read on, Jin could not stop thinking about it. The only reason the Zippo clan even let the Cologne people live was so they could keep the natural environment of the area intact. It was all just a big show to act like they were sorry for their past brutality. The Zippo family loves making up fair rules to keep up appearances. They definitely crossed the line with Cologne back then. The real reason they are so obsessed with these ruins that they would even risk their reputation is because of a legendary artifact the natives have been hiding. Jin suddenly remembered. The existence of that artifact was a top secret that only the Zippo clan knew about, but the truth came out before I regressed, all thanks to one brave journalist who leaked it. Every single image in the report pointed to one thing, especially that headline the journalist wrote. The report detailed how every move the Zippo family made was aimed at finding a legendary artifact. Just by laying eyes on it, a person could boost their mana level all the way up to 7 stars. Because of that relic, the Zippo clan was able to start churning out an army of mass-produced mages. Jin was lost in thought while Mel and Rima were secretly signaling each other about something. The Zippo family does not start mass-producing mages for another 10 years, which means they have not gotten their hands on that mana source just yet. He gripped his sword tight, swearing he would not let the Zippo clan touch that thing again. Suddenly, Mel's voice broke the silence, warning that the mages were heading back. He signaled the others, pointing out that the mages were gathering right where they were. The totems we needed were locked in warehouse number 3. It would not be hard to raid, but there was bound to be some heavy defensive magic guarding the place. Cajun stepped in to reassure him. Do not you worry, young master. No matter what happens, we have got your back, even if it means we have to lay down our lives for you. Jin looked them over and simply said, Thanks for the pep talk. He stuffed a food pack into the guy's pocket, telling them they needed to keep their strength up to make it back alive. Then he gave the order for everyone to rest up because they were moving out in 1 hour. Cajun grabbed the food and said, Orders received. They shared the food to get their energy levels back up, everyone grabbing a bite while thanking him. Once Mel, Rima, and Cajun had started eating, Jin watched them for a second before finally speaking up. Make sure you cover your faces. I am going in alone, so you guys just enjoy your little nap. Mel looked totally confused as the world started spinning around him. What do you mean, young master? He was hurting just as bad when he finally realized what was happening. What is this? Poison? Once they all hit the floor, Jin finally spoke up. Do not sweat it. It is just a sleeping pill. Then he snapped. Seriously? Did you really think it was not obvious you were sent here to kill me? He gave them one last look before turning to leave. I probably would have been less suspicious if you had just acted like the jerks you normally are. Jin pulled his hood tight, muttering that dogs always follow their master's orders. His shadow faded as he vanished into the wild woods. Over at the gate, 2 knights were chatting and laughing. One of them was telling a story while enthusiastically grabbing a bottle to take a drink. Out of nowhere, a figure in a black cloak charged at them, catching both knights completely off guard. One of them scrambled for his weapon and shouted, Who the hell are you? Jin locked eyes with him and effortlessly dodged the knight's desperate surprise attack. With just a single, precise strike, Jin shut him down, leaving the guy howling in pain. Both knights were out of the count. Jin moved in closer to scout the area, confirming there were only 2 of them and no other guards in sight. He turned his attention to the door and picked up the lock to examine it. It was a basic, old-school lock with absolutely zero alarm magic on it. His mind kept racing as he realized they probably just hired random merchants to guard Warehouse 3. It was pretty obvious the Zippo clan did not give a damn about this place at all. Jin slowly used his abilities to pop the door open for a quick peek at what was waiting inside. The very first thing that caught his eye was a blood magic circle glowing on the floor. Most people would recognize it as a basic guard spell designed to verify a bloodline. It is supposed to check for pure blood, but in reality, it is just to tell humans apart from monsters. Plus, it can even tell if someone is carrying some kind of weird plague or disease. He glares at the knights he just wrecked. Honestly, any human blood works. Who cares whose it is? Dian draws his blade and takes what he needs from one of them. He slowly gathers the knight's blood, calculating every move. No way is he using his own that is just leaving a DNA trail for the cops. Smart move, kid. Dian steps inside and flicks the blood onto the magic circle. The second it hits, the whole thing flares up a deep, nasty red. Step 1. Total success. That first protection spell was a complete joke. Now, Where is that artifact hiding? Just as he starts looking, the circle glitches. Dian's eyes snap wide open. He used basic human blood from that unconscious grunt, so there is no reason for it to freak out like this. Yet, the scanning circle is still popping off like crazy. Weird creatures flash in his vision. Either that soldier was super sick, or these things aren't human at all. They are closing in fast, scary fast. Dian grits his teeth, gripping his weapon tight. He is ready for whatever is coming next. What the hell are these things? He strikes first with a silent wind blast. But these monsters? They sprout razor-sharp claws. There is so much leaked magic floating around here, it is insane. Normally, I would keep my mana low so nobody tracks me, but that plan just went out the window. Things just got a whole lot more complicated. Jin sticks the landing, eyes locked on the beasts. Looks like there is no way to avoid a scrap now. Time to get down and dirty. The brawl kicks off instantly. Jin is moving like a blur, dodging every strike. A wicked blade flashes in his hand. The monster lunges, claws out, and after one massive roar, the damn thing actually gets stronger. This is not going to be easy. Dian struggles to find a footing. Damn it, he mutters. He gives his sword another massive swing, and for the first time, these monsters actually look a little spooked. Seeing them hesitate, he smirks. So, you guys know how dangerous Aura is, huh? Dian seizes the moment, ripping a deep gash right across the monster's gut. Then, he just stands there, waiting. This is insane, the wound is closing up instantly. Jin watches the flesh knit back together. That kind of crazy regeneration is usually only found in high-level magical beasts, but these aren't beasts. Just a minute ago, they were human. Suddenly, old records flash through his mind. This is the Gippo family estate. Something very dark is going on here. Tons of immigrant mages here, while the locals get crushed. And these hidden monsters? Jin wonders if they are original golems. As the monsters charge again, he remembers making these things is a high-level crime. Someone is breaking the law in a massive way. Is the Zippo family seriously using this place as a secret lab for forbidden arts? Original golems punch like 4X cyborgs, but that is about it. They aren't as smooth as elite 4X knights. Taking them down shouldn't be too hard. Jin starts scanning their bodies, looking for any weak spots he can exploit. These things are magic weapons. An original golem will keep coming at you no matter how hard you hit it. But if you smash their core, they are finished. Game over. The core is usually in the head, the heart, or the torso. Even these forbidden versions follow the same rules. If it is a golem, it has got a weak point somewhere in those 3 spots. Jin raises his blade. Let's start here, he says. He lunges forward, driving his sword straight through its chest. Slowly, the golem's lethal claws start to fade away. Things are getting intense. If the head isn't the sweet spot, then maybe Dian stabs another point. After a quick process of elimination, he realizes there is only one place left to hit. Din swings his blade high, and a small orb drops. Bingo! He nailed it. Unbelievable. He watches the golem charging at him and gives a cold, mocking smile. I can't believe you people would do something this messed up to your own kind. His eyes flash with a sharp light. The golem is struggling to keep up with Din's moves, and it is clearly getting pissed off. Then, the golem's heart starts glowing again. It lets out a horrific scream of pure agony. With both golems down, Din breathes a sigh of relief. That was way too close. But then, his eyes shoot open. A voice rasps out, "Please just kill me." Din freezes. Total silence fills the room as the weight of it hits him. He nods. Fine. I don't know what kind of hell they put you through, but I will end this for you. Din stares at his glowing sword. Nobody on this planet would ever volunteer to become an original golem. As the transformation takes hold, its hands start shrinking. Once you have been changed like this, there is no turning back. He realizes they are just disposable pawns with absolutely zero future. Jin tries to keep his cool, reminding himself that blowing up in anger won't help anyone right now. Just stay focused. This just got real. I stumbled onto a nasty Zippo family secret. I am starting to think my sister knew all about this before sending me in. Jin's eyes harden with resolve. Fine. This doesn't make the mission harder, it just makes it more important. He picks up the stone. Even if I leak this, making original golems is a top-tier felony. Just a hint of suspicion would bring the Empire's investigators down on this place like a ton of bricks. First, I need hard proof before I finish the job. With all their power, the Zippos will definitely try to mess with any investigation. I have to be careful. Well, I can't fix that right this second. Dian looks around, but the mages aren't moving. That means they probably just think this is some boring, everyday warehouse. They have no clue. Security is way too lazy for a place holding original golems. This tells me that not everyone in the Zippo family is in on the forbidden magic. Some of them are just as clueless as everyone else. He checks out the old junk. The protection on this stone is basic, but the seal on the main container is tricky. It is going to take some serious work to crack this open. Jin preps a spell. Now that those two golems are dead, the Zippo family is going to have to bury whatever happens here very quietly. They can't afford a scandal. He mashes two opposing mana types together. It is enough to level the whole place. Din adds a little heat to the mix, and boom, massive explosion. Fire everywhere. Cut to Luna's villa. She is absolutely losing it. What the hell were you thinking? Sending Din into Jipo territory? Are you people literally insane? Looks like Anne and Mew picked a fight and got absolutely bodied. That kid is 10 years younger than you. Why would you do that? She demands. They just scoff. You really don't get it, Luna? She challenges them. What if I don't? Are you telling me that you, the supposed stars of this family, are actually threatened by Jin? He just barely made it into the intermediate class. They stay silent, stung by her words. Family stars fighting family stars, isn't that how it goes? But didn't you go way too far? That is like the unspoken rule of our family wars. You should be embarrassed. Honestly, I'm ashamed to even call you our family's elite. And snaps back. Look, big sis, you never cared about power. What right do you have to judge us? She just shrugs. I will shut up once you actually beat Jin. He just finished his mission, and trust me, Mother is going to get the full report any second now. Now you see why I'm embarrassed. In the end, you just made him look good. Luna glares. I don't think there has ever been a time in Kandan history where the elite got humiliated trying to put a younger brother in his place. Now get out. They mumble their agreement and turn to leave. But before they go, she stops them. Wait, one more thing. From what I've seen, Jin isn't exactly the forgiving type. You better watch your backs. I'm serious. Things are getting tense, but remember, despite everything, you are still my siblings. I do care. After those brats bailed, Taimoon brought in some tea and started roasting Luna. Seriously? You are playing nursemaid to those little girls the second you get back? Honestly, I thought you were still in your own rebellious phase. Luna looked at her like she was crazy. Wait, you think I am still at that age? Taimoon just shrugged and went, I mean, let us be real. You definitely had a massive rebellious streak not that long ago, miss. While pouring the tea, Taimoon got serious. I am worried, miss. Young Master Jin is not the type to just let this slide. Luna leaned back and asked, so you really think those two stand zero chance against Jin in a real fight? Taimoon did not sugarcoat it. Look, in the next 5 years, no way. They are not touching Master Jin, even in an official duel. I honestly think they are just being impatient and reckless, jumping the gun like this. Luna tried to play it off. Hey, do not be so harsh. They are just young and stupid. Then she dropped the act. Anyway, back to the point. Nurse, did you find out anything about the thing I asked you to investigate? Taimoon caught her drift. You mean the assassination attempt? It definitely was not the two sisters. They were stuck in class, so they have a solid alibi. Luna nodded. Right. Probably not Mary, Iona, or the Tona twins either. So that leaves the remaining suspects as... She started ticking them off. Young Master Ratsua, Dippos, Jan, Vigo, and then there is Lady Lentia. Jan and Vigo are easy targets, but the others? She took a slow sip of tea. The rest of them have such deep roots in the family, they are basically untouchable right now. If we start digging into them now, it is just going to be one massive headache. Best to just sit back and watch for a bit. Digging for dirt with only one goal will just land us in trouble. Taimoon gave a supportive nod. That is a wise call, miss. Despite all the people trying to sabotage young Master Jin, he is still growing up strong. There is no need for you to worry. Meanwhile, back at his place, he yelled, Julie! Murakan! I am home. Julie came sprinting out. Master, I am so glad you are back in one piece. Jin just played it cool. Relax. I am fine. I am getting so strong that pretty soon, even you will not be able to beat me. Julie looked worried. That place is a death trap. If anything happened to you, I would have thrown my life away for revenge. Murakan just groaned. Hey, Breadstash, stop saying such creepy, scary stuff. He walked over to Jin. So, kid, did you actually file a proper report? Jin nodded. Yeah, I bet everyone thinks I only passed the mission because I had help, but honestly, I do not give a damn. Jin reached into his coat. More importantly, check this out. Both of them leaned in, totally shocked. He pulled out the glowing stone he had found and showed it to them. Wait, what is that? That is the heart of a primordial golem. Murakan looked intrigued. You are lucky, kid. But since you are back without a scratch, it must have been a failed one. You really found this in the Colon ruins? Jin told him the truth. The two guards there turned into monsters and jumped me. No matter where I slashed them, they just kept regenerating. It was a total nightmare. This thing fell out when I stabbed their hearts. Everyone was stunned. A primordial golem? Murakan got serious. First a giant zombie, now a primordial golem. The Zippo clan is definitely up to something. He pointed at the box. If you are right, this is a Zippo masterpiece. And those ruins are right in their territory, are they not? Jin nodded. Exactly. It is their backyard. Murakan looked thoughtful for a second and then made a call. Clear your schedule, kid. You and I are going back to Cologne. I need to ask them face to face what the hell is actually going on. Jin agreed. He was hesitant to go back because of those golems, but with Murakan along, it would be way safer. Plus, if he got lucky, he might find the Mana Fountain. No matter what happened, the Zippo family would try to cover it up anyway. Jin looked at him and said, "Fine, I will make some time." The three of them headed out. Once the mission was wrapped up, Jin and the others finally returned to the Runcandel family estate. But Mew and Anne got stripped of their cadet titles and kicked out. Exile is a brutal punishment for cadets, but nobody felt sorry for them. Then, in June 1795, something came crashing down. Stop right there. Big announcement time. Jin, as of today, your basic training is over. Starting tomorrow, only the Tona twins need to show up. The Tona twins were off in the distance, just drooling with envy. So jealous. Jin just nodded. Understood, uncle, he continued. Also, Jin, looks like those morning drills with the other cadets are beneath you now. The Tona twins' jaws literally hit the floor. Next week, the Patriarch wants a word with you. The two brothers started whispering. Wait, do you think Dad wants Jin to become a temporary flag bearer already? That is it. Being a temporary flag bearer means he has to leave the Runcandel nest to earn enough honor to become a real one. He will have to survive out there all on his own with zero help. Jin clenched his fist, feeling a rush of pure excitement. He thought to himself, finally, I do not have to worry about anyone else. I can finally get stronger my own way. Under the brutal weather, the army led by Sciron showed zero signs of slowing down. Khan, riding just behind him, spoke up softly. Lord Patriarch, we are only 2 hours away from the Garden of Swords. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. That son of mine. Every time I get back, he is always interrupting my training. I was planning on staying in seclusion at the Black Sea for 15 years. And now look, Khan spoke up with total sincerity. Ever since that time at the Storm Battle Arena, I knew young Master Jin was someone who was built different. But even I did not expect him to be this wild. The things he pulled at the Garden of Swords honestly left me speechless. Hearing that, Sciron suddenly went quiet. He just sat there on his horse, completely motionless. After a long pause, he finally answered, That boy's fighting spirit. It is no joke. Even when he was just a little kid, it was there. Since the first time I saw him at the arena, his eyes have always been burning with pure hatred. He actually let out a small laugh. I am sure he tried his best to hide it, but I will never forget how that kid went straight for his siblings' throats the second he stepped foot into the Garden of Swords. Nobody ever taught him that, yet, despite being the youngest, he instinctively understood the law of the jungle. He knew exactly how to hunt down and eliminate his competition right from the start. Sciron could still perfectly remember what Jin said back then. But father, I also have a natural gift for getting rid of my enemies. He kept going. The other kids knew it too and tried to crush him, but Jin just kept sending back good news. Mission accomplished. Look at the results. You never hear a single bad word about him. The youngest master crushed the Colon Ruins mission. Because of that, Sciron felt a surge of pride and trust. Every time his siblings tried to send him to his death, he just shrugged it off, survived, and came back stronger. And now he has already hit 5 stars. Khan decided to speak his mind. Honestly, it was not the Mammoth or the Colon Ruins that really caught my interest, Lord Patriarch. It was that first mission you gave him. That is what really intrigued me. He went up against an entire tribe of white wolves all by himself, and the kid actually won. Sciron nodded. True. I thought for sure he would use his servants as meat shields to take down those wolves, but he handled the whole thing himself. With that one move, he proved everything he told me was real. As the sun started to come up, they kept talking. Khan finally asked, Lord Patriarch, do you really think he wiped out that whole tribe entirely on his own? He answered without a doubt, absolutely. Actually, to be serious, he probably did not do it completely solo, but either way, he is one interesting kid. This time, I am definitely going to get the full story out of him. Back at the family castle, Siren's presence was absolutely suffocating. As the master of this place, he walked inside like he owned the world. He moved calmly between the rows of guards while Rosa stepped toward him. Luna followed close behind. Rosa greeted him with a smile. "We have been waiting for you, Lord Patriarch." Siren just gave her a respectful nod in return. Rosa killed it but stayed humble. She dodged the credit, stepping back to hype up her son Joshua instead, insisting he was the one who actually made the magic happen. "He handled the whole setup solo, so I barely lifted a finger," Rosa claimed. Siron just chuckled, saying if all these grown kids were actually that competent, he would never have to bother leaving the great ocean. Jin stood in the lineup of 9 kids greeting Siron's return, but his eyes were locked on Joshua, catching every little twitch on the guy's face. He remembered his dad's warning about the guests being sensitive to their presence, which just made things more awkward. As Siron walked past Joshua, he didn't even give him a glance, not even for a second. Talk about cold. Rosa followed him closely, whispering that they were all set inside. "We even made sure to prep all your favorite meals for the next 10 days, she said. Siron nodded, looking pleased. "Good job, I am actually looking forward to it." But then, he spotted the 2 swords strapped to Jin's back, and he stopped dead in his tracks. He called out Bigo's name, and the guy started sweating bullets. Siron stared them down and asked if he really gave the sword he had received to the youngest kid. Bigo just stammered, totally speechless. Jin found his backbone and admitted the truth. "The kid saved me from those goons, so we made a deal. If he finished the Koran Ruins mission, the sword was his for the taking." Hearing that, Siron just lost it and started laughing like a madman. He was clearly hyped, but the sudden outburst was so intense it actually made Rosa jump a little. He patted his shoulder and told him he better find a way to steal it back. "That kid is sharp," he said. "Sometimes I honestly wonder if he is actually my son." Later that night, Siren called Jin into his room and asked if this was his first ball. Jin kept it short, saying yes, sir. But his mind was already racing back to his past life. Thanks to his old master, he had crashed a few parties hosted by other clans, but he never actually set foot in a ball thrown by the main Runcandel family line. Back then, he would skulk in the shadows like some kind of criminal. But now he was the guest of honor standing right next to his father. Of course, it only cost him his life to get here. After a quiet moment, Siron spoke up. "Our family does not just throw parties for no reason. We only celebrate when something truly big happens, which means what you did out there is a massive deal." Jin bowed his head respectfully and simply replied, "Thank you for the kind words, father." He rested a hand on Jin's shoulder and asked how many guests he expected to see. Jin answered honestly, guessing around 1,000 people. Siron seemed a bit restless, his face tightening up. "That is right. I heard we are expecting about that many. That is 200 more than the ball 7 years ago. Do you know what that signifies?" Jin answered fast. "It means our family name carries more weight now. Other families might get 1,000 people to show up too. But the difference is that every single person walking through our doors tonight is at the top of their game. They are elite. For the last 7 years, all I have done is train like a beast and slaughter monsters out on the great ocean. Even so, our influence keeps growing because I am the only Genesis Knight left in this era. But if I ever disappear, most of these people would turn their backs on the Runcandels in a heartbeat." Jin looked at his father's serious face and realized he was right. Without him, the Runcandel name would not mean much. Our clan and the Zipfel family are the only 2 real heavy hitters left. But the moment my father is gone, the gap between our military power and theirs will just keep getting wider. Eventually, the Zipfels will become the only superpower left on the map. Jin clenched his fists and spoke softly. "Father, if you were gone and everyone turned on us, and if the Zipfels tried to bury us for good, then I would just walk away from this family." Siron was stunned by that. "What?" "If the Runcandels collapse just because I am not around," he said, "then that is just proof that the next head of the family is completely useless." Jin stood his ground. "I have no interest in dying a meaningless death under a leader like that," he said. "So tell me, exactly how much dirt do we actually have on those guys?" He repeated the word back to himself, stunned. Weaknesses? He never expected his youngest son to ask something so cold and calculating. "To get that sword back from Bigo, I demanded to see the secret contracts only higher-ups can view. The head of the Vermont family embezzled from the treasury and lied to the emperor, yet they still show up here acting tough because we own them. Even the Creever family recently reached out, asking us to take out some Zipfel mages for them. Then there is the Harold family. Their daughter sold off their heirlooms behind their backs to fuel her gambling habit. We got them back, but they still have not even paid us the service fee yet. You have already found enough dirt to bury people without even using a blade. I am sure there are even nastier secrets hidden in the contracts that only your mother and I can see." So you are saying that even without me, you would use those secrets to keep this house standing? Jin looked him in the eye. If the next Runcandel leader is not a Genesis Knight, he started, then success depends entirely on that person's ability to negotiate. Siren was impressed and nodded. Exactly, but keep in mind, we are not the only ones with leverage. The Zipfuls have just as much dirt on us too. I know that, Jin replied. But the Zipful clan will never be able to use that leverage as effectively as we can. Shiron narrowed his eyes, clearly confused. And why is that? Jin just looked down and gave a dark, knowing smile. It is simple, he whispered, because playing the villain is exactly what the Runcandel family does best. If the next leader has all those weapons but is too weak to use them properly, I am leaving. I will walk away, then I will spend however long it takes to plan my revenge against the Zipfuls. Siron let out a sharp laugh and rubbed his chin. Revenge, huh? I get it. You have to stay alive to get your payback. He then leaned in, looking closely at his youngest son's face. None of my other kids have the guts to even mention the family collapsing. They would either lie to my face or just start crying. But here is the youngest, calmly explaining his master plan. I am honestly glad I had him late in life. It feels like he inherited all of Luna's talent, Mary's killer instincts, and the absolute raw fighting spirit of a true warrior. I will hold on to this title for 15 more years. At most, 15 years. By then, I will finally see if this kid has what it takes to actually flip the script on our family succession. Siron ended the conversation, saying that most of the guests had already arrived and it was time to move. Jin bowed respectfully. After you, father, he replied. They only made it 3 steps before Siron stopped. I have something to tell you after the party, so wait here until I call for you. Jin clenched his fist. This was his evaluation to become a standard bearer. It looked like he would have to leave right after the 4-day feast ended. But before they could even walk out, Henzer burst into the room looking like he had seen a ghost. Master! Siron's voice turned cold as he asked what was wrong. He reported that an uninvited guest had just arrived at the front door. Siron narrowed his eyes, completely caught off guard by the news. Jin already had a bad feeling. There was no way this guest was normal. Could it be the Zipfuls? Downstairs, people wearing long white robes were slowly filing into the grand hall. Henzer quickly finished his report. There are 5 of them in total, sir. It is their second in command, Andre Zipfel, along with 4 other clan members. Siron started to boil with rage. Those arrogant brats, he growled. He gave the direct order, Hanser, tell Andrine to get lost. Only let those 4 family members in. Do not go yourself. Send another servant instead. He bowed, obeying the command. Jean cleared his throat, hiding a smirk while thinking. Honestly, showing up like this? Andrine is being straight up disrespectful and rude, but totally disrespecting the second in command of the Zippo family by barring him like that? Karen felt a shift in the air. He turned around, staring the boy down with eyes full of pure, cold bloodlust. You think I am being way too harsh with this? Jean did not even blink. No way. I actually think handling it like that was pretty satisfying. The second Andrine let his emotions win and barged in with his clan. He completely ignored the rules. He basically spat on the master's permission, which is a massive sin here in the Sword Garden. There is absolutely no way we are letting that slide. His father smiled, totally satisfied with the sharp analysis. You are exactly right, my boy. Andrine either listens to me or he is leaving his 2 legs behind before going home. Karen started walking again, his blood pumping. It was finally time for this party to get started. Taking his place as the host, he stood on the balcony and looked down at the crowd. He thanked everyone for coming out tonight. I am Karen, head of the Runcandel family. It is only because of my youngest son's return that I have this great honor tonight. So, first off, I want to give a huge thanks to my boy, Jin Runcandel. Following his father's lead, Jin gave a polite and respectful bow to the crowd. He kept the intro going, but everyone already knew the deal. At a Runcandel party, there are really only 2 things you need to worry about. If anyone gets drunk and starts a fight, the knights will drag them straight to the arena. The loser has to surrender, and the winner must show some mercy. Because remember, this is still a party. Jean watched from above, soaking it all in. This was definitely a banquet of destiny. Over 1,000 power players from across the continent were gathered here, and every single one of them had some crazy, complex history with one another. If this were just a normal party, they would probably just talk trash and leave it at that. But this isn't normal. This is a party in the Sword Garden. As long as you follow the 2 rules, you absolutely cannot kill your enemy, but you can definitely beat them to a bloody pulp. Once that is done, you are officially recognized and respected as the stronger fighter. Ending his short speech, Karen shouted out with a big grin. Now, everyone, please, keep the good times rolling. Then he whispered softly, Jin, you do the same. Karen looked seriously at his youngest son. If you see someone worth your time, feel free to drag them out for a match. But do not go challenging anyone who looks weaker than you, unless they have insulted you or this entire family. The boy nodded obediently. Yes, sir. And I also know that no matter what happens, I cannot afford to lose. He started down the stairs, but stopped to give one final, cold warning. Obviously, because if you lose, I am taking back every single thing you have. Not just the sword, but your nanny too. Jin bowed his head low from above. I will definitely keep that in mind, father. Watching Karen's strong back, a strange feeling washed over him. When he thought about it, this was actually the very first time he had ever spoken to his father like this. In my past life, I would not have even dared to dream of this. Just now, we actually had what you might call a peaceful, normal conversation between a father and his son. But having a warm relationship or being some devoted, loyal son is definitely not part of my plan this time around. In this life, my only real goal is to finally grow strong enough to surpass my father. That is the only thing that matters. The party was in full swing, with guests chatting happily. Jin was standing by himself when the Tona brothers suddenly popped up out of nowhere. They both slapped his back and shoulders, acting all awkward and forced. Congrats on hitting 5 stars, little brother. Mind if we chat for a little bit? Jin acted cold but did not turn them down. Of course. He took the lead and asked the brothers how their training was going. They grinned and said it was way better than before. After switching to the weapon you suggested, we have made some huge progress. Jin gave a polite, formal reply back. Is that so? Well, congrats. Then he leaned in close and whispered intentionally, just stick around until the show makes you happy. You got that? The Tona brothers quickly agreed. You got it. While they were standing there, a guest walked up to say hello. Great to meet you, young Master Jin of the Ken family. I am. Before he could finish his intro, Jin cut in smoothly. You are the top prospect of the Ken family, right? The Tona brothers chimed in, saying it was an honor. Then they both made an excuse to leave. We are out of here, Jin. He gave a chilly reply. Fine, good luck with that. Jin turned back to the Ken family guest named Gro. When I was a kid, I heard tons of stories about how brave you were. Gro burst out laughing, clearly loving the compliment. You are way too kind. Suddenly, while they were chatting, someone ran up and grabbed Jin's hair from behind. They even shouted out his full name. Yo, Jin Runcandel. This flashy, immature-looking guy grinned and spoke. I was just wondering what kind of freak could actually hit 5 stars by the age of 15. Turns out you really are just a little kid. You have got to be at least 10 years younger than me. Nice to meet you. The name is Huger. Jin was so shocked he could not even answer right away. A second later, he glared at the man with a look that was incredibly dangerous and heavy. Nice to meet you too, Huger. Feeling the pressure, the man let go immediately. Man, you are intense. I was just being a little rude. You are acting like I am some total jerk. You might be a Runcandel, but in the world of martial arts, I am still your senior. I was just trying to show how proud I am of my junior. Why do you have to be so tense about it? Jin did not even try to play nice. He just looked him in the eye. Listen closely, Huger. What you just did is a total insult to everyone else who has treated me with actual respect tonight. If you want to play the senior-junior card, you should probably learn how to think before you act. The man's entire body froze up as he stuttered out a confused, "What?" He kept talking, not caring at all about the man's pride or feelings. The first and second prospects of the Ken family, the Dragon Knights, even the Black King mercenaries, aren't they all technically your seniors? You must have seen exactly how all of them were treating me earlier, right? Admit you were wrong and apologize to them. Since I am feeling nice, I will let this go just this once. Just as the tension was about to explode, someone walked up and patted the man on the back. Oh man. Huger, young Master Jin, basically just saved your life there. If I were you, I would seriously listen to what he is saying. Crow also gave some gentle advice. Come on, I knew your loud mouth would get you in trouble one day. Just let it go. There is no need for all this tension. Huger finally realized he messed up and cleared his throat. Well, if all my seniors are saying so. I am so sorry, seniors. Please forgive this junior for his mistake, and I really hope you will accept my apology as well, young Master Jin. Jin did not feel like giving him a long lecture. He just answered shortly. Of course, Mr. Huger. Even though he said that, the man was still grinding his teeth as he walked away. Jean's bold move made someone nearby speak up. You really have a talent for making enemies wherever you go, do you not? Luna walked over and told him it would be nice if he could just act like a normal kid. Hearing her voice, Jean called out, Sister Luna. The two of them shared a toast, and he gave a little chuckle. Today, I am the one representing the Runcandel family. She did not disagree at all. You are right. But what if Huger actually dares to challenge you to a duel? That guy looks like he is at least a 6-star fighter. Jean was completely confident in what he was doing. If he actually tries anything, I am sure the head and the elders will step in and stop it. They have been watching us for a while now anyway. Just like he said, Huger's own people were busy scolding him. I told you to watch your mouth. It is only thanks to young Master Jean that you survived this mess. Luna watched the scene and let out a sigh of admiration. Wow. So when you were deciding how to react to him, you had already taken them into account too. Did some secret academy teach you how to handle these thirsty guys? Jin smirked, saying if there was a teacher for that, he would be the first one to sign up. I only need to learn the blade. This social stuff does not matter. It might be hard for you to get, but as the discarded son of the Runcandels, I need every trick to survive. She looked at him with doubt and asked, Is that so? She went quiet. He is way too smart for his own good. Honestly, that is probably why someone tried to take him out at the Storm Great Hall. I wonder who it was. Someone definitely noticed Jin's talent early on. Luna kept talking, saying she only showed up to this party to celebrate his success anyway. But this scene is not really my vibe. It is time I went and found something actually fun to do. Jin looked surprised and asked, Oh really? She teased him, saying he is too short to dance with her yet. When you grow up, we will dance, and I will take you somewhere wild. He smiled and said he would look forward to it. Then, Luna turned dead serious. Before I go, I should leave a message for the others like you did, right? He looked confused and asked, What? Suddenly, she leaned in and pressed her forehead against his. She winked and whispered, If I do this, everyone will know I hold you in high regard. Now that you are under my wing, people will think twice before acting like total jerks toward you. See you later, she said. Jin was touched and said goodbye. The crowd watched the tender moment and freaked out. Man, is that really the white whale we know? She must really love her little brother. Amidst the buzzing crowd, one guy was losing his mind with jealousy. He was practically chewing through his paper, absolutely fuming at Jin's luck. Lord Bisco, I want to touch foreheads with Lady Luna too. Bubba clenched his fists and squealed, declaring he would write an epic poem praising her beauty today. And I will recite that poem all night, every single hour, Bisco snapped, telling him to just shut up already. Bubba looked totally crushed. Then, Margiela Ibriano, Bisco's lovely sister, stepped in to calm her brother down. Take it easy, brother. This clearly means a lot to Lord Bubba. Since he is the one showing me around this party and helping me enjoy all these fateful encounters, we really should show the man a little more respect, do you not think? Bisco facepalmed in frustration. Bubba was overjoyed to finally be understood. Man, Lady Margiela really is something special, he thought. You get me so well. It is a true honor to escort you. Margiela giggled and said, Oh my, thank you so much, Lord Bubba. Over by the door, Jin stood alone in thought. He was exhausted but tried to hide it. Playing the lead role is draining. Where are those zipful jerks anyway? It is annoying, but maybe I should go find them myself. Just as he was about to move, someone slammed a glass down on the table. A very familiar voice spoke up right in front of him. I wonder if a young lady like myself could possibly have a drink with the rising star of the Runcandels? When the platinum blonde girl appeared, Jin recognized her instantly. You are Cirrus. She leaned in slightly and replied, Cirrus Endoma of the Hidden Palace. It is truly an honor to meet you, young Master Jin Runcandel. As he poured a drink, he said, You are the daughter of the Palace Master. I am the one who is honored. Cirrus smiled and asked, We are the same age, so how are you already this powerful? I am actually pretty jealous of that gifted Runcandel physique. Jin played along, saying he agreed it was a plus, but the Hidden Palace bloodline is just as legendary and gifted. I can only imagine how much the Palace Master treasures her kid. Ceres bragged, saying that is because I am her only daughter, which is quite different from your situation. She suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, hoping she was not being rude. Jin did not mind and replied softly, Not at all. Everyone knows I am the youngest with a ton of brothers. I actually envy your position. Having siblings is exhausting. But he started wondering, This is weird. I am certain she recognizes me. Why hasn't she mentioned the event at Mammoth? She definitely saw me clearly back then since my face was not covered in dirt. Later, Cirrus smiled and said, Now then, Young Master Jin, I have a question for you. He smiled and said, Go ahead. Ask away, Lady Cirrus. Jin's question was answered quickly when she finally spoke. By the way, how is that injured leg of yours doing? He smirked and leaned back, resting his hand on the table. It is doing fine, thanks to a very kind soul who personally applied medicine for me. I really do not know how to pay them back. Cirrus shot him a cold look and said, Wow, you are way more thick-skinned than I thought, young Master Jin. She finally got straight to the point. So tell me, why exactly were you at the moon? Well, back in Mammoth? I think I deserve an explanation. My men could not find that magic terrorist anywhere. It was a huge embarrassment, and it made me wonder if the young guy I let go was actually the culprit this whole time. Jin stood up straight and replied, You said magic? As you can see, I am a Runcandel. Do I really look like a suspect to you? I am sure you know my family's reputation. Cirrus stood with her hands on her hips like an investigator. I do not think you are the suspect, but you were on a Runcandel mission. Maybe you hired a mage because you could not handle the job alone. At that specific place, the only targets a Runcandel would even care about are the members of the Hidden Palace. I think that is exactly why you were there, and I cannot just let that slide. He looked down and thought to himself, She thinks I was targeting the Hidden Palace. She is not entirely wrong, since I did end up hurting them while trying to kill Ankaro. Then Jin hit her with another question. I do not get why that makes me a suspect. Isn't that just a wild theory of yours? Cirrus scoffed at that. So, you are going to deny it until the very end? Fine, if that is how it is, I have a plan. I will drag you to the arena, beat you to a pulp, and then spit on that annoying face of yours. Her voice was full of fire. I challenge you to a duel, Jin Runcandel. He calmly declined, but his next words stunned her. My father warned me never to fight anyone weaker than myself, but if you want to fight that badly, I guess I have no choice but to accept. They both walked into the arena. The guards asked, Young Master, are you here to duel? Jin nodded. Yeah, you guys can leave. Only the medical staff needs to stay behind. And bring me 2 regulation training swords right now. The guard obeyed immediately. Understood, sir. We will lock down the arena until the match is officially finished. Even though he accepted, he was still thinking of her reputation. Soldiers and crowds would flock here to watch. Since she is the Hidden Palace's daughter, it would be way too cruel to crush her in front of everyone. Cirrus then made a sudden demand. Jin, promise me this before we start, he asked. What is it? She set the terms. If I win, you have to tell me everything that happened at Mammoth. No lies allowed, period. And if I win, we will just pretend we never met that day. This made Cirrus even more curious. So you really are hiding something big. Then, the battle officially began. She shouted, Let's go! Instantly, he lunged toward her. Suddenly, Jin noticed snowflakes swirling all around him, and his eyes were filled with total confusion. A second later, sword flashes cut through the air with blinding light. He was shocked. This is the Endoma bloodline ability, and she is doing it with a blade? Facing Cirrus's powerful assault, Jin let out a sigh. He smoothly sliced through the ice, blocking his path. I did not expect you to use your ultimate move right from the start. He leaned in close and whispered, I am so unlucky being the youngest son. I haven't even learned my family's secret techniques yet. What am I supposed to do? Cirrus swung her arm violently, forcing Jin back, and screamed, That is not my problem! A silver blade slices through the air, creating massive rings of light that swallow the entire arena. Her white hair whips around as her eyes burn with pure focus, ready to drop a lethal finishing blow as blinding light streaks across her blade, signaling a deadly secret art. The blade glows blue, flashing like thunder across the sky. Even in mid-combat, Jin keeps pushing. He is a true 5-star swordsman, and his skill only gets more terrifying as the fight drags on. But it is useless. A single-star difference means infinite ice blades cannot hide her low stamina. I can't drag this out forever. Once he overextends after watching my moves, I'll switch styles and end it. While she struggles, Jin already saw through her. Cialis is just a 4-star knight. No matter how many ice blades she summons, her offense and defense are still way below mine. Since she knows the gap, she is definitely going to use a secret technique to change the rhythm. I need to counter her ice blades with the strongest move I ever pulled from those ancient archives. Their speed creates a literal cyclone. The wind pushes Jin's hair back, showing off his ridiculously handsome face. Cialis finally smiles. Jin's blade trembles as cold steel reflects the light. It's over, she says, as the space between them explodes into total chaos. He covers his eyes as sword energy turns the air into shards of frozen ice. Her eyes glow through the snow and dust, but Jin is a beast. Blood drips down his face as he flashes a cocky, terrifying grin. Is he actually laughing? I used the avalanche move. Even a 15-year-old genius shouldn't be able to stop a palace secret art. So why do I feel so uneasy? She freezes. Jin's sharp blade is literally millimeters from her eye. How is this even happening? Ciala snaps back into focus. She dodged once, but now the blade is at her throat. Jin panics internally, screaming her name as the blizzard peaks. He grits his teeth. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the family's secret art. Someone like Cialis can't handle this level of destruction. If she doesn't move, she's dead. Jin screams her name. As the mist clears, he sees her using her sword just to stay standing. Her face is pure shock. Did I actually value my life that much? Was I that scared of dying? Her eyes go wide. Jin rushes over to help her up. Are you okay? I almost killed you. I am so sorry. She heard the warning but wouldn't dodge. No matter how much pride she has, she's still just a 15-year-old kid. She is too young to suppress the urge to live. Jin grabs her shoulders, trying to give her some courage. In your shoes, I would have dodged too. I'd do anything to stay alive. So please, let's just drop it. He wondered if that actually helped her feel any better. Silas stays silent, then pulls out a jar of ointment. You're bleeding, she says softly. She gently applies the medicine. This is to thank you for saving me. Jin asks, aren't you the palace heir? Why are you being so reckless with your life? She stands up. This is a life I had to beg for, so I'll value it from now on. She wraps her cloak and leaves with a message. Let's make today our first real meeting. See you tomorrow. Jin watches her go, staying silent. The next day, the party continues. He holds his glass, scanning the room. Not as crowded as yesterday, huh? Matches start today. I wonder if the real party is finally kicking off. Fewer people means I might actually run into those Zippo family members. I heard the Zippo guests are all between 15 and 20. Perfect age for a comparison. I want to ask about Cologne, but that might look suspicious. Once I'm a reserve flag bearer, I'll have plenty of time to investigate everything with Murakan. With Murakan's help, finding the mana fountain will be a total piece of cake. Those Zippo jerks won't be able to spam mages this time. I'll stop the disaster before it starts. Suddenly, a cat snaps him out of his thoughts. Jin is stunned. Why is there a cat at a Runcandel ball? Cialis happily picks it up, asking for its owner. She checks the collar. Your name is Butterfly? Butterfly Runcandel? Did the young master give you that name? Jin's face goes dark as he mutters, yeah. A voice calls out from behind. Oh, it's that cat! I knew following it would lead me to you. Veridin charges in like they are old best friends. Finally found you. Jin Runcandel, you've no idea how long I've searched. Jin asks, who are you? I can't believe we just met and you're acting like this. I think about you every single day. Cialis looks totally confused. Fine, here's a hint. Guess. The first letter of my name is V. Cialis sighs, hugging the cat. What a weirdo. Let's go, Butterfly. He asks, do you remember? Jin cuts him off. No, Veridin won't quit. Guess again. We met at the kingdom's portal. Still nothing? I don't remember, Jin replies. Veridin puts a hand on his shoulder. Man, your memory is way worse than I thought. Listen close. My name is Veridin Zippo. Jin interrupts. Jin brushes the hand off his shoulder. I was trying so hard to pretend I didn't know you. Why can't you just take a hint and leave me alone? Veridin's eyes light up. So you do remember. Jin looks at him with pure doubt. This idiot is really supposed to be a master mage at 30 and the future head of the Zippo family? He finally gets back to business. Anyway, I looked for you for 2 hours yesterday and couldn't even find your shadow. Jin wonders how he got lost for 2 hours in one hall. Veridin let out a frustrated sigh. If I could use magic, I would have found you sooner. But this is Runcandel territory, after all, so I am banned from using magic. Right? You asked. Not sure if he is lying or just lost, but I am betting on the latter. He patted Jean on the head. Anyway, glad I found you. 5 years already? Cannot believe you are a 5-star now. I knew you had it. Of course, I did not waste time either. As a mage, I am already at 6-star. I hit 6-star already. Jean looked surprised hearing that news. Yep, Veridin said confidently. 1 level higher than your swordsmanship. Jean thought, no way. The Zippo genius, Veridin, is only a 6-star at 18. If I were in his shoes, I would be past 7-star already. Is he lying about his rank for some reason? Seeing Jin like that made him cockier. That look? That is the result of my insane hard work to find you. I am dying to duel you soon. Then Jin realized something. I do not actually think he is hiding his rank at all. He is just being for real right now. Regardless, if Veridin hit 6-star at 18, then after the current Zippo head, Celiac Zippo, I am the closest one to reaching his level. This is a good chance to train for the chaos ahead. He advised, Veridin, please just shut up and say nothing. He did not mind. Whatever, Dad. Jin admitted. Everyone says that. Anyway, why is the Zippo clan at the ball without an invite? What are you guys even doing here? Veridin replied, That? Because of me. I kept nagging Uncle Andre to meet you. Jin wondered if a vice head would really invade enemy territory for a whim. Meanwhile, he continued the story. We were just traveling through Hillfetter when we heard the news about the ball. It was just a coincidence. I knew it was destiny. Jin felt it was too simple. That is it? But that was really it. Jin waved him off. Fine, just keep quiet. Veridin looked totally dejected. Aren't not you being too cold? I know your dad is being generous to my uncle, so you should be nice too. Now that I think about it, promise me this. One day, you have to crash a Zippo ball too. Jin glanced over. Yeah? What if I cause trouble? Even if you do that, I won not kill you, and even if a fight breaks out, I just won not get involved at all. Finally, Jin just said, So stupid. Veridin was confused. Wait, what? Jin did not look back, because some creepy guy has been staring at me. Excuse me, do you have something to say? Bupa finally showed himself. Young Master Jin, when is Lady Luna arriving? He did not get the point. Bupa pulled out a pink notebook. I mean Lady Luna. Is she really not coming? I want to give her this. A poetry collection I wrote all night. My looks did not tell the whole story. Veridin stood behind them, sipping wine and watching the whole drama unfold with a smirk. The old guy's face got weirdly excited. Maybe soon you will be my brother-in-law. Veridin nearly choked on his drink. Jin just gave him a look. Bupa watched him take the book. Young master? Jin's voice went cold. My dear guest, I think you are looking for a beating right now. The old man watched him tear the notebook in a panic. What are you doing? Jin stepped on the pages. Not only did you disrespect my sister, take this guy to the arena. The guard shouted, Yes, young master, while Bupa kept mumbling nonsense to himself as they dragged him away. Brother-in-law? No. Young master, why so sudden? Please stop. I am just expressing my love. Any man has the right to show his love to anyone. Even with 2 guards grabbing him, he screamed, Young Master Jin, how can you do this to me? I thought we were cool. Aren't not I a guest? Is this how you treat guests? And did not I mention how beautiful your sister is? Bupa would not give up. Why? Jin did not say much, just threw off his coat for a duel. Bisco, watching from afar, was shocked. He frowned and muttered to himself. Bupa was a mess, but Magiella was cheering. Whoa, brother, what is happening? Looks like Bupa and Jin are about to throw down right now. Bisco grabbed her wheelchair handle and moved fast. That idiot. Let us get closer and see what that moron is up to this time. Magiella agreed happily. Cialis sighed at the chaos. Seriously? I was going to challenge him before the party ended, but why is he fighting that guy? Veridin was thrilled to see her. Glad I begged my uncle to come. Never thought I would meet the heir of the Frozen Palace here today. Nice to meet you, I am. Cialis snapped, beat it. He backed off, defeated. Fine. Jin and Bupa faced off as the ref started the intro. Up next, the main event. The rising star of the Runcandels, young Master Jin, is entering a duel. Who will face the young master today? I have never seen this guy before. Is he some hidden master? Veridin replied, I heard he is with the Ibrahimovs. He might be a challenge. Even on stage, Bupa was still acting arrogant. Young Master Jin of the Runcandels, listen to me for 1 second before we start this. Let me introduce myself properly before we fight, or will you not even give me that respect? Fearing the truth, he kept rambling. Jin just punched him. I do not need your name. Bupa would not take the insult and quickly got into a fighting stance to counter the young master. But he is a Lacton? Jin assessed his opponent. Aura. He is a 6-star? Cialis noticed too. Looks like Jin picked a fight with someone stronger. He watched closely. That big guy looks really focused. If Jin messes up, this is going to be embarrassing. Suddenly, Jin took a punch to the face. Bupa laughed. Clumsy moves like that and you dare face me? I will have you crying for mercy. Before he finished, Jin closed in like lightning. Veridin declared, It is over. He landed a quick blow after baiting him. Exactly what I expected. Jin, you did great out there today. Suddenly, Magiella's voice caught Cialis' attention. Brother Bisco, I do not get it. What is Jin doing? Isn't not the fight over? Why keep hitting him? Bisco asked his sister, Magiella, Can you see what is happening? Bisco's look was pure cringe, but she wasn't backing down. Why pick a fight with a weakling? Are you just gonna sit there and watch? He's helping us out, man. Look, it's a bit of a complicated situation, he tried to explain. He's not weaker than you, but Magiella kept whining. Come on, brother. Your little sister is seriously disappointed in you right now. Like, for real. I want you to school him, however you want. Bisco's jaw dropped. Are you for real? You want me to duel young Master Jin? Seriously? The crowd is eating this drama up. Yeah, she's got that fire. Why not just listen to your sister? Since he treats her like a princess, he sighed and gave in. Fine, let's do this. I'll fight. He stepped onto the stage and made his move. Young Master Jin, why don't you let that guy go and fight me instead? Jin didn't blink. Game on. Bisco Ibriano, a 7-star knight. Win or lose, this is a massive win for me and my rep. Plus, seeing the Ibriano sword style up close is a golden chance. My dad always said the head of the Ibriano family was a total beast. Jin glanced at the girl who started this whole mess. Magiella, man, what a piece of work. She threw her own brother into the fire just for some entertainment. She's crazy. He played it cool and complimented his opponent. You really do love your sister, Bisco. He just shrugged. Isn't that obvious, young Master Jin? Jin nodded like they were bros. I've got a sister too, so I get it. I love mine, which is why I need you to keep your servants' mouths shut for me. That heavy warning made Bisco shiver. I think you've got the wrong idea. That guy you just trashed wasn't a servant. He's a companion. He must have really ticked you off today. Bubba was just trying to help my sister move around. I guess his vibes didn't really mesh with the Runcandel party at all. Either way, he didn't mean any harm, so just let it slide for me. Jin went quiet, thinking about the name Bubba Gaston. Suddenly, the tension cranked up to 11. Wait, is that the shape-shifting wizard Bubba Gaston from the rumors? This totally changes everything. What's the deal between Bisco and Bubba? I'm sure the Ibriano family had nothing to do with Gaston in my past life. Does Bisco even know he's a wizard? This is getting messy. Damn it, I found Bubba, but now there are too many variables. I can't get distracted while facing a 7-star knight. I need to focus. He calmly raised his sword into a stance. Then give it your best shot, young Master Jin. Even with a massive lead, he stayed sharp. Just teach me a thing or two if you can. Bisco opened with a heavy strike. Jin managed to block it, but he was clearly struggling. This guy is way more than just your average 7-star knight. He's a beast. His skill is even better than Uncle Z. Jin's shoulder started bleeding from the sheer speed of those sword strikes. Bisco unleashed a non-stop barrage of attacks. With such a huge power gap, Jin was stuck on defense. This is impossible to predict. The crowd was loving every second. Young Master Jin is getting pushed back way too fast. He's barely hanging on. That Ibriano style is just too weird and tricky for him. Everyone thinks it's over, but they're wrong. Runcandel warriors always have a trick up their sleeve. If the Ibriano family is a sneaky snake, then the Runcandel line is like a truly powerful and unstoppable rhino. They have no idea. Even if its horn breaks, a rhino never stops charging its enemy. Despite the flurry of stabs, Jin kept dodging by a hair. He was fighting back, but he noticed something. Bisco was taking it easy on him. Still, holding his own against a 7-star is impressive. He was fighting back, but he noticed something. Bisco was taking it easy on him. Still, holding his own against a 7-star is impressive, even though he's only a 5-star. Vision's blurring, limit reached. But I feel it. Something deep inside is waking up. A sudden memory flashed through Jin's mind. It felt just like that moment. His sword suddenly began to glow with intense light. Everything was clear for once. Bisco's eyes went cold as he got serious. Not bad, young Master Jin. He charged in to end the fight once and for all. Jin closed his eyes and focused his energy into the blade. The final blow landed with a massive shockwave. Jin's shoulder was gushing blood from that last move. He stumbled and finally hit the floor. The referee's voice boomed across the room. The winner is Bisco. In his moment of victory, Bisco reached up to touch his neck. He was stunned. There was a cut right on his vitals. He was the only one who knew he lost. That was cold. Young Master Jin. He stared down at the unconscious Jin in total shock. At the very end, what on earth was that move? Everyone rushed in to help. Quick, get young Master Jin inside! The servants scrambled to carry him away. Bisco was still stuck on that moment. The sting on his neck was all he felt. No way. At the very last second, did he actually pull off a mind sword strike? If young Master Jin had been just a fraction faster, and if I had been just a tiny bit slower, I would be totally done for right now. Bisco looked at him with newfound respect. Jin Runcandel, you are one terrifying person. Later, Jin slowly opened his eyes, feeling something heavy on his face. "Get off me," he groaned. It was that stubborn cat Murakan again. "Get off, I mean it." He looked around the room. "My bedroom? Did I pass out after the fight?" Julie's voice was soft. "You're finally awake, young master." Still holding Murakan, he sat up. "Julie, how long was I out?" She answered quickly. 2 days. Jin's eyes went wide. 2 whole days? The party is already over? I didn't even get to say goodbye to the guests. Seeing him so down, Julie tried to cheer him up. "Don't worry about that, young master. It's fine. For the past 2 days, your duel with Bisco has been the only thing people are talking about. You were incredible. You actually used the mind sword at the end. Even the high-ranking knights were impressed. Bisco almost got stabbed. A 5-star reaching that level of skill is just unheard of. That's insane." Jin felt a wave of gratitude for Luna's brutal training. "The mind sword isn't perfect yet, but I finally got what I came for. That is the real win today. Those hellish days with Sister Luna finally paid off. At the time, I didn't understand her crazy training methods at all. It was torture." Her voice is still stuck in my head. "Don't open your eyes. It only works when I'm in real danger right now. I need to practice. I need to stay patient." Going toe-to-toe with an 8-star knight was a huge win, even if it was a bit messy. I gained so much from this party. I confirmed Veridin's identity and made a new friend. Plus, there's a link between Bubba and Bisco. There's definitely something more to this shape-shifting case. Forget the small stuff for now. I need to dig for some real intel first. That bouquet Julie is holding. Wait, what is that? Oh, these? She smiles, saying the palace heir left them while visiting. "Does she have a crush?" Julie asks, making him scramble to explain himself. "No, it is a palace declaration. These flowers mean eternal war. She wants a rematch." Murakan teases him, saying it is not his first time getting flowers from a girl. "Pretty big achievement, right?" The cat snickers. Julie just rolls her eyes at the joke and turns back to her young master. "The Patriarch wants to see you as soon as you are awake." Jin blinks, shocked. "My dad?" Murakan just sulks and acts all dramatic. The cat gets serious, saying it is time for Jin to prove his worth. Jin cannot hide his excitement. "Fine. Looks like I will be away from home for a while." "Where is he?" No time to waste. Jin heads out immediately. He approaches a massive, powerful man. Karen turns around with a cold stare and says, "So you finally arrived. It has been a long time since one of my kids showed up looking so relaxed." He reads Jin instantly. "So, you know you are leaving?" Jin nods, saying he plans to move out fast. Karen keeps a straight face, but Jin can sense it. The old man is actually pretty amused by this. "Since I regressed, my dad is way easier to read." Karen asks if he knows where they are. Jin answers clearly. "It is the mausoleum, where the clan legends rest. This is where our family heroes are buried." The Patriarch nods, looking satisfied. "Good. Very good. These heroes have rested here for thousands of years. But what about our first leader, Temar? He is not here." Jin respectfully replies that he knows the founder is not buried in the garden. Karen explains that the shadow power Jin holds the same as the founder is why they cannot honor their first leader. "After he died, we signed a humiliating treaty with the Gipo clan. We swore to never use magic again or honor any ancestor who dared to touch it. The Gipo gods cursed the Runcandel bloodline. Because of that, every single descendant born after the founder has been completely unable to use magic. When you crushed the Tona twins with your aura, I never asked how you got that power. Remember?" Jin admits it honestly. "Yes, and I lied about using it for the clan." Karen stays firm. "You were lucky you were just a kid. If you tried that now, I would not be so forgiving." "Have you heard Solderet's voice?" Jin nods to his father. "He calls me the contractor, even though I have not actually heard him in this timeline yet." Karen's cloak billows as he makes his final move. "It might be unfair to your siblings, but can you use that power to surpass them and take over this entire clan?" Faced with this mission, Jin plays it cool. "I am going to travel the world first. If I do not find anything more valuable than the Runcandels, then I will take the throne." His clever response actually makes the old man crack a satisfied smile. But he stays cold. "Your siblings leave for experience, but you leave to find something better than us. I do not know if I should be proud or just call you arrogant." Karen seals Jin's fate with a challenge. "I am giving you 5 years. Go find your worth in the world, then come back to me with your final answer." Jin shows his gratitude by drawing Bradamante. His fighting spirit is on fire. He swears to Karen, "Thanks for everything, Dad. I will see you again in 5 years." Julie and Murakan are waiting outside. Done talking to the big boss? Jin notices something is off with her, but just says it is time to bounce. Julie is in travel gear, bags packed, which catches Jin off guard. Then he spots something shiny on her wrist. What is that? He asks. Julie just shrugs it off. Oh, this? It is an aura blocker. I heard the old servants talking about it. It is a bit annoying suddenly being powerless, but whatever. As a maid, my reputation depends on my master, not myself. So please, stop making that face. I will be fine. This is for you, young master. Jin makes a solemn vow on his honor. I will protect you forever, Julie. I am sorry. She bows, telling him not to worry. Just following you is enough. I will get my strength back once you pass your test. Jin steps up, feeling pumped. All right then, let us move out. Before leaving, Jin takes one last look. The castle stands tall in the sunlight. His eyes burn with pure determination. See you in 5 years. This is just the beginning. Jin leads the way, with Julie and Murakan right behind him. The wind catches his cloak as they set off. With massive confidence, Jin starts his epic journey to explore the world. Karen stands in a dark hallway, lost in thought, holding only a single sword. He grips his sword hilt, brooding. Even as a demigod, I could not break the Gipo curse on our ancestors. This is frustrating. Karen thinks of Solderet and that orb of shadow. The contract and that dark energy are everything. Then he thinks of Jin. His youngest son might be their only hope. His gaze turns sharp, a faint, mysterious smirk playing on his face. That kid might have the power to free us. I am curious. Deep in a dark forest, Jin uses fire magic to lead the way while Julie struggles behind with the bags. Suddenly, Julie asks if it is really okay to leave without saying goodbye. Jin does not answer at first, just looks back at her with a confused face. She says his cadets and Lady Luna will be crushed. Jin just smiles calmly. Do not sweat it. Luna is pretty chill about stuff like this anyway. The cadets might be sad, but it is not like we are gone forever. He imagines them saluting with their swords in a big, dramatic send-off. If I told them, they would probably line the streets with drawn swords. Julie laughs along. Yeah, they probably would have done even more than that. She asks where they are heading next. Apparently, most other knights hit up Mammoth as their first stop on the map. Julie explains the perks of Mammoth. Hunting down bad guys is basically the fastest way to get famous and build a reputation. Jin does not look interested at all. Famous, huh? He thinks of his sister Mary. To become a Runcandel knight, you have to build your name from scratch out there. Plus, there is a catch. You cannot expect even a single bit of help from the family while you are on your own. Mary was a beast. She would swing that blade and take heads. Homegirl literally wiped the floor with the North's toughest fighters. Everyone calls her the goddess of the North, Winfrey Mary, the baddest warrior before she even officially leveled up. He stared down at the shadowy power flickering in his palm. No way he was letting this go, except for her. My older brothers and sisters all got 6 months to 2 years, but my father gave me 5 whole years. There is only one reason for him to do that. As the dark energy swirled around Jean's head, he knew the plan. Hunt down every scrap of info on this shadow magic, find the truth, and then make my move back home. After thinking it over, he finally picked their first stop. We are heading to the Aiken Kingdom. Hearing that name made Julie jump. Like, seriously? The Aiken Kingdom? You mean that place tied to the Lutheria Magic Association? A second later, she was basically screaming in total confusion. Is not that the Jipo-Yu family territory? Why on earth are we going there? Jean turned around with a big smirk. See, when I was at the Cologne ruins, I heard about a bunch of unregistered mages running wild there. He pictured those thugs and kept going. Sounds like they are teaming up with fighters to mess with the local Aiken people. Julie finally got the memo. She could not help but hype him up. Oh, smart move, young master. She stood behind him, totally pumped. Back when I was a soldier, I loved taking out trash like that. I am already itching for a fight. Jean just stood there feeling a bit awkward. Honestly, I never actually heard that. I just remember it from my past life. He flashed back to a bunch of old creeps bidding on poor slaves like they were pieces of meat. Those mages and warriors are just puppets for the dark families. The Tessing. What I actually care about are those secret basement auctions they are running. He thought about their ledgers. There is a ton of loot in there that nobody even recognizes. I need to hire some guards and grab a specific ring. Julie's tiny hands were frantically counting their cash. She looked at the pathetic pile of coins and sighed. Jean? I only have 10 gold coins left. Plus, you cannot tell anyone you are a Runcandel, so we are not getting any handouts. He turned back and shrugged. If we make it to the Din Kingdom, problem solved. Julie looked lost. The Din Kingdom? But how do we? Jean glanced at Murakan sitting on her shoulder. We can fly, remember? He poked the dragon. Come on, what are you waiting for? Murakan, time to transform. Jin's command caught the dragon off guard. Hey kid, are you for real right now, Julie? Murakan, time to transform. Jin's command caught the dragon off guard. Hey kid, are you for real right now, Julie? She was being super careful. Young master, we cannot do this. What if someone spots us? He just smiled. It is fine. We gotta try it once. She tried to warn him about the family finding out, but Murakan already hit the ground. Suddenly, a massive cloud of black smoke swallowed the whole sky. The wind howled so hard it literally ripped trees out of the dirt. A massive black dragon stood right there. Murakan growled in a raspy voice. Hold on tight. She sighed, totally defeated. If we want to hit the Din Kingdom by tomorrow, we gotta move fast. Back at the castle, Luna was walking under the moonlight. Suddenly, she stopped. This weird chill ran down her spine, like something was off. Luna turned her head and squinted through the window. She saw the silhouette of a dragon flapping its wings through the quiet night air. Luna stood there stunned. No way. Is that Jin? He is really out here riding a dragon right after being named a reserve trainee? Luna touched the glass, watching his shadow fade away. Man, that kid is built different, she whispered to herself, feeling proud but also a little salty, left without even saying goodbye to his siblings. Typical. Jin and Julie were white-knuckling it on Murakan's back, totally clueless that Luna saw them. Good luck, you little Ice King. Cut to a dark forest in the Din Kingdom. Murakan shifted back to human and rushed to help Julie, who was literally barfing under a tree. Hey, Strawberry, you okay? She just groaned. My stomach. Seeing her like this, Murakan turned on Jin and started yelling. Hey, brat, look what you did. You scared poor Strawberry. Jin just shrugged. How is this my fault? You fly like a maniac. He snapped back. Well, you told me to fly. Then he turned back to Julie. Hey, Strawberry. He started acting all sweet. All right, take it easy. Deep breaths. There you go. Just lean on me. Let us move. Jin just watched them, totally speechless. Watching him be so soft with Julie, Jin just shook his head. What a weird dragon. I gotta get to the city. But Jin got hit with a hard no. Not happening, kid. I am staying with Strawberry. You go find us some money. Jin threw on his cloak and headed out alone. Before leaving, he warned Murakan, just stay put and do not start any trouble. Moonlight hit the capital of the Din Kingdom, right at the Pill Mansion. Semper was sitting by the pond, looking miserable and muttering to himself. Young Master Jin. He stared at the moon and sighed. They threw a massive party for him, but I did not even know until it was over. Semper remembered when Jin saved him. Even if it was just a mission, he literally saved my life. He pictured himself bowing to Jin. I really want to see him again, just to say thanks for keeping me alive. If you ever need a hand, let me know. Jin's cold response? Sure. Right then, near the bushes, Jin appeared in a dark cloak, being super sneaky. Semper had no idea his hero was right behind him. He just kept moping about when he would ever get to pay him back. Suddenly, Jin broke the silence. Hey, Semper. He answered without even thinking. Yeah, but when he turned to see who it was, Jin already had him cornered. Totally caught off guard, he started to scream. Jin quickly covered Semper's mouth. Chill out, Semper. He finally saw Jin's face. Jin signaled for him to be quiet. It is me, Jin. I am the one who saved you from those Kincello creeps. Once Semper calmed down, Jin let him talk. But Master Jin, why are you here? Jin was blunt. You said to come find you if I needed help, remember? Semper was totally stoked. Of course I remember. How could I forget your kindness? If it was not for you, I would probably be long gone. Jin cut him off. Okay, great. Anyway, I will be waiting right here for you. Jin looked dead serious. Bring me some gold and some cash. Semper's eyes went wide. He started stuttering, but no words came out. He slumped to the ground, looking totally confused. The rules say they have to hide their identity while training. They are supposed to build their rep using only their sword skills without any help from the family. It is totally normal for Runcandel kids to be dirt poor for the first few months. They have to survive on bounties from hunting criminals or working as mercenaries. They are basically forced to live that broke life. But for our group, totally different. The three of them are crushing a feast of steak, seafood, and wine. The scene shifts and Julie leans on her hand, grinning. This kingdom food is actually fire. They stroll through town, and she admits she fully expected to be starving like some broke trainee for a few days. But the start turned out smooth. Jin recounts the story. Yesterday, Julie asked if it was blackmail. The young master's mood shifted fast. She tried to explain, but he just smiled. It was not blackmail. Jin continues with a wicked glint in his eyes. Semper could have just paid us back in cash, he remembers. We only needed a bit, but he panicked and told us to take it all. He said it was an honor. Jin turns and asks, "By the way, Murakan, you sure you are not going to overeat?" He freezes, surprised. Jin recalls the past and explains, "We are about to open a portal. If you puke like you did last time, we are going to have a real problem." Murakan clenches his fists and growls. "Shut it. Even if I do vomit, a dragon having a full stomach is just pure instinct." Jin is officially out of patience. "Instinct my foot. If it was not for me, you would have been starving for days." Murakan snaps back. "If you do not want to see me puke, then carry me." She jumps in with a teasing look. Someone is just trying to hide their dragon motion sickness. Murakan barks back, "Hey, strawberry pie, that is not true. That is not what I meant. I was not talking to you." As they walk through town, Jin looks thoughtful. "I was worried about Julie, but the real issue is somewhere else." He mentions their next stop. "We are heading for the Akin Kingdom, part of the Matok Lutero Federation. It is ruled by the Zippo family." Jin gets serious. He explains that 80% of active dragons are on the Zippo side. Flying in there before we are ready would be a huge provocation. We cannot just barge in like that. Entering their territory without permission is basically a declaration of war. Murakan scoffed, losing his usual chill. "What are you scared of? Most of those dragons would shiver and run just hearing my name." He turns into a cat and shakes his head. "Everything is different now. Nobody just flies around showing off their wings in the sky anymore. I hope one day the world becomes a better place to live." As soon as he finishes, Jin frowns. "I told you not to transform in the middle of the street. The Zippo family stays in power thanks to dragons and gods they have contracted with. In other words, the Runcandel family is going to have a real hard time dealing with them. Tough fight. If I were not here, the Zippos would have crushed Runcandel long ago." Jin stops suddenly, remembering something important. "Wait, how did they gather so many contractors? It does not even make sense. Is it really possible to gather that many in just one generation? This cannot be a simple coincidence." They finally reach the portal station. Guards step forward. "Please state your identity." Jin stops. "We are here." He hands over 2 passports. "I am Jin and this is Julie. We are visiting Akin for tourism." The guard takes them and stares, saying nothing. His eyes are scanning every single detail. They pass through easily. As he is about to sit down, a loudspeaker blares. "This is an announcement for all passengers." Jin and Julie sit in silence, waiting. "We will teleport to the Akin Kingdom in a few minutes. Side effects like headaches or nausea are common, so please stay in your seats and get comfortable." "Thank you." She looks at him. As expected from a family ID, we got through without a single hitch. It was totally effortless. Jin nods, acting like it is no big deal. "Of course. The guy who gave it to me said it is so good it could fool the Vermont Special Forces." Then the announcement says teleportation is starting. "Thank you for waiting. Get ready." Minutes later, the teleportation begins. Murakan is suffering the most. Jin looks up, his eyes cold and focused. "The Akin Kingdom from my past life." Memories flood back, but 15 years have already passed. When Jin opens his eyes, the system announces they have arrived. "Welcome to the Akin Kingdom of the Matok Lutero Federation." Jin stands still, looking calm but deep in thought, not saying a word. He remembers spending his final years in the capital here. It has been a long time since his past life, but the scenery has not changed much. Honestly, everything looks the same. A heavy vibe fills the air as the camera pans through dark alleys. Homeless people are everywhere. The streets are crowded, but everyone looks miserable. It is a real grim sight. Julie leans in and whispers, "This city feels creepy, even though the weather is great, right?" He does not answer immediately, just glancing around. "It is all because of those greedy tyrants. I remember hearing how horrible these dark times were." Jin orders, "First we find a place to stay, then we find our target." Julie replies, "Yes, master." After a while, they find a run-down shack on the outskirts. Murakan stops when he sees the place. He snaps, "Hey kid, we are really staying in this dump?" Julie turns to him softly. "I am sure the young master has a plan in mind. Relax." Murakan is annoyed, grumbling, "Strawberry pie, we got the clout. Why are we crashing in a hole like this?" Jin stands at the old wooden door, staying calm. "This will be great. Imagine flexing our cash in a city full of mages while we are here illegally." Murakan grits his teeth and growls. "Is that why we have to stay in a trash heap that even cockroaches would ignore?" Jin ignores the whining and heads inside, leaving him sulking behind. Footsteps echo on the floor. In the dim light, a man is dozing in a chair. Jean asks coldly, "You the owner?" The guy jumps, glasses fogged up. He is a total mess. The owner wakes up and looks them over. Customers? He checks them out: a stalker, a rookie swordsman, and a beautiful girl. Is she a maid? The owner gives a wicked smirk. He brings a tray of water for the three of them. With a sly smile, the owner says, "Welcome to Zepp's Inn. We have plenty of empty rooms." He hands them some yellow-tinted water. "Here, it is our famous orange juice. Have a drink and pick whatever room you like." Murakan takes a glass, looking suspicious. Jean is thinking, "Yeah, enjoy your drink. Once you wake up, you will be on the auction block under this house. It is a total trap, man." His eyes widen as he spots something off. While the owner is daydreaming, Murakan splashes the water right in his face. What the hell is this for? Before he can react, Murakan's aura terrifies him. He moves like a ghost, cloak flying, killing intent exploding. In a flash, he throws a punch. Julie is shocked. Jean even pours his water out, showing they never trusted this hospitality one bit. Z is shaking like a leaf. "Poison? What do you mean poison?" Murakan just stays ice cold, right here, right now. He stands tall, delivering a death sentence. Z is on the ground, crying for his mama. "My guy, please, it hurts. Let's just talk this out, we can make a deal." But Murakan is not hearing it. He raises his boot with pure rage in his eyes. He stomps down with a massive thud and barks, "Make a deal? My foot." Jin stands there, watching the whole beatdown while whispering to himself. Z, the self-proclaimed imperial info dealer, he is the guy I owed big time in my past life. He remembers the old days. He was a weakling, kicked out of the family with zero skills. He only survived in Akini because of Z. But that jerk played him, lured him to a shady auction, and robbed him of everything except his underwear. Just thinking about those old memories is giving him the creeps. Honestly, it makes him want to punch something. Jin looks at Murakan absolutely wrecking Z and thinks, "This time is different. In this life, I am the one using you, you total scumbag." The non-stop hits have Z screaming in pain. "If you keep hitting me like this, I am going to lose it." He yells out in a rage, "Look at me, I am a 5-star warrior, you know." Murakan does not give a damn and just punches him right in the mouth. Who cares? After a few more hits, Z finally cracks. "I am sorry, I messed up. It was not poison, it was just a drug." At this point, Murakan is too fired up to listen to anything the guy says. It is all the same to him. But Jin, watching from the side, thinks this is probably enough. He speaks up and says, "Murakan, chill out. Let's see what the guy has to say." Murakan snaps back. "What? Why should I listen to a snake who tried to poison us?" Z reaches out toward Jin like he is begging for a lifeline. "Please, save me. I will make it up to you." But before he can finish, Murakan barks, "Shut it. Don't you dare open your mouth again." Jin just sits down on a nearby chair, totally calm. "I am going to ask you a few simple questions. Look, you jerk, lie, and you are dead. Tell the truth, and you might actually live." His voice goes cold as ice. "I will be the judge of your answers. I am going by my gut and my mood. Got it?" Z immediately shouts back, "Yes," loud and clear. Murakan finally lets him go, though he is still huffing. "Fine, do whatever you want." Jin looks at the guy and asks, "All right, what is your deal? What do you actually do?" The guy shakes as he answers, "My name is Z. I run an inn and sell info." Then Z hangs his head and admits, "I am also a scammer and a human trafficker." Hearing that, Murakan loses his mind. "Oh man." Z immediately drops to his knees and begs, "If you let me go, I can be really useful. I know everything about this city. You have to believe me." Jin speaks up coldly. "It sounds like you drugged us because you wanted to sell us off somewhere." At this point, the guy has no choice but to admit it. "Yeah, you are right. I am sorry." Jin does not say a word. He just walks over slowly and plants his foot right on Z's hand. "Where?" The guy looks up, totally confused. "Wait, what?" Jin does not explain. He just presses down harder. The guy screams in agony and then blabs everything. "It is the Tessin underground auction house, please." Jin keeps the pressure on and growls, "Give me the details." Z starts spilling his guts, voice trembling. Tessin is a dark group that runs auctions for slaves, banned poisons, stolen gear, and ancient relics. They have everything. Jin sighs. "So we finally made it to the Tessin underground auction. Fine, you are safe for tonight, but you know what you have to do next, right?" The guy nods like crazy. "Of course. Oh Lord, thank you. Thank you so much." In the back, Murakan asks grumpily, "Kid, are you really going to waste medicine on a cockroach like him?" Julie jumps in, totally agreeing with the big guy. Exactly, young master. If we let him go, then Jin suddenly cuts them off. A dark organization and an underground auction house. Sounds perfect. He says, what could be better than checking those places out? We can deal with this guy later once we see how he behaves. Murakan is skeptical, but Jin just walks away. We need a guide and Akima anyway. Then he adds, first we need to find someone to patch him up. Murakan just follows quietly, not saying another word. Once they leave the room, Jin lets out a long sigh. He mutters about how exhausted he is, pretending I don't know what is happening when I know everything is a total drag. But I can't let them know I am a regressor yet. A little while later, as night starts to fall and shadows take over the city, the doctor walks out. He should rest until the fever goes down. Before leaving, he tells Julie, call me if you need anything. Inside the room, Z stares at his busted face in the mirror. He can't believe it. A healer from the Luthero Magic School actually treated him. This is wild. They just grabbed a random doctor off the street and he turned out to be a genius. He is pissed off, muttering, damn it. These crazy people beat me up then pay to fix me. He starts wondering who they really are. Are they heirs to some massive magic family? Or maybe top-tier special forces? It does not really matter. If I try to double-cross them, I am a dead man. Jin suddenly stands up and says, all right, let's move. He sounds cold and focused. We are heading to the auction house. A bit later, the guards at the auction see a familiar face approaching. One of the guards shouts out, hey, Z, why are you bringing so many people with you this time? He asks curiously, is this more cargo? But Z just snaps back at him. Stop talking and open the door. These people are my guests. Finally, the group makes it inside as the heavy doors slowly creak open. Everyone walks in, totally on guard. The place is glowing. It looks fancy and expensive, but it feels dangerous. Everyone there is wearing a mysterious mask to keep their identities a secret. Murakan listens to the band playing up front and just laughs. This is honestly hilarious. Look at this place. He looks around the hall and mocks the crowd. Having a full orchestra in a place run by a bunch of low-life thugs? That is a bit much, don't you think? Z pulls out some masks and says, everyone thinks Santa runs Tessin, but the real boss is someone else. Murakan frowns. Who? The guy smiles. Put these on first. It is better if no one sees your faces. Jin puts his mask on and asks, so who is the real leader? Z whispers. They call him Alu the Spider. He looks around nervously. This whole place was decorated exactly how he wanted it, but honestly, he is just trying to hide the fact that he has zero class. Z suddenly goes quiet, so Jin tells him firmly, keep talking, don't stop now. He bows his head and whispers, to a small fry like me, Alu is on another level. He did not just clean up these dirty streets, he is also a 7-star warrior. He leans in and whispers that Alu might be tied to the Runcandel family across the sea. Hearing that name, Jin freezes and has to ask, the Runcandels? Are you serious? Murakan just sighs. Kid, just ignore him. You really think they would hang out with these bottom-tier thugs? Julie whispers too. I agree, young master. No matter how much I think, I don't know anyone like that. Jin stays silent, but inside, he knows. No, there is someone. He thinks about the jerk who put a curse on him so he could not even lift a sword. If this involves magic, it might be him. That curse gave me non-stop headaches. It was a high-level spell that I could never break. I don't think any normal mage from Tessin could pull that off, but after 10 years in the arena and 5 years in the sword garden, I still don't know. He looks at his friends, determined. I have to find a lead here. Then Jin finally spoke up. We are here to uncover every single secret about Aludo. That firm voice of his is definitely worth looking into as well. In the dark tunnel, Murakan yanked his mask off and growled. So, what is the play? Are we just going to wipe out these goons on day one? Julie whispered back. Every guard we passed looks like an elite soldier, and some are definitely unregistered mages. Charging into the heart of their army would be a total suicide mission. Dien kept his cool and told them not to worry because he had a plan. They both looked confused. A plan? He turned around and snapped. Listen up. After hearing the idea, Murakan just huffed and called it kid stuff. He scratched his head and muttered, I seriously wonder what goes on inside that brain of yours. Julie covered her mouth in shock and said, that is unexpected, but can you really pull that off while acting like a regular commoner? Jin answered firmly, do not worry. We can always bolt if things get too crazy. Murakan and Julie just gave a quick nod in agreement. Near the end of the path, Jet stopped and said, Excuse me, my lords, we are here. He slowly pulled back a curtain and smiled. Welcome to the show. Jet led them into a hidden room. The air was heavy and dim, but filled with the glow of the Tethys underground auction. Suddenly, the auctioneer's hype voice rang out. "We are bringing out the next item right now." He laughed, saying it does not matter where they came from. He yelled with excitement, "Our first items are tools you can use however you want." He pointed to a group of people being dragged out in chains. "These guys are in top shape, especially the one at the back." Dien saw this and asked, "Were you planning to sell us like them?" Jet panicked instantly. He watched the chained crowd on stage. Slaves. At least there are no kids in the mix yet. I guess that is one small win. Murakan leaned over and asked, "Hey kid, what is the move?" Dien stayed calm and said, "We wait. I heard some actually useful stuff pops up here. If something valuable appears, I will put in a bid. After that, we start making our real moves." Jin thought to himself, "This plan only works if my intel is solid. That item should be tucked away in the warehouse. Can I swipe it after this?" "Right then," the announcer shouted. "All right, here we go. The bidding is officially open." Jin sat in the shadows and muttered, "Now we just stay patient." A week later, the auction house was still packed and louder than ever. The announcer was screaming his head off at the crowd. 130. "Do I hear 140? Jet leaned in and hissed, "Sir, you have been sitting here all week doing nothing while they bid." He whispered nervously, "If you do not buy something today, the Tethys people might start giving you trouble. This place is not for loiterers." Jin did not even look at him. "Are you not the one bothering me right now?" Jet turned pale and stuttered, "Right, of course, do whatever you want." But inside, Jet was screaming, "Damn it, do something, you idiot! You are going to get us kicked out of here. Just buy any old junk before I lose it." Just then, the announcer brought out the next piece. "Our next item up for bid is this. It is our first magic book of the day. This belonged to Matthew Goniak, a mage who once ruled the continent. We have not even decrypted it yet, but I am sure there is a legendary spell inside." Someone yelled, 80. The announcer did not miss a beat. "We have 80. Anyone going higher?" Jin frowned when he heard the name. "It is not Matthew Goniak, you moron. It is Matthew Moniak. Get the name right." He sighed, knowing the Gipo family guards all of Moniak's real books. "This one is a fake. It has been a boring week with nothing but trash." Dien watched the announcer and smirked. The guy was just spitting pure nonsense. Suddenly, the auctioneer let out a huge, excited shout. "This is our next item," Dien rolled his eyes. "All these dumb mages are obsessed with that fake book." The announcer teased the next author's name. He bellowed, "The author is Genmi. We are starting the bidding at 50 gold coins." Jin watched closely. These kinds of books are rare. It is like the lottery, you might get lucky, or you might get junk. Murakan suddenly tapped his shoulder. He said seriously, "Kid, you better buy that. If that is the Genmi I know, this is going to be a massive jackpot." Suddenly, a bid came in that made the announcer jump. He gasped, 150. "Anyone else?" The crowd started buzzing. "Who spends that much on a mystery? Must be some rich punk." Jin just wondered. The gavel slammed down. "Sold for 150. Murakan muttered under his breath, "How did that thing even end up in a dump like this?" Jin glanced at him, feeling curious. "Why? Let us see what is in that book that has him so worked up all of a sudden." Next, they brought out another book. This one was written by Sugel 2ST. The crowd gasped. 2ST? Who is that guy? First Genmi, now this? Nothing but unknowns today. While the crowd was still talking, Jin raised his board again to place a bid. A huge number hit the floor. The announcer screamed, 200! 200 for the opening bid. People froze. Who is this crazy guy? Why is he bidding so much on weird stuff? Murakan was baffled too. "Hey kid, why start at 200 for this? Do you know this book?" Jin acted cool. "I just thought it would be nice to have another one." But inside, he was cheering. "I cannot believe I found it here." Memories of his past life flooded back. "My master from back then, her family, the HST clan. I heard they were wiped out centuries ago. I found a trace of them. This book now belongs to Jin. Sold for 200 gold. Jin whispered, "I will give this to her if we meet." He finally took off his mask. "All right, time to move. Let us go." By the end, both books were delivered right to his hands. Murakan flipped his book open immediately. He laughed. "We hit the jackpot. This really is Genmi's work, but look at these crazy symbols inside." He took a quick peek and smirked. "No way anyone but me and Master could crack this code." Zet walked up, looking like he had just dropped a 100-pound weight off his back. "Finally! I thought he would never buy anything. It would have been a total disaster if he left empty-handed today." Suddenly, Jin shouted for Zet. The guy jumped, stammering out a quick, "Yes, sir. I am going to see Alu Spiderlegs," he said flatly. Zet went into a total panic. "What? Sir, you cannot be serious. I do not care if you are my client. That is suicide." He patted the guy's shoulder. "Fine, tell Alu something for me." He leaned in close, voice icy. "Tell him Veridin Zippo is here to see him." Zet looked like he had seen a ghost. All the life drained right out of him. He scrambled to report to Alu, swearing under his breath the whole way. Damn it, he was buzzing with excitement. This guy is not just some special forces grunt. He is a real deal Zippo family member. Zet grinned to himself. Perfect! Now, if I can just ride the coattails of that Zippo name, I might actually get out of this mess alive. He sprinted over and kicked the door open. "Get Alu out here now. Veridin Zippo wants him," but then he saw the crowd and froze. Why are there so many people? In front of Zet stood a pack of thugs, every one of them looking like they wanted to kill him. A moment later, a guy strolled up to Jin, squinting. "You are Veridin?" Zet followed behind the men in black, face bruised and battered. A huge guy in the group growled, "Follow us. The boss wants to see you." But Jin did not move. Instead, he landed a massive punch right in the guy's face. "You think you can mess with me?" He glared at the man, holding a fireball high. "Now are you, Alu?" The men in black panicked. "No, sir, we are not the boss. Master Alu is waiting. We are just here to escort you three to him." The second he finished talking, Jin launched that fireball. Smoke filled the air as he barked, "I told you who I am, and he just sends a messenger? Let us try this again." His eyes were pure ice. "Tell him to get his butt out here and meet me in person. I want him crawling to my feet on all fours." Seconds later, a heavy hand slammed onto the cold stone floor. Alu bowed his head low and shouted, "I am here." He dropped to his knees, introducing himself as the manager. "I did not recognize you. Please forgive me," Alu begged. Zet watched, thinking if anyone else tried to pull this off, I would be laughing. But with this kid, no way. He shot a sneaky look at Jin. The vibe was totally different now. That fireball he used earlier? That was a 5-star mana skill, no doubt. Zet's face lit up. To be that young and pulling off 5-star magic? Nobody besides the Zippo family could ever dream of doing something like that. 1 week ago, back in the tunnel, Jin had casually dropped the bombshell. "I will just pretend to be Veridin." Murakan's jaw hit the floor. "Say what?" Julie was worried too. "Young master, even if Alu knows the Zippos, there is no way he will not see through the act." Jin cut her off. "We will hit him hard first. Once he is terrified, his brain will not be working well enough to doubt us." She still was not buying it. "Master, the problem is not whether you get caught by him or not." Julie was terrified of what would happen if the clan leader found out about this stunt. Back in reality, Jin said coldly, "Get up." Alu jumped to his feet. "Yes, sir." He pulled out 2 books he had just bought. "Take a look at these. What do you think they are?" Alu bowed, his voice shaking. "Magic books. I am so sorry. I should not have taken them without permission." Jin's voice went cold. "These 2 magic books I am holding? People in my family are very fond of them," he continued, his voice dripping with danger. "How much cash did you make off them?" Alu scrambled to explain. "Master Veridin, I am just a middleman. It is my fault for not realizing how valuable these magic books really were." "I am so sorry." The guy was shaking. "I will do whatever it takes to get every single one of those books back. Please, just give us one more chance." Jin started tapping the books against Alu's chest. "You really think letting a guy like you handle this is better than me doing it myself?" He stared him down. "Shut up and listen." His next words turned Alu to stone. "My family is starting an official investigation tomorrow." Alu froze. Only one thought hit him. It is over. Alu felt the walls closing in. In the Achen Kingdom, no matter how hard Tessin tried, they were just petty thugs compared to the Zippo family. If the investigators found anything suspicious, his whole world would go up in flames. Minutes later, Jin was casually flipping through the records Alu handed over. The guy gave his report with a stiff back. "That is everyone who showed up for the auction, sir," Jin asked dryly. "Is that it?" Alu bowed. "There are a few more. They are being held under heavy guard in the warehouse." He bowed even lower. "That is also where the staff stays. If you let me step out for a bit, I can bring them here. It will take about 2 hours. Jin cut him off instantly. "What kind of garbage are you talking?" His words felt like a noose around Alu's neck. "You are just looking for a chance to burn the evidence. Don't think I cannot see right through you." Then he shrugged. "Fine, go ahead. Investigate the rest of them." The guy's whole body started shaking at the news. He added a quiet warning. Do not forget that I am the one pulling your strings now. Alu gritted his teeth, trying to hide his fury. He turned to leave immediately. Right, I understand. I will be back soon. He barked orders to his men. While I am gone, show him around the warehouse. Make sure he sees everything he wants. The thugs nodded. As he passed one of his guys, Alu whispered, "Do not let that brat leave the mansion until I get back." The man nodded nervously. Got it. He stormed down the hallway, fists clenched tight, cursing under his breath. That little punk. Just you wait and see. You really think you have got everything under control? You have no idea. His eyes were bloodshot from holding back his rage. Damn it, I already spent a fortune paying off those Zippo guys. And now I have to buy the books back? No way. Meanwhile, in Alu's room, Murakan was tearing the place apart. Hey, kid, grab whatever you want, Julie asked nervously. Is this really okay? He answered like he did not have a care in the world. It is fine. Just take anything that looks expensive. Murakan kept searching, tossing things aside. I do not care about the books, but this guy's room, it is all just junk. He turned and whispered to Jin. Hey, about that Alu guy, when he gets back, he is going to figure out you are a fake. What's the plan then? Jin just shrugged. What do you mean? Jin kept his cool. We will just grab the good stuff and vanish long before Alu gets back here. Right then, something special caught his eye. He carefully opened the small box, staring at the glowing ring inside. Yes, found it! He let out a satisfied smirk. In the corner, Julie held up a diamond necklace. Master, are we really going to keep taking risks like this? I do not feel good about this at all. Jin just smiled. I will take that as a compliment, Julie. Suddenly, Zet came rushing back in. Sir, I am here. He handed over a stack of papers with a deep bow. Here is all the info on the slaves you asked for. I already jotted down their nationality and ages. Place feels a bit too touristy for me. Nice work. You were about to bail, but then you got stopped. Guess it's done now. The guard says the boss is handing over the auction house records once he's back. Then he cold-bloodedly tells you to just stay put in the mansion until that happens. Jin floors the guy before he can even finish his sentence. That sneak attack was absolutely brutal, and the big guy didn't have a chance to fight back. Watching the giant collapse, Jin yells, "Young master!" He's shaking in his boots but still manages to suck up, saying your moves are flawless. Inside, though, he's freaking out. Like, what just happened? Why'd Han just wreck Alu's heavy hitter like that? Suddenly, Jin turns and asks him straight up, Hey Jin, do you have a family? He gives a dumb look and says, yeah. You nod and tell him to take the kid and bolt. Get to the friendly kingdom, you say. He's totally stunned. Ignore his confused face and just keep talking. Hand my intro letters to the leaders there and spill everything you know about this shady auction house. It's your only shot at staying alive. He's trembling, but his face stays firm. No way. I'm sticking by your side until the bitter end. But inside, he's screaming his head off. No, I finally scored this once-in-a-lifetime chance. He begs for a chance, saying, please let me fight beside you for the rest of my life. He's thinking he has to grab this win to succeed. Then, you suddenly drop a bomb. Sorry, but I'm not actually Viradin Zippo. That announcement totally kills his vibe. Wait, what? Then 2 hours pass by. A lackey whispers in Alu's ear while he stands in that trashed room. We looked into Viradin, he says. Looking at the guy knocked out on the floor, he adds, the real Viradin has long white hair. Not like that fake guy. Alu's voice gets low and dangerous. The terrified guard reports that they swiped all the data on the slaves and the auction house customers. They left a note saying Tetson's time is up. He barks out an order to hunt them down. The guard looks totally lost and asks, what? But suddenly, Alu snaps and grabs the guy's face with his massive hand. He takes his rage out on the guy. Alu screams, send everyone after them. Bring those lying punks back here. His eyes are bloodshot with fury as he growls. I'm gonna kill them all with my own 2 hands. Scene change. By the fire, a hand reaches out. Hey kid, is this why you've been wandering around here? Because I don't think we gained anything from hitting Aluka's place. We gotta see if he's tied to the Candon family. Murakan sits across from the other two, thinking out loud. Fine, I'll just treat it like a goodbye kiss before we bounce. Jin stares down silently while listening. After all, the guy handed over the magic book and even gave us a masterpiece. I panic seeing you walk out with that thing. How do you even know about that ancient stuff, and it's that old? A blood-red moon burns in the sky when a shout cuts them off. There, they're hiding right there. Tell the boss. Jin looks over at the noise, annoyed by the loudmouths. Then, he slowly stands up. Time for a change of pace, huh? Alu's face is pure rage, veins popping. He's panting hard as he gasps. Found you. They're face to face now. Alu tries to hold back his anger. You lying scumbags, how dare you pull that crap on me? His eyes bulge as he bellows. I'm gonna string you up in public. I'll show you what happens when you mess with the master of the Tetsun underground auction house. You're dealing with Alu. A voice from across the way quickly cuts through all his nonsense. I've already got the record of every slave kidnapped from Bimun right here in my hand. Jin calmly reaches into his coat, looking for something. The transaction files for the magic books the Zippo family wants. Here's the customer list. He flings a stack of papers into the air. I already leaked it. By tomorrow, the whole continent's gonna be watching you. This magic letter really comes in handy. He looks over with a gaze full of provocation. Honestly, you are already a dead man, Alu. The guy is losing it, drooling as he screams, You little brat! I won't let you die easy. I'll keep you alive just to torture you every time you pass out from the pain. I'll burn you awake. Jin stays ice cold. Murakan just stands there with his hands in his pockets. I want to go one-on-one with this Alu guy, Jin says. Murakan sighs and cracks his neck. He steps forward with a massive crushing pressure coming out of nowhere. This is going to be a real headache, isn't it? Alu hasn't realized what's happening and just keeps screaming his head off. You punk, you think you can take us all on alone? Don't just stand there, attack! The mages in the group immediately start chanting spells. Following his loud orders, the front line stomps forward, shaking the ground beneath them. Bring me that kid's head and kill every single one of the rest. The entire mob charges forward with their swords and axes, everyone rushing straight at Murakan like a tidal wave. As the front line attacks, Murakan just slowly reaches out and flips his hand down toward the dirt. In a flash, he swings his arm, and heads start flying right off their shoulders. That power is insane. With one flick of his hand, guys are flying through the dust. They don't stop, though. They keep coming with their weapons. The next wave freezes, eyes wide with pure shock. Murakan stays still, face unreadable, as he catches two guys at once. One after another, they hit the ground hard. He's taking on the whole damn group by himself. Murakan's eyes flare up, his face twisting with rage as veins pop. He lets his power explode, and the ground beneath him starts cracking and crumbling under the weight. Murakan blasts forward in a straight line, clearing out anyone in his way. His power sends the mob flying high. He's moving light speed, throwing haymakers at everyone. Anyone in the way gets a fist to the face. He's moving too fast for them to even see, just wrecking the whole crowd with raw power. He grits his teeth and dives into the crowd, causing massive shockwaves. Explosions are going off everywhere. The mages in the back are turning pale, totally frozen, and wanting to run for it. Alu is at the back, losing his mind. You idiots! What are you just standing there for? A mage nearby breaks into a sweat and stammers an explanation. If we use magic now, we'll hit our own guys. Alu just keeps screaming, and even Jin can hear him. Then just aim for the ones in the back. He narrows his eyes and gives the signal. Suddenly, wind and ice magic blast toward Jin. The mages pull the trigger at once, and a massive gale starts howling outside. All that elemental power is heading right for him. Looks like a bunch of fifth circle mages. Suddenly, his blue stone necklace starts glowing, pulsing with a faint power. Despite that brutal attack, Jin and Julie are safe inside a small barrier. The mages are totally stunned. He smirks calmly. Thanks to Luna, this just got a whole lot easier. Still, you just ghosted the lady without saying a single word, young master. Right next to them, terrified screams from the mob cut through the air. Murakan glares with cold eyes and snarls. Is numbers all you weaklings got? You guys are straight trash. Pure rage fuels a burst of blue flame. You guys are really ticking me off. He fires a blast like a bowling ball, smashing their formation. Bodies fly everywhere, just die already. That blue fire tears through solid rock, ripping a path right to the end. Alu's face goes pale as he stares up, completely stunned by the sheer power. His jaw drops, frozen in place like a statue, but a second later, Alu smirks, letting out a breath filled with nothing but pure contempt. He grips the weapon on his back, his crazy laughter getting louder and louder. While his henchmen scream in terror, Alu swings his blade, cutting down his own men without blinking. Jean watches coldly from the side, listening to the enemy's wail. Boss, what is happening? The boss has totally lost his mind. Jean stares at Alu's unhinged face, thinking, is he nuts? Well, saves me some energy. Murakan interrupts, shouting, Hey kid, I cleared out the trash like you wanted. Now, this jerk is all yours. He has lost his mind, pointing a blood-stained blade at his enemy. You brat, who the hell sent you people here? Alu screams, losing all patience. Who was it? Jin doesn't care, answering calmly, "Does it even matter? You are dead either way." Suddenly, a flash of light streaks across the room. He dodges smoothly, but a deep gash appears right beside him. Jin straightens up, thinking, "Man, he is fast." Alu's face twists, his eyes wide and full of hate. He levels his sword and grits his teeth. "Once I beat you, you will talk. I am not going to let you punks die that easy." Thick smoke fills the entire air. An excited voice cuts in. "Hey kid, finally found a real challenge, huh? Guess the rumors about him being a 7-star warrior were legit." Murakan kicks back, enjoying the show. "Look kid, this guy isn't like Bisco. This dude is a straight-up killer. Go all out and don't you dare die on me." Alu and Jin stand frozen, face to face. It is the calm before the storm. Then, he finally speaks. "You are pretty cocky." Alu glares, pouring massive power into his giant sword. "How does a pathetic mage like you dare step up? You mocking me?" Jin doesn't waste time talking. He lunges forward, hand on his blade. At supersonic speed, his sword is out before anyone can see it. He strikes true. Alu grits his teeth, barely blocking the first massive collision. Alu's eyes go wide, feeling the pressure. Jin's cold gaze is locked on him. Alu stares at the white blade and gasps, "A sword?" They are perfectly matched, neither backing down. Alu swings a heavy blow. "Damn you." Jin slides back, dodging easily. He senses the killing intent instantly. Alu lunges again, realizing, "So you aren't just a mage." He swings again, a long arc, but Jin blocks it, getting pushed back slightly. Desperate for blood, Alu throws a flurry of glowing, high-impact punches that light up the whole place. Jin spins away, his eyes finally getting dead serious. He throws his cloak aside and strikes, but Alu suddenly teleports, vanishing into thin air. He reappears right behind Jin's back. Jin is a step too slow, turning his head in shock. Alu is grinning like a maniac, swinging hard at Jin. But a split second later, his smile vanishes into a frown. Luckily, he still avoids it. Just a scratch. Jin backs off, reassessing. He is way too fast, and he isn't even trying yet. Alu starts trash-talking. "So that fireball at the auction was just an artifact, huh?" Inside, though, Alu is freaking out. "Crap, I walked right into his trap. This kid isn't even the main problem here." A chill runs down Alu's spine as he looks back. That other guy wiped out my squad alone. He is definitely stronger. Why is he just standing there? Murakan watches with folded arms, enjoying the show. Looks like the kid is in a jam. Julie is a nervous wreck. "Murakan, are you seriously just going to stand there? I know it is what the young master wanted, but it is way too early for him to face a 7-star warrior." He laughs it off. "Relax, Strawberry. The kid needs to learn how high the stakes are." Julie clenches her fists. "I know, but Murakan cuts her off. You really think he will lose?" Suddenly, a massive flash of light rips through the air. Metal shrieks as their blades clash over and over. Alu swings, knocking Jin back. Jin's head snaps back as he goes into a freefall. Murakan and Julie watch intensely. For a moment, it feels like time just stopped. Alu wears a creepy, excited grin, like he has been waiting for this. He grips his sword and screams, lunging forward. "Your time is up!" Suddenly, Jin smiles a mysterious, knowing grin. Back when the Shadow Clan's Magic Swordsman still fought, Alu flinches as a blinding light hits his eyes. To them, a 2-level gap means nothing. Mid-fall, Jin summons a fireball in his palm. Murakan's voice echoes as the kid grins and launches his counterattack. Caught off guard, Alu can't even move to dodge. Jin fires. The fireball engulfs Alu at point-blank range, no way out. Dust and smoke fill the battlefield. Alu flies out, battered and bruised. He shields his face, squinting through the grit. "Wait, that wasn't an artifact? You punk, that means..." He screams too late. "You are a magic swordsman?" Jin shifts gears, tossing his coat aside. Raw power surges as lightning begins to crackle all around him. That ordinary sword from before? It is totally transforming now. Terrifying sparks fly as he slams his sword down. The lightning gets thicker and wilder. Dark clouds swarm the sky, and thunder shakes the entire world. It doesn't stop there. Deadly bolts of lightning materialize right behind Alu. The pitch-black sky suddenly goes dead silent. A massive strike hits him instantly. Alu reacts, swinging his blade to create a shield. He is fuming. "You idiot! Keep standing there and you are dead meat." Ignoring him, Jin's gauntlets glow as he summons his armor. Space itself seems to warp and twist. A sudden vortex erupts, dragging Alu's arm right in. He freezes, sweating bullets, too stunned to process. Something massive starts emerging from the blue sparks. When Alu sees what is in front of him, he can't even speak. A giant hand is gripping Jin's sword. Alu is so shocked he is practically catatonic. A horizontal slash tears through the air. He can't even dodge. Blood sprays from his shoulder. Alu just tried to block that sword strike with his feet, but that thing just stood there and shredded the air like a monster. Scarface can't believe his eyes. This giant suit of armor is actually looking at him, staring right at the gash on Alu's stomach. That face is totally blank. Then, out of nowhere, it slides open to show the face of Jin hiding inside. He frowns and makes his move. Jin blurs past and finishes the job clean. No emotion, he just slowly sheathes his blade. Murakan is watching the whole thing and he is impressed. This Muta artifact is the real deal. Julie's just confused, asking what it even is. Muta was built for Vermont, the first king who was basically the devil's favorite. That's when all the heavy war stuff started. This sword blocks anything under 7 stars. Jin looks at his hand, thinking how the Muta artifact returns to the king in 5 or 6 years. The Academy went nuts over this helmet, which is why I remember exactly where and when I first found the thing. Blood sprays everywhere. Alu collapses right behind him. Jin looks at the guy's dying face and asks, "You worked with the Runcandels, didn't you?" Murakan chimes in from the sidelines. "Kid, you should have asked earlier. This guy's about to see the light. He can't talk now." Jin watches as Alu struggles to speak. "I get it now," the dying man rasps, mocking him. "You are a Runcandel, so you really did fail, but you're just the youngest son. There's no way you can stop that man." Jin stays silent, making Murakan even more confused. "Alu, if that's your name, I'm digging deeper. A 7-star master leading a gang? You're definitely a Runcandel pawn." Murakan says it's not a big surprise. "Wasn't one of your ancestors a savior who opened a tavern?" Jin already has a target in mind. He's dead serious about this. "Yeah, but I need to know who that guy was talking about. I have to find him before I lead the clan." He keeps thinking about those words. "You failed, you can't stop him. He knew who I was." Failing must be about the shadow energy. And why can't the youngest son stop him from doing what he wants? He knows the Runcandel siblings are fighting for power. Yona's gone, so she doesn't count. The twins are way too young and soft. The others aren't smart or sneaky enough to pull this off. Only one person is this obsessed with their rank. A cold, calculating face pops into his head. The next Runcandel heir, Joshua. Nobody else is this twisted. I'll find out soon enough. Suddenly, the scene shifts to blue skies and birds. A loud voice starts shouting to the crowd. "Extra! Extra! The Tessin gang has been wiped out by the Zipfel and Vermont families. Those demons targeting innocent people were destroyed in a single day." Jin and Murakan read the paper. Looks like Z pulled it off. Zipfel and Vermont weren't going to let that slide. That's a small price for his life. A piece of trash like that needs some pain to actually learn something. Murakan laughs. "Zipfel and Vermont get the fame, but you're the one actually winning here." Jin just smiles, crushing the newspaper. "Mages, 7-star knights, we got it all." Julie interrupts, worried. "Even if he's a 7-star, he's not truly worthy of the title yet. Don't get cocky just because you beat Alu. You have to be more careful next time." Jin just nods to calm her down. "I know. No one is going to find us thanks to Z, so let's just take a break before heading out to the next location." Murakan's annoyed. Where next? Jin drops a name. Tikon, an independent city. Julie's the only one who knows it. "Wait, isn't that where the 7-colored rainbow is?" Jin looks impressed. "Exactly." Murakan is clueless, so Julie explains it's the biggest news hub in Tikon, right after the main clan networks. Murakan gets the idea. "So you're just going to use these villains for info like you did back then?" Jin just smirks. "That is only one part of my plan." They set sail. The crew shouts orders as the boat starts moving out into the open water. As the ship sails, Jin thinks, he needs a good reason for using his past life memories while he's with them. "I've got a lot to think about. Bisco, Kinsella, and Alu's past are all tied to the Runcandels and the collapse of the taboo magic in Cologne. There is so much to investigate. That news hub in Tikon is the perfect place to start." Murakan looks serious. "Kid, what's important now is that light magic we found in you earlier. I thought that magic was lost forever in the ancient times." He's not sure. Back in the day, the Chemi tribe was the Zipfel family's biggest enemy. The Zipfels delete anyone they don't like. That's just how they operate. That's why there aren't any records left of what happened. If you don't break past your limits, your family is going to end up just like them. Murakan walks up to Jin and lifts his shirt. Jin's curious. "What are you showing me?" Murakan gathers black energy in his palm with a tiny flicker of light. This is the exact magic you need. Keep your eyes open and watch closely. Jin sees the black magic, then a blinding flash hits him right in the face. A massive explosion of light fills the area until everything goes white. Murakan just stands there laughing his head off. How's that? A few seconds and your eyes are fried? Jin's tearing up, trying to see. Can I use that for defense? Murakan's feeling himself. Duh. It's called whiteout. It's the best chemi magic there is. Seriously, this stuff is top tier. Murakan brushes it off and pulls something from his coat. Jin thinks it looks sketchy and asks, "What's that?" He reveals a book he is obsessed with. This is an encrypted system so tough it even made me. Murakan admits he almost lost his mind over it. I do not know what is inside yet, but it is definitely going to be useful. Jin stays quiet for a second and just says, "Keep it safe. One day, I will find someone who can actually crack the code." Cut to the docks 1 week later. Julie looks at the view and is totally blown away. They are standing in Tikon, the free city. She looks at the massive castle under that peaceful blue sky and sighs. Wow, this place is actually gorgeous. Young master, this city sits on a small island north of the central continent. It is totally independent from the Runcandel or Zipfel clans. Even though it is small, it is a famous tourist trap packed with foreigners. Julie walks around checking out the daily vibes. The city is so alive. Looking at the name Free City, you can tell exactly what the deal is here. Young master, we should find a place to crash. Jin thinks about it and picks a spot. All right, let's head to the city center. Murakan, currently a cat, jumps down and transforms. He turns back into his usual human self. You better not pick another dump, okay? She ignores him and snaps. Master Murakan, I have told you 1,000,000 times do not transform in the middle of the city. He just keeps complaining and won't shut up. Kid, I told you 1,000,000 times. Nobody is even paying attention to us. Suddenly, a loud voice shouts from nearby. That cat just turned into a guy. Little Julia points at them while hugging her teddy bear. That black cat turned into that black-haired guy. How did you do that? Murakan and Julie freeze and look over. They totally did not see this coming. The little girl's eyes are sparkling with excitement as she shouts, "Teach Julia how to do that!" Jin gets a headache and tries to explain it to the kid while she is busy with her ice cream. Look, you definitely saw that wrong. How could a cat turn into a person, right? Julia hears that and gets annoyed. I am not a kid. I am Julia. And I did not see it wrong. That black cat turned into that old guy right there. Hey, mister, why are you lying? He is totally helpless. I am not lying, and I am not an old guy. But she stands her ground. You are lying, and you are definitely an old guy. Jin finally gives up. Fine, look, I bought you ice cream, so just act like you. Before he can even finish, Julia cuts him off. Do not teach kids how to lie, mister. The two people standing behind him whisper, what are we supposed to do now? Julia looks sad. We should take her to someone in charge since she is lost. But if she talks, won't the Zipfel clan find us? Murakan is chill. Relax. Nobody is going to believe a little kid. If you just listened to the young master, we would not be in this mess. He just stammers. Oh, come on. Suddenly, the little girl notices something and looks up. She points to the area ahead and asks, is that the information hub? Julia hates the military. Julie asks, why is that? The girl looks down and mumbles, I do not like them. They are always bothering my mom. Hearing this, Julie gets worried. This is bad. This place might be a den of corruption and violence. Jin speaks up. Maybe her mom can tell us what is really going on. Let's go check it out. He walks up, catching the guard's attention. The guard sees the girl and looks shocked. Is that Julia? Hey, call the commander. Our little lady Julia is back. Jin is confused. Wait, you know this girl? The guard laughs and says, of course I do. She is the commander's daughter. Jin repeats, commander? Daughter? Then Julia screams. A person steps out from inside. Mommy. It is a tall, incredibly buff woman. Jin narrows his eyes. The commander of the information hub? He did not expect her to be just a regular officer. Elisa suddenly flashes a sharp smile. Then she and the girl sprint toward each other. Julia, Mommy, they dive into a big, emotional hug. She still manages to scold her. Julia, I told you not to wander off, the girl pouts. But you never want to play with me. Elisa quickly tries to make it better. I am sorry, my sweetie. Once I am done with work, we will play as much as you want. Julia asks, promise do not leave me just because you are busy like last time. The three of them just watch this scene, totally frozen and expressionless. Finally, Elisa remembers they are there. She explains that everyone in town knows Julia, so she was just being careless. Sorry, I have not introduced myself. I am Elisa Badger, the commander of the Tikon outpost. Jin shakes her hand. I am Jean. I am just a tourist visiting Tikan. Elisa looks grateful. A tourist? Well, I have to repay you somehow. Is there anything you need while you are here? Jin smiles and says, in that case, could you recommend a good place to stay? She thinks about it, but then Julia whispers something in her ear. Elisa pulls a pen from her pocket. She turns to the guard and asks, got any paper? He moves fast and hands some over. Yes, ma'am. Elisa scribbles something down. While the kid and the guard are saying hi, she hands the paper to Jin. This is a recommendation letter with my official seal. With this, you will get VIP treatment anywhere in this city. Thanks again for finding my daughter. Jin acts polite. No problem. We should be the ones thanking you. We will be going now. Elisa watches them leave in silence. Once they are gone, she asks, Julia, did a cat really turn into a person? The girl nods. Yeah, but they seemed like they did not want to talk about it. She laughs and says, then let's just pretend we do not know. She pinches her cheek. Good job. Everyone has secrets, right? But Elisa thinks to herself, transformation? Only a dragon can do that. At a small shop, a waitress is clearing some dishes. Upstairs, Julie is rubbing her stomach, looking totally satisfied. She cannot stop praising the place. The service is amazing. I have not been treated like this since I was in Hewfetter. Murakan agrees. Even the bed is soft. This is the power of a recommendation letter. Everything is going great in Tikan. We are getting really lucky here. Suddenly, Julie gets hyped. Oh, I just remembered. Can I get one of those ice creams Julia had? It is a Tikan specialty. Jin feels exhausted. Good grief, why are you even asking me? Just go buy some for everyone. As soon as he says that, she is gone. I will be right back. Jin sighs happily. It has been a while since we could relax like this. It feels like a real vacation. Murakan ignores that and asks, so, kid, how do you plan on meeting the 7 colored peacocks? They are not easy to find. Jin turns around. First, I need to find one specific person, the best info hub in Tikan. Right in the heart of that center is a guy named Master Swordsman Kashmir. He is a legend that everyone knows. He was even invited to train the Runcandel Clan. That is the only intel the family has. But in 10 years, he is going to reveal his true identity as the King of B-Mind. He will use all that intel to seize absolute power over the 3 big families, B-Mind, Zipful, and the Runcandel clans. He ended up getting total support as the very first king of the independent kingdom of Tikan. This guy is incredibly cautious. Not only is his swordsmanship top tier, but he has been playing the long game for years, just waiting for the perfect moment. He is exactly the person I need if I want to own every piece of intel in this city. The real question is, how do I get close to him? Suddenly, I hear fast footsteps coming up the stairs. Julie bursts through the door, looking like she is in a massive rush. She is covered in sweat and says, young master, something weird is going on at Murakan. There is nobody left in this inn. All the staff and the guests have just completely vanished into thin air. I think something went down, Julie says before a hand touches her shoulder. Kashmir calmly asks if everyone is doing all right and if it is okay if he comes inside. His hand is gripping her shoulder tight. Murakan is losing it, veins popping out on his face. Jean just thinks, that is Kashmir's sword. Why is he here? His grip is so tight I thought his hands might shatter. Then he realizes something is totally off. Jean yells out to stop him. Wait, Murakan, back off right now. He wraps an arm around her to pull her away. Do not kill him. He looked like a terrifying ghost in that moment. Then he growls. You really just asked if I am okay? Murakan gets right in Julie's face, sounding like the Grim Reaper delivering a death sentence. No. Do I look like I am doing okay to you? Seriously, you jerk, why is the great Kashmir showing up here now? We have not even caused any trouble since we got to Tikan. More importantly, it is not just him. There are 3, 4, way more people out there. Jean thinks to himself, we are in deep trouble now. He yells out, please just calm down, Lord Murakan. This room is way too small for a fight. If you fight here, Julie is going to get caught in the crossfire. He finally seems to cool off after hearing that. Murakan waves his hand and asks, do you even know who I am? Kashmir looks confused and asks, what? He snaps back, you jerk. I asked if you know who I am. Coming in here with your how are you nonsense. I am speechless. Did nobody ever teach you some manners? You think just because you are not carrying a sword and have soldiers following you that you can look down on us? Jean sighs in relief. He stammers, no, that is not what I meant. He is still looking for a fight. Oh, really? You just barge in here and start trouble, then tell me that was not what you meant? Answer me, you jerk. Do you even know who I am? Kashmir looks terrified and says he has no clue. That makes him even angrier. Can you not hear me? Why are you still being so incredibly rude? He starts to say something, but I finally jump in. That is enough, Lord Murakan. We have done plenty. If we are not the ones under arrest, you should probably chill out and put your weapon away. Jin smiles and asks, You are the great swordsman Casimir, right? I have heard so much about your reputation that you feel like an old friend. He looks totally lost and asks how I even know his name. Who is this young master anyway? Jin hears that and suddenly remembers. Oh man, I totally forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jin. He reaches out his hand. Murakan looks like he wants to argue, but Jin cuts him off before he can finish. It sounds like you have a lot to say to me, so why don't we find a better place to talk? I will answer any questions you have. Eventually, the three of them go down to the lobby. Jin whispers, Thank you, Lord Casimir. Thanks for dismissing the troops. I feel like you trust me a bit more now. He starts sweating and thinks, I brought an army because I heard a dragon was here. That was a huge mistake. I just made him angrier. I am pretty sure this guy is the dragon everyone is talking about. This feeling, this pressure, it definitely does not come from a normal human being. If that kid had not stopped him, me and all my men would probably be dead by now. And that woman is definitely Julie. I met her before I was kicked out of the Beeman Palace. I still vividly remember her professional military attitude in the training hall that day. But the weird thing is, I do not feel any aura from her at all. What kind of connection does she have with this guy? Casimir taps the table and asks, You said your name is Jin, right? You do not seem to be lying, but I have a question. Jin does not hesitate and tells him to go ahead. He gets straight to the point. Why are you hanging out with an ancient dragon? Dragons usually only make contracts with ancient mages, people who have deals with gods or those with insane superpowers. Specifically, the Zippel clan. Jin's eyes stay totally calm. Casimir continues, No, they do not know. If this got out, your family would never let it slide. Yet, you are just dropping life-threatening secrets like they are nothing at all. The issue isn't whether I am a Runcandel or not. Just tell me this. Jin asks him directly without any hesitation. If you already knew a dragon was here, why did you even show up? Casimir says softly. Since you told me such a massive secret, I guess I should tell you one of my own secrets too. You met my daughter, Julia, right? The reason I came here is because she told me she saw a cat transform into a human. Jin asks skeptically, You really believe the words of a little kid? He seriously explains that his daughter is not just some normal child. She is a contractor for Asmil. He asks in shock, Asmil, are you talking about the god of sight? Casimir does not hide it and answers honestly. Yes, the god of sight. There is no way my daughter, who has a contract with Asmil, could ever see something wrong. Jean asks calmly, You should know there are plenty of powerful people who would kill to be a contractor for Asmil. Is it really okay to tell us this so easily? Murakan suddenly pipes up and says something is definitely not right here. If that kid really is a contractor, then where is her dragon? Why can I not feel the presence of any dragon race around her at all? Asmil's dragons are famous for how much they value their contractors, so why would one just ditch a child? That sounds really sketchy. He hears this and suddenly realizes something important, but he still gives a totally useless answer. I am not really sure what the situation is, but it seems like something happened. Murakan is shocked, and Casimir quickly tries to explain it all. About a year ago, Julia's guardian dragon suddenly went missing. It might have something to do with the Zippel family or the Bierman Empire, but it is all just a guess for now. He sticks to his guns and asks angrily, No way. No dragon in this world is stupid enough to get kidnapped. And for a whole year? If it has been that long? Murakan suddenly stops. Wait a second. 1 year later. You said your daughter is 5 years old, right? He looks confused and says, What? Yeah, that is correct. He goes quiet for a second. If that girl really is a contractor for Asmil and she does not have a guardian dragon by her side at that age, she is going to lose her mind soon and end up in a vegetative state. Casimir is stunned. Murakan does not care how he feels and keeps going. Listen close. People who contract with Asmil can see the future. Humans might not get it, but seeing the future is a massive burden even for the mind of a dragon. Maybe she is too young right now to tell what is real and what is a dream, so everything seems fine. But if she keeps watching the future without any protection, in about 1 to 2 years, her eyes will go out of control. She will end up disabled. This is just a basic problem of cause and effect. If you see the future, you have to follow it. If you dare to fight back, you will be punished by Asmil. That means if a person sees someone's death, there is absolutely nothing they can do to stop it. Any contractor who is brave enough to mess with the laws of karma will be destroyed. From the start, that girl has not been living in the same world as us. I can tell by your face that I am right. Then the only move left is to bring that guardian dragon back for the kid as soon as possible. There is literally no other way. Suddenly, Casimir leaps up, ditching his pride to drop onto his knees and beg. Oh, almighty guardian, I know my bosses did not mention this, but I lead the seven-colored news center. I completely back my own skills here. Forget it. I have been hunting my daughter's dragon for a year without luck. Murakan crosses his arms, acting all high and mighty. Well, obviously. Meeting her right when you hit T-Con was more than just a coincidence, right? Was it Asmiel who asked you to help his young contractor? He looked totally crushed, head down, pleading. Please, almighty dragon, I beg you, but before he finishes, a hand goes up. Stop right there. Beg all you want, but I cannot do a thing. If you want results, talk to my boss over there. Murakan smirks at Jin. Yo, kid, what is our next move? Jin steps forward to help Casimir up. Please, stand up. We are not exactly best friends, but we are talking about a child's life here. It is serious business. First, get your head straight. Then we can go find Julia's dragon together. He bows low, full of thanks. Young master, I will never forget this kindness you have shown us. But Jin thinks to himself that things feel too easy. If even Seven Colored could not find it, we need intel from the Great Black Dragons or Zipful. That is not going to be a walk in the park. Murakan pipes up. Hey kid, aren't T-Con and the Zipful clan basically the same? Jin cuts him off. No, T-Con is just a city. They do not report to anyone. He starts feeling hyped. Awesome. Hey little guy, if you have all these resources, you must have some solid info on the dragons, right? Casimir looks a bit stunned and stammers. Oh, yeah, exactly. We know exactly which dragon species live on which continent. Murakan smiles. Good, fetch me everything on the dragons in the Beeman Empire. Jin yells, Murakan, you cannot be serious. He just laughs. It is an old-school trick. There is nothing those dragons do not know. Somewhere else, inside a small wooden shack, a voice calls out, Lady Quicantle! Lady Quicantle! You really need to take a look at this. She glances up, eyes half closed. Nah, you are here. She runs over, beaming. It is more news about Lord Jin. Amazing, right? Even though he is your age, he already hit 5-star rank. She stays calm, just whispering. You are a talented contractor too. One day, you will get there. Nga looks doubtful. You really think so? Quicantle nods. Definitely. Unlike that kid, your guardian is a black-haired guy compared to you, who signed with Ulta, the god of time himself. She gasps in surprise. Lady Quicantle, she says softly. Nah, go home and stay inside until I get back. She is confused. Wait, did something happen? Is something wrong? She looks angry, claws almost showing. Not exactly, just something dark heading this way. Murakan spreads his massive wings, carrying Jin through the clouds. Suddenly, he speaks up. Hey kid, this will be fast. Once I reveal myself, those dragons and Beeman will come crawling out. Find a place to hide so you do not get snatched. Jin nods. Got it. After making sure he is hidden, he floats in midair. Murakan's claws brush the water's surface. All right, let us get this party started. Waves ripple under his feet with every move. Jin stands nearby, watching the show in silence. He thinks back to yesterday when Casimir handed over the files. Sir, here is the list of dragons active in the Beeman area you asked for. He looks thoughtful, so that is where they are hiding. Then, Murakan freezes on one name. He starts to say something but stops. This is never mind. Jin notices and asks, What is it? Lord Murakan, what is the matter? He just shrugs. It is nothing. Might be a bit risky, but that is just how dragons roll. Let us move, kid. We have a long way to go. He calls out, Great Dragon, wait! He blushes. Cut it out. Just call me by my name. I am not some cult leader. Fine, Lord Murakan. Casimir bows low. Thank you. Please, let me come with you so I can save my daughter. He stays quiet for a second, then says, I will tell you 2 things before we take off. First, from now until the dragons return, keep your daughter moving all day. When she gets exhausted, Azalea's power gets weaker. Play with her as soon as she wakes up. Run around, whatever it takes to tire her out so she sleeps. He nods quickly. I get it. I will keep her busy. And the second thing? Ice candy. Bring it here. You are the reason we did not get to eat. Julie blinks. Lord Murakan? She thanks him. You are actually a total gentleman. He just snaps his fingers. Strawberry cake. You said you wanted some earlier. But Julie giggles. No, you are just talking a lot to make Lord Casimir feel better. Murakan yells, trying to deny it. I do not care about that creature's feelings. The memory ends, and Jin thinks, look at him pretending he does not care. He is actually pretty thoughtful, our big guy. He keeps his eyes on the horizon and finally speaks up. Kid, they are here. In the distance, two dragons appear. Murakan mutters. It is Rabos and Dantil. Makes sense. I have kicked their butts so many times. Put your helmet on, kid. Jin slides his mask down. How many times did you beat them for them to show up the second they felt you? He explains. Anyone who invades my turf gets trashed. That is the rule. Jin smirks. So proud of yourself. Suddenly, one of them screams, Murakan, why are you here? He stands his ground, sounding stone cold. Earth dragons, Rabos, and Dantil. I have woken up for an important mission. I need your help. The two dragons trade looks. Should we tell him? It does not seem like he knows anything. Then both Dantil and Rabos unleash a rainbow breath. For the high mountains and Solderet's best friend. We do not know your deal, but now is not the time. Please, just get out of our way. Get lost, fast. Our young contractor is still here. We do not want to fight at the Beeman border. But Murakan is fuming. How dare you tell me to back down? I do not back down from anywhere. Dantil snaps. Come on, just leave for our sake. You are flexing your presence so hard that everything is turning into a total mess. He asks sharply, what are you talking about? They shout back in a panic. Quicantel is flying here to kill you. But he does not even blink. Oh, they keep going. If it is Quicantel, you mean the silver dragon? What exactly is your connection to the guardian of the time god Olta? Finally, Murakan hesitates. That? Well, she is my ex. Jin is floored by this insane news. The dragons keep begging. Please, big guy, we are literally begging you. Just take your friend and go. Our contractor is just a little kid. They might die if they get caught in this mess. Other dragons do not know you are awake yet, right? If you do not leave right now, we are spreading the word. Suddenly, a massive noise makes Rabos jump. Even Murakan looks over. Suddenly, he yells, Kid, hold on tight. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes. A powerful golden blast shoots right at Murakan. Everyone scrambles to get out of the way. The force rips through the clouds, leaving a long trail across the sky. The two dragons bolt, swearing. Crap, run. Murakan Jin asks, what on earth is happening? Before he could finish, a voice cut him off. Hey kid, stay sharp, more are coming. A blinding light gathered in a woman's hand, turning into a massive beam that shot straight at Murakan. He didn't back down, dodged it easily, and watched as that blast slammed right into the deep blue ocean. Then, boom, water exploded everywhere before freezing in midair. It swirled into these massive whirlpools. Seeing this, Jin realized that even if he underestimated her, this was still level 8 magic total boss level stuff. Firing off that many high-level moves at once? From high above, Quicantel called his name Murakan. That sound alone made him freeze up like a total idiot. She screamed in pure rage. You bastard! Do you really think that is enough to take you down? Why would you bring these weak losers here? Jin, sitting on his back, asked, Wait, we seriously have to fight that terrifying monster? Murakan sighed. Looks like it, kid. Curious, Jin asked. Your ex? How long did you guys date? He didn't show any emotion. 500 years. Like 5 human years. Look, just stab that Bradamante sword into her whenever you get an opening, got it? Jin was confused and asked again. But she is still your ex-girlfriend, man. Is not doing all that a little too much? Murakan snapped. Kid, you clearly do not get it. I do not use that sentimental crap to level up. When things get ugly, put every bit of shadow energy into it. You gotta go that hard to even touch her. The smoke cleared, revealing Quicantel's massive tail. She growled. If you think you can run now, you are way too late, Murakan. With a sharp glare, she hissed, I am going to bury you at the bottom of the sea. Murakan tried to play it cool. Wait, chill out, Quicantel. I know you hate me, but that does not matter right now. Just listen, but she kept attacking. Another golden beam shot through the sky. Murakan barely dodged it, whispering a curse. She spread her massive wings and charged straight at him. Murakan's eyes went wide as Quicantel slammed into him with a deafening crash. Jin could not do anything but hold on tight for dear life. She snapped her giant sharp jaws but only managed to bite the air. Murakan backed off, complaining, Why are you so hot-headed? Quicantel swung her tail with insane force. He raised his arms to block, teeth clenched, but he still would not strike back. She did not stop there, prepping her next move. Murakan muttered, Oh, for the love of what the hell. At this range, a third golden blast ripped through the air right at them. Shrapnel mixed with the blinding light. A hole was now visible in his wing. Murakan opened one blue eye, while Quicantel suddenly looked up toward the sky. Above them sat a massive, pitch-black sphere. It slowly shrank as he calmly said, "Well, at least I managed to buy us some time." Jin spoke up from behind. "Lucky I came along. If that silver dragon hit you, I probably would not even get the news." Murakan acted confident. "I will not die. No matter how strong she is, she cannot get in here. Forget that. Finding an opening will not be easy. Since you can still talk, we need a way to actually make her calm down." While Murakan was not looking, Quicantel snatched his shadow cloak. She ripped the massive garment to shreds effortlessly. She mocked him. "Is this shadow release? How pathetic, Murakan." He was stunned. "How did you?" But before he could finish, she barked at him. "You idiot! You have no idea how weak you have become. If you think you are still the same as before, you are dead wrong." Still, he tried to soothe her rage. "Quicantel, stop this. Let's just end it all right here and now. Think about our history. I only came because I had something to ask." Murakan accidentally touched a nerve. She growled at his blank, shocked face. "Our history, you say? If I think about our past, tearing you into 10,000 pieces would not even be enough." Suddenly, he lunged. Murakan's sharp teeth bit into Quicantel's shoulder, freezing her for a second before she screamed in pain. Seeing her like that, he tilted his head to comfort her. "Calm down, Quicantel. Why are you doing all this just because we broke up?" But she gathered power in her palm, gritting her teeth. "Just a breakup? That is exactly why you are getting your butt kicked." A brutal, lightning-fast punch landed right on Murakan's face without a hint of hesitation. The blow left him dizzy for a moment. Then, Murakan snapped his sharp gold eyes open. He yelled, "Now!" Immediately, Jin's feet blurred as he ran across his back. Reaching the spot, he took off, jumping high with his sword. Murakan's voice echoed below. "Go, kid!" "A human?" Jin jumped, thinking her scales were too tough. Even Murakan's teeth could not break through those tough dragon scales, meaning I can barely cause any damage with just one single move. But behind his mask, Jin's face showed only one thing: total calm. In this tight space, Murakan's leftover shadow energy was still floating all around them. Jin channeled that leftover shadow energy, catching her completely off guard. That surge of power gathered and wrapped around his sword. Without hesitating, Jin took his stance to swing. He slashed right where Murakan had bitten her, triggering a shadow energy release. Quicantel let out a blood-curdling scream of pain, but Jin's eyes stayed sharp as he pushed even harder. The blade finally shattered her thick armor. Then, a massive dark energy wave sliced right through Quicantel's shoulder. He fell, along with her severed arm and wing. Murakan could not help but shout, "Kid!" then rushed over to catch Jin easily. The shockwave hit the water, making it surge again. Murakan looked at the tiny human in his palm and praised him. "You used up all your strength, kid. Anyway, good job." But he had other thoughts. "Wait, did I just become an enemy of all dragons?" Murakan said. "All right, let's just pray she has calmed down a bit." Jin was confused and asked, "What do you mean? Is it over?" Murakan answered calmly, "Of course not. A normal dragon would be dead after hits like those. But ones like Quicantel are different. Time-controlling dragons do not die that easily." Jin's face went pale. "Wait, if we lose, are we just going to disappear forever?" The wheels of time kept spinning, the clock hands turning non-stop. Quicantel's arm and wing began to reappear, slowly reattaching themselves right where they were cut off. As the gold light faded, she was back to normal. Jin wondered, is she actually reversing time? Murakan watched the process, his voice unreadable. "That is why power and magic are two different things, but do not worry too much. Even if it is a trick, it costs a ton of energy." Then, suddenly, some fluffy white hair appeared. Jin panicked. "What did you just say?" But before he could get an answer, the ocean surface suddenly started boiling. Massive pillars of water began erupting into the sky like underwater volcanoes in the middle of the ocean. A blurry shadow emerged through the salty mist. Quicantel let out a roar that shook the entire sky. The real game has finally begun. "Look, let's be real. I never played you, we just didn't vibe." Jin watches this ex-lover spat helplessly. Is this really how thousand-year-old dragons act? It's like watching a middle school breakup between ancient gods. "Fine, you tapped out first, whatever. I'm not here to throw hands. I came to ask a few things, though she keeps talking. Wait before we get into that. That human. Is he Solderet's contractor?" Murakan sighs like he's over it. "That's not the point right now. Our entire species might be in literal life-or-death danger. Quicantel isn't buying the drama. Our kind? You're a coward, Murakan. You've helped so many dragons die, and now you want to play the hero? Don't make me laugh thinking about the bodies you've piled up. He doesn't even deny it. Yeah, true, and plenty of them were your brother's enemies. I helped those randoms just to fuel your revenge plot. My bad for asking you. I should have found a dragon who actually gives a damn. She realizes he's serious and stops him fast. Wait, just hold on. Give me a second. Kikantel finally starts acting normal. Look, seeing your face just gets me worked up. Just ask your questions already. I'm listening. Also, sorry for the outburst. One of Asmiel's dragon guards went missing recently. Murakan looks shocked. Missing? You're talking about Lachi from Tikon, right? She nods quickly. Exactly. You actually know the name? Jin lets out a long sigh. Finally, we're getting to the heart of the mess. Quikantel looks confused. Weird, right? Vuletta took that kid not long ago. Jin didn't expect that name. Vuletta? The wind dragon and guard for the Zippo vice chief, Andre? So the Zippo family is back in the mix. She rubs her chin, thinking hard. They definitely promised to teach Lachi dragon magic, didn't they? We should move. If we double back, we can dodge the traps and slip into B-Mind. Let's go. I'll lead you guys back to my place. In the woods outside B-Mind, Jin speaks up. Sorry I didn't introduce myself earlier. I'm Soldret's contractor. Quikantel isn't surprised. I figured you were Tima's descendant, kid, and you're the youngest son, Jean. Murakan's jaw drops. Wait, how the hell did you know that? She smiles, thinking back to the old days. How could I miss it when your energy is exactly like Tima's? We spent 1,000 years together back then, remember? I just guessed the youngest part. Seeing the guard's reaction was worth it, though. Murakan's speechless. She sips some tea. Anyway, let's focus. Vuletta took Lachi a year ago. Murakan asks, so you're saying they lured her with fake promises of dragon magic? That's the play here? Sounds sketchy, but she's starting to believe it. He says, Quikantel, Azeth's contractor is way too young to handle that much power. She looks stunned. Wait, what? Isn't it super dangerous if they don't have a guard around? Exactly. And I'm pretty sure Vuletta knows it too. As expected. Do they have some other motive? Murakan's curious. Since you said as expected, did you already know something? Quikantel taps the table. Vuletta stopped in B-Mind with Lachi. She said she'd introduce Lachi to me, but she kept eyeballing my contractor the whole time. She even demanded to see the lady for no reason at all. You think I'd just let that slide? I had zero choice because the contractor's identity was already leaked to everyone. B-Mind's high society is crawling with Zippo suck-ups. If I let my emotions take over, I couldn't keep her safe here. Jin cuts in. Quikantel, you said they know your contractor, but what about Azeth's, right? If they know about it and they're approaching Lachi, that's incredibly suspicious. Murakan adds, this is bizarre. Did someone invent a tracking spell while I was sealed away? She scoffs. Impossible. No one knows about the contract. Even if they did, what's the payoff? Jin says they get two things. First, they can lower the risk and take out contractors while they're outside their home turf. Second, if they kill the contractor, they get a shot at making a deal with that family god. Jin thinks, it's more than a shot. I'm sure they have a method. In the last life, the god of time finally showed up in front of the stone statue. 15 years later, the contractor was a Zippo. I'm positive. They kill the contractor to steal the god. That's why Lachi was snatched. I didn't hear a word about Tikon's princess in the past life. Quikantel squints. The little master has a lot of theories. But why? The Zippos already have dragons. You just blaming them because you're enemies? Jin is blunt. You're saying words that even you don't believe anymore. I don't know how it works for dragons. But human greed has no bottom. Even when they're at the top, they're never satisfied and always want more. Murakan tries to stop Jin but fails. Look, kid, they've ruled for thousands of years. Nothing they do is weird anymore. Jin says, I know they have a plan. Why are you acting clueless? Are you scared of them? She stands up fast to explain. Wait, we know they're greedy, and honestly, I hate to admit it, but they're actually competent. A little caution never hurt anyone, right? I won't ask for help. Just leave B-Mind. Quikantel suddenly bursts out laughing. Then she says, Murakan, you've really changed. You're actually sensing the danger this fast now. Fine, I'll get my contractor out of here first. And then I'll help you. He's stunned. What? For real? Quikantel walks past him. I need to confront Vuletta and find the truth. If you're right, it's time to teach that family a lesson. One call and the dragons will be here. Plus, I owe Tima. One of his descendants is right here, and it reminds me of the old days. She puts a hand on Jin's shoulder. He even has that same arrogant vibe. Murakan sighs and gives in. Fine, I'll call Vuletta and then we move. Suddenly, the door slams open. Lady Quicantel, I'm back. Enya stares at everyone. Quicantel groans. Enya, I told you not to go outside. Actually, this is better. I'll introduce her. This is Enya, the contractor for the god of time, Onta. Enya, this is an old friend and the kid he's guarding, Jin Runcandel. He gives a small nod. Enya freezes in place, her glasses literally cracking from the shock. A scream rips through the air, scattering birds everywhere. Nia gasps. Oh my god, is that really Jin Runcandel? Like the young master is standing right in front of me? You glance over at Lady Quicantel. She looks totally over it, bored out of her mind. Oh, I forgot to tell you her story. Then there is Naya, eyes literally sparkling. Please, can I get your autograph, young Master Jin? A voice cuts through the girl's fangirling. Nya, seriously? Where is your dignity as a Quicantel? Jin's presence is heavy. The poor girl bows so fast she almost trips. I am sorry. I am so sorry. See, I have only ever seen young Master Jin in the tabloids. Seeing the real deal in person just made me glitch for a minute. Sorry I am late, but I am Enya. I am a summoner and a special status student at the Magic Academy. He gives a small smirk and stands up. A summoner? I heard Ulta went through hell just to keep the bloodline of those contractors going, which means this kid has some insane talent. Jin speaks up. No need for apologies, Nia. You were just being a little extra, that is all. You just caught me off guard. She perks up. So, does that mean I can wait? He cuts her off right there. He keeps going while the healer just stands there confused. Look, Nya, I told you to stay put until I said otherwise. Then Enya mumbles something that makes everyone freeze. It was just so boring in that house. I figured hanging out with Lady Quicantel would be way more hype. She is vibrating with excitement. And the second I show up to see her, boom, young Master Jin is standing right there. Best decision ever, coming to see Lady Quicantel. Jin notices the silver dragon's grip tightening. A summoner and a special academy student. Interesting. He pictures Naya getting trashed by the other students. Those Bennett nobles are straight trash. I can only imagine the hell they put her through without a second thought. This is exactly why I hate dealing with those entitled jerks. Absolute lowlifes. The girl asks, curious. So, lady, why is young Master Jin here? He steps forward. I am actually here for you, Naya. Nia looks lost. Wait, what? Jin gets right in her space. Someone might be hunting you. You are Ulta's current contractor, after all. He gives her a soft smile and holds out his hand. Will you come with me? I promise I will keep you safe, Lady Nia, she gasps. She stares at his hand. Me? Go with you? Suddenly, she is jumping for joy, totally shocking him. Yes, take me with you. All those prayers to the great Ulta finally worked. Murakan looks annoyed. Hey, keep it down, kid. Quicantel tries to reel her in. Nya, seriously, that is enough. But she is still white-knuckling his hand. I am totally going. Please take me with you. Long live Ulta. Naya keeps screaming about patience and glory. Suddenly, Quicantel knocks her out cold with a surprise hit. She catches the girl, looking exhausted. And here I was, worried she would say no. Quicantel turns and lays her down gently. Guess I stressed over nothing. Look at that face. The kid was literally vibrating. I bet you want her to go to that secret dungeon too. Jin just stands there, totally lost. Dungeon? We do not have anything like that. She looks at him like he is an idiot. Oh, stop playing dumb. There is even a tiny dragon involved. Jin starts to speak. Hey, wait, but a roar cuts him off. Both of them whip their heads toward the noise. Murakane is just passed out on the chair, snoring. Quicantel is done. Seriously? He couldn't wait 5 minutes? She gets serious. Jin Zankanen. He nods. Yeah? Quicantel starts explaining herself. Look, my loyalty to Thema and Nya is one thing, but the real reason I am helping is this. She looks at the guy literally drooling in his sleep. That idiot passed out again because he is completely drained. Quicantel says it coldly. He has no idea how weak he actually is. I want to help, but I cannot take on Vuletta right now. Her eyes are glowing with a cold, dangerous vibe. So, if it comes to blows, let me step up. Jin is curious. Is Vuletta that strong? The silver dragon nods. Yes, but also because that idiot is just too weak. Quicantel thinks back to the dragon god's prime. That massive attack on the South Sea. She pauses, like she just remembered something important. Anyway, you need a spot to stay before Vuletta gets here. How about my place? Jin looks down. Are you sure that is a good idea? Quicantel keeps talking while the big guy snoozes. If you are cool with it, stay as long as you need. but you have to talk that dragon into it. He is going to lose his mind staying at his ex's place. He thinks to himself, wow, Lady Quicantel is actually way more chill than I expected. Finally, Jin nods. Fine, let's do it your way. She stands up and brushes herself off. It won't be long now, he looks surprised. More drama? Quicantel looks at him. Enya wakes up in 10 seconds. Better have a good story ready to explain all of this to her. He is totally baffled. Wait, what? Didn't you just knock her out like really hard? Even a pro mage wouldn't bounce back that quickly. Enya is still out cold on the floor, but then her eyes just snap open. A creepy sound makes Jin whip around. Young Master Jin. Quicantel speaks slowly. Look, kid, in this world there are just some things that are way beyond our understanding. He sees Nya looking totally feral, her eyes glowing like crazy. Young Master Jin. The silver dragon just shrugs. There, she is your problem now. The girl on the chair pipes up. So you are saying some group is hunting Tikon's contractor, and I am next on their list? She clenches her fists, looking totally hyped. I believe you. Whatever Lord Jin says is gospel to me. All these conspiracies and adventures, the bodyguards, and a handsome young master. It is all so romantic, isn't it? Jin sits across from her, impressed. Glad you are taking this so well. Naya is beaming. Stay positive, right? I better get ready to move the whole family to Tikon immediately. They talk until dark. When do we leave? He answers right away. Nya rubs her head. Okay, we can leave tomorrow then. It is just me, my 7-year-old brother, and my cute dog Puffy. Jin nods. That works. Let's get ready to move out tomorrow morning. Quicantel sits by the healer, giving a small smile. Nya, go get your stuff together. She jumps up. On it! I will be packed before sunset. The door clicks shut. See you tomorrow, young Master Jin. The silver dragon watches her leave. Just tell the academy she is sick or something. Jin watches her go too. Yeah, if she quits, they will tear this place apart. Quicantel nods. Fine. Now let's focus on dealing with that jerk, Vuletta. A sudden noise makes them both jump. A voice outside calls out. Anyone home? I am just looking for some firewood. She stands up. Firewood? There is a literal forest out there. Creep. But Jin stops her. Hold on, Lady Quicantel. Do you really think some random guest is just showing up for firewood? Quicantel looks back, totally confused. Most people are not this paranoid. Jin is currently in disguise. That person outside looks like they are from Beemon's special forces. She gasps. What? Why are they here? While Jean was busy guessing, that woodcutter dude was just vibing outside. Pretty sure those creeps have been camping here because of Lady Nia. They are trying to figure out which outsider Lady Quicantel brought home. The silver dragon hesitated, then repeated, They are watching us. Quicanteo's eyes turned ice cold and terrifying. They actually dared to stalk me. She yanked the door open, catching the woodcutter completely off guard. Someone is inside. Before he could react, she snatched him by the throat. Quincanteo lifted the stranger into the air, her eyes glowing with murder. Talk. You with Ben Muntard's special forces? The guy was gagging so hard he started foaming at the mouth. What are you doing? It is not me. A footstep interrupted her interrogation. Then who sent you here? The man stepped out from deep inside the house. The sound of his voice made Jin spin around. Let go of my man's throat. The silver dragon glared at him. How about you make me? Raz threatened her with a dead serious face. If you hurt him, the special forces will be here in seconds. Quincanteo slammed the woodcutter onto the ground. So, you are the big boss, huh? Fine. I will just kill you instead. She lunged forward with insane speed. Quincanteo flew at him, her eyes burning with rage. Her fist was packed with enough power to end it right then and there. A massive explosion of magic ripped through the house, tearing the air apart. Thick smoke covered everything. He actually took that punch from Quincanteo head on. A voice broke through her anger. Enough. Raz looked down at her with a freezing stare. The kid was shocked. He could not believe the guy was okay after that hit. He is definitely not some random grunt from the beamings department. Only the top commanders of the investigation unit get to wear that mask. Even his sword has that fancy, detailed carving. You check every single box, do you not? The Emperor's right hand and commander of the 3rd Beamings Unit, Raz. They say his sword skills are legendary. He is seriously packing some power. Based on the vibes he is giving off, Quincanteo is finally facing a real threat. For a human, you are holding your own against Raz. He flashed a sharp, cold look. My bad for the disrespect, lady, but we had to do this to confirm the identity of your sneaky little guests. Raz kept his cool as he wrapped things up. Identity confirmed. I am heading out now. But she was absolutely fuming. You barge into my place and think a simple sorry fixes it? Humans are way more arrogant than I thought. His face suddenly went dark. Lady Nia just left this place, right? Raz spoke calmly while Kui Kanteo stood there all serious. Do you really think it is safe for the lady to be out alone at night? His words felt like a threat, imagining Nia being stalked in the pitch-black woods. You might be able to beat me, but you will not be able to help her if things go sideways. So, you still want to throw down with me? Raz brushed past her. I will let it slide this time. But then a dark, sudden voice caught him off guard. Do not forget. Raz glanced back at the raging Kui Kanteo. There will not be a next time. You should probably prioritize what actually matters most. Her eyes widened with a dangerous glow. The thing you would give your life to protect. His expression turned heavy. You better be ready to lose everything because of one bad choice. See you around. Raz and his lackey walked through the empty forest. He said, I have confirmed what the suspects look like, so go dig up their IDs. Then Raz barked an order. For now, stop tracking the dragon protector. The lackey looked totally blindsided. Wait, what? He asked, looking confused. But Commander, are we not supposed to keep an eye on Kui Kanteo and those suspicious guys? He adjusted his mask and sighed. Pissing off a dragon protector only makes things worse. I will take the fall for this. So, just do what I told you. Raz stared at the blood in his palm, deep in thought. Those guys are definitely up to something. The subordinate listened closely. You guys are in danger. Stop the close-range tailing until they do something weird. Then tell me. The kid accepted the orders immediately. Got it. Then a hand slammed against the table. Damn it! Jin saw the table was cracked and Kui Kanteo was looking down. I am such an idiot for leaving Nia alone in this trashy town. If you and Murakan had not shown up, I would have totally underestimated their power. He tried to calm her down. Luckily, nothing happened this time. We just have to focus on protecting Lady Enya first. The other guy agreed. Fine. She finally made a choice. We are moving out of here tomorrow morning. The next morning, they stood by the vast ocean. Someone spoke up while Kui Kanteo was lost in thought. Luckily, there is a merchant boat heading to Tikon. What he said next surprised her. Do not stress, Lady Kui Kanteo. I paid the captain a ton of money. He is not going to leave Enya behind. Right now, the girl they are talking about is just watching two puppies play. Plus, Murakan is her bodyguard, so do not worry. But she just gave a weak laugh. Exactly. That is why I am worried. She turned around and left Jin behind. I am going to contact Violetta and see what she has to say. She is tight with the Jippo family and is a big deal there. She probably knows something. A week later, on a beautiful sunny day, Murakan stood in front of the log cabin. He had a serious look on his face while he checked things out. While the black dragon was busy gritting his teeth, the kid showed up from behind. Good job, Master Murakan. The guy replied. Kui Kanteo is way stricter than I thought. Jin asked, why the sudden change of heart? Murakan stood tall in front of the big house. We built this place together a long time ago. I get why she wanted us here. Suddenly, the kid asked, is your heart finally feeling a little bit warm? He immediately looked disgusted and turned his head. Stop talking nonsense, kid. I rarely ever think about the past. Murakan remembered the warm laughter from back then. Now, it is just a memory. 1,000 years ago, in a house just like this, I had the best times with Tima and Kui Kanteo. No matter what we were doing, those were the good old days, right? Suddenly, his memories started getting all blurry. Murakan. The black dragon grabbed his head in pain. Curse it. Jin asked worriedly. Murakan, what is wrong? Something happening? Murakan hissed through his teeth. I am fine. My head just hurts. Kui Kanteo walked up, sounding totally mocking. How pathetic. You are already tired after just a little bit of flying? He growled back at her. Shut up. No matter how weak I get, I never get tired of that. She snapped back. Then wake up already. Kui Kanteo gave him the serious news. I heard back from Violetta. She is going to be here tomorrow night. Her voice made the atmosphere feel heavy. It was a barren island south of Beaming's beach. Kui Kanteo stood on the edge, staring at the ocean. The wind blew softly while Murakan and the kid hid in the cliffs. A deep voice broke the silence. What is the plan when you see her tomorrow? Back in the past, Kui Kanteo was being grilled by those two. What do you mean? I sent a message saying I want to know where the Amulachi dragon protector is hiding. Then she narrowed her dangerous eyes. If she tries to play me, I am going to wreck her. Someone whispered, that is new. The black dragon actually smirked. No way. You are still as stubborn as ever. But you better watch your back, because Nia is not here to save you this time. I think you should just stay put for now, Kui Kanteo replied. If anything goes down, I will handle it myself. I do not need your help. He got mad and lunged. Hey, no matter how weak I am, I do not need your pity. She just closed her eyes and stayed cool. Pity? Please. I'm doing this for the family name, okay? Murakan watched her every move while listening to that trash talk. Look, she values dragon pride more than anything, so she is definitely coming alone. You seriously think I am about to catch an L? She flashed a cocky little smirk. Quit stressing and just relax. But honestly, once the memory faded, I realized there is no way she is showing up without backup. The wind whipped through her hair. If the Zippo family really snatched Lachi for some shady dark magic plot, heads are gonna roll. Her eyes went wide with pure terror. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy hijacked the air right in front of her. Then, out of nowhere, Valletta slammed onto the ground in his full dragon form. Some guy just started chuckling. Quite an honor to meet the Silver Guardian. He gripped his staff, looking all smug. A pleasure, Wings of the Dragon, vice head of the Zippo family and Melriar's representative. That guy's smile was pure bait. I am Andre Zippo. She didn't hold back, screaming his name at the top of her lungs. Valletta! The wind dragon stayed chill as ice. Getting your letter while I was with Andre was fate. I am interested in your boss's rep, and Andre here is pretty hyped to meet you too. Andre's eyes flashed with some real snake energy. Try to understand, Silver Guardian. She glared at the powerful wind dragon. Valletta, you have gotten pretty nasty lately, but the dragon didn't even blink. Let us get down to business. We need to discuss the contract. Suddenly, a voice cut him off. Where is Lachi? Valletta's eyes twitched the second he heard that name. Suddenly, he just lost it, yelling, Oh man, I got played. Naturally, that is the only thing your tiny brain could come up with, isn't it? She was fuming. Answer me, Valletta. You kidnapped Lachi a year ago, right? Ever since then, Asman, his contractor, hasn't been able to find a trace of the dragon heart. Valletta just smirked and gave her a look. Now let us see. Not sure what you want me to say. Lachi is doing just fine. That was it, she snapped. You dare play games with me? Valletta played the nice guy, offering some friendly advice. Look, I don't care what your deal is with Asman, his contractor, but sticking your nose into Zippo family business? Bad move. The silver dragon's roar echoed all the way to the cliffs. You have completely lost your mind, Valletta. You seriously kidnapped a baby dragon who knows nothing about the world? Murakan grit his teeth in rage. Even Jin noticed how intense the vibe was. Valletta just waved a claw. Whatever, this is taking forever. Two massive cyclones trapped the silver dragon. Valletta locked eyes with her and said, Let me make you a little deal, Runcandel. He gave the order straight up. Hand over the contract and I will let you live. Her face went cold. You are delusional. She watched him closely. You are nothing but a dusty old lizard. Pure rage fueled him. His power shattered the ground into pieces. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through those two insane storms. She transformed into a massive silver dragon and blew his wind away with one flap of her wings. She looked lethal. Give Lachi back right now, and I will make your death quick. Andre was loving the drama. Whoa, you actually dodged. Valletta is hit pretty easily. Andre raised his glowing staff high. It has been way too long since I really cut loose. Light shot from the scepter, forming a thin magical barrier. Jin watched the whole thing go down. So this is the mana of a 7-star mage? It is my first time seeing it since I came back. He remembered those hooded freaks. Andre Zippo. Jin could practically feel the guy's hatred. Even if his own family disowned him, he is still a rich Zippo brat. A sphere of magic appeared in front of him. Time to see what rank this guy is actually at. Andre just smirked. Silver Dragon, you are officially dead meat. She tried to flap her wings to escape. Gotta move. Suddenly, a blast of energy slammed into her. She looked down at her bleeding stomach, stunned. Wait, it can actually fly? Valletta beat his wings hard to soar up high. Hate to break it to you, but every breeze on this island belongs to me. She stared up at him, surrounded by a blinding storm. I am the king of Melriar, lord of the winds. No one flies without my say-so. You were never on my level. Then his mouth began to glow. She just laughed in their faces. You idiots. Is this really all you have got? But then another voice cut in. Not even close. Andre let lightning crackle in his palms. He let his staff float as the sky turned into a nightmare of lightning. You really thought I only controlled the wind? Both of them unleashed hell at once. Die, you lizard. The two massive energies fused and charged straight at her. Jin started freaking out. Murakan. But the guy just stood there, totally chill. Wait for it. Not yet. All that power was inches away from the silver dragon. Honestly, maybe Canthel was getting a little too cocky for her own good. A golden crown suddenly appeared above her head. Those fools are pretty arrogant too. The ring expanded, literally ripping through the atmosphere. The whole scene just froze under that light. Jin was speechless, looking on like he couldn't believe his eyes. Is that time control? Jin watched the magic just hang there in midair. It stopped. Then she let out a massive roar, and the magic in front of her exploded. Andre was terrified. Time control? She can stop magic itself? It had been forever since the old man had seen anything like that. A dark voice echoed through the air. Andre spun around toward the wind dragon, totally losing his cool. One spell and you are already this shaken up, Vuletta? Hurry up and hit her again, Andre screamed. But Vuletta was a statue. My body won't move. Is this because of her time powers? She slammed her foot down, causing a massive shockwave as she charged the wind dragon. She managed to grab his tail, but he threw her back. Damn it! Vuletta's eyes were wide with shock. He was buried under a mountain of dust and broken rocks. A second later, she came bursting out of the rubble. Vuletta screamed in agony as the silver dragon lunged with her jaws wide open. Right in the middle of the fight, she sank her teeth deep into his neck. Andre scrambled toward them, panicked and totally losing his mind. Vuletta! Her claws dug into his scales. How dare you? She slammed Vuletta into the dirt with pure rage. Keep talking trash, you lowly little reptile. She gave him a look of pure disgust. Shut your mouth and watch closely, because you are the next one on my list. She grit her teeth, thinking back. I looked out for Vuletta, but the guy totally overstepped his bounds. She knew she had to take out that mage with Jin and Murakan as help. Suddenly, the guy reached into his cloak. You have gone way too far. Andre looked dark as he pulled out a glowing gem. Arrogance is only for the strong. Murakan, his face went pale. That is the Stone of Origin. Then old man Tazen's arm morphs into a straight-up monster. Ignoring the kid's confusion, the black dragon just stares in total shock. No way that thing was supposed to be extinct for thousands of years. Murakan glares at the beast looming behind Andrine. How the hell did this old creep get his hands on it? The monster slowly unhinges its jaw, dripping spit everywhere. Its roar literally shakes the air. Canthel winces, shutting her eyes tight. As a silver protector dragon, she always thought she was a total powerhouse, but this is different. Turns out, that was just a pipe dream. Humans, dragons, even gods, everyone eventually ends up kneeling before the flag of the Zippo clan. Without warning, he lunges at the silver dragon. She can't even fight back. Her body takes the full hit of that insane magic, leaving Canthel in pure agony. The Origin Stone. If the world ever faced a real apocalypse, this divine relic was supposed to keep us from the edge. It was forged from the raw power of the gods. But in the end, those same gods had to destroy it. Why? Because its power was so freaking massive that it could wreck the entire world just as easily as it could save it. Now, the black dragon steps out from the shadows, his body shifting. How does that old wizard have something that was supposedly destroyed? He let out a desperate scream, calling Canthel's name. She growled, clutching her bleeding wound. What the hell? A mocking voice echoes out, that's the power of a god, you pathetic silver dragon. Andrine brags with a smirk. That look of pure terror on your face? That's the right way to greet true power. But then, he suddenly freezes. A shadow blurs forward, slamming Andrine to the ground. Murakan, in his kid form, gives him a death stare. Get away from Canthel. But the old man just looks amused. Well, a black dragon. While Andrine scouts him out, a cloaked figure steps forward. There are only 2 black dragons left in this whole world, but based on your looks, you must be Murakan of the Runcandel Clan, right? So you finally woke up after a 1,000-year nap, huh? The other guy smirks, showing a calm face. I guess that makes you the baby of the family who just left the nest. Jin Runcandel, I originally planned to just swallow those contractors of yours whole. He looks down, totally hyped. But now this meal has turned out way better than I expected. Andrine sounds thrilled as the monster creeps toward Violta. To keep things fair, I am gonna wake up a sleeping friend of my own. The wind dragon's eyes slowly crack open at his whisper. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide. A massive surge of magic explodes as the wind dragon slams its claws down, shattering the ground. Guess I shouldn't have been so stingy with my power from the start. Carrying a terrifying amount of energy, he slowly stands up. Sorry about that, old pal. Violta's eyes glow with a cold light. Honestly, for a second there, I really thought I was a goner. The black dragon is visibly annoyed, damn it. Then the other guy speaks up. It has been a while, hasn't it, Murakan? Rocks shatter into pieces as the two massive dragons collide, putting their insane power against each other. Murakan just scoffs coldly. "Screw off, you dusty old mummy." The other guy gives a smug little smirk. "You are definitely weaker than you used to be, but your mouth is still just as loud." Then Violta opens his mouth, charging up a massive sphere of energy. "Go back to your eternal nap, Murakan." Thick dark energy wraps around the black dragon, but he just blasts right through it. But Violta gets pinned from the front, while that energy sphere is ready to blow from behind. Suddenly, a fist appears out of nowhere, landing a perfect heavy blow right on the wind dragon. With cold, calculating eyes, he catches his opponent's fist mid-air. Yeah, if this was any easier, it would have been boring anyway. Violta is hyped to take on the black dragon. "This is great. I am going to go down in history for killing a literal legend from the past." Murakan is not backing down either, taunting him. "You sure talk big for a crazy dragon." Meanwhile, that creep gets close to Canthel. "Looks like it is our turn to keep going. I was originally gonna just talk you into leaving, you know?" Andreen and his monster both look totally devious. "But since you saw my face," suddenly, his eyes bulge out in pure terror. Andreen freezes as a figure blurs past him. "Oh, that is right, you are here too. Are not you, Jin Runcandel?" Jin starts charging up power right in his palm. The old guy stays arrogant, even as that golden light aims right for him. One more little brat joining the fight is not going to change a damn thing. A scream catches everyone's attention. By now, Jin's blade has already sliced right through Andreen. Suddenly, Violta shifts positions, catching Murakan totally off guard. "Oh, for God's sake." The sound makes him turn just in time for the wind dragon's massive tail to slam into Jin. He grits his teeth, barely taking the hit, and crashes into the ground, sending debris flying. Gasping for air among the ruins, he raises his sword back into a defensive stance. Suddenly, Jin looks up in shock. Andreen's monster and his own dark energy are both lunging straight for him. That massive wave of power is about to wreck everything in its path. Jin raises his hand, clutching his beads tight. He grits his teeth in pain as a surge of energy explodes from his palm, causing the string of beads to snap apart. Suddenly, a massive beam of light slams down from the sky. A glowing blade emerges from the thick clouds of dust. "Seriously, kid? You could not even send your big sister a heads up?" Everything goes white, and then there she is standing tall. "I guess something pretty urgent came up that you could not handle on your own, huh?" Luna calmly grips the glowing sword in her hand. Andreen stares at the scene in total shock, his mind racing. Just who the hell is she? He cannot even process what's happening. "Are you okay?" she asks, her voice suddenly cutting through the chaos. "Vice Patriarch?" He stumbles to his feet while Luna showers him with concern. "Little brother, it looks like you somehow managed to hold your ground against these top-tier opponents for quite a while. Tell me, are you injured anywhere?" Jin wipes a bit of blood from his lip and grips his sword tight. "Honestly, I really thought I was a goner for a second there." She listens quietly as her brother adds, "Thanks for coming. Big sister." Then Luna relaxes her arm and looks at Andreen Zippo. He looks a bit shaken as she hits him with a question. "Just how long are you planning to stay silent?" Her voice is absolutely ice cold. "I am going to need a very detailed explanation for exactly what business you have with my little brother." While Violta and the Wind Dragon sink into their thoughts, the reality hits them their opponent is the Vice Patriarch of the Zippo clan and a Wind Dragon overflowing with divine power. He takes a second to process everything. "This situation is so intense that I honestly thought even if my sister showed up, we still would not have a guaranteed win. But now I am starting to feel a lot more confident." Looking at Luna's calm, cool expression, Jin knows one thing for sure: this fight is already over. He glances over toward where all that noise is coming from, and Jin sounds a little shocked. Murakan, the black dragon, looks like he has taken a real beating, and Canthel is leaning against him in total agony. "I am so sorry, since those guys can freely control the wind, I just could not find a way to stop them." Murakan looks at her cold, lonely back. "You've got yourself a pretty great big sister, kid. Honestly, if she had been even a few minutes late, we all would have been completely toast." Then he adds with a sigh, "It is thanks to you that we are even alive right now." Jin just stays quiet, totally speechless. Meanwhile, that torn flesh starts stitching itself back together with dark magic. I definitely did not see that coming. I never expected she would actually show up here, but given the current situation, I can tell you one thing for sure. While the monster overflows with that creepy dark energy, Andreen screams out in a rage. "The Runcandels just broke their oath with the Zippos. Luna Runcandel, your little brother actually used magic." His voice echoes through the air. The Zippo clan is definitely not going to let this slide. But Luna just gives a little smirk. "I hear you, but don't you worry about it. She dismissively points her weapon forward. This little incident is never even going to reach your family's ears. Andrine is shaking with pure rage. You low-class brat, how dare you? The monster lunges at Luna in a total rage. Is that how we are doing this? A blinding flash of her blade slices right through its mouth. Before the light from her sword even fades, the monster has already been completely torn to shreds. That old geezer just stands there, staring as his mana shatters into a million pieces. Typical Zippo clan, all bark and no bite. Luna's smirking while she moves, proving even their vice head is a total joke. A flash of light blinds Andre, leaving Valletta to tank a storm of blade strikes. Luna locks eyes with him, totally unfazed. Still in dragon form, huh? Fine by me. Just gives me more surface area to slice and dice. He's grimacing in pure agony. Valletta shifts back to human form, wrapped in this weird, thick mana. The old man screams his name, but Valletta just snaps back. I get it. That whirlwind in the dragon's hand starts stretching out, getting lean and mean. Valletta grips his weapon tight. One hand lets go, but this shadowy claw grabs it instead. The tip of his spear is absolutely surging, blowing back all the dust and debris. Dark mana stains Valletta's face. That is not just regular magic, it's something deeper, like some twisted demonic power straight out of the underworld. She's scanning him, wondering why this dragon is struggling so hard. Then she smirks. Looks like you need a minute to figure out how that relic actually works. She glares at Andre clutching that stone. Can't believe a Zippo big shot and a dragon are betting their lives on such trash. You really think that junk is gonna save you? The mana storm gets even more violent. Luna dodges his spear like it's nothing, and Valletta is losing his mind. You little brat, he snarls. Through the screaming, she grips her blade. You do not know a damn thing. Their insane power levels collide head-on, shaking the ground. He lunges, but her blade meets his mana in a brutal clash. It is total war, as they both go all out. Her sword blurs through the air, coming down right on him. All he sees is a flash of Luna's hair before she slams into him, sending him flying. He skids to a halt, clutching his chest in the dust, coughing up blood. Valletta is fuming, teeth gritted as Luna talks trash. Is that really all you have got? Your sword has hit the dirt. Looks like the show is over. She slowly raises her blade. Let's wrap this up. Right in front of him, Luna lifts her sword, unleashing a blinding light that pierces the sky the Runcandel third sword style. The cold glow highlights her dangerous expression. That blinding energy looks like it is ripping through the clouds. Suddenly, Luna's eyes snap wide open. That same light reflects off Andre's totally clueless, terrified face. She swings the blade with everything she has got. Meteor shower. An elder once said, our Runcandel style is the path of a conqueror, endless destruction, absolute domination. The family soul is literally forged into the steel. He looked down at Jin and reminded him, Runcandel swords do not have a fixed shape. They only have one purpose, killing the enemy. Then there are the secret arts. Jin's eyes go wide as a brilliant blue light erupts. He is staring right at it, the meteor shower. Watching those strikes fall like shooting stars, he is stunned. It is dazzling. Then, that massive blade comes crashing straight down toward Andre. The old man just stands there, mesmerized. So beautiful, he mutters. The power slams down like meteors, triggering massive explosions. He is drowning in despair when someone screams, Andre! Valletta tanks the hit for him, shaking Andre back to reality. You okay? Wake up, man. Get it together. He keeps yelling for Andre, but the guy is a total wreck. He is on his knees, completely speechless. I mean, this is just insane, right? Andre is pale as a ghost, terrified. She does not even have a dragon contract or a relic. Luna looks like the literal Grim Reaper, and he is losing it. How can a human handle this much power? Valletta's voice finally snaps Andre back to his senses. Just stay alive. That is all you have to do. As long as you are breathing, meteor strikes keep hammering his body. But Valletta groans out, we can flip the script with that magic stone. He is fighting through the pain. Even if I die for you, just use the stone to bring me back, okay? Andre looks at the purple gem. Finally, it clicks. Right, it is not over yet. As long as I have this stone, I am invincible. I am basically a god avatar. But right as he is bragging to himself, a massive blow slams down. After the smoke clears, something is still smoldering. Luna looks on, a hint of sadness on her face. She is staring at Valletta's broken, scorched dragon wing. Seeing Andre escape makes her realize she is still not there yet. She needs to train way harder if she ever wants to reach her father's level. Still, she is not too disappointed. At least the Zippo clan learned a lesson they will not forget. She looks at Jin. The kid is absolutely fired up now. She thinks to herself, if I cannot reach my father's height, then you, little brother, you have to. Suddenly, a massive stone creature appears, growling at everything. Luna looks up, totally bored. My pride is already taking a hit. I am going to be really annoyed if you keep acting out in front of my brother. The stone beast grits its massive teeth and lets out a deafening roar at the sky. Jin looks over and asks, what even is that thing? Murakan stands his ground. That is it, all right. Kid, the Zippo clan made that thing using human contracts. The black dragon explains as the hideous beast snarls. It is basically a weapon built for gods to keep their people in line. But honestly, this looks like a cheap knockoff. Murakan grabs Jin's shoulder. Does not mean it is not dangerous, though. He shifts into his majestic black dragon form, picking Jin up. We are out of here, kid. Yin yells. Wait, Murakan. Jin is not having it. He wants to stay. No way. We are supposed to fight this thing together. I cannot leave my sister, but Luna cuts him off. I got this. Murakan does not care. We are leaving right now, kid. Let us go. Jin is fuming, teeth clenched. His mind flashes back to the past, right after he made that deal with Solderet. He remembers how arrogant it was. I regressed, found Murakan, and had better luck and skills than my siblings. But now, he hangs his head. Where do I even stand? He pictures himself getting crushed under heavy rocks, bleeding out, and just running away like a coward without even trying to fight back. If I keep this up, I am just another family loser. No way. He clenches his fist, making a vow. I am never feeling this helpless again. I have to get stronger. The black dragon watches in silence as Jin's aura starts exploding around him. He smirks to himself. I knew this kid had some serious guts. Seeing that high fighting spirit after Murakan caught that fire and ice energy clashing? Yeah, that is plenty. That is more than enough for us. Yo, do not let that inner fire burn out, kid. You will become the absolute best warrior on this entire continent if you keep that pride and hustle burning. It is like looking at a mature warrior with an insane aura. Until then, I, Murakan, will protect you, my 1,000-year successor. Meanwhile, Luna stares bored at the gem. You think just changing your looks is enough? That purple stone starts glowing, but she could not care less. Honestly, it is just kind of pathetic for you. Suddenly, it reaches a hand toward Luna. She has no clue what is happening. The stone attacks, firing off a purple cyclone. That power is so fast it kicks up dust everywhere. Through the smoke, you see her legs standing firm. Luna took the blow as its deep voice echoed out. Right now, I am literally draining the power from 12 different gods at once to destroy you. That gemstone just laughs with a creepy grin. Hey Luna, what do you even have? Just that sword. Poor girl, just surrender. Not even your dad can help. But she is totally fine and calmly talks back. For a swordsman, her blade glows blood red. Having just one sword is more than enough to handle you. Right then, it finally realizes something. Her voice just keeps echoing out. Luna swings her sword, saying, if you fought me with that disgusting magic you spent your life studying and drowning in, you might have seen half my power. She stomps down with total contempt. The sky turns red like hell, and Luna starts sprinting, sparks flying. All that dark magic was for nothing, you loser. With a sword polished by 1,000 battles, I will take you down. It is shocked, thinking about bloodlight. First time I have ever seen this aura. The stone raises its hand to strike. No, that does not even matter. It hypes itself up. Now that my magic is god tier, let's do this. It screams, summoning tons of arms into a purple energy ball. Witness this power, and I will make you. Its face gets even more vicious. You jerk. Meanwhile, Luna rushes in so fast, she is a blur. The stone's voice echoes about failure and total despair. A piercing scream rings out under the red sky as she lands. Luna looks up with cold eyes, ready to finish the enemy with her heart's blade. Just like the name of the move, red light spreads everywhere. Blood moon. Her sword slices right through the giant body of that stone. The purple stone shatters into pieces, making Luna jump back. The stone sucks in energy, forming a purple-black vortex. In the air, it becomes a sphere. She stands there stunned while dust flies around. Luna slams her sword into the ground. She snaps out of it and gets ready. I am gonna get hit. Suddenly, someone shouts. Luna freezes. Big sis. She looks up at the sky and sees Murakan flying down with Jin. He is right in its hand. Luna is shocked. Jin! He reaches out his hand. Grab my hand, sis. She stares, unable to believe it, as the wind blows. Luna gives a little smile, feeling happy today. She reaches out toward him. Guess my little brother is the one saving me. Change scene. Amir is watching. Is the island completely gone? Raz answers, yes, and there was also a cyclone nearby that swallowed everything up. A ton of mana was found in that area. Even though humans were involved, it was actually the power of the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon. A ton of mana was found in that area. Even though humans were involved, it was actually the power of the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon. He asks, surprised? The Wind Dragon? Raz bows and explains. They suspect it was Vuletta from the Zipfel family. There were reports he crossed the border earlier. Raz continues, hand in pocket. Not sure, but it seems the Wind Dragon is dead. Amir just glares. Raz shows Vuletta's dragon claw. Who's behind that mana? He reports back. Probably the contractors. Amir is not happy with that vague answer. Probably? The soldiers saw an energy circle like a storm's eye, the contractors, their dragons, and a worrying power source. We need to deal with whatever they are making. Amir asks about Andre. Raz hides his face behind the mask. We are still looking. He gets angry and slams his fist on the table. Amir turns to warn him. Lately, your reports have been lacking. Did you find out who that guest was? I have no excuse, sir. He just grinds his teeth, staring at Raz. After a while, Amir speaks up, making him look over. No point talking. If you cannot do it, who can? Make sure nothing leaks to the press. If you do not find NIA by tonight, then go ahead and file a missing persons report. Raz turns to leave. Amir orders more men from the special unit to enter Zipfel territory. Don't cause trouble, even if we are friendly. I want more. Then Amir glares, dropping a hint. Raz, you know I am not a patient man, right? I think you know that well. Raz just bows, not fighting. He acts immediately. I will not let you down, your majesty. This guy is the Emperor of Bamul. Amir Bamul himself. Cut to a night scene somewhere. What? They use demon stones? Looks like Booba and Bisco are talking. He tells the story with a serious face. Exactly. On the Bemul coast, there was a massive fight between the Wind and Silver Dragons. The whole island is gone, swallowed by a cyclone, stone destroyed. He chews on a piece of cake, crumbs flying everywhere. Wait, how dare they destroy my hard work like that? Booba's voice booms. This is unforgivable, Lord Bisco. Go argue with them right now. Those stupid mages do not understand the value of that stone. Bisco throws the food, getting annoyed. Those idiot Zipfel mages messed everything up. Thanks to them, I have to delay killing this pig. But Booba does not get it and keeps blabbing. I know you are mad too, Lord Bisco. I can feel the killing intent. He does not argue, just cuts him off. Anyway, the commander is beyond pissed. Bisco wipes his face. Reconsider the alliance and stop dealing with them. Scene shifts. A fire sparks like a cross, roasting some delicious meat. A mysterious girl uses a crystal ball to watch everything while a dragon breathes fire. Not sure what she sees, but she gasps. Oh my god. She just says one thing. Andre is dead. The dragon behind her stops breathing fire. Khadun looked down and shook his head. No way. That old geezer definitely skipped town with Vuletta, taking the demon stone with him. Someone else chimed in, saying it had to be one of those two. That voice was stone cold, like they were talking about someone else entirely. The Silver Dragon's power and its crew? Totally off the charts, way beyond what we imagined. Khadun narrowed his eyes and snapped, "Who is it?" Then, he let out a creepy laugh. The Shadow Dragon wiped out the whole Thama tribe in Kinsella, right? Kealia asked, sounding super curious. He kept going. If it is Misia's power, it actually makes sense. Ada finally remembered Misia, Murakan's big sister. Khadun confirmed it. Exactly. And on top of that, Quicantal is Murakan's crazy ex-girlfriend. He mumbled that it was not over with Misia. Keolia finally caught on. I see. Ada barked out. Then we know exactly what to do next. Khadun gave a wicked smirk. You want me to track down Ada? He voiced his doubts immediately. It is impossible. If those H5 losers want to hide, even God could not find them. Keolia laughed it off. Quit whining. Even though losing that demon stone totally sucks. Khadun leaned in close, testing her. Your brother is dead and you are this chill? Ada talked a big game, but her face was blank. Of course I am sad. Honestly, I saw this coming miles away. I was just shocked to hear he crashed Karen's party recently without even giving me a heads up. He did not buy it. Total lie. I have to get the creator to whip up another demon stone. Without it, we won't crush the Runcandel clan before Karen kicks the bucket. Same goes for the Shadow Sea King. Kealia leaned back and sighed. Trust me, Khadun, you are not the only one whose blood is boiling over this whole mess. The dragon blew smoke and growled. Stop being such a brat. The air around Atta turned white hot. Her voice thundered. If you want to rule the world, You better be ready to handle this. Kealia flashed a lethal grin. Kadun added, that is, if you want to be the supreme god. Cut to another room and knock at the door. 1 second. Julie poked her head out. Who is it? Jin's crew made it back safe. One of them shouted out, We are home, Julie! She was totally stunned, speechless. He reminded her, Hey, can you whip up a massive feast? We have not eaten a single thing since we started flying back. Julie spotted Luna and started stuttering from pure joy. Then, total brain melt, she just fainted right there, only managed to gasp, Lady Luna is here too! Someone screamed through the mansion, Strawberry bread! A colorful fan waved back and forth. Murakan was fanning Julie, who was still passed out on the couch mumbling about the young master getting kicked out. Jin stood nearby. Seems like my maid has the wrong idea. Luna's eyes softened. Wow, she really cares about you. You have got yourself a top-tier maid, little brother. He nodded. Yeah, she is the best. Suddenly, someone called out, Young Master Jin. He turned to see Kashmir walking in. You are back. But wait, who are all these people? He answered, Sorry for the surprise, but this is my big sis, Luna Runcandel. She looked at him politely. Hello there. So you are the legendary master swordsman Kashmir I have heard so much about. Kashmir's jaw dropped at the name Luna Runcandel. Master swordsman? I do not deserve that title. Honestly, it is a huge honor to even assist you. Then he looked at the white-haired lady. And who is this? A woman with snowy hair and eyes walked up. Jin introduced her as Lady Enya's guardian dragon, the silver dragon Quicantel. Kashmir snapped to attention, internally screaming, A female dragon! He gave a deep 90-degree bow. My name is Kashmir. I run the seven-colored peacock and I am a close friend of young Master Jin. Truly honored. He whispered to himself, Do not mess this up like last time, man. Straightening up, he heard Jin apologize for bringing everyone without warning. Kashmir waved it off. No worries. We are all in the same boat now. Suddenly, a voice cut him off. Hey! Quicantel spoke up coldly. Kashmir interrupted. Lachi just got back 3 hours ago. Jin was stunned. Today? Kashmir nodded. Yeah, he is with Lady Enya and my daughter right now. Kashmir turned serious. But something is really weird. He explained that Lachi has zero memory of being gone. Jin was confused. Kidnapped? There is no way that is possible. Alicia was totally floored by the news. Lachi spoke up, sounding super anxious and lost. I just remember Vulecha refusing to teach me the dragon tongue. After that, everything is just a complete blank. Kashmir figured the kid seemed fine, so maybe the Zipful clan was not involved. Maybe it was not a kidnapping? She snapped back immediately. No way! Those bastards confessed the whole thing to me. Murakan growled, visibly annoyed. They moved fast and wiped all the evidence. Jin tilted his head. What evidence? He explained they scrubbed every trace of the demon stone, and Lachi's memories too. Murakan went on. The Zipful clan is always like this. If things do not go their way, they just delete everything. Jin and Kashmir locked eyes. Kashmir was curious. Demon stone? Jin kept it brief. It is an artifact they have. I will explain the details later. While they were talking, nobody noticed Julie had woken up and was eavesdropping. The Zipful Vice Patriarch, the Wind Dragon, and a stone that eats God's contractors? Man, the young master has really been through hell. They kept debating. They have the demon stone, so there has got to be a reason they are making a fake copy of the original. The Shadow Dragon narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. They want to be gods. They are plotting to steal power from every god out there and kill anyone who stands in their way. They want to be the only ones ruling this world. After that heavy talk, he calmed everyone down. Just get some rest for now. I will use the seven-colored peacock to dig up more intel. Lady Quicantel, I can take you to Lady Enya if you want. The silver dragon agreed instantly. Obviously. Kashmir led the way. Right this way, please. Finally, Julie spoke up. Young master? Murakan panicked. Strawberry bread! Jin checked on her calmly. You okay? She blinked, confused. Yeah, wait, why did I even pass out? Then she spotted Luna again and lost it. Julie let out a tiny squeak and collapsed again. The shadow dragon freaked out. Strawberry bread! Holding a wine bottle, she cheered. Since we busted that notorious underground gang, the free city of Tikon is way safer now. The Zipful Vice Patriarch and Vuleta are dead. You did all that in just 2 months since becoming a reserve? Luna beamed with pride. You are even using magic without any formal training. If they had caught you, it would have been game over. You are seriously the goat, little brother. Julie sat there petting a cat, letting out a sigh. I really thought we were dead meat if Lady Luna found out. But turns out, You knew the whole time. Luna gave a gentle smile. Sorry for the scare. Don't worry, even I have to change my mind sometimes. The maid smiled. Now we just have to hide this from the Patriarch. Luna dropped a bombshell that made everyone jump. She smiled calmly. Dad knows everything. From the banquet to Andre's death, he even knows I am involved. Julie was floored. What? Lady Luna, that is terrible news. Jin stepped in to calm her down. Do not sweat it, Julie. I have got a plan. She was baffled. Young master? His voice was calm. Tomorrow, my big sis and I are visiting father. Julie gasped. Oh, so that is the plan. Visiting the Patriarch. Suddenly, the realization hits them both. Their eyes go wide. Wait, did the young master just say he is going to see the boss? Luna grabs Jin, convinced he has finally lost his mind. Do not think you can do whatever you want just because Dad is quiet. What is the plan once you see him? He just calmly explains he is warning him that the Zipful clan is plotting an attack on the Runcandels. If things are that bad, wouldn't talking to Dad be better? She looks at Jin seriously, asking if he understands the consequences of a cadet returning home without permission. Are you quitting the exam? Look, Dad already knows everything is on you. Maybe it is better if I tell him myself. Who knows, I might even be able to negotiate with him. Julie is shocked, while Luna whispers, Negotiate. I have lived this long and that thought never even crossed my mind. She stands up to give a final warning. If you keep being this stubborn, Luna's eyes go sharp, her voice low and steady, he is straight up going to kill you. Jin stays optimistic. If that happens, I trust you to stop him. She frowns, surprised by his chill vibe. Luna steps up, and they lock eyes in a heavy silence. Her gaze is ice cold and furious, but he stares right back without flinching. Luna grits her teeth in pure annoyance. Suddenly, she snaps at him about Julie, making her jump. If you are threatening family, poor Julie is in for it. After a beat, Luna caves. Fine, I am coming. When do we leave? He gives a smug little smirk. I am planning to hit the first teleportation gate tomorrow morning. She turns away, eyes closed, giving in. Fine, let us go. Julie pipes up, asking why Luna sounds so fed up, yet proud of Jin. Look, this family is full of vultures, so it is nice to have someone you can actually trust. A tiny smile tugs at her lips. I will be your shield, little brother. I trust you have got a plan for this. Of course I do, sis. The next day, they arrive to find Dantia and a massive line of soldiers waiting. A dark voice booms. Instead of stopping him, you actually brought him here? Her face is pure murder. Can you believe this? Luna calls out to him. Big sister. Jin replies politely, yes, ma'am. Her expression is dark. Maybe I should have been nicer to you. He just laughs it off. Vigo loses it, screaming, you lunatic, as he points an angry finger. Little bro, did leaving the clan make you crazy? A mere cadet dares to enter the sword garden? Mew coldly says it is because Luna was too soft on him. Even Anne chimes in, mocking him for quitting his post. Well, then you are wrong too, Luna thinks. They have already prepared for this. Just as I thought, even Dad knows what is going on. Mary watches from the window, totally shocked. Is the kid really throwing away his status? Or did he just get curious about what happens after you die? Her face darkens as she claws at the wall. No way. Shouldn't he grow up and fight me first? Difu just sighs. Dantia snaps. Sister, why on earth did you bring him here? Luna explains she did not bring him, he came on his own. Dantia grills her. Then you should have stopped him. Just because he has lost it does not mean you have to. Luna just bristles in silence. She quickly pivots. Whatever. Where is Dad? Dantia repeats. Surprised, Dad? Jin watches, wondering why Luna always struggles against Dantia. Suddenly, someone pipes up. Wow, little bro, you actually came to see Dad? He calmly replies, that is right, sister. Vigo stomps over, shouting, you looking for a death wish? You just got lucky against the Tormas and now you think you are hot stuff? Luna just sighs in frustration. Then Dantia steps aside, her voice softening. Go ahead, Dad is in the study. Hearing what he wanted, Jin nods. Thanks, sister. Suddenly, a blade rings out. It is Dantia. She calmly holds her sword to her sister's throat and mutters, from here. Her eyes flash a deep, bloody red. The first knight must disarm and wait. Luna stares at the blade, stunned at first, then grits her teeth in pure rage. Her gaze turns terrifyingly dark, and if I say no, as she speaks, the ground beneath her cracks. Everyone else snaps into a combat stance. Dantia gives a friendly warning. Last chance, sister. Vigo glares, leveling his sword at his target. This is the Patriarch's order, he barks. Anne grips her hilt tight. Drop the weapon. Mayu frowns, ready for war. But then, Jin speaks up. Don't worry about me. He turns to Luna, calming her down. I am just here as a member of the Runcandel family. Actually, I am here to talk to Dad as his son. It is no big deal. Everyone freezes, confused, while the sixth knight grits his teeth. You absolute nutcase. As he walks, he thinks to himself, my siblings clearly do not get Dad. Returning as a cadet might be against the rules, but Dad never cared about rules anyway. If I can just talk to him like last time. Jin remembers when Sciron patted his head and praised him. As he walked away, he said, I will be watching you. Jin figured it would be fine. Jin lets out a quiet sigh and balls his hand into a fist. He coolly knocks on the door, but suddenly, something makes him freeze in his tracks. A massive surge of power explodes. Wind whips through his hair as he stands there, stunned. A stern voice booms from inside. Seems I overestimated you. Sciron asks, why are you here now? Jin thinks, I have heard about this. Dad's sword aura is on a level that can completely crush an opponent. Staring at that massive back, the thoughts keep racing. When he uses a sword made of pure aura, he is practically one with the blade. He is softer than I thought. Then, Sciron's voice snaps him back to reality. Do not make me ask again, Jin Runcandel. He calmly asks, do I need a reason to see my own father? Inside, he tells himself, no apologies. Be confident, but not cocky. I am just here to see you. That catches him off guard. He wants to see me? None of my other kids ever said that. Not bad. Sciron feels a spark of joy but keeps his poker face. How stupid. Did traveling teach you some lame family values? Jin shakes his head. That is not what I learned out there, sir. He closes his eyes and listens. I have always loved you, Dad. Suddenly, a red aura flares up, shocking him. Jin rushes forward, staring at that broad, back-leaking red mist. Is this bloodlust? Jin grits his teeth, panicking. Crap, did I say something wrong? Meanwhile, Sciron is thinking, damn, I almost laughed out loud. His voice makes Jin freeze. I did not expect to hear that from you. Sciron continues slowly. Enough nonsense. Tell me straight, what did you bring for me? Jin does not disappoint. The Zipfel Vice Patriarch, the one you mocked at the banquet. Andre Zipfel is dead. Sciron slowly turns his head. Are you saying you killed him? But he shook his head, looking down. Nah, Luna took care of him, and this whole disaster is actually on me. One eye snapped open as Jin spoke up. There is a bit more, if you are down. Want me to spill everything that actually happened? Jin looked up, shocked his father agreed so quickly. The man took off his glasses, walked over to Jin, and gave a calm command. Sit down. I am ready to hear it. He sat down to lay it all out. From Aiken to Beemund, he had been through some serious heat. Hearing that, Siren looked a bit let down. So, the big reason you came here is because Zippo's right hand is dead? Those punks are gonna scramble, but you came all this way just for that? Jin played it cool. Andrin was not really the right-hand man. He added, even if my sister is a total beast in a fight, as the vice chief of the only clan that can actually touch the Zankadens, that guy was a joke. I mean, it was just my intuition, but still. His words left the old man thinking. Siren thought it over. You have a point. That jerk was only a vice chief, but do not assume he was the second strongest over there. He leaned in. The guy with the real clout after Kialaya is someone else entirely, but that is not a story for today. Jin nodded quietly. Knowing my hunch was right is plenty, but I have not even told you the big news yet. He leaned in. Those jerks used a strange artifact. Siren looked doubtful. An artifact? Jin nodded. Yeah. Andrin called it the Demon Godstone. The image of that glowing, high-energy rock flashed in his mind as he kept talking. Supposedly, it is a bootleg of the primal stone the gods made way back in the day. That is the rumor. Anyway. Siren rubbed his chin. Primal stone, huh? Then, Siren spoke up. Did Murakan tell you about that? Jin was straight up shocked. Jin smirked. You knew all along? Siren shrugged. Obviously. I know you can use mana. Did you really think you could keep that a secret from me? Jin hesitated. I mean, I knew you knew, but I did not think you knew about Murakane. Suddenly, Siren started laughing like a maniac. Exactly. Like I said, it was just a lucky guess. And you just fell for it. Who would have thought the legendary black dragon would fall so hard and end up as a regular house cat? He shut his eyes and gave a fake cough. The old man was clearly having a blast. Then, Siren turned serious again. Okay, so it is a primal stone copy. You really picked a fight with a big dog this time. I have to tell Luna, that kind of power is bad news. Jagged mountains and rough waves filled his thoughts. I wonder if the Dark Sea King knows about this. They are fragments of the primal stone, after all. If they know, they will definitely make a move. Looks like I will have to head back to the Dark Sea one more time. After thinking it over, I am letting this rule-breaking slide. But you are not just going to walk away satisfied with that, are you? Tell me one thing you really want. Without missing a beat, Jin made his demand. Just one tiny little thing. Tikan, the free city, make sure no other Zankaden ever sets foot in that place. Siren got serious. That is where you built your little secret base, huh? A peaceful city and a powerful figure flashed by as Siren spoke. Fine. But you have to pass my test first, secret boss of Tikan. Go find the blade, Makasmir. He ordered Jin to prove his worth by recruiting that guy. Jin looked totally lost. But Siren already had a reward ready for the finish line. If you win, no Zankaden can step into Tikan without your say-so. Hearing that, Jin gave a confident little smirk. He crossed his arms. You have 1 year. That guy even rejected a high position here. Prove you can handle an arrogant jerk like him. Casimir was brought in, and the room went dead silent. A moment later, he was visibly panicking. I see, Siren said slowly. So that is the deal. Casimir thought to himself, this arrogant jerk, who does he think he is? Then he looked at the man and realized it was the strongest swordsman alive, Siren Zankaden. Is this the vibe of the world's best? Just standing here makes me feel sick. He clenched his fists. No way, he told himself. A surge of energy hit Casimir. I am Jin's guest. Why should I be intimidated by Siren? The head of the Zankadens spoke up. So, you are the Ghost Blade, Casimir? He gave a respectful bow. Please, do not call me Ghost Blade. Using that name in front of you is just embarrassing. The moment he finished, Jin called out to his dad. Siren nodded. Talk to me. After getting the nod, Jin put a hand over his heart. Honestly, our meeting felt like destiny. Jin slickly reminded his father that he had already proven his connection with Casimir. Your turn to keep your promise. Casimir stood there, totally panicking. Jin, do not even think about mentioning that destiny stuff here. Imagine Siren smirking with glowing eyes. Destiny with a Zankaden. Then Tikan is our property now, Casimir thought. That is exactly what he is going to say. The thoughts just kept spiraling. Destined, huh? Then maybe the Zankadens and Tikan can be linked up like that too. He kept guessing. Or he will jump to some conclusion like that. Damn it. There goes the independence of Tikan. But instead of what Casimir imagined, the man looked dead serious. You sneaky little brat. Jin just shrugged. Lying? No way. I just got lucky. He finally gave in. Fine, you win. From now on, no Zankaden sets foot in Tikan without your explicit permission. Casimir listened to every word. Jin looked at Siren. Thank you, father. At the same time, a thought popped into Casimir's head. Jin, from now on, our destinies are linked forever. Then he told him to leave. If you are done, get out. The boss of Tikan froze when Siren added, I have private business with Casimir. Then Jin turned to leave. I will be waiting outside the mansion then. He left a terrified Casimir behind him. Hold on, Casimir, he said to the terrified man. Finally, we meet face to face. Siren stepped forward, glowing with a purple aura and sharp eyes. Let us chat for a moment. He forced a smile. The honor is all mine, sir. While he was waiting outside, Tona and Daytona came sprinting over, shouting his name. They kept pestering him. Hey, you all right? Jin looked over. Brother Tona? They got in his face immediately. Dude, what were you thinking doing something like that? What did Dad say? Is he actually going to let you live? He watched them, figuring they were hiding and watching the whole time. Then Jin asked, Hey, can you guys do me a solid? Seeing them looking totally lost, he decides to break it down for them. It is not that scary, guys. I am just asking you to babysit the cadets from my faction. Just keep an eye on them until I get back. Daytona still wanted a real talk with Jean. Wait, hold up your faction? Whatever, we can talk about that later. You are doing okay, right? But he was already halfway down the street, waving a casual goodbye. Since when did you guys get so worried about me? Anyway, I am counting on you to handle things. He stood there judging Jean's vibe, which was as chill as ever. The guy just met his dad and he is still acting this cool? Daytona thought that, as usual, that dude is actually kind of terrifying. Elsewhere, Vigo was staring at something until he realized the youngest had just arrived. He froze in shock. Little bro? Meanwhile, Jin turned to someone and gave a little nudge. Sis, I think you need to go see Dad. He said he has a few questions about what happened that day. He was looking right at Luna, making her look all serious. Behind them, Mew was screaming, Little brother, do you even realize what is happening right now? Are you seriously just ignoring us? She had to admit it. Sorry, but this situation is actually massive. It is kind of hard to explain to you, which just left him more confused. Like, what do you even mean? That arrogant jerk really has some nerve. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Oh, so this is where you are?" Jin turned around. "Lord Kashmir, having a nice chat?" Kashmir breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, it ended pretty well. Seeing him, Mew started yelling. "Hey, how does an outsider like you just walk in here? Where are your manners?" "This is the Runcandel garden. How dare you?" Guntia stepped in and coldly blocked him. "Stop." She calmly cleaned her blade. "Looks like the Patriarch already handled this. We do not have any right to jump in now." At that moment, Mew was so mad he could not even find the words. Suddenly, he started blaming himself. "Sis, you have worked so hard. I am always just causing trouble for you." Luna just smiled. "It is fine. A thank you is enough." Hearing that, Jin showed some real gratitude. "Thanks for the help, sis." Sister Luna asked him kindly, "You leaving already?" He nodded. "Yeah, I am heading back now to focus purely on my training." Finally, she gave him a warning. "Fine. Just stay safe out there." Luna watched Jin walk away. He let out a small breath. "Well then." Jin turned back to them with a promise. "See you guys next time, brother." Sister, 1 month of secret training later at Kashmir's mansion. It was the 30th duel between Jin Runcandel and Elisa, and it was his 30th loss. Looking at her, Jin gasped out, "One more time. Just one more, please." And the 31st was coming. In early August 1795, the Zipfel clan officially announced the death of Andre Vuleta. But since they kept the cause of death secret, rumors started flying everywhere. Some said he was killed in an internal power struggle. Others said he died fighting the association. There was even a rumor about an assassination for offending a king. But the most believable story was, they died in a battle against the Runcandel Clan. People began predicting that the war between Runcandel and Zipfel would start soon. Everyone was debating whether swords or magic would come out on top. The answer would be found once the public power shifted toward one of those two sides. Sciron stood with his arms crossed, back turned to Hanger as he reported, "Patriarch, today the Prince of the Shukan Kingdom and 5 second-tier mercenary groups sent way too many gifts." Hearing that, he waved his hand and gave the order, "Return the gifts but accept their request. Send an 8-star knight to handle it." Sciron frowned, trying his best to stay calm. "This is all because of the little brat's stunt on the islands. He has already taken control of that whole clan. What a little rebel." Suddenly he called out, "Han." Han answered immediately, "Yes, sir." Sciron grabbed his coat off the rack and gave his instructions. "I am heading to the Black Sea. If Kashmir sends any letters while I am gone," he threw the coat on and continued, "Bring them straight to me." Sciron made his command clear. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Jin was grinding his swordsmanship. He put everything into a massive, powerful strike. Jin's eyes went wide, his pupils disappearing as his focus sharpened. The tip of his sword pointed straight ahead. He panted, thinking to himself, even after 1,000 swings, it still has to feel like the very first one. After a moment, Jin bit his teeth and blamed himself. "I am still too weak." Luna's image flashed in his mind. "If not for her, I would be dead. I have been back for 15 years. I have hit 5-star in both swords and magic, and I am almost there with hidden weapons." But thinking about what is coming in the future, it still does not feel like enough. He gripped the sword hilt so hard his hands bled, but he did not even feel it. Jin kept thinking, "I have to get stronger. Dad gave me 5 years." Even with blistered hands, the thought kept pushing him. "I have to surpass my siblings in that time." Kashmir appeared behind Jin without him even noticing. "You need to stop, young Master Jin," he warned him. "If you do this every day, even with the insane Runcandel stamina, you are not going to last." Seeing the wounds on his hand, he yelled, "Oh no, young master!" Jin turned around and sheathed his sword. Enya and Kashmir. She ran over and grabbed his hand in a panic. "Your hands are all torn up. What do we do? You are bleeding so much." Kashmir walked up slowly. "I get it. You cannot wait any longer." He stood face to face with Jin. "Nobody your age can even touch you, but the people you are going up against are definitely not normal. But young Master Jin, being impatient is pure poison. It only drags you away from the path you chose." Enya worriedly treated his wounded hand while Jin just stayed silent. A few seconds later, he finally spoke. "It is actually pretty embarrassing. I know the deal, but staying calm is a lot harder than it looks." Kashmir gave him some encouragement. "There is nothing to be ashamed of. Nobody trains as hard as you do. You are amazing." The space went quiet again, with bloodstains still dotting the floor. He made a suggestion. "But hey, How about changing your routine to something that helps you chill out? Jin asked, surprised. Something to make me calm? Kashmir replied. Duels. Against someone stronger than you. Jin still did not quite get it. You mean you? Kashmir looked a bit taken back. What do you think? He drew his sword. Even if I have looked a bit pathetic in front of you lately. Energy surged around his body and his sword began to glow. He made a light, easy swing. He stopped before finishing the thought. But I am a sword master. Once you are feeling steady again, we will duel. Until then, you should fight the strongest guardian in Tikon. Elisa walked over, holding Julia and looking interested. She put her hands on her hips. It has been a while since I saw my husband's sword. He turned to Jin and smiled. For the next 6 months, try to beat my wife. Use your swords, your magic, or your hidden weapons. Give it everything you have, young master. The little girl pulled on Elisa's shirt, looking annoyed. Mommy, are you really going to fight Brother Jin? She looked down at her little daughter and explained slowly. It is not fighting, sweetie. It is just some quality bonding time. Julia was even more confused and annoyed. What does that even mean? I do not like fighting. Elisa laughed and asked a question. Well, Julia, if Mommy and Brother Jin fight, who are you going to cheer for? Julia answered instantly. Brother Jin, obviously. She felt totally defeated. What? You were supposed to be on my side. Jin watched them, thinking. Elisa Batcher. Besides her stamina, she does not look that strong. Suddenly, the kid yelled. But Brother Jin is weak. Mommy said I should always cheer for the underdog. Elisa could not stop laughing. Do not mind her, okay? Look, Jin, my kid doesn't lie, Alicia said, her mouth twitching like she was holding back a curse. She got serious. Fine, let's do this. Training starts after I finish dinner and work. Every single day for the next 6 months. Jin couldn't believe it. Every day? Won't that be a total drag for you? Casmiel just chuckled. The man was in a great mood. Alicia was hyped. Don't sweat it, kid. It'll be over in a flash. 2 days later, they officially kicked off their training grind together. Jin stared at Alicia, wondering if she was actually a real fighter. She just calmly wrapped her hands. Before we start, I've got something to say, she told him. I used to be Special Forces in the Beeman Squad, Alicia said, her eyes turning ice cold. And in Beeman, we don't do mercy. So, even when you lose, and you definitely will, don't you dare go losing your nerve, okay? Hands wrapped and ready, Alicia signaled the start. Jin dropped into a focused stance. He knew there had to be a reason for this 6-month deal. He wasn't about to get careless now. Suddenly, she blurred, lunging at him with a punch that looked like it could shatter bricks. Jin's eyes widened. He couldn't even react to that insane speed. Alicia wasn't holding back one bit. The ground literally shook from the impact, filling the air with dust. But Jin actually managed to block it with his sword. As he slowly drew his blade, she realized something was off. Alicia shielded her eyes from a sudden, blinding flash. Once it faded, she dropped her hand, revealing a look that was pure predator. Jin shifted into an attack pose, one hand gripping the hilt and the other on the blade's tip, aimed straight at her. He lunged forward, swinging his blade with everything he had. Alicia dodged it like it was nothing, though. She stayed low, winding up a heavy right hook for the counter. Jin looked terrified. You're gonna call a doctor, right? Alicia just smirked. Obviously. Then she punched him so hard he literally hit the roof. Under the bright moonlight, a voice echoed through the castle. Well, young Master Jin, you actually surprised me today. He looked up to see who it was. I honestly didn't think you'd even manage a second attack on your very first day. Alicia held a glass of water, looking curious. You didn't use full power on that first strike. Were you trying to weaken the ground before the duel really started? So you caught that? Jin admitted. She nodded. That was some serious attention to detail. I only noticed it at the very end. Then she asked, what was that flash earlier? I've never seen magic like that. It's an ancient spell called the Flash Curtain, Jin explained. I coated my blade with it before we started. Too bad it didn't really do anything to you. Jin stayed humble. I figured cheap tricks like that wouldn't work. Alicia took a sip of water and sighed. Tricks? Is that really what you think they are? Normal people call that strategy, Alicia thought. The kid wasn't just winning against stronger opponents by sheer luck. Looking back at his past fights, it was all about creating openings through cold, hard calculation and prediction. Honestly, she whispered, I'm pretty impressed he pulled that off in a duel. If this was a real battlefield, I could have read his face easily, she thought. Meanwhile, Jin was reeling. This was his first total defeat in this life. He'd used every trick in the book. Was the Beeman Special Forces training really that insane? 6 months. Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. To beat her, he'd have to survive her for the next 6 months. Both of them had their own hidden agendas. This was going to be fun. Casimir had been standing outside the whole time, eavesdropping on their entire conversation. He was busy scribbling something down on a piece of paper. 1 month later, September 22nd, 1795. Out in the unprotected lands of the eastern continent, a massive green worm-like monster with a mouth full of jagged teeth was crawling through the dirt, heading towards something. Somewhere else, a blade was shoved deep into the earth. Khan knelt before Cairn, surrounded by a mountain of monster corpses. The clan leader was his protector. Cairn raised a hand, and Khan knew exactly what it meant. He pulled out a letter. This is from Casimir. It arrived 10 days ago. He took the envelope and tore it open. The letter read, "To the great and honorable Chiron, a lowly knight from a humble city sends his greetings. I can't even begin to describe how grateful I am. It is currently night here in Tikon, and the stars in the pitch-black sky are shining so bright they're practically singing about your greatness. To a lowly swordsman like me, Casimir Anfrin, you're the absolute goat." Chiron crumpled the letter, fuming. "I told him to report on my youngest son, not write me a love letter. He's way too sentimental." "I'll handle him," Khan cut in. Karen's gaze turned sharp. "When is he actually going to tell me what my kid is up to?" Khan looked deep in thought. Still clutching the letter, he couldn't help but worry about Jin. "I wonder what he's doing on that lonely island. I heard he's getting his butt kicked by Casimir's wife." Images of the duels flashed by. Round 1 ended in 3 moves. Round 2, 5 moves. By round 7, 10 moves. They kept clashing until round 12, which lasted 25 moves. Midway through, Jin stayed low, catching his breath. Round 13 lasted 10 moves. This letter only covers up to the 14th match. Khan hesitated. He's lost a lot. He wondered if the boss actually found the young master's failure entertaining. Then Khan dropped a total bombshell. Casimir's wife was actually in Beeman's 2nd Special Unit. He read the letter line by line. There is no way the young master can beat a pro like that with just luck. "Congrats, boss," Khan said, still holding the letter. Chiron continued. "It says here that in the 14th fight, he actually held out for 120 moves." Chiron pictured the kid, shirtless, drenched in sweat, but still standing tall under the sun with a sword in his hand and a look of pure steel. Chiron sighed. He's breaking his limits. If he were the eldest, I would have handed him the clan without a second thought. Khan froze. "Wait, boss, are you serious? About the heir?" Karen just closed his eyes and nodded. Khan was stunned. This was the first time the boss had ever talked about the heir on such a personal level. He'd been watching for a long time, but he'd never singled anyone out before. Joshua only got the spot because Luna backed out, not because the boss chose him. After thinking for a bit, Khan spoke up. "It's still going to be tough, boss." Chiron looked back, confused. Khan spoke his mind. "I mean, his progress is totally insane, but just because he's a good fit right now doesn't mean we should go ahead and lock it in." "Why's that?" Chiron asked. Khan was blunt. "He's not cold enough. He's a good kid, but he's got a soft heart." Chiron agreed. "You're right. He's nothing like Joshua." Khan's voice grew heavy. To lead, a man must be able to throw his own family away. Chiron was silent before answering. "I get it. That's a Runcandel. Now, go back." Khan saluted with his sword and bowed. "By your command, boss." But Chiron was curious. Why did a 10-day-old letter just get here now? Khan sighed. "My bad. I tried, but there were so many monsters I got held up." Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from Chiron's hand, shaped like a blade. A massive strike shattered the surrounding mountains, sending rocks flying and filling the air with thick, heavy dust. He just flicked his hand and chunks of the ceiling came crashing down. "That will do," he muttered. Karen barked. "Better be here a day early next time, you hear?" He stood there speechless, watching smoke billow over ground that looked like it had been bulldozed. Finally, he managed a, "Yes, Chief." Jin sat down, letting out a soft, tired sigh. Up ahead, Alicia turned around with a water bag in hand, asking what day it was. She admitted, "You are incredible, young Master Jin. Never thought you could push me this far." Wiping his chin, Jin flashed a grin. "I have got to keep grinding if I want to wrap this up in 6 months." Alicia suggested grabbing a snack upstairs since Chi made ice cream. He stood up and said, "I am good. Still got stuff to do." She gave a forced smile. "Working today too?" "Always," Jin replied. He grabbed his sword, aura flaring with pure grit as he said, "I have still got a long way to go." Then Jin swung, a massive overhead strike that unleashed a blinding light. Watching him, Alicia felt a seed of doubt. Every time we spar, she thought, I can feel something shifting in him. His progress was undeniable. She realized his aura and mana were spiking constantly. The only explanation? A dark power linking his aura and magic, the kind of strength you only get from a contract with a god. It is honestly insane. But no matter how legendary that power is, it only actually means something because the kid is so obsessed with his own training. A genius who actually puts in the work. Alicia shrugged her bag onto her shoulder and left the arena. Forget 6 months, she muttered to herself. At this rate, he might actually beat me tomorrow. The next day, fists clashed with steel. The masked figure swung hard, sending out sharp blades of wind. The opponent stayed focused, weaving through the strikes to avoid getting sliced open. Her face was stone, but Jin did not back down, pushing his luck with non-stop attacks. Alicia called him out. That feint was way too obvious, kid. Neither would give an inch. Alicia glanced behind her for a split second, and Jin jumped on the opening. He slashed her shoulder, making her grit her teeth in pure agony. Blood sprayed as the heavy hit landed right on Alicia's shoulder, forcing a low groan out of her. Jin panicked instantly. Lady Alicia, are you okay? I did not mean to... Alicia pulled herself together. I am fine. It has just been a long time since I took a hit that bad. Jin scrambled to sheathe his sword. I will go get Enya right now. Enya cast her spell, a glowing circle mending the wound on her shoulder. Jin could not shake the feeling that something was off. Alicia could have dodged that. This whole duel felt wrong. Meanwhile, Alicia was beating herself up. I got way too overconfident, she thought. Thinking back, she realized she messed up. When the huck key clouded her vision, she assumed he would move like he always did. Her punch hit nothing but air, and Jin was already behind her. Good grief. Staring at her clenched fist, Alicia blamed her own slack. Since leaving my post, I have gotten soft. Too soft. It is actually starting to hold me back. She looked miserable. The match is not even over and I already lost. Jin fumbled for words. No way. Let us just call this a warm-up and forget it happened. I cannot accept a win like this, Jin insisted. Alicia let out a defeated sigh. I knew you were going to say that. Even while getting treated, she looked Jin in the eye. I am sorry for being so careless. It was disrespectful to you. The sudden apology caught him off guard. Regardless, what happened, happened. As the wound closed, Alicia wondered to herself, if this were the Jin from 3 months ago, would I have still lost just because I let my guard down? Her gaze was steady and quiet. You have gotten stronger again, Master Jin. It seemed like Alicia had finally found the answer she was looking for. He had that burning hunger to improve, backed by insane talent. She figured his aura and mana would both hit 6 stars soon. And when that happens, I will actually be defeated for real. December 1st, 1795. Roofs were buried in white. While everyone else was busy shoveling snow, 2 men were quietly making their way down the street. Jin glanced at the guy next to him and snapped, Murakan, it is freezing. Why are you buying so much cold junk? He did not even blink. Cold food tastes better when it is freezing out. Murakan held 3 boxes labeled with ice cream. Strawberry said she wanted some too. Jin smirked. You trying to make Julie's stomach explode? Right as Jin finished, Casimir showed up. Julia's voice rang out. Master Jin! He whispered Casimir's name. His face hardened as Casimir spoke up. Do you have a minute? I need to talk to you about some business. Without waiting for a reply, Casimir started his report. Bisco Iveliano. The Iveliano family is falling apart because they are running low on actual talent. There is only one person who looks like they could take over the family, and that is the one you asked about. Meanwhile, the little girl whined. I want to go to Jin. Sit still, kid, Murakan grunted. He walked beside Jin and lowered his voice. Before we get into it, have you heard of the Kinsella group? Jin remembered. Back in my cadet days, I had a little run-in with them. Casimir nodded. That makes things easier. I cannot be 100% sure yet, but Bisco is likely working for Kinsello. Suddenly, Julia yanked Murakan's hair so hard he screamed in pain. His eyes nearly popped out. Ignoring the noise, Casimir kept his voice steady. He hits the Carano region every single week, and word is, every time he is there, he visits a workshop with a fancy name. The owner is a guy named Bubba Gaston. From what I have gathered, he is a member of Kinsello too. Jin cut to the chase. So you are saying they are more than just a shop owner and a customer? Casimir hummed. It is just a theory for now. But why would Bisco stop for bread every single time? Judging by Bubba's shady grin, I would bet the shop owner actually outranks Bisco in the whole organization. Jin thought to himself, so that is it. That is why he showed his face personally at the banquet. I always thought Kinsello was just some random gang. But if an 8-star knight is willing to join them, they are something else. The girl would not stop yanking Murakan's hair. Jin, big brother Jin, he snapped. Stop it right now, you brat. Jin stayed lost in his own head. It made sense. If those scumbags were behind my curse, wouldn't my family have wiped them out by now? Murakan was too busy trying to calm Julia down to watch where he was going. Jin is busy, just wait. Before he could finish, he slammed into a massive block of ice. Murakan was fuming. He could not throw the ice at the kid, so he chucked it right at Casimir's head instead. He clutched his head and spun around, thinking his daughter was playing tricks since Murakan had already shouted first. How could you do that to your own father? Such a bad girl. Suddenly, Jin spoke up. Hey, Casimir, yeah? Still no word on the Alu killer? Casimir rubs his head and sighs. That bastard Alu has way more secrets than I thought. Our Rainbow 7 crew usually cleans house better than this. A guy with a cigarette in his mouth pops up on screen. He says there is zero info on where that punk was hiding before he hit Tasinka. It is like someone went out of their way to wipe his entire history from the face of the earth. Hearing this, Jin goes silent. Maybe he should have let the guy live. A moment later, he looks at Casimir with actual gratitude in his eyes. I get it. You have been busy. Casimir just laughs it off. My organization did all the heavy lifting, honestly. We will definitely keep digging into this Kin Gallo lead for you. If anything about Alu pops up, you will be the first to know. Jin smiles, feeling genuinely thankful for the help. I owe you big time, Casimir. The man just waves it off like it is nothing. But since you are so grateful, how about you go play with little Julia for a while? They both turn around to see Murakane getting absolutely wrecked by the little girl. Man, even a legendary warrior looks like he is struggling with that kid. Jin lets out a long, helpless sigh. Fine, but I cannot do it today. The big match is starting soon. Hey, Casimir, you want to come tag along and watch? The old man looks thrilled. You bet I do. I have been dying to see what you can actually do, Jin. The kid stares at his own hand with a dark look. Trust me, you will see it. I just figured something out. At the arena, Alicia is wrapping her hands when she suddenly freezes. What? Casimir showed up because Jin invited him, but as soon as she sees her husband, she tries to bail. No way. Honey? What are you doing here? Casimir looks totally confused. Wait, am I not allowed to be here? Young Master Jin was the one who told me to come watch. Alicia starts rambling to explain herself. It is not that you cannot be here. I just really did not want you to watch me lose a fight. Casimir is stunned. She grips her sword until her knuckles turn white. Is that how it is, Jin? Well, today is probably the end of the line for me. She sounds like she is giving a final goodbye. If you can, please just remember me as a worthy rival. Jin slowly draws his blade. He looks at her coldly. What do you mean, a worthy opponent? His eyes are sharp as ice. I will remember you as my teacher and a master. Casimir is freaking out internally. What is he talking about? It has only been 3 months. A bad feeling creeps into Casimir's heart. Is it possible he has already surpassed Alicia in this short time? She doesn't say another word and gets into a stance. Let's do this. Jin stands his ground, looking absolutely flawless. He closes his eyes and whispers something, like he is activating a secret code or a hidden command. Suddenly, waves of blue mana explode around him. He is summoning something. Feathers start swirling everywhere. Casimir stares with his jaw on the floor, unable to even make a sound. Out of the blinding light, a massive beast starts to take shape. This majestic creature steps out of the glow with insane power. It is a phoenix. This is Tess. At level 6, mages get the power to forge a blood contract with a spirit. But nobody knows which phoenix they will actually get. They can only rip open a portal to that world of eternal fire and hope for the best. The choice is entirely up to the phoenix. It picks a master it thinks is worthy. That is why every mage is desperate to be chosen by a special breed. They all want that one legendary bird that stands above the rest. The rarest type of all is the one that carries the power of the blue flame. Alicia charges forward, screaming her head off. This has to be a joke. This is totally insane. Young Master Jin, Casimir looks like he is about to have a heart attack. You actually made a contract with Tess? Mages who can pull off a Tess summon are the greatest masters of their age. Jin draws his sword, standing right in front of the beast. We should probably get started, right, Lady Alicia? Alicia clenches her fists as smoke fills the air. I am coming for you, Jin. She blurs like a gust of wind, charging straight at them. But Tess lets out a burst of blue fire that forces her to skid to a halt. Alicia grits her teeth. Level 5, fire magic? No, there is something else going on here. That fire has a weird vibe to it. Alicia's knees start to wobble just by being near it. If I even graze that flame, my body is going to start feeling like lead. The pressure from Tess is heavy enough to crush her. Alicia's mind is racing as she gets pushed back. Is this just pure pressure, or is his power actually physically weighing me down? Her eyes narrow. If I take a direct hit from that thing, my stamina is going to tank instantly. I need to wrap this fight up before I run out of gas. She locks eyes with Jin. He is still geared up and ready to swing that sword. Looking at that mysterious mask, Alicia tells herself she can only keep Tess under control for maybe another 3 minutes at most. On the other side, Jin puts everything into a massive swing. I am taking her down right now. His blade flashes, cutting Alicia's arm deep. She stumbles back, looking totally shell-shocked. Jin suddenly leaps into the air, throwing a heavy strike like a hurricane. She barely jumps out of the way in time. Sweat is dripping down Alicia's face. She cannot believe what just happened. Was that a sword skill? No, that was wind magic. Jin lowers his blade. He realizes that even though Alicia is moving all over the place, she has one goal. In his mind, she looks like a giant with glowing red eyes. She wants to dominate the fight completely. He grips his sword as dark energy swirls around it. She is trying to take back control. Jin charges in one more time, his heart burning with pure determination. I will use her own momentum against her. His blade slices the air, just missing Alicia as she dodges. Jin doesn't give her an inch, launching a barrage of non-stop slashes. He is moving so fast the air is literally screaming. Alicia grits her teeth, forced to take every hit and just try to survive. The endless combo is draining her dry. Jin launches himself right at her while she is stuck on the ground. She freezes from the surprise attack, but when she turns her head, a massive wave of blue power is already crashing down on her. Alicia's eyes fill with pure terror. Jin is closing the gap at a crazy speed. With two different powers pinning her down, she starts to panic. Should I dodge or just tank this? She watches him dive in and weighs her options. No, if I dodge now, I will just be stuck playing defense against Master Jinmust for the rest of the night. Suddenly, a creepy smile creeps onto her face. Her eyes change instantly as she roars, letting her power explode. Are you trying to prove you are a real magic swordsman, young Master Jin? Jin doesn't back down. He swings his blade right at the target. But her hand is pure power, and she catches the dark blade right out of the air. The tension is insane. Alicia's eyes are blood red as she grips the hilt. Her voice drops low as she winds up a punch. I finally caught you. She lets out a crazy, manic laugh. But right before she can land the hit, Jin vanishes. She is totally confused. He is not here? No way. I know for a fact I have his weapon. Suddenly, the sword in her hand erupts in blue flames. Before she even knows what is happening, Jin is behind her. Alicia can feel the crushing pressure. She let out a cold smirk and a quiet damn. Alicia swung for a counter, but the kid was already behind her again. She slammed Jin right in the head. He could not dodge, but he landed a solid counter. Suddenly, Alicia coughed up blood. Jin's mask shattered. She said calmly, I should probably admit it. The win is yours, young Master Jin. Then Alicia collapsed, out cold on the floor. That is when he knew something was wrong. Jin shouted, Lady Enya! Alicia was not moving at all. He yelled out, Kashmir, get Lady Enya on the line right now. Inside the massive mansion, a voice roared, Kashmir, what did you just say? Repeat that right now. Murakan gaped, his hands shaking as he pointed. The young master actually beat Alicia in a duel? I knew you would be shocked. He beat a Beam in Special Forces beast in only 3 months. Kashmir was still shaking. No, it is not just that. Jin, that kid, do you know what he summoned? A phoenix. Even Runcandel dropped to his knees in total shock when Kashmir continued. The boy has actually summoned Tess. She glared, her lips trembling. No. Alicia sighed. I used too much aura to win, and in the end, that is exactly why I lost. Who knew I would lose twice to a cheap backstab? When did you plan this? Jin sipped his water and said, from the very first fight. He ruffled his hair and joked, Does that sound too arrogant? She smiled. For a young master like you, it sounds just right. Jin walked over, looking sincere. Thanks for everything you have done for me, Alicia, she replied. I actually had a great time. You have no idea how proud I am, kid. Beating a Beeman special agent before you are even 16? That is legendary. A loud shout came from above. Kid! Jin looked up. Oh, Murakan, I am listening. But he just barked, Tess! Murakan's eyes were full of fire. Summon Tess right now. The blue phoenix appeared, and Runcandel hit the floor. I greet the Lord of Flames. He looked away. It has been a long time, huh? Tess's power filled the room. Suddenly, it pecked Murakan's face until he begged for mercy. Wait, stop. What are you doing? I have the right to free speech. I mean, I am a free dragon. I am sorry. My bad. Kashmir watched with a racing heart. Why did seeing this feel so satisfying? Murakan just kept on begging for his life. I said I am sorry. Say something back. I have a message to deliver. Just stop it already. Seriously. He screamed in despair. Kid, send this thing back. Jin realized and dismissed him. Murakan rubbed his bruised head. Why the violence? Jin? He answered weakly. Of course you want to know why the great Murakan is being bullied by a giant blue bird. That is not even his true form. You can only see his real self in the flame realm. Jin was shocked. The flame realm? That is the Phoenix world. I knew other realms existed, but that name is a first for me. He nodded. Well, obviously, only gods and dragons use that term. It is just a nickname for us. Even the highest gods do not know its true name. Jin got even more curious. Even gods do not know? Is it outside their control? Exactly. Not even the fire god Sinu can touch that flame. This is the important part. A few gods and dragons left that place long ago, including Runcandel and today. Then people started trouble and Tess lost his patience. That was the day he burned 5 gods and 7 dragons to a crisp instantly. Jin stroked his chin, looking doubtful. Wait, Tess is really that strong? What kind of person could ever release all that power? Murakan snorted. That is impossible. No matter how strong you get, you cannot fully unleash him. It does not matter who you are. You cannot fully release an entity from another dimension. It is a balance thing. That is why gods are useless when they come here. Because of that, Tess can never use his full strength in this world. But seriously, a guy like you should have been toasted alive. How did you get that dangerous old bird to help you so fast? We were terrified he would just burn you to death. But if he wanted to do that, he would not have chosen you. He actually likes you. Congrats, kid. Jin sat in deep thought. Tess is way bigger than I thought. Sinu rules the world's fire. So before Sinu's contractor, Kareliak, and the dragon, Kadun, all fire attacks are useless. But since I have Tess, that blue flame will be a massive advantage for the Runcandel clan. Sairon sat quietly, reading the letter. Tess chose him? That is interesting. But I have no interest in legendary birds. Jin's swordsmanship is the real story here. It is improving at an alarming rate. The lines in the letter described his terrifying growth. He gripped the paper, thinking deeply. I allowed him to use magic and hidden weapons, but he is still a Runcandel at heart. Sairon looked up and called out, Khan. The man answered instantly, I am here, my lord. I remember you have a nephew. Khan replied, My nephew from the Huron clan? I just got word about him. Sairon sighed in relief. Take out a pirate in the tournament. Dante Huron is entering under a fake name. The competition is basically a playground for thugs. Sairon remembered a man with gold teeth. 10 years ago, Mary won that. Khan nodded. That was the young lady's very first victory. 2 months later, they had a rematch. Sairon gave the order, send the youngest one there immediately. With all those witnesses, he cannot use magic or hidden weapons. He will have to win using nothing but his own sword. As a Runcandel, he must prove himself through the blade. Back on the training grounds, a voice called out, Young Master Jin! Kashmir grabs a paper, looking totally hyped. Yo, check this out. Jin asks what the deal is. It is the entry for that massive world tournament. He is basically flexing it. Jin is like, what? That is a pirate playground. Why so sudden? Kashmir holds it like a treasure. This was made specifically for you, man. Trust me. You've been grinding so hard lately. Word is, Dante from the Huron house is entering too. You definitely know his grandpa, John Huron, right? The big family boss? He is a real legend around here. He was equal to Lord Cairn before taking over. Dante is his favorite grandkid. Do not you want to see how strong he really is? Jin rubs his chin and thinks, I get it now. Do not tell me you are not curious. But then, Jin flips the script, leaving Kashmir speechless. Do I really have to go? Kashmir waves him off, begging. Young master, please, do not do this. Just think about it. That guy is the heir to the Huron family. You do not get a chance to scrap with someone like him every day. Jin shuts his eyes, looking resigned. Fine. If Lord Kashmir is pushing this hard, I guess I do not have much of a choice. I am in. Kashmir starts praising him instantly. Great choice, young master. But Jin remembers his talk with Karen. He realizes Dad asked Kashmir to go behind his back for this. Did Dad really set this up to make me fight the Huron kid? He basically asked Casimir to go behind my back and force this. Does he want me to focus on my sword skills? Casimir, you are slick. He interrupts Jin. We leave tomorrow. The deadline is crazy short. Jin is stunned. What? No way, I am not ready. Casimir rushes off, tossing the paper like it is a heavy burden. He gives a quick, blunt goodbye. Have a safe trip, Jin yells. Wait, Lord Casimir, the destination is the Bilan Empire, a southern island. Walking among pirates, Jin thinks, this is my first solo trip here. This place is way sketchier than Mamid. A tournament in a dump like this? This is totally insane. What am I doing here? I guess there is no turning back now. This world tournament allows killing and any weapon goes. People might even try to poison or assassinate you before the actual fight even starts. It is complete and total lawlessness. You have to keep your head on a swivel. Why would the here and heir enter a fight here? Is their leader crazy? Jin pushes through the crowd. Whatever. Fighting him will be good for me. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a wild ride. This will be a great experience. A guy in a green cloak laughs, totally hyped. This place smells like trash as usual. It is Vera Din, looking incredibly excited. Let us go. All right, time for some fun. In a room, loud laughter rings out. Godmo stands there, arms crossed. Yo, who the heck are you? Jin gets straight to it. I am here for the tournament. But Godmo says registration is closed. Scram, it is better if you just die somewhere on the way out, Jin says. I am pretty sure registration is open until sunset. Godmos gets angry. I am not in the mood to do paperwork for you right now. Just get lost. Now get out of my face. Do not, you get it? I am busy, so stop annoying me and beat it. But then Jin just laughs. That gets Godmos' attention. Huh? What is so funny? Seeing the coins Jin held out, he growls, What do you think you are doing? Suddenly, Jin chucks all the coins right at Godmos' face. He hits the floor hard. Jin says coldly, Is that enough for you? Now sign me up. After the shock, Godmos laughs loudly. You got guts, kid. I like that. He agrees to sign Jin up. Fine, you are in. Let us see what you can really do. I am putting your name down right now. You are in Group 13. Take this. The guys inside will give you a little tour of the rest. With love and romance, welcome to the tournament, you arrogant brat. This guy was Godmos, the pirate king and the master of the southern island. Good luck, kid. Remo reads the info. Jean Grey, Group 13. He looks way too confident. Find someone decent. If not, just throw him to the sharks. Remo sighs, man. I do not have time for this. Man, so many kids this year. Remo looks back at Jean. There is another guy, not you, but some jerk who messed with the comms. Too bad you are in the same group. I wanted to see you scrap. Well, good luck. Maybe you will meet in the finals. You are going to need a lot of it. Do not let me down. He leads Jean to the spot. This is for Group 13. I will see you around later if you actually manage to stay alive. Do not get yourself killed. Jean notices something. Hey, what about my room? Remo snaps back. How should I know? Jin figures there are not enough rooms for everyone. 2 or 3 people per room. They want them to fight in these cramped spaces already. This is totally messy. This is basically a cage match. This is survival, not a duel. Someone notices him. Hey, a guy inside asks, Who the hell are you? Get out of here right now. This room is full. Kid, he yells. There are already 3 people here. Move it, kid. But Jin cuts him off. I am going to count to 3 right now. 1. He releases a killer aura. When I hit 3, you better be gone. Jin starts counting. 1. The guy is totally confused. What? Are you serious right now? I am not playing games. Hey, wait. Jin ignores him and keeps counting. 2. The guy snaps. You little brat. The final number makes him freeze in place. 3. Suddenly the area goes wild. People come to watch. Someone screams in fear. Jin grabs a gold blade and says, All right then, let us do this properly. He asks, Anyone else want to stay? Some people just laugh and mock him. They charge at him. Go to hell. Swords are flying everywhere. Jin takes them out one by one. The masked guy is absolutely terrified of him. Jin stands tall after clearing the trash. He says, Even if this place is lawless, it is still nothing compared to Mammoth. I am losing sleep. Someone is walking over. Jean is just sitting there reading a book like nothing even happened. Remo complains, This is a real mess. You really did it now, kid. This is really annoying. Hey, kid. Looking at the carnage, he asks, Are you trying to kill everyone before the start? Jean closes his book like it is no big deal. He is just chilling. Just a warm-up before the main event. Remo is shocked. I really thought you were just another arrogant brat, but I guess I was wrong. The captain was right. You got spirit. That is why he put you in with the tough guys. He knew you could handle yourself in here. Good job, kid. You are something else. Groups 1 and 2 start soon. You fight them later. You can go watch them scrap if you want. Follow me, I will escort you there personally. Let us go, rookie. You better pay attention. Remo warns him. No using swords in the audience area. That is strictly forbidden. So just sit tight, rookie. Jin thinks. Not a bad deal at all. This works. Man, look at this crowd. I did not think anyone here would recognize my face, but I should probably keep a low profile just in case. People in the stands are popping off. Yo, you hear the rumors? Some nobody took down a top 13 fighter. Crap. I lost money on that guy. Who did it? Nah, there is more gossip about the fighters. They are whispering and do not even see Jin standing right there. Word is, a spot is saved for a Runcandel house member. The guy next to him freaks out. Wait, a backup fighter from the Runcandel family? Are you serious? What is a Runcandel brat doing in a dump like this? Yesterday, some officers said a young prodigy is in the mix. Must be one of them. Jin just sits right next to them and they do not even notice. If they are right, it could be Tona. Or maybe Jin Runcandel himself. That would be wild. Rumor has it that kid is already a 5-star fighter at his age. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Jin just rolls his eyes. So it is all about the Runcandel name. They even know my 2 big brothers. Great. Guess it is time the world learned their names. If they are actually here, I am gonna hunt them down. Suddenly, fireworks start exploding everywhere. The announcer screams, "Welcome to the arena, everyone. I bet you are bored to death, right? Then give it up for our one and only pirate king, Cosmos." The crowd goes wild for Cosmos. He is loving it. You all showed up again this year. I cannot even tell you how much I appreciate the love. Let's light this fire. The opening ceremony begins now. Each squad has 14 fighters, and as of this moment, our first big star today made the top 16 last year. Give it up for the darling of the Pirate Raiders. It is Mantis versus a total rookie. Is there a secret behind those youthful looks? Say hello to the teen swordsman, Paul Mick. Even Jin looks stunned. Those guys start whispering again. What? He is just some little kid who is still wet behind the ears. Jin just watches the scene silently. They are seriously letting a little kid enter this? They have lost it. But wait. I remember what Remo said. Some tiny guy took out the captain. The size difference between these two is insane. Cosmos steps up and screams, "All right then, let the battle." Mantis grabs his weapon, ready to crush him. Dante is already reaching for his blade. Cosmos yells, "Begin!" Before the echo stops, Dante is already moving. Everyone is stunned. Mantis is already falling. One loud crash, and he is flat on the ground. Complete confusion. What just happened? Did anyone even see that? Cosmos is getting a headache. Those pirate jerks are going to be fuming. They keep talking. Did that guy just lose his head? Jin is actually shook. There is no way. A master swordsman. Then Jin sees it. I get it. That is Dante Hiran. Cosmos announces the winner is Paul Mick. The crowd roars. Veridin is jumping for joy. Yes, finally, a real fight. It is all about Paul Mick. I am putting my whole life savings on him. Let us go, Paul Mick. Jin is stunned to see Veridin Zippo there. Why is this guy here? He is still shouting for Paul Mick. Everyone else starts joining in too. Yeah, I am betting on that kid. Veridin yells, "Do it. Don't be scared. Paul Mick is our golden ticket. Bet your house, bet your car, bet everything." Jin just judges him. Is he not supposed to be on a mission right now? He is taking this way too far. If he gets caught, it is going to be a disaster. I will just walk away. But then Veridin looks right at me and yells, "Hey, what are you doing?" He looks up. It is Veridin Zippo. I only met him once at that Zippo party. Who knew he would give me a warm welcome in the middle of nowhere? Dante waves back like he is happy to see him. Veridin is beaming, but Jin just wants to disappear so nobody sees his face. Dante is acting all cool. Cosmos runs over for an interview. Before the next fight, let us hear from today's first big winner. "Hey, Paul Mick, how does it feel to win?" He immediately tries to act all professional and cool again. He says, "I am pretty happy I just cleared out some trash. Maybe in his next life, he won't be a pirate." Cosmos laughs. "Being a pirate isn't for kids. Are you not worried about hurting their feelings? You are a funny kid. Good luck, though. Every pirate here is dying to meet you now." Dante just stays quiet. Cosmos tosses his hat into the air. "All right, time for the next match. Fighters, get out here." Back in his room, Jin goes over everything. I watched the other fights, but honestly, nobody besides Paul Mick matters. That kid is definitely Dante Hiran. He is young, but that skill, it is pure Hiran. Now I am wondering if I can actually win. With magic and shadows, I have a chance, but just using a sword, I am not so sure. We will see. They said there are 3 or 4 matches a day, so my turn is probably in 3 days. I have got to break through this prison of darkness. A shadow is moving through the dark dungeon. Someone is walking down here all alone. It is Dante, and he looks completely exhausted. Someone is holding a necklace filled with Numeroc's blood. Veridin is spinning it like a toy. I did not give you that to play with. That is for the chief. Be careful. He just laughs. Sorry, Elder. I just feel better when I am holding it. Is that why you called me here? Diane sighs. On an island north of the archipelago, there is a martial arts tournament every year. He mentions a name that makes Veridin flinch. You know about the Cosmos tournament, right? He tries to play it cool. No way, never heard of it. I definitely do not know it. But inside, Veridin is thinking, so that is where he disappears to at the same time every single year. Clear the way, the big man is back. Dante Huron, that legendary beast from last year and future head of the clan, is officially in the bracket. Go check him out. See the level of power you have to surpass one day. Meanwhile, Veridin is just over there feeling totally depressed. Look, I only showed up for the hype and the payday. But honestly, these past 2 days have been a total snooze fest. Dante is cool, but I need some real action. This year is such a bust. These guys are just gossiping while Veridin finally loses it, yelling, "Yo, where did all the actual pros hide at?" Then his eyes spot a name he knows, Jean Grey. Hold up, is that actually Jean? No way, he is just sitting in the stands for this. Veridin is already picturing Jean and Dante squaring off in the UG. Now we are talking. Things are finally starting to get spicy. Elsewhere, a blade bites into the dirt as he collapses, totally spent. A quick count, 147 survivors, 35 gone. Only 5 took the fall in the arena. The rest? Gone. Other fighters are coming, so no napping unless I want a knife for breakfast. I have pulled all-nighters since I was a cadet, but 3 whole days? That is a new record. Then footsteps. Someone is coming. Jin is on high alert. He stands his ground as someone walks right up, not even trying to be quiet. Talk about being overconfident. The guy is right at the door. Jin goes for his blade, but the stranger stops him. It is Dante looking rough, saying, "My bad for the late intro. Mind if we chat?" Jin is just standing there, totally blindsided. Wait, no. Is that actually Dante Huron? Then he drops a desperate deal. Let me crash here for a bit, and I will pull the watch for you tomorrow. Deal? Jin is like, what the heck? Where did you even come from? Dante just begs, look, I have watched you. You are a true master. Just let me sleep. Dante hits the floor before he can even finish. Jin is baffled. Did not even get to say no. Do the Hirons not train for this? He just stares. Jin smells the blood. This guy has been through the ringer. He jams his sword into the floor, regardless. Meanwhile, some creeps are lurking right outside. Wait for my signal, but Jin's death stare hits them first. The leader's heart basically stops. He is absolutely terrified. One quick move and the guy is history. Then Jin's voice goes ice cold. You guys deaf? The rumor is true, step inside, and you are going to hell. One of them stammers. Wait, I know you. Jean Grey, you took out that whole squad of 13. Relax, man, we are not here for you. Just hand over that Paul Mick kid and we are good. They actually try to jump Jean, but he catches the arrow. Poison? Real classy. Going through all this for one kid? I do not care who is calling the shots. The real question is, can you punks handle the consequences? Dante's eyes snap open and he bolts upright, gasping for air. Jin just says, those losers chasing you? They are working for Pirate DRE. The last guy spilled his guts before kicking it. Apparently, they were trying to score some easy cash by snatching a Camden citizen. Dante actually grins. Thanks for having my back, a total stranger. But wow, a Camden? I cannot believe I made such a rookie mistake with my cover. Then it hits him. Wait, where are we? Look, I owe you one. I am actually a noble. That is why they are after me, Camden or not. Just call me a noble from Beaumont. That is all I can say. Jin nods and Dante relaxes. Thanks for understanding. I seriously owe you my life. Dante makes a vow. A life for a life. From here on out, if you are in trouble, I am putting my life on the line for you. I swear it on my honor, he says. Jin just gives a simple nod. Then, he gives the guy a little heads up. Whatever, man. I am crashing. Just do me a favor and wake me up before the Group 13 match kicks off. Dante is all over it. Got it. Protecting you is extra, so don't worry. Dante feels a bit fuzzy inside. The guy acts cold, but he really stepped up for me. Guess I found a real friend. Outside, the thugs start rushing in to attack. Dante does not even blink as he draws his blade. One swing and his opponent is face down in the dirt. The announcer screams, "Winner, Paul Mick. One hit is all it took." The crowd goes wild. A blade scrapes against the floor. That is the signal. The ref shouts the result. The winner is the young powerhouse, Jean Grey. The fans are losing it. Jean, Jean. Up in the stands, people are already starting to whisper. That Jean kid is no joke. Some guys think he is even better than Paul Mick. But come on, against a Candon? Not a chance. Jin hears the talk and just mumbles, "I am not even a Candon, guys." The shouting is so loud it rings through the dungeons. Jean, Jean, the prisoners inside are totally over it. So these two punks are the finalists? This whole year is a total joke. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the gloom. "You guys just gonna sit there and take this?" One guy has a plan. They look decent, but they are just kids. Let us jump them before the finals. But Remo steps in. "Drop it. You losers do not stand a chance." Then he drops the bomb. Jean Grey's nickname is the Grim Reaper. Once you hear the story, you will understand why. Plus, they are roommates. You really think an ambush is going to work? Remo turns to leave. "I only stopped you because you have a reputation. Dying before the show starts is just boring." One guy finally gives in. "Fine, we will back off." His partner is just standing there like, "Me?" He sees where this is going. "Yeah, let us bounce." "Good thing the bracket says we do not have to fight those monsters yet." Red Band nods. "I am not dying in this hole." The long-haired guy mumbles, "Just do not let Katmos find out." Back at the table, a cup shatters. "Those losers!" Katmos is fuming. "They are rigging the matches right under my nose?" Remo just watches and asks, "So, big guy, what is the move? We can't let this tournament get stale. The audience is going to start noticing soon." Suddenly, Cosmos gets a wicked idea. "Yeah, this is going to be way better." He orders his crew to scrap the rest of the bracket. Jean Grey and Paul Mick are the only ones going to the finals. The rest of these losers are just fodder for the kids. Except for those two, crank up the betting odds. Make them so high people won't be able to sleep if they don't bet. With a solution in hand, Cosmos starts grinning again. "All right, let's kick this into overdrive until the championship match." He heads off to go chase that bag. In the arena, the crowd is screaming, "Paul Mick! Paul Mick! Jean!" Veridin watches closely. One is a supernova who rocked everyone in round one. The other? A literal reaper covered in fresh blood. He asks his guys who's gonna win. One bets on Paul Mick, the other agrees, saying his sword skills are way more polished. Then they ask, "Young master, you're on Team Mick, right?" Veridin looks confused. "Me? Nah. I put 100,000 on Jean Grey." 100,000 gold? They freak out. "Boss, the odds on Jean are 3-1. Even if he wins, do these pirates have enough cash to pay us?" But Veridin acts like he knows something they don't. "Look, Cosmos is a big deal pirate. He owns islands. If he has to, he'll sell them." Down in the pit, Cosmos starts the show. "I've kept you waiting long enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Pirate King Cosmos." The crowd just heckles him. "Who cares? Shut up and bring out Paul Mick." The other side shouts back, "Jean Grey, where is the Reaper?" Cosmos is annoyed. "These damn nobles. Next year, I'm doubling the ticket prices for sure." He clears his throat and skips the long speech. Cosmos raises an arm and bellows, "Paul!" His fans scream back, "Mick!" The stadium explodes as he walks out. "Mick! Mick! Mick!" Then Cosmos introduces the opponent. From Group 13, the unknown young swordsman, Jean Grey. The room stays quiet, except for one familiar voice. "I'm counting on you, Jean. I bet my entire life savings on your head." Veradin is screaming his lungs out. "Go, Jean." Jean just sighs. "Seriously? Where am I supposed to go?" Now, Jean and Dante face off. Here we go. The fight everyone's been waiting for. Jean versus Dante. Begin. Jean stands perfectly still. Both warriors grip their weapons tight. This isn't like the other fights. Both are hyper-focused. Dante's eyes go sharp and he suddenly ditches his cloak. Jean is actually startled. Dante lunges, seeing the opening, but Jean barely catches it. Their blades collide, sending sparks flying everywhere. Dante drops low, aiming for Jean's legs. Still nothing. He actually smiles. "I knew those cheap tricks wouldn't work on you." Jean looks surprised. Dante pulls back for a massive strike. "This time, I'm going all out." Jean doesn't flinch and starts channeling his energy immediately. He taunts his rival. "Show me what you've got." Dante is grinning with pure hype. Meanwhile, Jean is looking dead serious. They both charge at once, hitting like a bomb. The shockwave rattles the crowd. Even Cosmos is on the edge of his seat. Jin's ice-cold blade clashes with Dante's fire. The tension is insane. Dante pumps more power into his sword, making his attacks way faster. Jin realizes something. That first move was Dante's top speed, but now he's only accelerating when he needs to. He's managing his stamina perfectly. Jin switches it up, catching Dante off guard. If it's gonna be like this, Jin pushes himself. I've got to match this speed. The crowd is going wild. One guy in the back is losing his mind. This is crazy. Who knew we'd see a fight like this here? Veridin just smiles. Back in the arena, Jin gets a grip on Dante's sleeve. Dante talks smack. Not bad, Jean Grey, but if you've got any more tricks, use them now, because I'm about to end this. Jin takes a deep breath and focuses. In a flash, he loses track of Dante. He's too fast. Dante moves like a literal gust of wind. Jin is blocking, but he's clearly struggling. For a split second, Jin tries to predict the movement. Suddenly, his blade arcs out. He lands a slash right across Dante. Sadly, Jin takes a cut to the face too. Dante glances back, impressed. The fight doesn't slow down. It's getting even more intense than before. Dante is winning right now. Every move he makes is lightning fast. The crowd screams, "Go, Mick, kill him, send those gamblers home broke." Almost there. Dante sees it now. Jin's real power, destructive sword skills, and the insane physical body to pull it off. His endurance is off the charts. You're doing this on purpose, just like I thought. Your name is fake. Dante sees right through him. Jean Canden. He charges again, thinking this is it. But Dante realizes he messed up. His blade just barely grazes Jin's back. After getting hit, Jin's eyes go dark as he turns around. That look freezes Dante in his tracks. He has to jump back immediately. The crowd is confused. What? Why did he retreat? Dante is shivering. What was that? He felt like he was about to be shredded. Jin rubs his shoulder and sighs. Great, now look what you did. I let a little killing intent slip. Guess it's time to get serious. Jin rips his shirt off. Dante gets back into a fighting stance. Jin's voice goes cold. My turn now. He grips his sword tight. He flies at Dante. The impact is so heavy it almost buckles Dante's knees. Jin's sword breaks through. Now Dante is the one on the ropes. Dante analyzes the strikes. These aren't just swings. Every single hit has the exact same massive power. He spits out a mouthful of blood. No mistakes. Then it hits him. Damn it. Was I losing this whole time? Dante just can't accept the truth. Jin's thinking. One more move and I'm ending this guy. Jin Runcandel and his rival clash hard. Suddenly, Jin snaps a warning. Don't play with me. You really gonna hesitate now? I'm Jin Runcandel for real. His voice drops, getting dead serious. Don't disrespect this fight. Then, Jin drops the rival's true name, Dante Hiran. The guy freezes for a second, but then just gives this little smirk. His blade steadies, pointing right at Jin. Dante mutters, Fine. You caught me looking pathetic. Jin Runcandel, you really gonna stick with me through this? The intensity is straight up off the charts. Jin just smiles and shifts his blade, metal grinding against metal. Dante digs his heels in, bracing for the impact as the ground beneath him starts to crack. He's struggling to hold the line. Honestly, Jin isn't taking it easy either. They both spring back to catch their breath, then Dante suddenly charges back in like a maniac. The sound of steel hitting steel is deafening. It's a high-stakes duel with sparks flying everywhere. Every swing is a calculated risk, trying to back the other guy into a corner. A stray blade slices Jin's cheek, leaving a thin trail of blood behind. Dante screams, putting everything into one massive swing before lunging forward. He's panting, stumbling back to dodge, then swings his sword high for a final, desperate strike. Dante stares in shock. Jin looks like a straight-up demon from hell. One massive strike causes an explosion that rocks the area. Dante tries to hold his ground, then suddenly swings back for a wild counterattack. Jin doesn't miss a beat, ducking the blow. He grips his hilt tight and keeps the pressure on him. Jin realizes his rival is hitting his limit. How is he still standing? He's a once-in-a-hundred-years genius, blessed by the gods. But he was born with a fragile body that keeps dragging his talent down. He's been living in a personal hell because of this curse. I can feel it. That's why his every move feels so heavy with pain. Dante Hiran. I see your loneliness in that darkness. The frustration of being trapped in a weak body, pushing yourself to the literal edge just to prove you belong here. Meanwhile, Dante's reading Jin, too. Jin Runcandel, the 13th son. Born with a silver spoon, a perfect body, and more talent than he knows what to do with. But all I feel from him is pure desperation. Why is Jin so miserable? Is it because he's the youngest? Because he's not the chosen heir? No, it's something way darker than some stupid family drama. Forget that noise. I don't see any of that. I just want to be the strongest. That is it. Pure, unfiltered ambition. How much longer do I have to suffer to reach the top? I've lost count of how many times I've wanted to quit. Both of them dive back into the fight, fueled by their own hidden shadows. Dante wonders how many times he's dragged himself back up. He can't even remember. Suddenly, his eyes go wide with total shock. Jin is staring in disbelief too. What the heck? He freezes. Dante's body is literally starting to crack, glowing lines of light spiderwebbing across his skin. Jin knows he can't stop now. Stopping would be a total insult to his rival. Dang it. He commits to the strike, a razor-sharp swing that sends Dante crashing to the ground, totally spent. Jin grips his sword, swearing under his breath. He hates that it had to end like this, but he keeps going. I'm sorry, man. Dante is out cold, like a broken puppet. The blade inches toward his neck. Jin just hopes he understands. In this moment, time feels like it's completely stopped. Jin is gasping for air, totally drained. His sword stops just an inch from Dante's throat. Suddenly, Dante mumbles, "That was actually fun," and then just blacks out. Jin panics, screaming for a healer. A calm voice cuts through the chaos. "This looks way worse than I thought." Someone steps out using magic. "Don't worry, Jin. It's Veridin. I'm not letting him die today." He slams his hand down, and a wave of green healing energy starts to pulse through the air. Jin is stunned by the sudden arrival. Veridin just looks at him, cool as ice. "Don't worry, just watch the show." He realizes regular magic won't be enough. The guy's bones are shattered and his internal organs are a total mess. Worse, his aura is going haywire. Traditional healing might just drag out the pain, but it's the only way to keep him breathing. This is serious. Veridin calls out, "Jin, listen close." He pulls a mysterious relic from around his neck, the blood of Numerox. "This stays between us three." A guardian rushes over, looking terrified. "Young master, you can't. Not here. This is way too dangerous." Veridin snaps, "Shut it. Get over here and hide us with your cloak." The guard follows orders, his cape fluttering to hide what's happening. The Zippo family crest is visible for a split second. Cosmos is floored. The Zippo family? No way. Why are they here? He starts to totally freak out. Why are the Zippos here? Are they here to take us out? If we get caught in this mess, we're toast. Cosmos yells for everyone to cover their eyes and look away. Veridin chuckles. That guy's got quick reflexes. I like it. Jin is watching closely, eyeing the thing on his neck. "Veridin, what exactly is that?" He explains. "A gift from my family, the blood of Numerox. You ever heard of it?" Jin knows the legend well. Numerox, the god of hope, killed in a brutal tragedy. He supposedly shed 8 tears and 100 drops of blood. The tears can raise the dead, and the blood can heal any wound or sickness instantly. It is the ultimate miracle cure. It's a priceless treasure. Big organizations like the Zippo family have been hunting for it for ages. It's basically the holy grail of medicine. It's a divine relic from the myths. Jin realizes what's happening. "Wait, you're actually going to use that on Dante?" Veridin nods. "That's why I need you to keep your mouth shut." Jin is confused. Don't the Zippos and Hirons hate each other? Why go that far for a rival? He drips the blood into Dante's mouth and asks, "You get it, right? Losing a rival feels just like losing a best friend." Jin is blown away. Behind the guard, a blinding light erupts. Dante's chest starts glowing with a brilliant light, and he starts to stir, his mouth moving slightly. Veridin is stoked. Dante groans. "What happened?" Veridin sighs in relief. "Thank God. Looks like there aren't any side effects." "You're back, buddy. But wait, what the heck are you doing here?" Jin is still processing the miracle. The blood of Numerox literally brought Dante back from the brink of death. Veridin used something that valuable just for this? He gets all mysterious. The price for using this thing is pretty hefty. Dante is shocked. "Numerox? You actually used that on me? How am I ever supposed to pay you back?" Jin thinks there's more to it. Since he's a Zippo, what's the catch? Veridin just shrugs and makes his demand. "First, Jin, you're buying the drinks once we're done here. You're staying for a while, right? Next time we cross paths, don't play stranger. You feel me?" You let out a long sigh, thinking, Veridin Zippo. "Man, I really pegged that guy as a total dweeb." "He is a legendary dork," Jin agreed. "I will keep it in mind." As darkness crept in, soft streetlights began to glow, lighting up the corner. Back inside, the room was buzzing. "Man, you are insane. They told you to pick one reward, but you walked out with both? How do you even do that?" "Are you serious?" Jin asked. I almost died out there, and you expect me to pick just one? He laughed, adding that while it might be pushy, it was his limit. True, you guys nearly kicked the bucket. He slid a heavy bag of gold across the table. I do not really need these. Here, Dante. I know the Huron family is not broke. Dante took it, purely as a keepsake to lock away. Suddenly, Viridin started whining like a little kid. Hey, what about me? Where's my gift? Jin slid another box toward him. Viridin's eyes lit up. Wait, is this one of those legendary treasure maps from the stories? You are giving me something that big? Jin shut him down immediately. No, this is yours. He weighed the box in his hand. A box like this? Thanks. He quickly pivoted, looking at Dante. So, Dante, let me ask you something. Dante looked lost. What? He did not waste time and cut straight to the point. Why did you not use your secret technique? I know you have got it. Dante's response caught him off guard. Not quite like you. I do not know what you are hiding, but acting like that when you are holding back too is not cool. Din realized this kid had sharp instincts. He played dumb, saying, What? I have no idea. He grinned. If you think it is unfair, we can go another round, but this time I will not hold anything back. Deal? Viridin jumped in. Same here. One day, we will face off as true representatives of our clans. I am actually looking forward to that showdown. I was going to say the same thing, but would it not be better if we just stayed friends? Din shot back. The future head of the Zippo clan is really getting soft? Viridin snapped back, turning red. I did not mean if things get ugly. Forget I said anything. Anyway, more drinks over here. He yelled at the others. What are you waiting for? Raising his glass, Din had a sobering thought. Even though we are laughing and drinking now, destiny will eventually force us to draw our blades against one another. Enemies who are friends, or friends who are enemies. I have no idea how this will all end. Suddenly, Viridin snapped his fingers. Oh right, I almost forgot. You guys hear about that Viridin imposter? Dante looked shocked. Wait, someone is actually pretending to be you, and on Zippo territory? That is insane. No clue who it is, but they are bold, Viridin said. Andrin is losing his mind because it is trashing our reputation. Look, Jean, I am not blaming you, but word is the Duncan clan is behind it. Jean looked puzzled. So, what is the move? How are you going to deal with this fake version of you? Simple. We catch him no matter what. I am thinking of hiring a special grade mage to track him down. Jean shook his head. Bad move. If I were you, I would use the rumors to flush him out. If you announce the Zippo clan is hunting him, you will look like a joke. You are basically telling the world you are being played. Wait for him to mess up, then pounce. Viridin nodded. That actually makes sense. I will tell them when I get home. Jin stood up, ready to head out. All right, I think we are done here for tonight. Dante looked surprised. Leaving already? Jin started walking. If I hang around any longer, I will start attracting too much attention. Unlike you guys, I actually have stuff to do. Viridin looked suspicious, like he knew there was more to it. Jin gave a tired shrug. Just leave it at that. They waved him off. See you later then. Viridin watched him walk away. My good friend. Jin stopped in his tracks hearing that. He watched his friend leave. Despite the two laughing happily behind him, he coldly muttered, Time to move. Somewhere else, Cairn was reading a letter. From Casimir to Cairn. Subject, report. It said Jin beat Dante Hirin and dominated the Cosmos arena. There was one more note. Jin hit 6-star status? He was shocked, then immediately annoyed. I told him to keep the summary short, and he sends me this? He must think I am an idiot. Khan leaned in, curious. My lord, is there news about the young master? Cairn sighed. Nothing major. Just that Jin took down the Huron heir and hit the 6-star rank. Looks like the kid is actually putting in the work. Tell Casimir I need to speak with him pronto. I am dying to meet this friend of his. Khan nodded. Got it. Casimir, the guy they were talking about, suddenly got the shivers. He jumped. What the? Why did it just get so cold in here? Jin looked at him, confused. Cold? You are literally by the fire. Are you coming down with something? Casimir shrugged. Maybe. Should I toss more wood on? Sorry, I cut you off. Anyway, can I see that map now? He handed it over without a word. Here. It is pretty blurry, but I am dying to know what is buried there. I have never seen a map that looks like this before. He squinted at the paper. There is no way to navigate with just this. Julia's eyes popped. Wait, what is that? A treasure map? I want to see. Let us go find some gold. Her face was stuck in pure awe. Wait. Casimir looked at her, confused. What is it, sweetie? Julia pointed a small finger at the map. There is something big right here. And over here too. Something important? Like people are guarding it? Something super valuable? Suddenly, Julia's face twisted in fear. She started sobbing, crying out like she was in total agony. He panicked, seeing her act so weird. Julia! The poor girl collapsed to the floor, clutching her head and screaming, "No! Stop it! No!" Suddenly, someone bolted into the room. Murakan pulled Julia into his arms, shouting, "She is losing it! We need to calm her down right now. What are you standing around for? Get Lachi in here, fast!" Casimir scrambled away. "On it!" Lachi burst in and saw the state she was in. "Julia!" Murakan barked. She saw something and completely snapped. "You have got to bring her back, now!" The boy scooped her up. "I have got her." He looked at Julia, whispering, "Deep breaths, okay? Just breathe. I am right here. You are safe now. Do not be scared. I am not going anywhere." Alicia came running in, frantic. "What happened? Husband, why is Julia crying?" Lachi quickly put a finger to his lips. "Shh." The boy held her tight. "It is all right. She is asleep." Alicia gently took her daughter back as Lachi gave a small nod. "She is finally calm now." "Nice work," Murakan grunted. The boy bowed slightly. "Lord Murakan, apologies for not greeting you sooner." Murakan waved it off. "Forget that. What the heck did she see? Was it the future?" Lachi shook his head. "No, the past." Murakan's face darkened. "The past? Was it really that bad?" "Yeah. For an asset contractor to see the past, it has to be something brutal or haunting. If they see anything linked to it, they snap. If I was a second later, we would be in real trouble. That is messed up." He leaned in. "Tell me everything," Lachi began. "It was an ancient land. The people there lived in total isolation, putting all their faith in the gods. They thought they were safe, living in peace. Then these jerks showed up. First guy was a mage. He played nice with the natives, pretending he wanted to learn their ways. But then things got weird. They started making insane demands and trashing the whole place just to find some hidden treasure. It got dark fast. They started hurting kids, and once their cover was blown, they went full psycho. They demanded a sacred relic. Connect the dots. Tribe, worship, and a god artifact. "Yo, Lachi, can you figure out what this artifact is?" The kid nods. "Yeah, hold on. Give me a second. It looks like a silver mirror, but it glows from the inside." Jin realizes something. Looking at the sketch, he is sure. That is the legendary mirror source. That mirror source is basically a magic gold mine. In my past life, reporters exposed how the brutal Zippo clan destroyed everything to get it. They basically enslaved the locals in Cologne. I saw the whole mess myself back when I was just a young cadet. The land is Colon, and the villains are the Zippos. This map points to the mirror source in some ruins. Meanwhile, some drunk guy chugs booze and complains about the neighborhood. Finally, some peace. At least the wine here does not suck. But in a quiet room, Lao Sa is getting ready. Time to meet the guests. Jin is tripping out. A magic fountain? Who knew the map he snatched from those random bandits was actually this big? Murakan notices the kid looking all depressed. "Hey, what is with that face? You look like your dog died. What are you thinking about?" Jin tells himself to play it cool. Cannot let them know he is onto it. "No, I am good. Everything is fine. Hey, Mr. Kashmir, my bad about Julia. She went through hell because of me." Kashmir just sighs. "Look, dealing with gods is never a walk in the park. I knew what I was getting into." Lachi steps up. "Do not worry, Mr. Kashmir. I have got her back. I will protect her forever." He is touched. "Thanks, Lachi. Now that we know this map is the real deal, it is time to get our hands dirty. First, I will see if anyone can read this ancient gibberish. Let the 7 colors handle it." Jin feels better, but he knows deep down things are about to get way harder. Centuries ago, the Zippo clan wiped out almost everyone in Colin. The few survivors are basically living in a prison camp right now. Can we beat the Zippos to the prize? 2 weeks later, February 17th, 1796. Some drunk guy is stumbling around. The guy is singing about the world spinning. He is a total mess. Suddenly, he trips and faceplants hard on the pavement. His head is spinning. Jin walks up and looks down at him. "You look like garbage. We are both having a rough night. Want to chat? You've got a bottle in your hand too. Does it matter? I just love wine." The drunk guy nods. "Well, you are okay then. Keep it coming." He is rambling about booze and snacks. "Are you an angel?" Jin just smiles. "I just like helping folks. My sister would approve. By the way, is that your real skin color?" He has heard it all before. "Yeah, my people look like this." Jin is curious about his tribe. The guy takes a massive swig and says his home is super far away. If I keep talking, I am gonna cry. Far away, huh? I actually have something from far away too, but I cannot read it. You know what this says? He shows the map. The bottle smashes on the ground. The guy snaps awake and gets defensive. Who are you? He senses someone behind him. No, two people. He is on high alert now. Who are you people? Are you stalking me because I am from Colon? Who is this kid? Jin stays cold. I am with the T-Con command. Alicia, the dark-haired guy, and the blue-haired kid are with me. Murakan is pissed. Hey, why are you just blurting out our names? The kid acts like a total brat. What was I supposed to do? That is what you said, Murakan warns him. You know that was not the plan. Relax. It is fine. The guy is confused. You are not with the Zippos? Then how did you find me? Jin explains they just happened to find the map. This kid is a guardian dragon and we saw the pure hatred hidden in this map. We have been looking for anyone who knows the secret, but found nobody. Then we just bumped into you in T-Con. Call it fate or whatever, but it was a total accident. The guy shakes his head. No way that is an accident. Fine, whatever. Just follow me. You need to meet my sister. She will know what to do with you guys. He leads the crew to his place. Lausa walks out. Welcome. I have been waiting for the famous heroes of T-Con. The guy bows low. Lady Lausa, I brought them without asking. She just smiles. No, you did good. Murakan realizes she was expecting them. Jin can feel it. Is that holy power? This vibe should not even be here. Is it her noble blood or is she some kind of chosen one? Born in the temple of the sword and picked by the shadows, the last of the black dragons and the guardian of the child loved by the great Asmer Ilele? Lausa just brushes it off. Do not be so shocked. It is just a little trick. Jin recognizes the energy. I have felt this before. Jin asks if she is a goddess. She does not even blink. No, I am just the middleman here, a bridge between worlds. If I were a god, I would not be hiding in a hole after losing my home. Murakan chips in. So you are basically a vessel for an old god. You are pretty sharp, but you are fading away soon, aren't you? Lausa sighs. You are really rubbing salt in the wound, sir. First time I have heard of an ancient god in Cologne. Who are you representing anyway? Can I see that map? Jin hands it over. While you are checking that out, can you tell me what it actually says? Lausa starts reading. To whoever holds the heart of Cologne, please do not leave us behind. We are begging you. We are silent survivors. The gods gave us a task, but no power. It is so cruel. Lausa looks up. My late grandfather made this, and let me tell you, this map has two hidden powers. Forget the Zippo clan and their garbage oppression. Jin is the new hope, and his daily grind finally paid off. So, listen up, I have got a little proposal for you. You in or what? Murakan is all salty, like, what is with the offer? You are totally drained of power and you are making moves? Just admit you need our help to get to Cologne. Stop faking and just ask, homie. She just laughs at that. Wow, how nice of you. But honestly, Jin, I do not believe that real help ever comes from pity. I am not looking for any handouts. It has been a minute since you heard Solderet, right? Well, I have got a little reward for you. I will burn all my remaining juice to summon your god. Murakan is over here doing the math. An ancient god is vessel plus Azith is contractor. That is going to bring some serious heat to this area. What is the plan, kid? Jin takes about a second to decide. Fine, let us gear up for Colon. Just do not expect me to save every single one of you. That is a pretty tall order to guarantee. Lau is vibing with that. Good enough. I will leak some insider Colon info to help you out. History is calling, and Jin says thanks for the assist. They pull up, but the Colon historical site is totally locked down and forbidden. Casimir is stressed out, saying this is a total disaster. Maybe I should send some scouts first, but Murakan is not buying it. He says sending lackeys will not change the fact that this is a restricted area. Jin is thinking to himself, this place used to be open to everyone before I regressed. It looks like things changed while I was away being a cadet. Usually, the nightmare stuff happening here would not be leaked by reporters for another 11 years. But the way things are going now, that is probably not happening. Casimir is panicking. No other choice? Master Jin, what are we even supposed to do now? We cannot just stroll into a magic testing lab like you said, but they do not even care. They just walk straight in. He is shook. Lord Jin, Lord Murakan, wait for me. Jin is smelling something fishy. Is it not super weird that there is only one sign for a supposed forbidden zone? No guards, no magic traps, nothing. Is the Zippo clan really that lazy with a place this big? Casimir is guessing they already found the treasure and dipped. Jin thinks they maybe gave up after searching for hundreds of years. Murakan thinks it is just a vacation house. Then, he feels something totally sketchy. Murakan yells for them to freeze. He is eyeing the noise. Someone is digging over there. Murakan spots them. They are the locals, right over there. There is a real troublemaker in the mix. Casimir looks at the construction site and sees silver hair. Is that a pureblood Zippo Royal? He confirms it. Day drinking like a boss, that is definitely Muron. Jin knows him as the owner of the Magic Towers. Not just Keolia is sixth son, he is famous for being a totally unhinged wizard because of his weirdo personality. Here is the tea. He is a pureblood Zippo but has 0 bodyguards. Casimir says he is the master of the 7th Magic Tower in Jipo. He is an 8-star mage packed with items, so he is acting cocky. Murakan is ready to kill, saying once his head is off, "We just gotta bail with everyone, right? That is why we brought this germ along with us anyway." Jin shuts down his bloodlust. Nah, he is a pureblood. We already clipped Andre Zippo, so this would be huge news. Even if we end Moron, we need a solid reason to keep the Zippos from retaliating. Suddenly, the bushes are moving. A branch shakes. Dino slowly peeks out from the leaves. He does not see them and just walks cautiously. Jin's voice gets all dark behind his ear. "Who are you? Do not make me ask twice." He freezes and stammers out Dino Jugland. "I am a reporter." That name hits Jin hard. Dino Jugland is the guy who wrote the Cologne report in his past life. That was supposed to be 10 years from now. He is early. Jin says, "Go back." Looking at Dino, Jin sees a guy in his early 20s with a pretty weak and fragile build. This kid actually started a war with the Zippo family? Mad respect. Jin is like, "So, a reporter? You looking for a big scoop here? What is the story?" He is acting a bit shy. "Before I spill, can I ask where you guys are from?" Jin says, "Chill. We are just." I am giving him the most basic excuse ever. We are just passing through. Honestly, a buddy of mine from around here asked me to handle something. But since you mentioned you are a reporter, it looks like our goals and our destination are exactly the same. Dino is blown away. "You guys actually know what is going down with the Cologne people?" Murakan is on guard. "Hold up, kid. We really telling this guy everything?" Casimir stops him, saying it is so he can finish his investigation. Murakan is still acting suspicious of the guy. Casimir explains that he is probably here to get some boots on the ground info. Master Jin is going to team up with him to gather the evidence needed to take down the Zippo clan. He probably already has a ton of info on this mess. Dino thinks about it for a bit, then grabs a notebook from his bag. He hands it to Jin. "Take a look at this." Jin flips through the pages. January 3rd, 1976. 3 locals vanished. I think Muron dragged them to the basement. January 5th, 1976. The locals I talked to are gone now too. I had to interview some other people. They say Muron used magic on Thika. I cannot get the look in her eyes out of my head. Jin catches on fast. "Even local diaries? You are playing with fire. You know what happens if the Zippo clan finds this notebook, right?" Dino's voice is chill. "It is fine. I got close to Muron before when he was wasted. After some questions, I realized he has no guards. There is no reason for him to use you to get answers from me. Killing me would be way easier." Jin hands back the diary. "Got it. So, Dino Jugland, can I ask a favor?" Over at Muron he is still being a brat. Those old men. Just because I played around a bit, they send me to this trash heap? Forget them. Muron snaps at his servant. "You agree, do you not, you half-breed?" Suddenly Dino shows up and asks, "Drinking alone is pretty lonely, huh?" Muron is like, "Oh, Dino. Yeah, drinking without a buddy sucks." Dino walks up from the trees with a smile and a bottle. He acts like they are besties. "I cannot even have a conversation with these people. They are just not on my level." He finally admitted it. "Yeah, they're just travelers and storytellers. I figured you'd dig their vibes, so I brought them along. My bad for not asking permission first, though." He reaches out like he owns the place. "No, wait, it is too loud in here. Where did you find these guys? Dino's Apple? I met them in the Phelon Kingdom while hunting for some magic herbs. Introduce yourselves, guys." Jin steps up first, acting all polite. "It is a great honor to meet you, Sir Muron." Muron just gives him this creepy, knowing smirk. Back in the day, Veridin had Muron's number. Big Brother Muron is a total nightmare. Andre was a piece of work, but he is nothing compared to this guy. Just thinking about the stuff Muron has done makes me want to puke. No idea what the elders were smoking when they made him the Magic Tower Master. Dante is shocked. "You are really trashing your own brother like that? Is he seriously that much of a disaster?" He does not even bother explaining because a naive kid like Dante would not get it. "Anyway, Jin, a clash between us and the Runcandel clan is coming. It is unavoidable. So, if you ever run into Muran, do not even think about holding back, or you will regret it big time. Muran looks interested now. So, kid, why do not you tell me all about your little journey? Jin plays the part perfectly. Like Dino said, we have had some wild adventures. Muran sounds amused. Oh, so you have been through a lot, have you? No way, Jin says. Compared to the great Lord Zipful's missions, our stuff is nothing. Muran turns and calls out, Dino's apple? He bows low. Yes, my lord? Muran gets all chatty. We first met 2 weeks ago, right? I have actually been pretty curious about you. I mean, just think about it for a second. Some random reporter just sneaks into a Zipful restricted zone like that? I was like, who the hell is this guy? Dino flinches and stammers out an apology. Muran puts an arm around him. No, I am not blaming you. You just caught my eye. But Dino, why were you digging around for info on those red-skinned people? Jin and Murakan immediately go on high alert. Muran keeps rambling. You were wandering all over the place while I was away. Man, I had to do so much work to shut up those people who could not keep their mouths closed. My clever little Dino's apple, did you really not know? Guys, just like you have all gone missing because of me, you had no idea about that, did you? He flashes a wicked, cruel smile. Muran starts laughing like a total psycho. Oh man, look at these stupid little bugs, still crawling around here when I have already given the order. What do you even believe in? Not scared? I just do not get it. So stupid. But now I see why you are so damn arrogant. Dino stares in shock at the fire magic flaring from Muran. Muran easily guesses it. The Sword Garden, that is who is backing you. Jin and Murakan silently watch the situation unfold. Murakan grabs Dino by the shoulder from behind and hauls him up. Just then, Muran strikes with his blade, sending a massive wave of energy tearing through the air. They all dive to the side, barely escaping Muran's explosive attack. Muran is now standing there, completely surrounded by a massive, blazing sphere of fire. A shield? I did not even see him cast a spell for a barrier that big. Even if he is hiding his magic behind those flames, there is no way I should not feel a trace of mana. What is he doing? Murakan panics and yells, Kid, watch out. Even if he can hide his spells partially, trying to see through that barrier, he realizes the guy is hiding something big. Muran whispers, You are Jin, right? I bet that runaway priest contacted someone from the Runcandel family. Jin is surprised. How do you know what I look like? Whatever, you probably would not tell me anyway. I will just beat the answers out of you, piece by piece. Muran keeps rambling without a hint of fear. Thinking about it, Jin, you are just a reserve squire. How the hell did you manage to sign a contract? Acting on your own? Jin snaps back. You are so loud. That laugh and that annoying voice are really starting to bore me. Muran just shrugs and says, Oh, my bad. Time to start. Ice magic blasts toward Jin. He ducks and weaves, dodging every shot. Then he barely manages to roll out of the way of the next wave. More magic fires toward Dino and Murakan. Murakan grits his teeth at the guy's sheer arrogance. The spells keep flying, aiming right for the innocent people nearby. Murakan snaps, You bastard. His veins are popping as he throws a massive punch that shatters the ground, blowing away all that incoming magic power in one shot. Murakan barks at Dino, Hey, handle the civilians and get them out of here now. Dino quickly leads the crying crowd away. Hurry up, everyone, move it. Dino stops in his tracks, speechless at the horror. His voice is shaking with pure rage. Muran, you bastard. Tears stream down his face. You are a freaking monster. How could you do this? What did you do to everyone? A piece of trash like you belongs in hell. Muran looks absolutely thrilled. Exactly, Dino. That is the face. I have always wondered how you would look once you found out. I love that expression. You stupid idiot, you never knew your place. You are just a nobody. A spy who does nothing but wag his tail for his master. Does saving these lowlifes make you feel good? Look at them, Dino. They are suffering because of you. Every word cuts deep into Dino's pride. But then Murakan swings a punch, cutting Muran off before he can finish saying how much he loves seeing that look on his face. Muran's eyes widen in total shock as a punch hits like a meteor. Enough of your ego trip, Murakan growls. Stop rambling. We are about to end you right now. Jin and Murakan team up, dead set on taking down this arrogant jerk. Observers watching the fight are stunned. Even with his guard down, getting sent flying like that is insane. That is shadow energy. Muran glares at the shadow energy swirling around his palm. This is a real pain. It is not mana and it is not aura. What the hell is this stuff? It is eating my magic like pure darkness. Darkness? No way. Is that shadow energy? If it is, then that means Jin is really He figures it out fast. So Solderet is siding with the Runcandels again? He broke the pact. Jin watches as his crazy opponent suddenly vanishes. He spots him instantly. Murakan, Kashmir, look up. Above us. Sharp ice spikes come raining down from the sky. Murakan snaps. Damn it, how the hell did I not see that coming until now? Jin explains he was hiding his energy and using spells as a distraction. Muron has to admit it. Not bad. You are pretty sharp, kid. Jin, I prepared this move in secret. How embarrassing. But anyway, it is going to be hard for you bugs to stay alive now. Murakan ignores him and charges straight in. Jin jumps in to fight alongside him. This tag team makes Muron cautious. Jin raises his hand, casting a spell to redirect the falling ice magic away from them. Everything slams into the dirt while shadow energy snakes forward. Muron reaches out and summons his weapon. That staff in his hand is pulsing with some seriously creepy energy. Energy beams blast out and then focus entirely on Jin. His gaze is sharp as a blade. Muron powers up and declares he is going all out against him. He has no idea Jin is already standing right behind him. By the time Muron feels it and turns, it is too late. A shadow shield slams down. What? Back off. Muron dodged fast. Something sliced through the air, ripping space. He kept swinging that sword, leaking pure dark energy. Jin saw it. Whatever magic he used, this dark energy just erased it. Sodor et Sal's power. This guy was mocking him. Things were getting real dangerous. Moron set the trap. Massive chains wrapped around him. The guy was glowing, thinking he won. Sword flashes were everywhere, crisscrossing the air. Jin broke out, and Muron got hyped. You are making me nervous, kid. He wanted to end Jin right here in this trashy mine. Finally, this dump shines. Great. Jin thought he was a total psycho. Was this whole place a magic trap? Fighting back would just drain him. He had to dodge. Jin signaled the crew. Murakan, Kashmir, Yap. Murakan barked at the crowd. Move it. Everyone out of the magic circle right now. The psycho laughed. Useless. My magic covers everything you see. Every corner, every crack. There is literally nowhere left for you to hide. Now, Jin, let us have some fun. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet just exploded. Jin dodged through thick ice, then froze for a second. A massive fire pillar slammed down right in front of him. He stayed cool, scanning the red mist. Corrosive land? One touch, and you are literal fertilizer for the dirt. Jin realized he had no choice. He had to take this clown down head on. He drew his sword, going all in. His dark energy clashed against Moron's red flames. Jin pushed hard, blowing the power back, but he didn't let up. Something was off. He only had 3-star power. How was he controlling this much magic? Was he hiding some kind of artifact somewhere? Moron stood tall, looking suspicious. Did this kid actually understand his magic? He noticed Gin dodged the fire without touching the corrosive ground. Then he just smashed my fire pillar. No normal person could do that without knowing the spell. He figured it out. No way. Jin, are you a magic swordsman? You were hiding that? Nice. You are a magic swordsman, aren't you? I knew it, you sneaky brat. But now, this whole thing is just getting annoying. Since you have mana too, I am just going to crush you with even more power. He knew about mana backflow. It is the worst nightmare for any mage. Your internal magic goes haywire, and your organs just turn to mush. In a mage duel, the weaker one gets hit with this. Unlike warriors, it is how mages figure out who is at the top of the food chain. Moron was acting all high and mighty. These poor commoners had 0 mana, so making them suffer from backflow was impossible. Even if they are weak, I still need magic to handle them. He reached out with a hand glowing with spells. But for you, I won't waste time. Jin just smirked. You really think closing the gap is a good idea? Just what I wanted. A black orb floated in his hand. Here, have a gift. Watch closely. Power exploded, turning everything blindingly bright. Moron's world went pitch black. I can't see a thing. Is darkness the power of shadow magic? No, this felt different. There was a massive flash of light right in front of his eyes. Light. That is it. A blinding flash. The next attack was coming. Jin's sword turned jet black as he slashed. Moron blocked with his staff. He fought like a cornered rat, throwing everything at Jin. But the kid was untouched, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Ancient magic? I didn't see that coming. The power of both light and shadow? You think you are some novel hero? Jin saw his move. He was pushing the dark energy out of his wound. His reaction speed was more like a monster's. His mana wasn't as strong as Andre's, but in a one-on-one, this guy was way tougher. Moron kept taunting. So, what's next? Ready for more? Jin thought it over. Given this guy's battle experience, he was definitely hiding something else besides that mana backflow trick. Murakan looked around, plotting something. His creepy, muffled laughter started echoing, which actually caught Jin off guard. Murakan vanished, but his voice remained. Jin, you think I am crazy, right? But we are the same. Jin saw through it, stalling for time with small talk, boring. He laughed like a maniac. You think you can kill me? Good luck with that. My demon guards are still protecting me. Let us see. Maybe 3 left? Murakan was actually counting the survivors. Don't get ahead of yourself, Jin warned. What is your point? The guy smirked. So, I have got your attention now, huh? People like us do anything to win. You noticed, didn't you? My control is way above 3 stars. How? Watch. Murakan fired a blast to the side. Innocent people died instantly. How dare those zipful blessed losers and that trash reporter think they are better than me? I use them as mana amplifiers. Are we done talking? They look like corpses, but a few are still breathing. They are my mana batteries now. So, Jin, you want my head? You will have to go through them first. Someone was actually trying to stand up in the rubble. See? I told you, we are the same. We do whatever it takes to win. Now, finish them off so we can have our final showdown, Jin. The surviving girl yelled out, he is lying. It was Latika, trying to warn Jin. Everything he says is a lie. There is no amplifier. He tortured us to find out how to use the relic. A relic? Did he find a sacred treasure? Murakan flinched. The girl started sobbing. They have all been crushed to the bone. My poor people. He didn't feel a thing for them. Shut your mouth, you little bug. Latika called out his crimes. They are all dead. Murakan snapped back. Shut up, you brat. She bravely exposed him. He played with their lives. He used us like lab rats and tossed us aside. He is lying just to mess with your head, so... Got him. Exposed and totally speechless. His eyes are burning with pure hate, looking at me like I am absolute garbage. Die, he says. Latika stood there, stunned as energy wrapped around her. Her body reflected a light that looked absolutely lethal. Thick, dark flames roared up, swallowing her whole. He screams, you little brat, how dare you ruin my show? He expected me to be howling in pain after seeing those corpses, but nope, tonight is the main event. Dino is hiding in the bushes, calling for Jin. He is desperate. Sir, you have to save her. That is Latika the boss and only leader of the natives right here now. Please, save her. Looking at her trapped in those flames, Jin realizes it is the Zippo family secret, the blue fire demon eye. I have heard of this before. Back in the day, Valoria asked. Jin, have you ever heard of the blue fire? It is a secret technique called the blue fire demon eye. Only those Zippo creeps can use it. One look and that flame spawns. It never stops burning, no matter how much you try to struggle. Eventually, it just eats you alive. He asked, how do I fight fire like that? She thought, burn it. Use a hotter flame to incinerate the blue fire itself. The blue fire is raging. Murakan is totally confused. Does Jin really have an even hotter flame? He successfully rescues Latika, then blocks the attack with a stronger blue fire. Yeah, this should do it. The villain finally chokes out. Impossible. He knows the chosen ones become the greatest mages of their time. But the one chosen is just a basic swordsman. A Kandon commoner, a title I would never even dream of having. How dare you take it? Latika watches in shock. She realizes the heat is gone. Her whole body was wrapped in fire, but there is not a single burn on her. It is like the fire is protecting her. Jin suddenly says, thanks, lady. If it was not for you, that creep would have fooled me. You can take a break now. Latika warns him it is not over yet. Murakan is using a real holy relic power, but he does not actually own the thing. He just knows a few chants he tortured out of us. The real relic is hidden somewhere only we know. You came here because Sister Laura asked, right? When this fight ends, I will show you the relic. So please, put an end to this. Jin turns to settle the score. Look at your face. It is hilarious. Murakan, you are shocked I was chosen. Huh? Magic traps, creepy eyes, you used every trick in the book, but the game is over now. Time for the gates of hell to open for you. He thinks he misheard. Hell? You arrogant punk. I was the lover of the witch Helaram. I am the one who had the honor of drinking with the Dark Sea King. A black vortex swirls as Murakan rants. You mentioned hell, right? He wants to punish the kid. Now you will see what real hell looks like. The blue flames slowly merge together. Murakan fires a blast, but the blue flames hit like a tidal wave, crushing his dark energy. Murakan grinds his teeth, enduring the heat. Is this the pressure flame? Jin wonders. Is the spirit angry? Because of that spell? He feels something massive and violent exploding right behind him. Turns out Murakan is back to give an update. I got everyone evacuated already. That last chant was Demon King Organ's signature spell. While the spirit is busy interfering, you need to move and stop him now. Gather your dark energy and wrap it around the blade. Give it everything you have got. Dark energy thickens in Murakan's hand as he hurls it straight at the enemy. Kid, do it now. Step on the energy and run. Slice through that space. Following orders, Jin sees the result and coughs up a mouthful of blood. Damn, that is brutal. The mana backlash hits all at once. I cannot hold this form much longer. Murakan immediately senses that something is wrong. He laughs like a maniac. My glorious, lonely life ends under Hellerum Blade, and I will be worshipped by the dead at Hellgate. Murakan keeps chanting. Jin is fuming. He refuses to lose this. He grips his sword with everything he has. Murakan freezes as Jin raises his sword, trailing dark energy. He finally gets the trick. Even if I swing 1,000,000 times, nothing will change unless I do this. He puts his entire will into the blade. Jin eyes flash with a deadly glint. Murakan pupils dilate in pure terror. Slash! The strike carries his absolute will as it rains down. The sword energy rips through the gate and hits him directly. Jin lands safely while the dark energy explodes. The guy can only watch as he gets completely shredded into pieces. Cracks start appearing on the shield, and then it shatters into 1,000,000 pieces. Murakan stands there like a statue, totally speechless. The blue fire reflects off his face, sweeping over him like a tsunami. When it clears, Murakan is charred crisp. He lets out a dying growl as his staff goes dark. Jin's sword is still dripping with dark energy. He lifts it up. Thinking back to the attack, he realizes the energy that Shadow spat out felt totally different. This is the first time I have felt this. Is this the power of the sword heart? Murakan's body shakes as he tries to stand. His staff flickers with dying light. Jin stays on high alert. Murakan struggles to raise his staff one last time, but he cannot do a thing. His whole body collapses and crumbles into the dirt. Jin sighs, it is over. He is completely spent. Murakan and Latika are terrified as Jin passes out and hits the ground. Murakan screams, "Hey kid," but no answer. Voices buzz in Jin ear. That magic staff used by the Zippo Tower leaders has a special feature. There is a tiny little rune hidden on the very tip. When the staff is waved, that rune activates and sends a distress signal straight back to their magic tower. Which means, someone chimes in, "You mean we cannot relax for even a second? Wake up, Jin." He opens his eyes to see Murakan sitting there. "You are finally awake, huh? Hey kid." Murakan pours some powder from a paper wrap into his mouth. "Since you are awake, drink this." Jin is startled. What the heck is this? Looking at the black liquid in his hand, Jin is shocked. What is this? You almost died from mana backlash, man. You just swallowed a ground-up unicorn horn. It is a special medicine that works wonders for mana backlash. I actually feel way better, Jin says. Mana is back, but my energy is still a mess. Cosmia jumps in. Honestly, Jin, you did a great job. Jin feels a warm glow. Sir Cosmia, thanks. When did you even get all this stuff ready? He awkwardly denies it. It was not me. They gave it to us. Cosmia points to Dino walking over with Latika. Wait, how did Dino pull that off? He said he went drinking with Murakan and heard he swiped a unicorn horn from some house. Then Latika shows up, tries to act all official for a second. I am Latika Mamutika, the sub for Lady Lausa. Whatever goes down here, I am taking it to my grave. Latika gets real and says Lausa would want you to save us. Not just save us, but like, fix our holy relic and get us back. You are like, fix it? Is it busted? Murakan stops him. Wait, I thought it was total trash at first. But that crazy guy just now, his power was on a whole new level. He was talking about your relics, right? What is the name of this god you worship? Latika stammers. Clam. He cuts her off. Never heard of him. What generation of gods is he even from? The Mia suggest, look, if this is legit, let us just find the relic and get the hell out of here. This place is dead, but it is Zippo turf. Who knows when they will sniff us out? She remembers, wait, there is a tiny problem. We have to fix it. Fixing it takes solar power to crack the seal. Murakan loses his cool and yells, the sun? Are you kidding me right now? It is the middle of the night. Latika says we have to wait for dawn, then gather the tribe. He is impatient. Why is everything so complicated? We need to move fast before the Zippos find us. Suddenly, someone starts screaming, move it, you pests. Wait, Zippo, the relic, and 3 days of light? What could it be? Something is missing here. Something really, really important. Murakan is finished. Done. Dead. This is the most remote part of the Zippo land, basically a trash heap. If there is no signal, we are good. He is getting close. It is the tower. Jin confirms it is the magic tower. Murakan was the master of the Zippo family tower. Murakan snaps. Yeah, obviously. Everyone knows that. Casimir adds, wait, Jin, how is that possible? He grabs the staff and warns, we are out of time. They will be here any second. The blue magic on the staff starts glowing. Meanwhile, at Tower 7, the Vice Master is waiting for his new guests. The Mia guess that based on the old scripts, he really is the Tower Master. Murakan is confused. Hey, explain it. Why does being a master matter? He is embarrassed to say he is not sure, but apparently, those Zippo elites have a secret move to summon phantoms. He is shocked. They can do that? Do they know? Even the Mia are not totally sure about that. The Zippo clan is blowing up right now, so who knows what is real. Then he remembers Luna mentioning it. My teacher's advice really helped me prepare. Every tower has at least 100 mages. Most of them are 7 or 9 star rank. But first, we protect the locals. If a whole crowd shows up, it is going to be a total mess. Latika just stays quiet and listens. Jin speaks up. Lord Casimir, how long until they get here? He says Tower 7 is way up north. Even with a portal, it is 2 hours. He looks serious. 2 hours, huh? Jin has an idea. Can we, maybe, do one thing first? He is hesitant. Young master, is that even possible? If you are a second late, everyone dies. Plus, that guy is neutral. He will definitely say no way. Jin is sure. Do not sweat it. Even if they are offended, they will not refuse. We are running out of time here, Lord Casimir. I am counting on you. He has to agree. Fine, I will do it, no matter what. Just make sure you come back alive. Jin is like, obviously. Looking at the box in the cave, Murakan asks, is this enough? Latika says thank you so much. Now then, she pauses to check his face. Then she tells the tribe, let us start the ceremony and fix the relic. He is worried if they can handle it. Hearing Jin cough, Murakan turns around. He looks pale and says, I think I pushed it too hard again. He is not happy. No duh. You crazy kid. Who kills a guy then calls the enemy's underlings? Back in my day, if you messed up, nobody was coming to save you. Jin says Luna is coming. Murakan denies it. That is different, babe. We are literally out here trying to save the world. Will Casimir even show up on time? He is totally confident. He has a portal, it will be fine. He stops arguing. If he is late, we are toasted. Meanwhile, Mito's squad is flying in on red dragons. The dragon reports, Boss, I see the Colon ruins down there. Mito orders, tell me what you see. The guy says the locals are doing some ritual. There are 2 strangers there, maybe outsiders. No sign of the master. He is so mad his veins are popping. Someone says, calm down, maybe he is a hostage. Mito growls, if anything happened to my brother, I will make them all crawl and beg for death right under my boots. Murakan looks up and counts. 6 dragons and 30 mages. If things get ugly, I will go full dragon mode, but the Zippo main force is coming. Good luck. He starts complaining about old times. Timar, you jerk. You stabbed me 1,000 years ago and the scar still hurts. Like seriously? The red dragons land in an empty field where the mysterious group has gathered together. Looking at the dragons, Jin is curious. Murakan, you know these guys? Are they all fire dragons? He says no, they are just kids. They are red dragons, basically the budget version of fire dragons, probably Khadun's minions. The leader says, I am the Vice Master of Tower 7. Where is Murakan? Jin is chill. Who knows, I have not seen him. He searches his brain. Mito? Never heard of this guy in my life. He tries to stay calm. I do not know why you are chasing my brother. He is a weirdo and makes enemies, but are you those Runcandel dogs? He is still arrogant. Why would I tell you? Mito is fuming and clenches his fists. I did not tell you to take your mask off. Answer me. Is my brother still alive? I am asking you as his own flesh and blood. Come on, you have a family too. You get it, right? If you just tell me the truth, I promise I won't lay a single finger on your family. Please, just tell me what I need to know. But facing my rage, he just scoffs and says I am being hilarious. These monsters who hurt everyone are suddenly acting like they care about family bonds? Give me a break, he snapped coldly, telling them to just shut up with that nonsense. Humiliated by Jin, Mi-Do absolutely lost it and screamed, how dare you? Those pests aren't noble humans like the Zippo family. But then he suddenly went dead silent as he realized something was very wrong. Behind Jin lay a shriveled, dried-up corpse. Mi-Do choked back the pain and finally accepted the truth. Fine, I get it. I was too late. But you dogs couldn't even leave a single scratch on my big brother. What kind of dirty tricks did you use? He ordered his men to prepare for an attack. Do not shoot, take them alive. Their guns were already aimed and ready to fire. As the magic circles fired into the air, Mido thought that dying now would be too easy for them. They needed to rot slowly in pure agony. Within each magic circle, powers of wind, fire, and ice surged with different colors. He was determined to make them beg at his feet for death. He would use their blood and screams as an offering to his brother. One look, and you could tell it was all just a show. He didn't back down, but just as the fight started, a third power suddenly crashed the party. A cold voice rang out, saying, "I hate hot things." Just like that, all of Mido's magic circles froze solid. They turned into massive blocks of ice before shattering into a million tiny pieces. A massive dark vortex of freezing ice appeared right where they were standing. The clicking of high heels echoed across the cold stone. The newcomer spoke up, saying she was only there because she heard her daughter gave someone flowers. Looks like I arrived a little late. This was Talaris Endoma, the 51st master of the Hidden Palace. The air around them seemed to freeze solid, but she was even colder than the atmosphere itself. Midu had no idea who she was and asked, "Who is she?" Everyone else was freaking out seeing such a legendary figure show up. The palace master, Talaris herself. Jin knew right away that Sir Kashmir had succeeded. Murakan was totally hyped, wondering who this palace master was. He told the kid it was a pretty impressive move. She noted that only the chosen can control the ice, and she didn't expect anyone in this era to pull it off. She called to her daughter, "Sweetie, go inside and rest." Then the ice shield began to close. Once Cirrus was safe, Talaris was ready to settle the score. She shifted her weight, and a massive wall of ice suddenly shot up into the sky. The wall turned into an ice sphere, trapping them inside. Talaris curiously watched the young man in front of her. "So, you're the one my daughter gave flowers to," she said. He introduced himself as Jin. Talaris continued, saying she had heard plenty about him. "How are you still standing? You have external wounds, but your internal injuries are way worse." Jin just shrugged it off, saying it was no big deal. She kept questioning him, saying at least he knew how to talk. Then she asked one thing. Was he really the one who killed her little toy? Oh, Alcaro, or whatever his name was? Jin remembered him from his cadet days. It seemed like Cirrus couldn't keep her mouth shut after all. Talaris patted his shoulder, promising she wasn't going to take her anger out on him. She would have dealt with him anyway. But then she asked if he knew any decent men he could set her up with. She noticed Murakan and suggested the big guy next to him. He acted all smug, saying she had a good eye. Talaris started flirting, asking if this big guy wanted to go grab some tea sometime. She turned back to her daughter, telling Cirrus to take care of her boyfriend while she handled business. Embarrassed, Cirrus snapped back that he wasn't her boyfriend and she had already told her that. Talaris asked why she gave him flowers then. She tried explaining it was just so no one else would touch him before their fight. Cirrus asked Jin if he was busy, and he admitted things had been a bit chaotic. Letting Jin rest his head on her lap, she kept talking. "Was it Casimir who brought the flowers to you?" she asked. He looked like he was ready to die for it. He begged Jin, saying the girl he gave flowers to was in mortal danger. "He even woke my mother up," Cirrus added. "You really have some great allies on your side." Jin completely agreed, saying everyone was so kind. He told her he didn't deserve any of them, and he didn't deserve her either. She tried to comfort him, saying he didn't need to thank her. She just hated it when anyone other than her hurt him. Suddenly, he coughed up a pool of black blood. Panicking, Cirrus asked if he was okay. She couldn't even believe it. Black blood? Had he really been fighting in this condition the whole time? He managed to mutter a sorry, but Cirrus pulled out some medicine and cut him off. "Stop talking." She couldn't help but wonder what could have forced him to fight like this. She hated it. On the other side, Talaris looked at her opponent's appearance with genuine surprise. "Oh, your hair isn't silver. You aren't a pureblood, are you?" Midu felt lucky. He knew this wouldn't be easy, so it was a good thing he had alerted his clan before heading out. If I can just stall for time, reinforcements will definitely show up. He shouted out that he was Midu, Vice Master of the 7th Tower. He asked why she was interfering with Zippo business since she ruled the West Sea. She questioned him back, asking about this Zippo business. "It has been a while since I acted, but didn't you think you were the ones interfering with me?" Midu was left totally speechless. Talaris gave her final answer, saying she would spare him if he just got out. Her attitude made his blood boil. He yelled, "Palace Master, how dare you start trouble on Zippo territory?" Her voice turned cold as she repeated, "Zippo territory? Is that why you think you can talk to me like that?" Behind Talaris, a massive mythical horse began to take shape. She ordered them to shut up. The man tried his best to resist the overwhelming pressure she was giving off, but he failed. His head slammed into the ground, leaving Mido shocked as he yelled, "Third Elder!" He quickly ordered his men to raise the barriers and make sure that freezing wind didn't get through. At the same time, they opened fire, launching the power of the Red Dragon straight at Talaris. She calmly raised her fan and gave it a simple flick, releasing a frost that froze everything in sight. The ice began to crack and shatter into pieces. Talaris just casually asked, "And then what? You want to keep going?" Midu decided to go all in, shouting that even if they all died here, the world would forget her and her palace, not the Zippo family. She waited to see what kind of trick her opponent would pull next. Suddenly, a massive, earth-shaking explosion went off. Mido boasted that this was the power his master gave him, and even she couldn't escape it. But he didn't expect to still hear Talaris's voice. "A spatial explosion? Cilia must really like you to give you his power. But it seems he forgot to teach you the most important thing about the hidden palace." She swung her sword toward him, saying she would be the one to teach him. Mido froze as he realized he had messed with the wrong person. Talaris was determined to give him a real lesson about ice. Her fan unleashed a freezing wind that left Midu stunned and unsure of what to do. As the violent gusts blasted toward him, he gasped, "Wind?" Suddenly, blood started spraying everywhere from right behind him. He turned around in disbelief. His men were already frozen solid, their bodies shattered into pieces. Midu didn't even notice Talaris had closed the gap until she asked why he looked so surprised. He turned pale as he looked back at her. Talaris coldly asked if he was shocked because his clever trap failed so quickly, or because his arm was gone. Without him even noticing, Midu's arm had frozen and shattered into dust. He is just standing there, totally dazed, like he feels zero pain. Talaris snaps at him. "This is why wizards are such a headache. Your enemy is right there, dude. Are you looking away because you are arrogant or just plain stupid? That is a rookie mistake no real warrior ever makes." Mido just collapses in fear, blaming himself. How can the power gap be this insane? It is all his fault. Forget stalling for time. Even if the backup team shows up, they are just going to be snacks for this monster. Total disaster. He watches Talaris approach like some ice-wielding reaper ready to collect his soul right then and there. A magic circle glows under Mido. He cannot even process what is happening. Suddenly, a pillar of golden light shoots into the sky, leaving nothing but black smoke behind. Talaris freezes. What the hell is that? Talaris cannot hide her shock as she stares up at the light beaming down. Mido's squad just got teleported away, and he is just as stunned as she is. "Leave the rest to us, White Knight Council." Ceres is blindsided by the sudden shift. She calls out to her mom, saying it is finally over, but her voice sounds totally panicked. Turns out that light is just a massive spotlight from a flying ship. She wonders if it is a killing machine floating in the night sky. Murakan recognizes it immediately. That is the ship Luzipo used in the war. Is that crazy guy really that important to their family? Jin drags his aching body up. Luzipo attacked again right after the vice chief died, and now they are coming for blood. He is stressed. That ship is a major problem, especially the killers piloting it from the inside. The White Knight Council, the elite squad from the Zippo family. Great. At this rate, I am just going to be a burden. Talaris decides to bail. She does not want to fight that thing here. "Look, black-handed kid, I am moving the locals to safety, so get ready." But Jin just snaps back with a hard no. "I am not going anywhere until this ritual is finished." She is speechless. This kid is way too stubborn. A dark aura radiates from Talaris. "Do I look like I am asking you? I did not come here to listen to your whining." Jin struggles to his feet and shouts, "If they do not finish this ritual now, we cannot stop the Zippos later. More people will get hurt. Please, do not let this tragedy happen again. Help me out here." She is stunned by his words. Jin waits for her answer. Finally, Talaris turns to leave. "You have got exactly 1 hour to wrap this up. And once this is all over, you, your parents, and I are having a talk." Over with Latika, she is still praying with her people, praying for a miracle. Suddenly, someone calls her name. It is Jin. He has got bad news. Is there any way to speed this ritual up? The Zippos are gearing up for a full-scale attack right now. Latika tells him to just go. "We know what is in the sky, Jin. We cannot let you put yourselves in any more danger for us. They won't kill us until they find the relic. You are the only ones who have stood by us all this time. Thank you." Jin puts a hand on her shoulder. "Look, I haven't actually helped you yet, so I'm not giving up. I will ask one more time. Is there any other way?" Latika sighs. "Only if Priestess Laosha were here, but she is long gone." Ceres asks if Laosha is dead. "No, she is in Tikan." Ceres grins. "Really? Well, then we are good." The ice carriage starts moving. Ceres tells them to get in. If she is still breathing, I will drag her here, no matter where she is hiding. Teleris looks up and sighs. Oh boy. Now my daughter is using my magic without asking. Is she serious right now? Having a blast, aren't you? I do not know what you are planning, but I guess I will hold them off like I promised. Murakan cracks his knuckles. Holding back Zippo's elite for an hour? That is easy. Besides, it is not like teen drama takes that long anyway. She is shocked. Wait, you are actually helping me? He shrugs. Well, since I cannot flex my full dragon powers right now, this will have to do. Teleris grips her fan tight. All right then, maybe I should borrow some of your power for this, huh? The White Knight Council confronts them. We are the White Knights of Zippo. Let us be real, Palace Master. We only have one request. Just get out of the way. Hand over the guy who killed Muron and the others, and we won't make a scene. Teleris snaps back. You want cooperation? Then give me Celia. No other way then. A fire circle appears as the knights link their power together for a massive strike. Then he barks the order. Scatter. Fireballs rain down like meteors. Murakan stands alone against the massive wall of flames. He just winds up and punches the fire out with his bare hands. Savage. The shockwave rocks the entire ship. Teleris' sword starts smoking with freezing cold air. She swings it once, sending a massive tidal wave of ice toward them. That insane power is closing in on the ship fast. The White Knight Council stays cool. Their leader summons a circle, and the ship gets covered in a shimmering shield. The ice hits, but the shield holds. Brace for impact. Hold the line. Team 1, shields up. He watches Murakan, curious. Who is this guy standing with the Palace Master? He just repelled magic with 0 mana. This dude is definitely not going to be an easy win. The commander calls for backup. Tell the family we are using the war cannon. Meanwhile, Jin is pounding on a door. Someone inside yells, I am coming. Who is it? Oh, it is young Master Jin. He cuts to the chase. Where is Priestess Lausha right now? She steps out and says she has been waiting for him. Jin starts to explain, but she just cuts him off. I am ready. Let us move right now. Teleris is still going all out to hold them back. Ice storms are howling everywhere. The White Knight Council is throwing everything they have got. It is absolute chaos as she tries to protect the area. Murakan shatters another attack. Not bad, he grunts. But then he looks down and realizes something is wrong. His own hand has completely turned into solid ice. He is totally stunned. Wait, what is this? Teleris smirks. A little gift from the Palace Master. Better than nothing, right? He tests out his new ice fists. With the extra boost, Murakan is hyped. I cannot even feel my hands, but I love it. His stance is rock solid on those ice feet. Now, Murakan is so jacked he can lift a massive boulder with both hands. He glares at the ship with killer eyes and launches the rocks straight at them. Absolute unit. Teleris thinks it is hilarious. That black-handed kid said Zippo wants this land, so they won't risk using the war cannon. Both sides are playing nice, which means we are definitely going to win. White Knight Commander knows exactly what is on your mind. Palace Master, you are boxed in, but I am still waiting for the order to open fire. But the civilians, they are planning something. This cannot continue. Sir, orders from the clan just arrived. He asks, what are the instructions? A short, heavy command, just 2 words. Exterminate. The commander freezes. Down below, Murakan feels the vibe shift. Why the silence? Did they just give up? Teleris is shook, fearing the worst. No way. They are actually charging fire shells. A blinding golden light beams down from a massive orb in the sky. The commander shouts, Palace Master, I got the green light. You know the drill. This is your final warning. At 3, you surrender everyone or perish. I am wiping everyone out. He starts the count. 1. She senses movement behind her and whips around to look. He hits 2 just as Cialis arrives. Teleris is freaking out. Jin and his crew show up to total chaos. The commander hits 3 and yells, Fire! 3! He glares at the power source. The destructive fire shell slams down. It is pure terror as the whole place explodes into a wall of flame. Teleris stands her ground alone. Her fan glows with a lethal frost. One swing releases an ice wave like a tsunami to crush that incoming fire. Teleris locks her eyes forward, waiting. The ice blast tears the sky apart, but the fire shell keeps pushing through. Ice cuts through the air. Shards explode everywhere, raining down like deadly meteors. The impact zone blows up. Someone screams, look out for the shards. Cialis explains the ice power. Everything the blade touches freezes. Jin finally joins the fray. Dark energy explodes from Jin as he charges the center. He is like a spear of death tearing through the void. From a distance, Cialis watches closely. Her cold eyes do not miss a single move. Each sword swing weaves a net of death. Shards are pulverized instantly. Up in the sky, those flaming meteors are getting absolutely wrecked. Jin gives props to his teammate. Your skills are leveling up. Cialis is shocked. I did not think you could keep up with me in that state. Jin is struggling to stay upright. This is bad. I do not think getting the Saintess to the ceremony is going to be a walk in the park. That ship is insane. It is actually matching my mother power. Those Zipful jerks brought out the big guns today. The commander is losing it. No way. A human blocked the Kozak cannon? He snaps back. This is your final warning, Palace Master. Refuse our demands, and we kill every guest you have. That means wiping this entire place off the map. Teleris laughs. How pathetic. You do not even have the balls to say it. The commander freezes. I am the Palace Master, Reese and Doma. Remember that. Your whole trashy clan could not kill me if they tried. Know your place and scram, you little punks. He thinks okay. Killing her is impossible. But can you really protect everyone behind you once the Kozak cannon starts raining hell down on your heads? We might lose face, but you will have to live with failing to keep your own guests alive. Teleris turns to her daughter. That woman you brought, she is the key to the ceremony, right? Jin speaks up. If she makes it, we win. New plan. Listen up, daughter. I will tank their hits. You guys find a way to get that woman to the shrine fast. It is the Ice Palace, or Zipful. Someone is getting embarrassed today. The commander screams, load the cannon. Today, we erase Colon from the map. Jin shouts, Cialis, cover the Saintess. She panics. Wait, what? What are you going to do? He has got a plan. I am clearing the path. Cialis is stunned. You? Alone? You saw those shards. How can you stop them yourself? You will. You will die. Jin knows, but he is not backing down. I am only here because of others. If I do not risk it all now, it is over. The others are speechless, no words. The villagers start screaming, Saintess, please, you have to run, get out of here. If those Zipful jerks find the ruins, they will ruin her. If you die, Colon is finished. Even the mission the clan gave us will go up in smoke. Please, hide where they cannot find you. It is okay, Saintess. Just survive. Be our savior. Find her. The White Knight goons yell, talk, or burn. The villagers just grit their teeth through the flames. Lausa feels like total trash. I told everyone this was our best shot. But I chose to run. I left them. Now I am hiding on this tiny island, getting weaker by the second. Praying to silent gods, waiting for a hero. That was on me. Now, he is swearing to protect this land till his last breath. Lausa is moved. Her voice is quiet but steady. I get it. Meanwhile, the White Knight charges the fire shell. The commander bellows, fire! Jin steps up. Cialis stands her ground, guarding Lausa with a cold stare. Talaris swings. A razor-sharp ice trail slashes the sky, but the enemy fire shell is already screaming down toward them. Jin feels the earth tremble. His legs wobble, but he snaps at himself. Focus. Do not think about anything else. I only need to trust one thing. Every swing counts. Jin Dark Energy weaves a massive black wall to intercept the falling shards. He looks back and shouts, Move it! I have got this! Jin watches the flaming shards rain down like a nightmare. Murakan roars. Check this out. Murakan screams. They are swarming like ants, heads up. From the distance, the commander voice booms like a death sentence. Fire! Teleris grit his teeth, fuming. The sky was a sea of fire, looking like the apocalypse. Artillery rained down from above while Murakan screamed for everyone to just keep running. Shrapnel flew everywhere, but they hacked through it to clear a path for the girls. Missiles closed in right behind Cirrus, but Jin jumped in just in time to block the strike. Murakan turned toward the incoming fire, bracing for the impact. But suddenly, his expression shifted and he went pale. He stared off into the distance just as a piece of shrapnel pierced right through Diane's stomach. Cirrus froze, her heart stopping at the sight. She screamed out in a total panic, Diane, the fire is going to swallow you whole. Diane thought to herself that she only made it this far because of everyone's help. If she didn't put her life on the line now, she wouldn't be able to live with the choices she'd made. Lausa was fading fast. Suddenly, a hand caught her from behind. It was Cirrus. Without a second thought, she threw Lausa over her shoulder and charged forward, gritting her teeth and muttering, Damn it. Every swing of Cirrus's sword was fueled by pure rage and worry. She screamed through the pain, You absolute idiot. Why would you go and do something this reckless? She screamed, Why? But then, A blast of fire swept across, catching Cirrus right in the arm. Before she could recover, her legs were hit by fire too, and her strength just vanished. She couldn't hold Lausa anymore. Cirrus used every bit of her remaining strength to shove her forward. Lausa screamed out in terror, her voice cracking as she cried, "Lady Cirrus!" Through the blinding pain, she forced the words out, telling her not to look back. "Do not let our sacrifices be for nothing," she cried. "Just keep running and don't stop." It was a desperate command to survive. Lausa's heart was heavy, but she knew she had to leave. In that moment, she couldn't bear to watch her friends throw their lives away while she just waited for some miracle answer. "It took me way too long to realize that praying for change doesn't actually fix a damn thing. I've made my choice. Explosions keep rocking this dry wasteland." In his daze, Jin heard a desperate voice echoing, "Wake up, move." But even then, he couldn't claw his way back to consciousness. Then, the voice came again, louder and more urgent. Jin's heavy eyelids finally snapped open. He was staring at a literal hellscape, with boiling lava and heat so intense it burned his skin. Cirrus had collapsed on the battlefield, her hair a mess of dust and blood as she gasped for air. Talaris sat there, shell-shocked, clutching his daughter like he was trying to steal her last bit of warmth. From all sides, the White Knight cult members were closing in. Jin, now just a floating spirit, stood frozen at the sight. What the hell is happening? Searing heat poured down from above. He looked up, and his heart skipped a beat. Murakan had been forced back into his true form, his massive body covered in wounds. Seeing his friend in such agony, Jin was shocked. "Murakan? Who did this to you?" A dragon, massive enough to dwarf anything normal, was draped in a brilliant, glowing red. It was Kadun, the guardian dragon of the Zipful clan. They're really going all out, huh? He felt a wave of despair. Is this it? Did we actually lose? Jin's gaze fell on his own body lying cold on the ground. A voice from deep within his soul asked, "I bet you are wondering when exactly things started to go sideways, right? Maybe you shouldn't have finished it like that. Or maybe the right move was just to take everyone and run away? Actually, neither. Maybe the truth is you should have never helped them in the first place. Isn't your head just spinning with all that regret right now?" But Jin denied it. "No, this is the path I chose and I do not regret it. What makes me furious is that even in death, I am still weak and talentless. Because of me, everyone. It is because I am too weak and stupid." The mysterious voice answered back, "I see. Well, don't you dare forget those feelings." Jin's fingers began to twitch as a bright light enveloped his soul. He stood there dazed, realizing he was suddenly in a completely different place. "Where is this?" A voice introduced itself. "I am Clam. I sealed myself inside this mirror with help from Solderet. I have been waiting for you, little toy chosen by Solderet." Jin's soul was terrified, not understanding a word. "Wait, what do you mean?" Clam replied solemnly, "The 1,000-year contractor. Time is running out. After today, I'm sure you realize the dangerous path you have to walk, and the pain of those you couldn't save." Jin clenched his fists, trying to suppress his exploding rage. "It's all over anyway. So what's the point of any of this?" He replied, "It doesn't have a meaning. Nothing does. Let's finish this conversation on the outside." With that, Jin's spirit began to shift again. He slammed back into his physical body and bolted upright. Jin clutched his throbbing head, cursing. "Damn it. How many times am I going to wake up like this today?" Suddenly, Jin realized, "Wait, I'm awake?" Cirrus walked over and asked, "Oh, you finally back with us?" He stared at her, confused to see her standing there unharmed. Cirrus casually added, "Based on that shocked face, I guess you actually value your life." While he was still dazed, Murakan's hand flew out. He used the right-hand rule to give Jin a solid smack, yelling, "Kid, I'm about to kill you myself. Why were you just lying there, passed out? I thought you were dead." Jin blinked, stunned. "Murakan? I thought you got wrecked by Kadun." He looked confused. "Kadun? Why are you bringing up that jerk? And who got attacked?" "That guy had to back off the second he saw me." Talaris joined in, shaking his head. "Honestly, I have no idea what you were thinking, but who would have guessed you'd actually summon a god to Earth?" Jin was more confused than ever. "A god? What do you mean?" Murakan chimed in. "Did you do that on accident? That girl became a vessel for a god. And not just any god. As soon as he showed up, he wiped out all those Kozak guys instantly. I have no clue what he did, but those white-armored knights are all just lying there dead now. Plus, check out this insane mana pressure in the air. Whoever it is, I definitely do not think this is a weak god we are dealing with." Just then, someone yelled out from afar, "Hey, God!" The kid is awake, So start explaining what you're planning to do. Jin could tell just by looking that this wasn't the Saintess Lauza anymore. He admitted it plainly. That is right. My name is Glam. It is through this girl's sacrifice that I have descended. Jin, take all the pain and death you face today as a minor lesson. It comes with what you desired. He frowned, thinking to himself, so all of that was just an illusion? Murakan looked over, finally noticing something. Are you playing around with my kid? Look, you showed up late, so do not get cocky. Just answer the question. Why did you do this? What exactly do you want with my boy? Right then, a mystical mirror appeared in Glam's hand. He revealed his secret. I am waiting for the true owner of this item. Jin was stunned when he saw it. Is that a mirror? He went on about the past. I am the creator and the source of all mana. But I couldn't handle that power myself, and I almost ended up destroying the entire world. That's when Solderet helped me. He sealed me in my power inside this mirror. Murakan was shocked. The god of mana? Never heard of him. Glam gestured to them. Look, this is Solderet's seal. It was made of pure shadow energy, but it has gotten really weak now. So, he needs someone who can actually maintain this seal. He confirmed it. This mirror holds infinite magic, and that magic is me. If it ever leaks, the world is toast. To stop that, I had Solderet seal me away, and the Colon children have been my guardians for thousands of years. Murakan snaps. Do you have any idea what they went through to protect you? You should have been guarded by someone with real power instead of these kids. Clam has his reasons. Back then, the Kalan tribe was totally different. No one could touch them. But once I was sealed, my blessing could no longer reach them, so things fell apart. He mentions Jin. Thanks to the contractor, we can finally end this. It is the 1,000-year covenant Solderet talked about. Cialis gasps. A contractor? Talaris gives him a calculating look. This kid actually has a contract with Solderet? The mirror in Clam's hands begins to move. He wants you to have it. Go on, take it, Jin. Power to save the world. The power of Solderet. Jin takes it, completely stunned. Just holding it sends waves of magic into his body. But every time magic leaves the mirror, the seal weakens. Did the Zipfel family really use something this dangerous so recklessly in my past life? Dien realizes his mission. I have to protect this seal instead of the Cologne family now. Lord Azip, that is the burden the people of Cologne were never able to fulfill. I am not just asking you to keep the seal. That seal is a gift Solderet left for you. Dien thinks he misheard. This seal is a gift? Clam reveals the truth. This is a masterpiece Solderet created using his full power at his absolute peak. It is not just some compressed aura. This thing is basically a part of Solderet himself. Jin hesitates. Sure, it is useful, but Saintess Lesa said she was going to summon Solderet for me. He laughs when he hears that name. Clam thinks that poor child probably made a hasty promise in her final moments. He never answers a summons, even if it is the Black Dragon by his side. So, I will apologize for him. Dien refuses. It is fine. She did not expect anything in return anyway. I am so grateful to her. Clam watches Jin, wondering. Forgive her, but how does that girl know? How does she know you are already living your second life? And how did you even get this second life? Clam stares at his hand, which is now glowing with a faint blue light. He knows they are almost out of time. I have passed everything on, so I am leaving now. Your decision ended the suffering of those children. I am truly grateful, child of Solderet. You are our savior. Now, I will return to the mirror and bless your journey. Safe travels. Clam vanishes completely right in front of everyone. Talaris is impressed, muttering, You really do see everything if you live long enough. A god thanking a human. That is a rare sight. You ready to go? Those guys won't stay down like that forever. We do not know when backup will arrive. Jin gets his head in the game and says, Fine, I will lead the way. Let's get out of here. Lesa, are you still talking to the god? I see. That is why he did not answer. He will continue living in the mirror. Clam says, I am sorry. I could only save everyone by borrowing your body. Your sacrifice saved them, and all the Colon children. It hurt a lot, did it not? Lesa freezes. I forced such a heavy burden on you. Finally being understood, Lesa bows her head. Thank you, my lord, for hearing our prayers and for finally hearing me, and for saving us. So please, do not apologize. None of this is your fault. No one is to blame here. Having her trust, Clam sighs in relief. It is such a weight off. I am so grateful that you were the ones to finish this mission. Lesa speaks her heart. I just hope people do not only remember our suffering. He nods, acknowledging her, while thinking of the name Jin in his head. This strong determination is linked to you, so I suggest you create a world where that pain no longer exists. Outside, Latika tells them a story. They say it has been over 10,000 years. We have been losers since ancient times. We could not grow anymore, so we quickly became a weak nation, and after that, we became slaves to the Zipfel family. After that, well, if the Zipfel family got the mirror, our sacrifice would have been for nothing. I am just glad it ended up with you. No, the only reason I am still alive and standing here today is because of all you people. He knew how bad it would be if those Zipfel freaks got the mirror. The world would be a total war zone, so Jin decides, I will find a place for everyone in the Heisvester Union. She is shocked. Heisvester? Dino is worried. Jin, the Runcandel protection zone is not funded by the main house, right? You really do not have to do this for us. He hands him something. This is a personal letter from Luna Runcandel. Just show this when you get there and they will help you. Dino is still worried, but Jin cuts him off. If you are really grateful, just trash the Zipfel family on as many front pages as possible. He is still concerned. Will the Zipfel family just sit still? They will definitely try to cover it up. Jin asks, do you really think you are the only one who hates the Zipfel family? Dino Jacqueline, you are the spark. When people read your article, everyone the Zipfel family has hurt will come together. You are going to be a great journalist. Have some confidence. Later, he goes to see Talaris. Jin bows deeply. Now I can thank you properly. Who else helped us? Palace Master Talaris says it is nothing, but I am still worried that because of me, the Hidden Palace and the Zipfel family are now enemies. No, Keoliah will have to be more careful now. He did not expect an ancient god to descend. He probably thinks I have gotten a lot stronger. Jin is relieved. Well, that is a big relief then. Talaris continues, I did not just help you for fun. I gained plenty. No need to thank me. Jin asks, is there any compensation you want? She states her demand. Compensation? What should I ask the Solderet contractor and Magic Swordsman for? Jin is totally speechless. Talaris thinks to herself, I knew he would react like that. How much should I take? She smiles and decides, let us just let it slide this time. I got some important info anyway. Hey daughter, you want that too, right? Silas turns bright red and snaps. Why are you asking me? Jin is shocked. Wait, she is really letting it go? He bows again, sincerely. Thank you, Palace Master. Talaris replies, we are heading back. We have been out too long. Cialis calls out, Jin, next time we meet, let us settle this. No one owes anyone anything. It is fair, her mom teases her. Kids these days, going through puberty and she cannot even say how she really feels. Cialis is fed up with Talaris jokes. Mom, why have you been like this since yesterday? Talaris says goodbye to Jin and vanishes. See ya. Meanwhile, Cyron has a pot of soup boiling on the stove. Someone approaches him from behind. Long time no see, Cyron. He is surprised. Why are you here? It is Talaris. I will be blunt with you. She makes an offer. Your youngest son. Do you want him to marry my daughter or what? Luna gets Jin's letter. I see. So that is what happened. She is impressed by the Night Core and the master of the 7th Magic Tower. Jin has done it again. So, the kid is doing all right. Dino reports back, saying it was a brutal fight, but he made a full recovery at T-Con before they moved out. She stops walking and gets real. Glad to hear it, but let's talk business. Your name is Lalatika, right? What are you bringing to the table? Look, I can't just give you guys a free pass on housing and food just because you are refugees. Hey, Daimon, find some decent work for these people, will you? Mixing with the locals will help them find their feet faster. The nanny nods on it, miss. Luna settles things, figuring it is better for them to earn their keep than just take handouts. Sounds good. Thanks for the shot. Luna eyes the journalist, Denoni, and he jumps a bit when she calls his name. Luna starts scouting talent. Tell me what you need, and I will back you. But in exchange, you better deliver the results the youngest master asked for. He is all in, no worries. I will not let him down. 1 month later, the Cologne incident is blowing up. Everyone is talking about the massacre and the mystery hero who took down the Zippo family. The guys who started the bloodbath and the enemies of the Zippo family, including the Shadow Clan, are busy spreading some nasty rumors. Even though the Zippo family claims Murakan went rogue, they found gear at the scene that says otherwise. It is obvious the Zippos are deep in this mess. Allies are fuming, but then Emperor Beeman steps in and calls the Zippos innocent. That pretty much kills the public outrage. Now the Shadow Clan is gaining fame for exposing the truth. Meanwhile, Beeman has Zippo backing him. The Zippo name is trashed now, losing all its honor and clout. Dino keeps writing. The The Zippo family has been ghosting everyone since their second-in-command died and that Cologne mess happened. This is a massive shock for Jin and Luna. I thought the Shadow Clan were just sword-swinging warriors, but I was dead wrong. And get this, there is a mountain of mail on the desk. Latika shows it off. See this? It is all money and letters of support for us. Dino is floored. All of this, she tells him that after being ignored for centuries, people are finally looking our way instead of just complaining. We are all praying for Jin. One day, he will reveal himself as the hero who took down the Zippos. He is going to lead the Shadow Clan and bury the Zippo family for good. Over at Khan's side, he is walking alone through some desolate rocky mountains. He is thinking, this is the third time, right? Hope Kazmir's writing has actually improved. Then Khan sees something that makes his skin crawl a massive block of ice. He is totally stunned. Talaris starts mocking him. Oh wow, my hands moved faster than my brain again. Khan tells her to cut the acting and just give him some answers. Talaris asks if he is really bugging her while she is meditating just to talk about marriage. Is that a new joke? She laughs coldly, saying she is not here to chase him anymore. Her eyes get sharp and she fires off some ice magic. Khan barely blocks the hit. She finally realizes, wait, you are one of Sairon's guys, aren't you? He corrects her, it is Khan. Talaris finally remembers. Oh, right, Khan. It has been a minute. Sairon reaches out. Khan, you are here. Ignore her and give me the letter. In the message, Kazmir reports that Jin killed Muran during the massacre. Even Murakan gets a mention. So the report says the kid actually chopped off Muran's head? Khan adds that someone stepped up to help the people Zippo slaughtered. The news says an anonymous traveler punished the Zippo family and saved the locals. Muran is dead, and the knights confirmed they were ambushed by this mystery hero. The young master was in the area too. Sairon knows his son is good, but maybe not that good. Did you help him, Talaris? She tells him not to look at her like that. She was just doing a favor for that guy, Kazmir. Sairon is annoyed that Kazmir kept him in the dark. Talaris is shocked. What, are you going to yell at him? Sairon definitely wants to send him a warning. She tells him it is a bad move. You should reward him instead. Kazmir knows exactly who his master is, and it is definitely not you, Sairon. Sairon can't argue. Fine, I get it. I almost made things awkward for the kid. I guess I owe you one, Talaris. She jumps on it. You owe me? Okay, what are you going to do about the debt your son owes me? Sairon just shrugs and tells her to go ask Jin. Talaris is done with this place. I have said what I needed to say, so I am out. Think about what I told you. Your youngest and my daughter would be a perfect match. Suddenly, Jin feels a chill down his spine. He spins around to look behind him. Gilly asks, what is wrong? Jin says it is nothing, just a shiver. Kazmir says he gets them all the time too. Gilly worries that rapid power growth since the Cologne mission might be the cause. Your magic is way stronger now, so maybe this is just a weird side effect? He just smiles. He gained a lot from that mess. 6-star swordsmanship, 5-star shadow energy, and 7-star mana. He hit 7-star status, but he can't push any harder or the seal might break. A servant tells Kazmir that some guy wants to see him, claims he is an informant. Kazmir just says to make an excuse and kick him out, but the guy says he knows the secret base of the 7 colors. Kazmir actually pays attention now. Is he some retired agent? The servant says he is a first-timer in Tikan. Kazmir gets pissed that some random knows their secrets. Where is the bastard? Kazmir heads to the entrance. Jin is surprised too. How did this guy find out a 7 colors secret? Jin looks shocked. Kazmir apologizes for the mess. Some guy our guards didn't even notice found us out. Jin realizes who it is. He looks like a total scammer named Z. Jin has a serious grudge against this guy. He has backstabbed Jin way too many times. Jin wants to strangle him for everything he did, but since the guy has a kid, Jin let him live. Looks like he is in trouble again. The guards stand over a kneeling Z. I have never seen this guy. Talk. How did you find our hideout? He looks up. The name is Z. I run an intel shop in Aiken. Akin? Kazmir mutters. You are one of those Tessin guys. Z nods. Guilty as charged. I am the one who steals their secrets. Akin is a nightmare. I plan to dismantle them from the inside. Kazmir figures this is the young master's handiwork. Jin just stares coldly, watching the guy play his part. Enough talk, Kazmir growls. How did you find us? Your life depends on the answer. Z shrugs. For a professional spy, security is everything. I will not speak until you accept me, Lord Kazmir. Kazmir loses it. You really think you can play games with me right now? I will break you if I have to. Talk. Kazmir snaps. Z looks him in the eye. I know all about Spider Leg, Elu. Jin steps forward, but the guards block him. Easy, young master. He is just lying. Z is shocked. Young master? Since when does the commander take orders from a kid? Jin gives his old buddy a cold stare. Long time no see, Z. Where is that present you owe me? Z starts shaking. You! It is you! He turns to Casimir. Lord Casimir, do not listen to this fraud. He is just a Runcandel imposter. Tikon is going to be the next Tessin. Do not trust him. Casimir snaps. You are insane. He goes for his blade just as Murakan walks in. Casimir, where is the booze I asked for, Casimir? Murakan grumbles. Casimir turns pale. Sir, I am busy with an interrogation. Murakan spots Z. Wait a sec. Are you the rat who poisoned the water? Murakan growls. Z is sweating now. It is that lunatic from before. What is he doing here? He talks to the commander like a peer, and the Aiken thing, this psycho works for that kid? Z finally sees who is really in charge. Z slams his head against the floor. Have mercy, I was a total idiot. Jin sighs. Classic Z. At least he knows when to fold. Save the drama. Tell me about Spiderleg Alu. Z gulps. His real name is Takan Marius. He was a cadet for the Runcandel family. Marius? That name rings a bell. Julie leans in. Young master. The eldest daughter's nanny is Timon Marius. It is the same name. Jin connects the dots. Alu is from the Daki Kingdom, part of the Bloodfester Alliance. He actually passed the Runcandel tests as a commoner. He went by Takan Marius back then, Z adds. That was his real name before they wiped his records clean. Julie, confirm. She nods. Yes, Timon is from Daki too. Jin turns back to Z. When was the test? 1766. 20 years ago. Casimir presses his blade to Z's throat. Daki was in a brutal civil war 20 years ago. People were running for their lives. How did he take a test? Are you lying to me? Z shakes his head. Someone in the Runcandel family helped him. Jin narrows his eyes. Someone in the family, either a pureblood or one of them. The nannies. Their influence depends entirely on the status of the child they serve. And 20 years ago, Luna was the one everyone saw as the temporary head. The eldest sister's nanny would have been untouchable. If they are family, they definitely hate me. Jin pauses. Or maybe Timon was just acting on her own. Why though? Jin asks. You sure about this? Z nods. I swear on my life. I personally verified it in Daki. Fine, lead the way. Z freezes. Wait, what? Jin stares him down. We are going to Daki right now. I am going to find out exactly what those two are planning. In the Daki Kingdom, Gabber grinds his boot into a guy's face. You are completely useless, you little rat. I warned you about being late. The guy on the ground gasps. Please, I have a daughter to feed. If you touch me, I am calling the cops. Gabber laughs. The cops? I have the Runcandels behind me, you idiot. Suddenly, Varys steps out from the shadows. Hold on a second. You are making a mess of things, Gabber. Gabber spins around, terrified. You? What are you doing here? Wait, is that other guy here too? Gabber gasps for air as blood sprays from his mouth. The man he was just bullying stares in horror at the gore on the ground. How pathetic, Varys sneers. Even with your mother's help, you are still a common thug. The survivor starts trembling, begging for mercy. Take my money. Just please let me go. My daughter is waiting for me at home. Varys looks amused. Relax. We are not like those low-life thugs. We do not need your cash. The guy blinks. Then what do you want? Varys moves in for the kill. Do not take it personally. You are just unlucky. Everything I do is for that person. It is all for them. Back at the hideout, Casimir reads a report. Marius is common, but in Daki, it belongs to the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage. It looks like a normal place for kids. But the Daki royals use it to turn orphans into assassins. They actually encourage the kids to become best friends before the real training starts. Then they force them to kill each other. Only the survivors become killers. The place was finally shut down after the Civil War ended. 10 kids were set free as citizens. Since Alu is gone, that leaves 9 of them still living somewhere in the Daki Kingdom. Casimir hands Jin the documents. Here is where they live. Jin stares at the names. Time to head to Daki. This is my best lead on the curse. Goodbye, Master Jin. Safe travels to you both, Julie calls out. Seconds later, Jin and Z step through a portal into the Daki Kingdom. Z checks the map. The nearest target is Gabber Marius. He is a local thug in Nentera. It is quite a hike. Want to find a hotel first? No. We hit the 3 targets in the west first. They reach the first location, and Z bangs on the door as hard as he can. No one answers. Hello? Anyone home? Z yells. Still nothing. Is the place empty? Upstairs, 4 pairs of eyes are watching them through the shadows. Jin senses something is off. He looks down the block and sees a crime scene crawling with cops. It is Gabber. Someone beat them to the punch. Jean enters Hugh Vester, and the magic room is a total disaster. People are losing their minds, screaming about some jerk named Gabber. Apparently, the guy was just out here flexing and bragging a few days ago, but now he is history. You asking about Gabber? The guy looks shocked. What? You actually know that loser? Are you his friend? Jin shakes his head. No. I am just shocked you can even tell who he is. That body is literally shredded. The guy says he saw Gabber strolling through here yesterday. Then he heard a scream, and well, you see the rest. Poor guy was in debt to Gabber too. If they used poison, Gabber was the main hit. Then they silenced the witnesses with magic. Weird though. If you want a clean hit, you wait until they are alone. Why be so sloppy? Wait. Sloppy and rushed. That really gets Jin thinking. Jin yells for Zed, scaring the life out of him. The next target is Weatherway Marius. He is about 2 hours away from here. We gotta hit that spot in 60 minutes. I have a really bad feeling about this. But when they arrive, Weatherway is already gone. Zed looks at the body in horror. It is the poison again. He just died. His skin and posture are still fresh. This is some high-level, custom-made assassination poison. This was no amateur. Jean realizes it is the same killer. Someone is hunting every survivor from the moon sacrifice right now. Move! We gotta move! But at the third spot, they are still a few seconds too late. Jean stares at the blood pooling on the floor. They sprint to the 4th location, but Jin stops dead. Something is very wrong. He starts hunting for clues. It is obvious. This is level 8 Hellwind magic. The power behind these attacks is just getting more insane. Zed is panicking. There are only 2 people left. We cannot catch them like this, and we will look like the suspects. Should we call the guards? Jin says no. That would just slow us down. Too late. My face goes dark. Even if I am just an apprentice, they are dead meat for disrespecting me on Black Crow turf. Those bastards are finished. Meanwhile, over at Virith, they are going through the list to see who is next. They arrived late. The room is empty. The guy is shocked to see them. Jin's crew hauls him out of the danger zone. Are all the moon sacrifice survivors dead? Jin nods. Yeah, all of them. Someone is 1 step ahead, wiping them out. They are killing from the portal outwards, which is why we are always a second behind. It is a calculated sweep. We had no choice but to come to you. You were the furthest away. Plus, we had to save your daughter, too. He sounds hopeless. I am sorry, but this is pointless. Even though we are old, we survived brutal training back in the day. Only 2 people could take us out this easily. Virit and Kujin. Jin is shocked. 10 survivors? No, Jean corrects him. 12 people survived that moon sacrifice, and those 2 monsters are hunting us down right now. They are in a totally different league. They were trained by that psycho. Before he can finish, a massive force slams him from behind. Jin spins around, screaming for Marius. He pulls his daughter close before hitting the ground. Virit steps out of the shadows. Man, I thought I lost you. Hey Zen, how did you know we were coming for a visit? How long have you been like this? He asks, desperate. Virit, Kujin, why are you doing this? Kujin just goes cold. Sorry man, no time for a chat. We have been up since dawn. Suddenly a massive lightning storm crashes down on them. Virit jumps back, totally caught off guard. Wait, thunder? Is there a mage here? Jin speaks up. So you are Virit and Kujin? Virit looks interested. I was wondering who was messing up my plans. Nice to finally meet you. I will figure out who sent you later. For now, you are just trash making a mess on my land. Jin eyes them up. They are not even trying to hide their faces. There are probably only 3 of them total. That girl is at least a level 8 mage. This is not some low-level thug. So who is she? You have a bodyguard now? How did Zen find him? Kujin sneers, like that idiot would know anything. I think the bodyguard is. She makes her move. How about I turn you into ground beef? Then I will deal with the bodyguard after I snap your limbs. Kujin warns her to be careful. This guy is not ordinary. Kujin, you are always so boringly careful. Virit charges up her power and laughs. That is exactly why nobody thinks you are fun. She fires a blast of magic straight at him. Jin blocks the massive hit with just 1 hand. Virit is fuming. What? He blocked it? Am I just tired? Level 4 Windblade. She said she has been casting since dawn, so she is probably low on mana. But the real problem is that other guy, the one using the poison. That has to be him. Jin looks at his weapon. A sword? I thought he was just an assassin. But he is actually a swordsman too. This guy is a deadly poison user with a blade. Jin looks at Jack. Get the kid and get out of here, Jack stutters. What? No, I can't just leave you here. How am I supposed to do that, man? The sword fight explodes instantly. Right from the start, Jin realizes this is bad. Damn it, this guy is at least a level 8. A magic swordsman? Hey, bodyguard, your life is worth way more than that guy. Why don't you just hand him over and save your own skin while you still can? My life is worth a lot, but I actually have a sense of responsibility. Jin struggles to hold the enemy back and yells at Zed to move. Zed hesitates, but Jin snaps. Stop lying to yourself and run. Zed grabs Marius by the collar and hauls him away. Fine, he drags the father and daughter out. If we both make it out alive, I will see you on the other side. I can't watch this, I'm gonna cry. Farit refuses to let them go. You think you can run? Hold him off, Kujin. I am gonna kill them and come right back. Jin pulls out his mirror and sighs. Sorry about this, but first. Verit has no idea what is coming. Kujin goes on high alert as a blinding light explodes, swallowing them both. Verit looks around, totally blind. She can't see a thing. Her partner is just as on edge. Suddenly, Jin slashes at Kujin. The assassin twists his wrist just in time. Jin is shocked the guy can still fight back. Kujin swings wildly into the air. Verit is screaming and rubbing her eyes. What is this? I can't see anything. Kujin, where are you? Her eyes are blood red and stinging. Damn it! He clutches the bleeding wound on his chest. Varit sees him and loses it. Her power starts exploding with pure rage. You dared? You actually dared to hurt Kujin? You dead man? I am going to end you. Kujin doesn't want her losing control. Verit, chill out. I am already healing. Calm down. We have done enough today. If we aren't careful, we are gonna hit mana overload. She immediately calms down. I get it. Jin isn't surprised. Just like I thought, these two are not going to be easy to kill. Kujin pulls out a tiny vial. The cap pops, and this thick green sludge starts oozing. One whiff, and I am gagging. What the hell is that stuff? Kujin chugs the whole thing. That nasty aura, is he drinking straight poison? I have heard of crazies using toxins to buff their stats. Fighting fire with fire, huh? It cuts your life short, but the power boost is insane. Kujin is looking at me differently now. A magic swordsman using blades and spells? Yeah, I am way more dangerous. Now he is coating his blade in that gunk? I have never seen magic like that. Look, I have a million questions, but duty calls first. Change of plans, I am not taking you in alive. He moves like a blur. 1 second Kujin is there, the next he is gone. My eyes are scanning the area, but the dude just vanished into thin air. He is right behind me. Kujin is moving like lightning. I barely spin around in time to block his lethal strike, and the impact rattles my entire soul. That hit was brutal. I am sent flying backward. A dark mark glows on Kujin's hand, and suddenly, waves of poisonous energy are screaming right toward me. I am dodging like crazy, not letting my guard down for even a second. I can feel the danger closing in as his attacks just keep coming and coming. My strength catches Kujin totally off guard. Who is this brat anyway? He is supposed to be a low ranker, but he is way tougher. Fine, let us take out the mage first. Blue flames erupt everywhere. Vorit looks absolutely terrified. Blue fire? No way. A massive wave of azure heat comes crashing straight toward him. Vorit gets swallowed whole by the flames. Kujin screams his name, totally panicked. I just laugh. Look at you, getting distracted. Such a caring big brother, are you not? Pitch black energy starts swallowing everything. Kujin is staring into a bottomless void, totally lost. He starts freaking out. It is too dark. What is happening? A massive wave of dark energy slams into him. Kujin cannot do anything but take the hit. Blood spatters everywhere until he finally collapses to his knees. Kujin is trembling. It is not magic or aura, it is some power he has never seen. He coughs out that I am a magic swordsman with phoenix fire, a real tough opponent. He is curious if his poison actually worked. Dark veins start creeping across my face and I cough up blood. Damn it, this is not good at all. My legs give out and I hit the dirt. Vorit is lying there too, his gear scorched by my blue flames. I try to move, but I am completely paralyzed. I grit my teeth, fighting the pain burning through my veins. Get it together, Jin. If you do not stay calm, you are dead meat. I grip my sword hilt, stabbing the blade into the ground to haul myself up. Kujin clutches his own weapon, staring me down with pure hatred. Prince, I found them! Behind him, an army of soldiers levels their bows. Archers, ready! Their commander, Laika Hulan, draws his sword and shouts for the knights to follow. I am the third prince of Delki, Laika de Delki. Drop your weapons now. I am just lying there thinking, Zed must have actually called for backup after all. Kujin Beverett snarls a warning. Remember this face, I am coming back for you. Do not think you are ever going to be safe, you punk. They bolt before we catch them. Go, after them, we need them alive. Only 2 of us are left. Laika walks over and taps my shoulder. Hey, who are you? Are you with those guys? Then, everything fades. He sees I am fading and shouts. Where is the healer? We need to save this guy immediately. Move it! My head is spinning. Damn it, I cannot pass out now. Then total darkness. After some medical work, I bolt upright in bed. Laika is sitting right there. This is my estate. Since I did not know who you were, I brought you here. I look at him seriously. How long was I out? 3 hours, he says. You are lucky to be alive. That poison was strong enough to kill a 3-star knight instantly. But hey, if you are a Runcandel, I guess that changes things. He studies me and sighs in relief. So you really are Jin. Glad I recognized you from that ball. But tell me, what happened to those other 2? Even with massive chest wounds, they still managed to give my knights the slip. How did you even manage to injure a monster like that? That guy had to be a 5-star swordsman at the very least. Even if he is fully grown, he would only be 6-star. There is no way you took him down alone. Someone must have been backing you up to hurt a guy like that. I start to thank him, but Laika just waves it off. Saving a Runcandel and Huefetter is just common sense, even if you are just a cadet. Did you tell the city hall? He is blunt about it. If I did that, you would be dead already. The moment I brought you here, the big players sent their troops to start trashing Deaki. Are they the teammates from Tikon? I feel terrible for dragging him into this mess. Sorry for the trouble, I say. He shakes his head. Actually, can you do me a favor? I am all in. Just say the word. He does not beat around the bush. When you eventually become a flag bearer, send more guards to Deaki. And those gold mine shares? I want some. I go dead silent after hearing that request. After a second, I finally speak up. Wow. You really think my life is that cheap, do not you? I will send double the guards and give you all the shares. Laika is jaw-dropped. Are you serious? Is that even possible? I just tell him not to sweat it. It is handled. Soon enough, there will not be anything I cannot do in this city. He is totally baffled. What does that even mean? Even as a flag bearer, he should not have that power, unless he is planning to take over the whole family. My crew finally shows up to check on me. Gilly is frantic, saying I am giving her heart attacks already. Murakan is fuming. You fought an 8-star mage in a night? Are you trying to get killed? I try to play it cool. Sorry guys, my bad. It will not happen again. It all makes sense now. That is why the Prince of Delki did not report anything to the city council. Never mind, Casimir. Even the young lady came along too. Glad everything is finally okay. Casimir tells everyone to chill. Zed, what the hell happened to your face? He points at Murakan, totally snitching. I tried telling him what happened, but he did not believe a word of it and just started swinging on me. Quicantel pushes him aside. Young Master Jin, do you know what is up with Zen Marius? No matter how many times we grill him, he refuses to talk until he sees you. I am going to see him now. I sit down across from him and cut straight to the chase. I risked my life for you and your daughter, so let us not waste time. Start talking. Who taught you? And that goes for Kujin and Vorit too. Zen bites his lip, struggling to make a choice. He spills everything. It is the first flag bearer of the Runcandel's Luna's nanny, Taimun Marius. She is our mother. Meanwhile, she hears the news and just looks disappointed. I have nothing left to say. You didn't just fail. You let a magic swordsman see your faces. Do you both actually want to die? New orders. Get out of my sight. From today on, we are done. Virat is shocked. Mistress Taimun, what do you mean? You are really just going to kick us out like this? She confirms it. Yeah, you messed up big time. Taimon's face is ice cold while Virat begs for mercy, sobbing on the floor at her feet. Please, Mom, we won't mess up again, I promise. Don't throw us away. The woman just kicks her aside. Get off me, and don't you ever come looking for me. Kujin pulls his sobbing sister close. He wants to hear one last blessing, a tiny bit of hope. Stay healthy, he whispers, finally accepting they have been dumped. She does not say another word and walks out. Leaving that cabin, she thinks, that swordsman was definitely young Master Jin. That dark energy is exactly what I heard. He must have found some clues about me. Honestly, even if they know the truth, the lady cannot kill me. What matters now is getting more intel on Master Jin. He has got dark energy and uses magic. Even that person did not know. Those hunting dogs were not totally useless after all. Then Zen asks, did you see Taken? You mean Alu? The guy in charge? Yeah, I handled him. He is dead. Zen is absolutely stunned. Jin had a hunch. Takon used to run a mafia group. Before he died, he admitted someone high up ordered the hit. Zen sighs. 15 years ago, Takon said the same thing. Taemoon made a deal with a heavy hitter in the Black Clan. If anything goes sideways, we are all dead. That is why we have to be so careful. Jin tries to dig deeper. Did you hear exactly what kind of deal it was? The answer is no. Just that some Black Clan boss is Taemoon's superior. Done with the questions, Jin stands up to leave. Wait, where are you going? To see Luna, he says. Meanwhile, Luna is checking in on Latika's comfort. She is so grateful. Everything is great, thanks for caring, Luna. Everyone finally has work now, but there is still one thing. We are finally living like real people. Luna smiles. Our youngest would be so happy to hear that. Suddenly, she spots a familiar face outside. Wait, is that Jin? He is standing there in the pouring rain. She starts laughing when she hears his story. No way. Our nanny trained you as an assassin and told them to curse you? Why would she ever do that to you? That has got to be fake news, Jin. She is just on vacation. Come back later and we will chat. Jin cuts her off, looking dead serious. I am sorry, sister. Luna slams the table, furious. Stop apologizing. You are acting like this is actually real. How could she? Luna freezes. She sees the look in Jin's eyes and realizes he is not joking. This is not a prank. It has to be some kind of setup. That orphan kid he saved must be lying to him. But even if she really is involved in all of this mess, there has to be a reason. I cannot just sit here. I need to see for myself. Let's go. Meanwhile, Taemoon waits. She knows that person will handle the kids. Whatever, they were just common dogs anyway. I can always train more. But how did the young master find out? Did that stupid mage make a mistake or something? Taemoon feels someone approaching and looks toward the door. It slowly swings open. So, you finally showed up. The lady and young Master Jin are here at last. Luna gets straight to the point. Varys Marius and Kujin Marius. Do those names ring a bell to you? She is quiet for a second before nodding. Yes, I know them. Luna continues. Why were you secretly training assassins? And why target my brother? Taemoon starts pleading. Please, just hear me out. It was not my call. I was shocked to find my dogs were messing with Jin. Luna's blood boils. No more excuses. You raised assassins behind my back without permission. Taemoon bows her head. Just hand me over to the clan court. I will tell them everything they want to know. Luna is stunned. You are running away? I do not even recognize you anymore. What are you even doing? Can you not just give me a straight answer? Lady, I am sorry I kept secrets. But Taemoon looks her in the eye. I did it to stay alive. She flips the script. You have no idea how many enemies you have in this clan. That is why we are in danger every single day. Luna is baffled. What are you talking about? Who would dare touch my people? Taemoon smirks. Just as I thought. She has no clue. Every servant here gets replaced in under a year, right? Ever wonder why? The guards, too. Nobody lasts. Were you not even a little curious about the reason? They were all murdered. By your own siblings, the ones you love so much. Luna tries to keep it together. Do not lie to me. If that is true, why did you not tell me? Taemoon sighs. Because I know exactly who you are, my lady. Luna snaps. That is absolutely ridiculous. She keeps playing her. If I told you, would you actually kill your own brothers and sisters? No. You would just give them some weak punishment that means nothing. You gave up the throne just because you did not want to hurt family. Luna's head spins. Her nanny. She really did not want to fight for power anymore. Taemoon keeps going. The moment you quit your duty was the moment your followers became nothing but easy prey for the others. She looks back. 35 years ago, I first felt what real power was. At that orphanage, I was just meant to be a loyal dog for some noble. But the Black Clan saw my talent and made me a nanny. Finally, I was living like a human being, not some stray animal on the road. She held the baby close. My fate was trash. But you, the firstborn of the Black Clan, you were so lucky. Was I jealous? No, of course not. Instead, I was grateful you gave me this power. You were such a warm little genius. But the kids born after you? They were all just your rivals. But it did not matter. The master said Luna had more talent than anyone. Young Luna would come running in, holding her practice sword, so excited to tell me. Nanny! I beat everyone in the beginner class. Joshua and Luntia even teamed up against me, but I still won. I took them both down at the same time. She would praise her gently. So impressive, lady. Keep it up. But Luna would just look sad. I do not like fighting. You were a natural, though. I used to worry about your innocence, but I was wrong. As you grew, you became cold. Get out of my sight. Luna could just dump food on their heads and walk away, but these guys are killing my appetite. She even orders them to lick her boots for the rest of their lives. Honestly, it suits them. Her voice sounds so sad. Years fly by, and by 13, that innocent little girl I used to know is long gone. Now there is only majesty. Time keeps ticking, and then one day, Luna finally opens up. "Nanny," she says, "I just cannot do this anymore. I am totally drained. Mom, Dad, my brothers, the whole family. I want it all to stop. I hate becoming the head of the house like this." I tried to stop her, telling her she had no choice if she wanted to lead the clan. She could just walk away. Then I do not even want it anymore. Being the boss means killing my own family? That is not the right answer. I need to achieve something big to help the clan without having to murder my own people. There has to be another way. "I will be the sword that protects this family," I whispered. By 19, her childhood was over. And that was also the moment my own plan for revenge finally came to an end. 12 years of misery and sacrifice. I planned to make her the leader just to use her for my revenge, but she is like a giant whale from a legend, and I am just some hungry fisherman staring from the shore. I knelt down and swore my life to her. "I will follow you, milady." That day, she found a new dream. Luna cried and called out to her nanny. "Thank you for having my back," she said. I stayed quiet, but my own dream was shattered. Soon after, her brothers realized she had changed and the hunting began. The insane, heartless things they did, even for a top assassin like me, were just too much to handle. I have seen it all, but this was on another level. I decided Luna could never find out. If she did, she would just blame herself. I am her nanny, so it is up to me to handle this mess quietly. But how? I know. I will train some loyal dogs. Just like I was trained. I will find a few orphans who can actually be useful. Eventually, she was caught. Tymoon Marius, the lead instructor and top killer for that group, stepped in. Her captor spoke up, "Let us get straight to the point. I want your total loyalty and obedience from now on. Agree, and I will give you anything you want." I did not flinch. "Just kill me." They laughed coldly and said, "Listen to the whole story. You are always smiling, but I know exactly what you are feeling. Do you not want to be free? Do you not despise that brainless princess? Join me, and I will give you the real freedom you crave." I kept waiting. The fisherman staring at the whale finally heard a voice of salvation. Back then, I wondered how the young lady would react if she ever found out about this. What face would she make? Now, all I can say is sorry, milady. I really hope that even if I died, you would never have to know any of this dark truth. Whatever the reason, the truth is I secretly trained soldiers and pointed their blades right at young Master Jin. I cannot deny what I did. Even if I did not give the final order, it is still a crime punishable by death. I have to pay for my mistakes, so I reported everything to the main house. The knights walked in. John looked stunned. The family executioner? Tymoon really was one step ahead. She left a note saying, "See you all at the trial." Jean snapped, "Seems like you have someone backing you, Tymoon. I do not know who, but very few people have enough power to save you in a family court. How could I snitch?" I told him he was wrong. "I only have Lady Luna. Even if I get executed, I will just consider it a stroke of bad luck." He went cold. "You talk too much for someone about to die. You are just a pawn. Do you really think a guy who does whatever he wants would actually save you?" I stayed silent. Finally, I just said, "If you are done, I am leaving." I realized then that she did not get this far just by being lucky. She is the real deal. Yeah, he probably dumped me, but young Master Jean, with the dirt I have on you, I might just save my own neck. "If I use this info to make a deal, maybe," the knight whispered. "Tymoon Marius," he sent a message. "It was only 3 words, you did well." Suddenly, a sharp blade lunged forward, but it was blocked instantly. The other 2 knights just stood there in total shock. Luna walked slowly down the stairs, her voice deep and cold. "How does a simple guard like you dare to try and kill my nanny? You have got some nerve. You idiots. Looks like you forgot who I am." Her pure bloodlust made both of them freeze in their tracks. Jean knew this day would come. Tymoon, the family executioners, would never stand against her. These guys were just his personal goons disguised as knights. But scaring them was not going to work. They were a death squad. Even if they died, they were taking Tymoon with them. When they all rushed her at once, Jean jumped in to help. He glared at the last one. Han was ready to fight. Jean did not hesitate and charged. That knight was moving incredibly fast. The blade tore through the floor, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Tymoon watched in terror. The knight broke through to finish her off. But Luna was faster. She reached him and swung her sword down hard. He gripped his weapon and tried to counter. Of course, he failed. The knight gasped. "What? No way." His dagger snapped. Luna grabbed his wrist tight. She totally overpowered him. Tymoon collapsed to her knees. The danger was finally over. Jin spoke up. I was right. Luna looked furious and asked the knight coldly, if you want to die in one piece, you better answer me right now. Her eyes went wide at what she saw. When she pulled off the mask, the guy's face was totally mangled. Black blood was leaking from his mouth. Poison. He killed himself. Luna angrily threw the body aside. Damn it. Jin turned to the other one. Stop playing dumb and tell us everything. Tymoon, Nanny, start talking. Luna looked at the woman she trusted most. I trusted you to investigate the people coming after Jin. How could you lie to me like this? It hurts. How could you do this to me? Why, Nanny. Tymoon smiled coldly, blood dripping from her lips. I knew this would happen eventually. I guess I really am just getting old. I cannot believe I failed to stop such a pathetic assassination attempt. Luna looked totally stunned. She rushed over, yelling for her nanny. Nanny, stay with me! She spat out a mouthful of blood. Milady, she whispered. Luna panicked. No, stop talking. The poison is going to spread everywhere. It is funny. This is the exact poison Kuchan gave to me. Talk about irony. It is too late now. I guess this is what people mean by karma. She could not stand watching her lifelong companion fade away. No, Nanny, please. This is not what I wanted. Luna sobbed and begged. Please, do not leave me. Tymoon thought sadly, I do not want to die. I want her to forgive me so I can keep living. I just want to stay by her side forever. When did everything go so sideways? Maybe it was the second I let hate cloud my mind instead of my loyalty to the young lady. That is where it all started falling apart. So, at least in my final moments, I have got to do this for her. Tymoon was ready to spill it all. Luna and Dien, please, listen to what I am about to say. But she kept pushing. Enough already, Nanny. Any more talking, and there is going to be even more blood on the floor. She kept whispering, barely hanging on. Even if I say it now, this soul of mine is too stained to ever be clean. But I have to tell you both the truth before the end comes. 15 years ago, the sorcerer who placed that nasty curse on the young master was Kidat Honorable. He is a big name, so you will track him down soon enough. And the snake who gave me this poison, the one behind it all is… Stop, Nanny. I get it. Just stop. She struggled to get the words out. The person who ordered me to ruin the young master was Joshua Runcandel. Yeah, the second in line for the Runcandel throne. That is the real monster here. Joshua? He knows everything about your power and that secret contract. By now, Tymoon was fading fast. Luna could only watch in total despair as her nanny started coughing up blood. It was a straight-up nightmare. In her final breath, Tymoon was drowning in regret. I am so sorry, young lady, for everything I did to hurt you. I should have told you sooner, but I know saying I did it all for you just sounds like a pathetic excuse now. She tried to reach out one last time. Please. Suddenly, every memory of her life started flashing before her eyes like a movie. The end was finally here. Tymoon saw a vision of baby Luna, back when she was just an innocent little thing in her arms. She remembered holding her close, unable to stop herself from poking those chubby little cheeks. It was the only real peace she ever knew. Every image of Luna was burned into her mind. She begged her, please, do not remember me as just some lowly servant. Her finger brushed against Luna's cheek one last time before her hand finally slipped away. Luna grabbed her hand, trying to hold on to a life that was already gone. She pulled Tymoon close and sobbed, finally calling her the one name she truly felt in her heart. Mom. Over at the villa, Joshua figured Tymoon Marius was probably dead by now. To him, her dying quietly was the best-case scenario. A clean sweep with no loose ends left to bite him later. Outside, a subordinate announced that Tymoon's little pets had arrived. Joshua told them to bring the runts in. He looked at Verit and the other guy. So, Tymoon kicked you out, huh? Verit just nodded, dead silent. Joshua kept pressing them. Why come to me? They told him they wanted to serve him. Master Joshua, we will do whatever you want. Just give us our mother's heart back. Without her, we are absolutely nothing in this world. Please, Master Joshua, we are begging you. Verit tried to calm his sister down. Enough, sister. Please help us, master. We will be your loyal dogs and do any dirty work you need. He stood up, catching them off guard. Curran and Verit. Joshua walked right up to them, touched Verit's cheek, and gave them a cold look. Too bad, because I cannot help you losers. Looks like you missed the memo. You thought Tymoon chased you away because she hated you? Wrong. She did it because she was trying to save your pathetic lives from the mess she was in. She was taken out by some anonymous magic swordsman. I heard she was in deep trouble and needed backup, so I sent 5 of my own knights to save her. But they did not make it. They all died right alongside Tymoon. Verret hit the floor, begging for a name. Who was that magic swordsman? Her eyes were full of pure hate. I am going to kill him. I will end him. Joshua started spinning his web of lies, blaming Jin. He has a contract with Solderet, but that is all we know. Where he is from is a mystery. Curran was so pissed he started bleeding from his hand. I will find him and trade my life for revenge. He stood up, acting like he actually cared. I get how you feel, but now is not the time. He is going to come for you guys next. You have to be ready for it. You have to wait for the right moment. Can you trust me and hold off? I have got my own score to settle with him. Curran's eyes were burning with rage as they both knelt down. Thank you, Master Joshua. We are yours. Joshua just laughed at them in his head. No blood relation, yet they are dying for revenge? What a joke. These people really are just loyal dogs. You raised these hounds well, Tymoon, and I should probably thank my little brother too for doing the dirty work. Suddenly, a guard rushed in with urgent news. Master Joshua, we have an emergency. He nodded and headed out. After hearing the report, Joshua's face went cold. Is that so? Curran looked up, sensing the shift. Is something wrong, Master Joshua? He just shrugged. Yeah, some bad luck just hit the fan. You guys head back for now. I will set you up with a place to stay. Just wait there until you hear from me. They offered to help, but Joshua shut them down. No need. This is just a little family drama. Outside the villa, his guards were getting wrecked. One of them tried to step up. What is this? Even if you are the first knight, you cannot just Luna told him to shut his mouth and answer her. She was fuming, looking for the man in charge. Where is Joshua? The guard tried to threaten her about family law. Luna grabbed his throat like a toy. Family law? You really want to go there? Do not ever say that word to me again. This is an order from the first knight. You do your job, and I will do mine. Her boots slammed against the floor, cracking the stone. A heavy pressure crushed the whole room. Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion. Luna kept cranking up the power, and the guards realized they were totally stuck. An invisible force exploded from her, sending the whole group flying backward. They hit the dirt hard. Luna looked down coldly. You done? Then get out of my way. I am officially out of patience. Joshua finally showed his face. So, my big sister is here, but no heads up? Why the rush? You are looking pretty gloomy today, sister. What is the matter? She looked at his guards with total disgust. You are pathetic, Joshua. Are you really that scared of me? Hiding behind these weaklings because you know I am coming for your head? He just stayed calm. Sister, do not say such scary things. It looks like you have had a rough day. If you want to talk about it, I am here to listen. After all, we are family, right? Joshua was loving it. That is right, sister. The man you want to kill is standing right here. Do not hesitate. Pull your sword. The whole family is on my side anyway. Luna took a breath and stepped back. Sorry, brother. I am not here to kill you. Not yet. I am just here to give you one final warning. When that kid comes back, you will not stand a chance. If you plan on hiding like a coward again, you better start running now, because if you do not, you are going to regret not dying today. Joshua did not even flinch. How sad. My strong big sister has nothing left but empty threats. Luna just looked at him with pity. You are as pathetic as when we were kids. She turned around and walked away into the pouring rain without another word. Joshua held that grudge tight. Keep acting distant. I will let you be for now because of the Zippo group, but once I own the Runcandels, you are the first one on my hit list. Dien asked Luna if she was okay. I am fine. Thanks, Dien. If you had not talked sense into me, I might have lost it. He reminded her that if she snapped, Joshua would just use it as an excuse to take total control over her. Luna knew he was right. Exactly. He kept trying to bait me while hiding behind his elite Black Knight squad like a little coward. Dien was shocked to hear that name. The Black Knight squad? Out of all the thousands of knights in our family, only the top 10 elites ever get to join that group. They only take orders from the head and the lady. Are they really siding with Joshua now? Damn it. I do not know how he convinced father, but the Black Knights have clearly picked their side. Tymoon was given a proper burial, but Jin was stunned looking at the grave. That poison was straight up horrific. I cannot believe it actually melted her entire body down to nothing. Luna was devastated. I could not even give my nanny a decent send-off. It is insane that even her inner circle had to deal with that poison. No wonder she felt she had to betray the people who actually cared about her. It was a death trap. Nah. It is not like that this is all my fault. If I had just known how to handle her, none of this would have ever happened. You saw it coming. Even after that betrayal, Taimoon is still real family to her. But Joshua, her own brother, is now the ultimate enemy. Who is even left to help Luna heal now? Lady, ever since we were kids, you have hated it when siblings fight. No, I am just scared. I am terrified of that old cycle of hate and blood between relatives. I was afraid my siblings and I would repeat history. That is why I became the sword that protects this family. Because of me, none of us have to die anymore. I will make sure of it. Yeah, I really thought I pulled it off, but I was so stupid. I get it now. I have just been running away because I was afraid to fight. This is the price I pay for being a coward. From now on, there is no sword protecting this clan. Her sister gasped as Luna slammed her blade deep into the dirt with a heavy thud. Right now, I am telling you, if anyone dares to come for you, I will take their heads. If you want it, I will destroy every single thing that gets in your way. From this moment on, my sword belongs to you. After saying that, Luna just collapsed to the ground, looking totally drained. She was drowning in guilt. It was all her fault. If she had just kept her head straight, none of this would have gone down. So, from here on out, I am backing Jin with everything I have got, even if it means turning against my other siblings. This is how I pay for being weak. He planted his sword next to hers and promised he would be right there by her side. I will take out anyone who tries to hurt you. Even if they are family, I will not hesitate to strike them down. Remember, no matter what you do or what you become, I will always have your back. I am in this with you. Those words hit Luna hard. She was moved. Jin, her baby brother, was actually stepping up. No matter what you do, I am going to support you too. Tears rolled down her face, mixed with the rain. He pulled his sister into a hug, the sister who always tried to be the tough one. When I return as a legend, it will be my turn to protect you. Since they were family, she finally felt like she was not alone anymore. This arrogant little brother was her real family. She would do whatever it takes to help him become the head of the house. Murakan blew a fuse when he heard the news. What? They actually brought in a mage to cast a curse? That piece of work, Joshua. Even after all these years, this is some low-level stuff we have not seen since the Dark Ages. Even the sweet Yuli was fuming, saying she was still in total shock over that jerk. Forgive me, I lost my cool in front of you. She was so mad she was stomping her feet. It is fine, Strawberry. If you do not let that anger out, it will just eat at you. Now, repeat after me. Joshua is a dog. She was confused. Strawberry? Yuli was curious, but more importantly, why did Joshua want to hurt him? Jin just said there were plenty of reasons. The main thing is, even though he knows I made a deal with Solderet, he is acting like it is nothing. She realized he even broke the arena rules to hurt him, yet he does not do anything at the main house. He waited calmly, knowing they would find the truth soon. Deep down, he figured if his theory was right, then Joshua was definitely coming for his secret contract. Considering what happened to Nya and how the Zippo clan can steal divine contracts, well, even Joshua cannot be that close to them. There has to be more to it. That means there is another way to steal it. Casimir walked in with news. Lord Jin, I found the guy you were looking for. He took the file. So, it is done then? Casimir confirmed it. Yeah, he is a pretty famous mage, currently retired in the Mentador state over on the east side of the continent. Since he joined that high-level magic academy at Zippo, he has been using the name Aman. Listen, Yuli, Murakan, and Lord Casimir, I have one big request for you guys. For the next 3 months, do not come looking for me. Later, at a crowded tavern, Kidat was hiding his face under a round hat. The door swung open and a new guest stepped inside, making everyone in the bar look up with curiosity. A person wrapped in a heavy cloak and leaning on a cane appeared, slowly making their way inside. He walked up to Kidat's table and asked, "Excuse me, are you Aman?" The old man jumped. "Who are you?" "I am an ambitious mage named Hugh Wells, and I am on my way to the famous Mentador Magic Academy. I heard there was a legendary wise man here, so I came to pay my respects." Kidat muttered, "An ambitious mage, huh?" He could not stand the staring and slammed his hand on the table. He yelled out, "What are you bugs looking at?" Flames erupted from his hand as he told them to get lost before he turned them all into thin air. Once the crowd cleared out, he slowly pulled back the flames. Then he went back to the conversation. "All right, so who are you really?" he answered. "Like I said, just an ambitious mage." Kidat snapped. "Quit playing games. I can see right through you. That is the body of someone who spent their whole life training with weapons, and you have 7-star magic in that gross body. You are seriously underestimating me. Tell me your real identity right now, or I will make sure that body of yours never casts another spell as long as you live." He calmly replied, "Then let me introduce myself." He pulled off his hat and said, My name is Hugh Wells High Esther, the last survivor of the High Esther clan. The old man jumped up in shock. High Esther? What did you just say? You are from that family? The only family that could actually compete with the Zippos in magic? You are lying. They were all wiped out by the Zippo house. Hugh Wells pulled a book out from his cloak and said, "Take a look." He held it out and explained that before he died, the mercenary leader who raised him revealed his true origins. He gave him this magic book. The author listed inside is Susie L. High Esther. The old man reached for it desperately, but Hugh Wells pulled it back. "I can show you, but you are not allowed to touch it. I swore that no one handles this without my permission. If you want to touch it, you will have to kill me first." Kidat was getting impatient and told him to just open it up and start flipping through the pages already. He set the book on the table and turned the pages. The old man thought to himself, "Man, this is definitely a real High Esther magic book. I have been searching for clues about them my whole life, so I know it is the real deal. I need a closer look." Kidat suddenly asked, "Hey, do you have a place to stay tonight? Follow me, I will treat you right." He led Hugh Wells to his secret base. Sitting in the living room, Kidat said, "This is where I do my research. Nobody knows about this place and the security is tight. Now, you are going to tell me everything. How did someone with the name High Esther even manage to stay alive this long?" He slowly began his story. "I was raised as an orphan by a mercenary named Grey Owl. Even though I have been holding a sword since I was a kid, I had zero talent for it. But with magic, I just got it instantly. It was like I already knew it from the start. That was after I learned about the family history from the Patriarch's final will and testament. The old man realized it was the High Esther magic record. This could actually threaten the Zippos, those guys who love to manipulate history. With this, he could finally explain why this kid just suddenly showed up." Hillwell kept yapping. "Since the Zippos started hunting me like an animal, I had to drop out and ghost everyone. My real identity stays buried for now." Kidat laughed. "Even 300 years ago, the Zippos never let a threat slide, especially not a High Esther. A kid like you is worth 10 million gold. Make a choice. You can rot in the dirt forever, or be my apprentice and put your name in the history books. I am the legendary Kitdat Han the Outcast." Hewell jumped up, totally shocked. "For real? Are you actually the legendary outcast?" The old man was surprised by his sudden burst of energy. "You actually heard of me? My name was legendary long before a brat like you was even born." Hewell was fanboying hard. "How could I not know you? Making it big without the Zippel family is legendary stuff. I heard you fought them and showed those soldiers who was boss with some real bold moves." The old man cleared his throat, feeling himself. "Yeah, that was me. No need for flattery. Become my student, and I will teach you my counterflow magic. So, what is it going to be? Will you be my student?" Kidat scribbled in his journal. "The High Esther family is a rare breed. I found their trail years ago and have been obsessed ever since. It was like a spell. Hewell High Esther showed up right in front of me. With his secret magic book, I can finally push my counterflow style to a whole new level. If I pass my perfected magic down to Hewell, or rather, my new disciple, then my legacy will never die. It will live on through him forever." He handed over a glowing blue orb. Hewell studied the thing carefully. Kidat watched him, getting hyped. "I think we can move on to the advanced system now." He looked touched. "Thank you, Master. This is all thanks to your guidance." Suddenly, the old man remembered something. "Hey, Hewell, can I see that book one more time?" He turned him down flat. "No way." Kidat wondered why he was being so difficult. Hewell explained it was because of his personal principles. The old man was fuming. "You and your principles. If I wanted to take that book, I could do it easily. But I have always respected your little beliefs, so just hand it over already." Hewell just stared him down, not moving an inch from his decision. Kidat finally backed down. "Fine, I am sorry. I lost my cool. Just forget I said anything." Hewell then made a suggestion. "Master, let us share our beliefs." He started baiting him. "You should give me something as precious as your life. Hand over the counterflow book." Kidat was rocked to his core by the request. Hillwell played hard to get. "Fine, then I will." The old man panicked. "Okay, but you have to wait. It is in the Eternal Vault at Vankilla. The counterflow book is currently locked away there, so I have to go get it myself. Do you understand what I am saying?" Hillwell agreed. "Yes, Master. I will wait." The old man thought to himself, "That book is my life work. I was going to pass it on when I died, but seeing that High Esther magic is worth everything, I could finally crush those Zippels." Kidat told his student to stay put. "Just wait here, Hillwell." He left, fueled by greed. "With that book, my name will live forever." He had no idea that behind his back, Hillwell was suddenly letting out a cold, dark laugh. When the old man returned, Hillwell greeted him. "You are back, Master," Kidat checked in. "Have you started reading the advanced counterflow magic system yet?" Hewell showed him. "Yes, this power feels so natural, like I have always known it." The old man was thrilled. "Just as I thought, this kid is a genius." He took the book. "Master, I will take care of this immediately." Kidat warned him it would take time, but told him to read the book as much as he liked. He looked satisfied. "I am still not at the level where I can fully grasp the deep meaning of your masterpiece, Master. Just being trusted with this is enough for me." The old man nodded. "If that is what you want, but since you are advanced, let us do some real practice." Hewell acted surprised. "You mean practicing on these bugs? Can counterflow even work against opponents that are not human?" Kidat brushed it off. "Nah, Hewell, I am not talking about bugs. I am talking about the losers in that town who look just like us. Perfect practice targets. When I was young, I used them for real-world training all the time. They are just trash who cannot use magic, but their bodies look the same." He had an idea. "If that is the case, Master, I have one request. Before we train, use counterflow on me, feeling it would be more effective for learning." The old man was excited. "You make me so proud. If we get too reckless and kill them all, those knights from the capital will come swarming here. Look closely now. I am showing you the void counterflow. With this magic power, you can steal your opponent's spells and trigger a massive counterattack. Now, focus and feel it." But then, the old man felt something go wrong. Why is the magic failing? Hewell already broke through to the 7th star? No. By this point, Kidat realized the guy standing in front of him was stronger than any 7-star master he had ever known. He coughed up blood and collapsed. Kidat could not believe it. "Hewell, how? How is this happening?" He pulled something out from his robe. "Master, look at this. This is a relic called Clear Light. It holds an infinite amount of magic. Thanks to this, I can stay perfectly safe even when you attack me. Honestly, the Zippel family would have abused this relic and brought so much pain to the world." Hewell reached into his pocket. He revealed his true face. "This was Jin," he said coldly. "Because of you, I have been forced to live the rest of my life in absolute agony." An old story from 15 years back. "Remember the kid you cursed at the Storm Plaza? My name is Jean. I have crawled all the way back from hell just to end you today." Kidat stuttered. "You? That is impossible. It cannot be. Even the mercenaries confirmed it." Jean nodded. "Yeah, because that was the story of the actual survivor." The old man still did not get it. Jean slammed his foot down on his head. "It has been 44 long years. After surviving all that humiliation and even cheating death, it took me 44 long years to finally get here. I will make good use of your life work. People say you created this counterflow magic, but it actually belongs to the Hyester family, does it not? I know your little secret." The old man was shaking. "How did you find out?" Kid just grinned and said he was going to tell the world this was 2ST magic. "Your entire legacy is about to go down the drain. Keep hoping, Gramps, but you are dying in total disappointment." He lost it, screaming, "No, that is impossible. I will be remembered forever." The old man's face turned red like he was going to blow a fuse. And yeah, blood splashed everywhere. Total carnage. Kid just whispered that the curse the old man started was the root of it all. "You should be thankful I am letting you go out this quietly." He calmly drew his blade, but the steel told a different story. Carved right into the metal were the words, "You won't get a dignified death. Jean Grey." Cold-blooded, right? Jean was positive Joshua would fail. "Just wait and see," Joshua muttered, heading out. That is when the real drama started. Meanwhile, over at the palace, Julie was outside hanging up the laundry. Murakan was being a total lazy bones, napping on the floor until his eyes suddenly snapped open. Julie sighed, saying the young master had been hunting that mage Kidith for 3 months now. He was shocked. "Has it really been that long? That kid is cold as ice. After becoming my student, he said he was just waiting for the chance to beat me. Honestly, he is pretty sneaky." Julie was stressing. "I am worried every single day," she said. "I just don't know if the young master can actually take that guy down. He always makes me worry about nothing. Does he even realize how much I stress?" Murakan got scooped up by her. "He just told her to chill out and quit worrying, little doughball. Look, the investigation showed Kideth totally trusted Jin, right? Jin is going to play him like a fiddle. No big deal. That old geezer follows Jin's lead like a puppy. Trust me on this one, little doughball." Jin was right behind them, listening in. He joked, "You guys make it sound like I made that old man fall in love with me." They both jumped, shocked to hear his voice so suddenly. They were totally emotional. "Young master?" Julie literally tossed Murakan aside and ran over. "You are finally back," she cried, "and you look like you are doing great." "I am back, Julie." "You too, Murakan." Jin held up a book for them to see. "I snatched this magic book from him. Help me translate it." Meanwhile, over at the sword garden, in the dining room, everyone was dead silent, just focused on their food. A letter sat nearby. "Jin, the main suspect in Kidath's murder. Who are you? Why did you kill him and go into hiding? Sadly, the magic essence is locked in the eternal vault in the Holy Kingdom. Jean Grey." The Tona brothers were certain. "I am positive that is our little brother's secret identity," Daytona said. He still could not wrap his head around it. "Don't tell me that is really him." "Jin Grey is a pretty common name," Daytona whispered. "Look, the kid is good, but Kideth was a 9-star mage. There is no way, so just drop it." Across the table, Mew slammed her hand down. She screamed at her brothers. "You guys are so stupid. You have never even seen a 9-star mage, and here you are talking total nonsense." "Who would believe these two are becoming flag bearers in a few months?" Anne asked. "What is up, Mew? Their nonsense is kind of cute." "So cute, I actually want to kill them." Mary growled at them. "Everyone shut up. You are ruining the meal." Someone spoke up. "Sister, are we really not even allowed to talk about this stuff anymore?" "I said shut up," she said coldly. Mew was fuming. "Why didn't you say anything to the Tona brothers? You waited for me to speak before telling me to shut it." First also barked. "Enough, Mew. If you say one more word, I will." Joshua looked up and cut in. "That is enough. It has been ages since we all ate together, so let us not lose our tempers. And honestly, I think our little brother might have actually killed Kideth." Mew jumped. "What? Big brother, even you?" He continued. "Of course, he could not have done it all by himself. If that girl Yona helped him, it is definitely possible." Mary's eyes turned sharp. Vantia just sat there listening to them bicker. Devo slammed his hand on the table, looking totally pissed. He was annoyed. "That is enough, big brother. You are being way too paranoid about Jin. He is just a kid, and now you are dragging Yona into this too? I am sick of these conspiracies." Mary added, "Big brother, can you actually prove Yona helped him? He acted innocent. It is just a theory, no proof needed. A 9-star mage is dead, but the cause of death is still a mystery. It is a job very few people could pull off, unless it was done by the Nameless. The Nameless Association is the world's top assassin group right now. It has been a while since Yona joined them, following our father's orders. That is what I think. The kid wanted attention, so he made a deal with Nameless and Yona. Since she felt abandoned by the family, she helped Jin just to bring him over to her side. Mary wasn't buying it. Look, you have been waiting for something bad to happen to Yona for ages, but now you are just saying it. Why would she suddenly get mixed up with him? I agree. If Yona really helped him, then everything the kid did as a cadet makes total sense. That brat Yona is with Nameless now, but I am curious what she thinks of this family." As soon as she said that, Mary decked her. Everyone's eyes went wide. Mew got slammed into the wall. Mary rushed over, grabbed her mouth, and raised her fist again. Defo stepped in and stopped her. "Don't take it too far, Mary. The more you freak out like this, the more everything plays right into what Joshua wants to happen." Vantia just sat there, totally chill. "Damn it," Mary hissed. DeFoe's tried to reason with her. "Obviously, as the 7th flag bearer, you can't exactly go up against the 2nd one." She turned to glare at them. "Everyone, remember this. If any of us hurt Yona, Father is not just going to sit back and watch it happen." He glared at them. "Joshua, maybe you should just speak your mind, big brother. If you are so scared of Yona, then just go beat her and turn her into one of your followers. Stop using threats to mess with the younger ones. That is not how we do things in the Dancandon family." Joshua challenged him. "Then why don't you draw your sword, Defos?" He laughed. Then he asked, totally confused, "Why on earth would I do that?" The whole dining room just went dead silent. The Tona brothers kept their mouths shut, thinking, "Hang in there, kid." Meanwhile, Dante was discussing the news. A 9-star mage was murdered, and the name Jean Grey was left behind. "If it is Jean Grey, it is definitely him," Veridin said. "You agree, right? So listen, Dante, can you give me a little bit of your time?" He was shocked. "Right now? No, not this second. Tomorrow or whenever. Let us go find Jean together." Dante looked excited. "Do you actually have a plan for this?" "Of course I do. Listen up, my plan is." He cut him off. "That is a killer plan, right? Then let us get moving tomorrow morning." Their little chat got reported. Dante and Veridin were seen talking at the banquet hall. People said the Zippo and Hiran families didn't get along, but this news pretty much confirms it. The Zippo family is tied to Kidath's death, and Veridin fed the info to Dante. Maybe the Zippos care more about their allies and are cutting ties with families who disagree. Kidath is the perfect example. Ras just gave the order. Whether it is true or not does not really matter. This is just a great excuse to shut down whatever the Zippo family is doing. Leak the right info to the press. Copy that, he said. Ras was fuming those Zippo punks were moving way too fast. Usually they are slow, but it is like someone else is pulling their strings from the shadows now. No clue who is behind it, but keeping up with them is a nightmare. Meanwhile, Julia was practically glued to the security rail. No, do not leave me. Play with me. Casimir had to jump in. Listen, Julia, the young master is super busy. You gotta cut him some slack, okay? Julia was basically a puddle of tears. Young master, as your servant, this breaks my heart. You do not even get a real break. Who knew we would have to bolt like this? But why head to that shady nameless base in Samuel Sao? It is a total death trap. Jin just said he had to grab something. Plus, there is someone he needs to see. Julia suddenly remembered something. Iona was probably sitting all alone on some mountain peak right now. Word was, after becoming a legit member, she left the family to go train. But man, the youngest sibling is a total beast. I really want to see how strong she actually is. Wonder if she is heading to Samuel too? Iona flashed 2 fingers with a grin. I totally want to play with her. Casimir hugged his daughter tight. Young master, when you leave, I am heading out too. Jin was confused. What is up? He hesitated. Well, I left some gear back in Beemond. He thought, Dad definitely called him back for that. Jin said fine, safe travels. Suddenly the door flew open. Murakan yelled, Hey kid, I finished that job you wanted. Jin smiled. Thanks for the hard work, old man. He waved him over. Get here, let me ride on your back. The dark room suddenly lit up. Murakan looked satisfied at the blue flames and the markings on Jin. Nice. With this, you can finally use Kidap magic. Jin was stunned. It felt like he just unlocked a legendary weapon in an instant. There were so many useful spells, even against a whole squad of mages. Just one spell could wipe them all out. Jin pulled his shirt back on. Incredible. Guess I should take it for a test drive, right? He started venting dark energy, and a black sphere began to form. Power from every direction got sucked into the center. Murakan cheered. It is working. Nya was terrified. Jin was shocked to see her. Lady Nya? Oh man, did she get caught in the blast? You okay, Lady Nya? She was clearly shaken up and emotional. That was insane. I almost got deleted. I am fine though. Do it again. Nya literally got on her knees to beg. Jin noticed someone else. You are here too, Qui can tell. She had her sister slumping over her shoulder. Seems my sister was bothering you. Sorry about that. She is always a total mess in the mornings. My bad. I will apologize when she wakes up. Jin waved it off. Do not worry about it. She likes the chaos. Anyway, heard you are going to Samuel. Qui can tell thought for a second. Honestly, Samuel is just a factory for nameless assassins. Normal people cannot just walk around there, they usually end up dead. You can handle the rookies, but the longer you stay in Samuel, the nastier the enemies get. Eventually, the most brutal killers in the world will have you in their sights. Jin nodded. Got it. I actually had no idea. She continued, I cannot promise you or even your sister will make it out alive against real nameless pros. So, take this. Jin looked at the item in his hand, totally surprised. Quick and Tell said it was a nameless treasure. If you get jumped and cannot handle it, show them this. It will keep you breathing. Jin felt grateful. Thanks, Quick and Tell. I owe you one. She just smirked. If you do well, I benefit too. When you get back, help Na with her training. Jin agreed. Then he announced his departure. September 4th, 1796. A carriage blasted down the road. Inside sat someone buried in a thick cloak. The carriage stopped at the south gate of Samuel, the city of assassins. The passenger stepped out. Guards blocked the path. Hold it. No nameless pass, no entry. He flashed the badge. The guard, Kanji, squinted a pass, huh? What is your business here? Jin answered. Just looking for some experience. The guard laughed. Well, you are going to get plenty of bloody experience. Head in. You get your pass back when you leave. Jin stopped. I have a question. Kanji looked at him. What? Jin asked if the travelers here also have to follow the nameless laws. He hesitated. Right then, a shadow appeared and tried to end Jin. He dodged the killing blow. The assassin was stunned that he actually missed. Jin countered with a heavy punch, sending the killer crashing to the dirt. He stepped on the guy's face. So, you really wanted me dead, huh? I felt your bloodlust from a mile away. You have zero talent as an assassin. Send a real one next time. He turned to the guard. You planning to jump me too? He replied. We do assassinations, not street brawls. I never fight anyone face to face. Jin pulled his hood up. I see. The gates slowly creaked open. So the nameless color is white? They are so confident they will never get a drop of blood on their clothes. Even in a white suit, Jin scanned the area. He could see people, but felt absolutely zero bloodlust from them. The place looked nicer than expected, but it gave him the creeps. In this quiet city, anyone could be a killer. Trainees get stronger after years of practice if they stay alive. They live in that skyscraper over there. Everyone is a rival, and they kill each other daily just to rank up. That means even at an inn, you might get murdered. I do not want a repeat of that family competition stress. So, where should I stay? He walked into a local inn and met the owner, Tommy. The man frowned. Weird. You actually want to rent a room? You plan on fighting nameless trainees in a city where murder is legal? Jin confirmed. Tommy was confused. Why not a regular spot? Jin did not want uninvited night guests. Jin knew what the guy was thinking. This kid is a dead man walking. Tommy agreed to let him stay. Keep your money. You will be paying with your life anyway. Room is upstairs. Do not worry. I will not attack you inside. Jin sat on the bed, still on high alert for any hidden traps. At least I can finally get some rest. Time to plan. Suddenly, a noise echoed. He grabbed his sword. Clapping filled the silence of the room. Jin was tense. He could not sense a thing. Then, a faint shape appeared behind him. It was a person hanging upside down from the ceiling. That person thought, man, I almost got spotted. I saw a kid who looked like my brother wandering around, so I followed him. Once I got a closer look, I totally lost it. It is him. Jin slumped onto the bed, totally confused. I know I heard clapping on the roof, or am I just getting paranoid and seeing things now? Iona was still hanging from the ceiling. The kid is alert. Good. This is Samuel, the nameless home turf. You gotta watch your back here. Seeing the shock in her eyes, Iona dropped down right next to Jin. He spun around fast because he felt someone was watching his back, but nobody was there. Iona sighed to herself. Man, this kid is sharp. It looks like his mind's eye is already halfway open. At his age, reaching this level is something to be proud of. As his sister, I can't let this chance pass. Time for some fun. Actually, let's call it some serious training. Get ready, little bro. Your sis is gonna play with you. No, I'm gonna help you get way stronger.